In our top stories, Bheki Cele to take the stand at the TRC cases of inquiry, and Minister Hlabisa condemns 35 initiation deaths. Good morning. The TRC cases inquiry will today hear testimony from the former National Police Commissioner, Bheki Cele. The Commission is tasked with determining whether there was political suppression of investigations and prosecutions related to TRC cases. For the rest of the week, it will focus on the role of the South African Police Service. The inquiry has heard several testimonies which have attributed the slow progress in getting justice for victims of apartheid-era human rights abuses to a lack of investigative capacity. The South African Human Rights Commission in Mpumalanga has dismissed allegations that Rob Ferreira Hospital in Mbombela has been without hot water for more than 4 years. The Commission conducted an oversight visit to the hospital following complaints lodged by the Democratic Alliance. It has, however, raised concerns over the conditions at the hospital, which is allegedly battling crippling staff shortages, overcrowding, failing infrastructure, and a shortage of basic equipment. The Commission's provincial manager, Eric Mokonyama.
I've noted that among the allegations were that, for example, the hospital has been without hot water for over 4 years. I mean, that is not factually correct. There are considerable long times of periods where there would be no hot water, but it doesn't go as far as the past 4 years or more. What ticks the boxes is that as these things are being raised, they are being addressed. What doesn't is the fact that these things keep on recurring.
The South African Red Cross Society is helping Zimbabwean nationals undergoing the repatriation process in Bloemfontein reunite with their families. The organization is using its Restoring Family Links program to re-establish contact between relatives while providing essential humanitarian aid. The group is temporarily accommodated at a hall. Free State Red Cross manager Claudia Mini.
So the group is currently hosted in one of the halls, which is the evacuation centers in Bloemfontein. SACS is providing hot meals to ensure that the affected individuals have access to hot meals while in their stay. In addition, RFL, which is Restoring Family Link Service, has been offered to assist individuals to re-establish contact with their families. SACS remains committed in providing humanitarian assistance and providing dignity to the well-being of vulnerable individuals throughout the repatriation process.
The Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Minister, Velenkosini Hlabisa, has described as unacceptable the deaths of 35 initiates during this year's winter initiation season. The highest death toll was recorded in Mpumalanga with 17. 7 deaths were recorded in the Eastern Cape, 4 in the Northwest, 3 in Limpopo, and 2 each in Gauteng and the Free State. About 58 illegal initiation schools were opened. The department's spokesperson, Paul Maseko.
Preliminary reports indicate that 35 initiates have lost their lives. The minister extends his heartfelt condolences to the families and communities affected, describing the situation as unacceptable. He urged parents and guardians to ensure that their children attend only legally registered initiation schools to safeguard their well-being. He warned that those operating illegal schools will face the full force of the law.
And finally, the U.S. has vowed to continue to attack Iran. The U.S. military has confirmed it's striking Iran for a third successive day. Iranian media has acknowledged explosions in several locations. The Defense Ministry in the United Arab Emirates says Iranian cruise missiles have hit its tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. 1 crew member was killed and 8 others wounded. The BBC's Asha Janadi reports.
Every time the Americans hit Iranian bases, Iran retaliates by shooting missiles and drones towards American bases in the region in neighboring countries. Iran's joint military headquarters issued a statement warning the Americans about interfering in the management of the Strait of Hormuz. They said the Americans will be responsible for any outcome that results from this interference.
Recapping the top story, the TRC Cases Inquiry will today hear testimony from the former National Police Commissioner Bheki Cele. The commission is tasked with determining whether there was political suppression of investigations and prosecutions related to TRC cases. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SAfm Sports headlines, rugby, the junior box, they stormed into the World Rugby Under-20 Championships final after beating England and its World Cup semi-final day with the teenage sensation Lamine Yamal and Spain taking on Kylian Mbappe's France in a blockbuster. We'll find out more at around 6:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Morning, not a bad start this Tuesday. Gauteng highways and byways looking all right. There are some roadworks on the N3 going north up by Marlborough Drive, so we'll keep an eye on that for you. These are overnight roadworks which are still in place. In fact, the roadworks look to be between Marlborough and Buccleuch, so there is a little bit of a pushback into Buccleuch to change you from that N3 going north. Rest of Gauteng highways looking fairly standard at this stage. Clear of any major mist out at Mpumalanga this morning. Emelohleni Oki's looks okay. It changed to the worst yesterday as we got into a drive time, so maybe there's some mist still to roll in this morning. We'll keep you up to date, so stay with us. Breakdown at Linfield Park on your way to Durban. It's off on the left lane. There are plenty of lanes to get past that, so shouldn't be any problems. And if you're driving Cape Town, it is misty, not everywhere, but misty in parts. And where it is misty, it is lying quite thick and heavy, particularly around the central City Bowl CBD areas, around sort of Pardon Island, down around the Atlantic seaboard as well. So just watch for those conditions. If you're driving through it, please keep those headlights on once the sun gets up. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Muhlahlana on the National Briefing.
It's 6:07. You're listening to the National Briefing. A big welcome to you. Thank you for tuning in this morning. My name is Kathy Muhlahlana, and we're with you until 9 o'clock as we bring you clarity, context, and conversation. And of course, bring you up to speed with everything you need to know as you step into your day. So what's coming up on the show today? In the last 24 hours, the man at the center of South Africa's biggest police corruption case has changed the game. Vusimuzi Kat Matala has torn up his plea deal with the state. Rather than accept a 12-year sentence, he'll now fight the charges at trial. And with that decision, prosecutors lose the insider testimony they were counting on to reach the upper ranks of the police. And as things stand, we're yet to confirm when Matala himself is expected to testify before the Madanga Commission. That could be any day now. But what does the collapse of this plea deal cost the fight against corruption? And did the court do the right thing by refusing a soft deal even at this price? I want to hear from you on this particular matter. Of course, you can send your WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107. You can send your text messages and voice notes to 0614 104 107. The studio line 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. We'll unpack what Matala's collapse deal then really cost the state in the next hour. At the same time, at the commission yesterday, frustration boiling over. The head of the investigating directorate against corruption, Andrea Johnson, she became the 9th witness to miss an appearance on medical grounds. While Justice Madlanga has just about had it, he said the medical certificate before him was useless. At the same time, we'll also look at the retirement savings of 1.3 million public servants, and it has suspended its chief executive. That is the PIC. Will get into what is behind that suspension. And municipalities across the country, workers have discovered that 1.7 billion rand deducted from their salaries for pension contributions simply never reached their retirement funds. We'll also get to the bottom of that story. As always, the conversation belongs to you. Would love to hear from you. 086 000 2032 is the number to dial. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. Rob is standing by with your traffic updates. Zai has your sport, and Ntauleng has your latest markets.
Smart business moves save money. Switch to OUTsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's Stephen from the Villa Rosa.
I was with my previous insurer for 8 years and then I switched to OUTsurance Business Insurance. I'm very happy with the premiums and switching was the best decision we ever made.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60,000. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
It's 12 after 6 o'clock. Let's get into what is making front page news on the country's dailies. This morning, I'll start off with the Sowetan. The headline there reads, Madlanga sick of delays. As I said, the commissioner he's just about had it with these sick notes. And he blasted yet another no-show due to ill health. It's after Advocate Andrea Johnson failed to arrive for her testimony at the commission, and she was the 9th witness to delay the inquiry because of a useless sick note. And at this point, the chairperson is really considering his options in as far as further investigations, right, into these sick notes and trying to get to the bottom of the validity of some of these sick notes. Just a reminder of who else has missed their testimony. Medicare 24 CEO Mike van Wyk, Crime Intelligence boss Major General Feroz Khan. You remember he was shot on the night before he was supposed to appear. The Northwest businessman, Suleiman Karim, right? There's been no update about how he's doing. At some point, Brown Mogotse also missed his evidence at the commission due to ill health. And the list goes on. And the commission really sees it to some extent as delaying the work that it's doing. Inside the Citizen, what the collapse of Kat's plea deal means, Matlala won't be testifying against Tender co-accused after he rejected the deal with a 12-year sentence. So he's taking his chances then in as far as the 228 million rand SAPS tender, and the trial will now start from scratch in September. We'll unpack what all of this entails with a lawyer within the hour, because I think one of the big questions is what happens to the admissions that he made to the state prosecutor that ultimately led to that plea agreement in the first place. Can the state still use that information, whether it implicates him or others that have been part of this corruption? These are just some of the questions we'll ask and have answered. The front page of the Citizen, gun licenses misfire, reads the headline there this morning. And that particular story is about South Africa's firearm registration system, which the Citizen says is collapsing, with renewals plunging 74%. The Gun Owners Association warns expired permits render weapons illegal, fueling theft, misuse, and escalating violence, while registry dysfunction and political failure deepen the crisis nationwide. That's what the Citizen is leading with on its front page. We also have a picture of the murder accused Ndodana Chuma in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court yesterday. It was for the possession of an unlicensed firearm, which was found on him during his arrest in Kensington. You'd remember Ndodana was arrested by police after fleeing from the UK, where he's wanted for the murder of his wife Zandile Khumalo Chuma and 2 daughters, Nala and Natalie. He remains in custody in South Africa, and South Africa has agreed to extradite him to Britain. And he's there on the front page. UK cops wait for this dad, making his first appearance yesterday. What a heartbreaking story. This is an absolute tragedy, how his wife Sandile and daughters lost their lives. The front page of the Business Day this morning, the Business Day has decided to go with another SA interest rate hike predicted. The Bank of America cites inflation expectations despite the prospect of lower fuel prices. So that effectively means that though inflation expected to ease later this year, elevated expectations could prompt the Reserve Bank to deliver another rate hike of 25 basis points at its meeting next week. This is according to the Bank of America. This will, of course, not be good news for us as South Africa. And then also on the front page, Harrods Fly Safair takeover cleared with Lanseria note. So the Competition Commission has given the mooted deal that would see Harrods buy South Africa's largest passenger airline, Fly Safair, the green light to take off, with the ball now in the Competition Tribunal's court to give the transaction the requisite approvals. Yesterday, the Commission saying it will recommend to the tribunal to approve the deal with conditions, and it also relates to Harrods' interest in Lanseria International Airport. And then also on the front page of the Business Day, the NPA is confident that Matlala withdrawal won't hurt the case against accused, and they basically also unpacking what this turnaround from Kat Matlala in as far as that plea deal means. The front page of the Star, IDAC boss's useless sick note stalls Madanga inquiry. A day's proceedings lost as advocate Andrea Johnson fails to appear. And I mean, is there and should there be a higher expectation of public officials and representatives on this kind of a manner, or on this kind of a matter rather, that somebody like Andrea Johnson should face more scrutiny for not appearing, because she's a public official, she's a public representative, more so than some of the private players. And why tell the Commission on the morning? Surely of all people she's aware of the cost to the state of a whole day's proceedings lost. Why issue a note on Monday morning? Why not tell them Sunday morning? We all know when you're not feeling so well, you can tell that, I'm not in my best spirits. Wonder what you make of that. I'll take your calls, 086 000 2032.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
Well, let's get into your weather for this morning. There are no warnings or advisories. In Pretoria, it's partly cloudy, low of 5, a high of 20. The expected UVB sunburn index is moderate. In Johannesburg, partly cloudy, 4 and 19. Vereeniging, partly cloudy, 3 and 20. Mbombela, morning fog patches, otherwise partly cloudy, 9 and 23. Polokwane, partly cloudy, 10 and 23. Mahikeng, fine 6 and 23. Vryburg, fine 3 and 23. Bloemfontein, fine 1 and 19. Kimberley, fine 1 and 21. Uppington, fine 4 and 24. Cape Town, cloudy with misty conditions in the morning, becoming partly cloudy in the west and southern part by the afternoon. The wind light and variable, becoming moderate northerly from the afternoon, 10 and 17. The expected UVB sunburn index is very high. In George, fine becoming partly cloudy by the afternoon, wind light to moderate and variable, 11 and 18. In Gqeberha, fine becoming cloudy in the evening, wind light to moderate northeasterly at first, otherwise southwesterly, 12 and 19. Kugombo City, fine, wind light to moderate northeasterly, becoming southwesterly by late afternoon, 10 and 19. In Durban, partly cloudy, becoming fine in the afternoon, wind moderate easterly to northeasterly, becoming fresh in the afternoon, 14 and 23. The expected UVB sunburn index is low. In Richards Bay, partly cloudy, becoming fine in the afternoon, wind moderate easterly to northeasterly, becoming fresh in the afternoon, 14 and 24. And Pietermaritzburg, morning fog patches, otherwise partly cloudy, 8 and 23.
Mavis, I wonder if I should sell my car. I'm not sure where to go.
Wanna sell your car, but don't know what to do. You don't have to go far, we come to you. If you're rolling under 1.5 or a Lacquer 2.2, doesn't matter what you drive, we buy cars once you.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
The Global Briefing on SAFM.
Well, let's get into our global briefing for this morning. In Washington, the Trump administration has launched a formal campaign to isolate the International Criminal Court. They're arguing that it's about sovereignty, and the fear is that international justice itself will get hollowed out. Tembisa Fakude is a senior research fellow and director at Africa-Asia Dialogues. Tembisa, let's start with what this isolation of the ICC will look like in practice. Are we looking at sanctions? Are we looking at the targeting of individual prosecutors?
Well, first of all, the United States has not certified the Rome Statute, so they're not part of the ICC. But they felt offended, of course, when the ICC went against Benjamin Netanyahu. And that offended them. And they also, notwithstanding that they haven't ratified the statutes, the ICC could also go against those that are accused of human rights and violations in the United States. We remember, for example, that President George Bush, many people around the world were pushing that it goes to the ICC after they led the entire world on a wild goose chase in Iraq together with Tony Blair. So the ICC is under pressure, but it's also under pressure because it's been criticized by many other countries as the court of the global south or the court of the Africans, because the only people that have been persecuted by the ICC has since been people coming from the global south, whether it's former East European countries or largely African countries. So they're under pressure. So what we see at the moment is unfortunate, of course, that the United States want to destroy anything that's got to do with multilateralism. And one of the low-hanging organizations that can be targeted is the ICC.
Tembisa, please help us understand. I mean, the US and the fallout from that court case before the ICC continues at a large scale, as we're seeing. What has been so offensive to the US about it? Because, as you say, they're not even they haven't even ratified the Rome Statute. They're not part of the ICC. They don't recognize the work that is being done by the ICC enough to ratify it themselves.
Well, it's bullying. It's bullying, and you touch one of us, we will go against you. But I think what they're trying to do at the moment is to blow this whole thing out of proportion, because they know that many within the United States, particularly the current president, is likely, if he's still alive, after his tenure expires, is likely to face some music. You might have some countries instituting their own actions against him, and the ICC might just get involved. So notwithstanding that they haven't ratified it, but it will limit the traveling opportunities and space for Donald Trump. He will only have to travel to countries that are not part of the ICC, as it's the case at the moment with Benjamin Netanyahu. So if the ICC does go against Donald Trump, it means that he can't travel to the better part of the world. And this is what they're trying to do, put pressure on the ICC with the hope that, of course, the ICC will be much more softer when it comes to United States, or might just withdraw the case against Benjamin Netanyahu.
All right, so it's also part of a longer-term strategy then. In Bangkok, at least 27 people died after a fire tore through a packed entertainment venue. And, there are questions that are being asked around how this fire spread so fast and whether it was avoidable altogether. Let's talk about Thailand and whether they have a fire safety enforcement problem, particularly in the nightlife economy. And we know just how attractive Thailand is as a destination for tourists.
Very, very sad. For some of us who have been to Thailand, not long ago I was in Chiang Mai. If you look at the cabling and how the electric wiring are installed in that country, it is a tragedy in waiting, particularly in the back streets of these bigger cities, whether it's Chiang Mai or Bangkok. It is certainly a tragedy in waiting. This is not the first time, as you correctly put it. 2009 something happened, 2022 something happened, and 2024 thousands of animals were killed as a result of fire. So it's unfortunate that there is this illegal wiring, particularly on the back street nightclubs and bars in Bangkok, a very busy place, particularly right now, given that it's summer holidays. And as long as, of course, the government remains, slow in terms of addressing this, we are likely to have more of these tragedies happening, because and I don't think they can reverse it, because if you look up, walk in the streets of Bangkok, it's just scary to see how many wirings are going across buildings, and most of them, of course, are all illegal connections and people trying to save money. But unfortunately, it's largely tourists and the young people who come from various parts of the world to entertain themselves and for holiday in cities such as Bangkok that are often caught up with this illegality.
All right. And very briefly, Tembisa, after 118 years, the barrier between Spain and Gibraltar is coming down. How significant a moment is this? I mean, it's after years of the Brexit limbo.
Yeah, well, it's significant, but at the same time, it's unfair. The British, by and large, they want to have their pie and their cake and eat it at the same time. You must remember, it's them who decided on Brexit. And what Brexit did, it further complicated issues in terms of border crossing between Spain and Gibraltar, which is a territory of Britain. It's like going, for example, moving past Sentin into Johannesburg on a daily basis for many people, particularly those coming from south of Spain. Now, the Brexit complicated issues, but importantly also it meant that the Spaniards, who have always claimed Gibraltar as their own, were looking at other motions of reclaiming the territory of Gibraltar. And what this does, of course, it kind of helps them, because it will allay certain fears between the Spaniards and the British, at least those that are controlling the Strait of Gibraltar. There were a lot of border crossing complications on a daily basis with thousands of people moving in and out every morning. You can imagine 15,000 Spaniards trying to get to Gibraltar, have to go through border crossings. So what this does, of course, it lessens traffic. It makes things, or is going to make things much more smoother. And I think the relations will also improve because thousands of the Spanish citizens work in Gibraltar, which is one of the most successful, at least economic territory in that part of the world. So it's good news for everyone at the moment. And there's been excitement. You must remember during the Brexit vote, 96% of people in Gibraltar voted against Brexit. So many of them wanted to remain within the European Union. And this is certainly going to help them.
Tembisa Fagude, Senior Research Fellow and Director at Africa-Asia Dialogues. Let me bring in just some of your early voice notes. It'll lead us into the 6:30 news headlines.
Good morning, Sis Kathy and SAfm listeners. It's Tuelo in Kimberley. It's clear as people they want Matlanga Commission to come to an end without them appearing at the Matlanga. They must know that there is the long arm of the law. Sick note or no sick note.
Good morning, Kathy. Yeah, we can see the people who are implicated. Yeah, they are lawyers, left, right, and center. So, there's something to hide, but Langa will get to them. And yesterday is my Danga virus. Stay over here from the Western Cape.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, a man is expected to appear in court this morning in connection with a shooting incident in West Bank in the Western Cape. A man and a woman were killed and 8 others, including an infant, wounded when attackers opened fire on them on Sunday morning. The chief executive of the Public Investment Corporation, Patrick Dlamini, has been placed on precautionary suspension. The PIC board says he should be given time to respond to allegations of impropriety that a whistleblower made against him in a report last month. And the TRC Cases Inquiry will today hear testimony from the former National Police Commissioner Bheki Cele. The commission is tasked with determining whether there was political suppression of investigations and prosecutions related to TRC cases. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAfm. Guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Morning, heavy traffic on Joburg's N3 North. Now, there are roadworks between Marlborough Drive and Buccleuch, and there's also a crash in that section. The N3 North from Marlborough Drive stuck in a heavy backlog of traffic. You might want to exit somewhere like Marlborough Drive just to avoid the worst of that. The Mike 1 from Boyson's all jammed up. In fact, from Gold Reef City this morning, traffic already queuing all the way up through Crown and in towards the Empire Road exit in the Braamfontein area. Looking generally okay. Pretoria down through Midrand. Things are building up, but no major obstructions. Looking good on your way up from the south coast of KZN into Durban this morning. The N2 just starting to slow up at Spaghetti Junction through towards Westwood Mall. But if you're coming up from Toti through Prospect and splitting onto the M4 up through Umbilo into Durban, that looks good. No major problems. Ashburton, Pietermaritzburg, always worth checking. That route is clear this morning of any obstructions. And Cape Town, another misty start. It's not everywhere, and perhaps it's not as heavy as it was yesterday, but misty conditions certainly across the greater parts of the greater Cape Town area. Drive carefully if it's misty where you are. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Zach Khan, a very good morning to you. So we'll start off with the Junior Springboks, right? They've stormed into the World Rugby Under-20 Championship final.
Kathy, what a night of unbelievable performance. I think, the senior box might have to take notes from the youngsters. They are setting the bar very high, okay? 53-37 was their win. They overpowered England in this Under-20 Championship semi-final. Took place in Tbilisi in Georgia. South Africa trailed by 8 points at halftime, but they produced a blistering second-half comeback, running in 7 tries altogether. Kotatso Rasivaga scored a hat-trick, while Kebotile Make crossed twice as the Junior Box booked a place in Saturday's final against France. Now, the Junior Box won the title in Italy last year. They're now aiming to become champions for a second successive season. Let's go to the big box now, and their head coach Rassie Erasmus has named his 23-man squad to face Wales in round 3 of the Nations Championships, and that's on Saturday, 18 July, all happening at Kings Park Stadium in Durban here in South Africa. Rassie made 10 changes from the squad that played Scotland in Pretoria this past weekend, including 4 uncapped players. Let's hear from the coach, Rassie Erasmus.
I think like last weekend, there were some guys who got opportunities, and the weekend before, and the Barbarians. And now, including those guys, everybody that would have been in camp with us now for the last 7 weeks, they've been with us for 7 weeks. Some of them, and a guy like Yaku, Carlo, all the guys you mentioned, Vusi, and Ruben are the new guys. So what we've seen from them in training sessions, they definitely brought it to us and helping prepare the other guys for the test matches. We feel it's fair to give them opportunity here. And hopefully we think they can step up and do the job for us against Wales.
Well, there's action tonight as Spain and France square off in the first FIFA World Cup semi-final, with a place in Sunday's final up for grabs. The spotlight will fall on 3 key battles: Kylian Mbappe against Spain defender Pedro Porro, teenage sensation Lamine Yamal up against Theo Hernandez, and there's also the heavyweight midfield duel between Rodri and Aurelien Tchouameni. Kick-off at 9 p.m. Let's go to South African football now, and the rivals continue their pre-season preparation in Spain this week. Kaizer Chiefs under new coach Fernando de Cruz face Saudi club Al Khaloud, and that's tomorrow after drawing 1-1 with Rangers, while the defending Betway Premiership champions Orlando Pirates will begin life under Abdusalam Wadu against the Spanish side Cordoba as they gear up for the new season. And that's where we leave it for now on the football courts. We'll be back with more. That's at the top of the hour. I'm Sai Khan.
This FNB Market Brief is brought to you by FNB Business, empowering South African entrepreneurs with the relevant insights they need to grow and succeed every day. The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Oh, good morning, Ndauleng. We're seeing that the Paramount Warner Brothers merger, it's facing fresh legal hurdles.
That's right, Kathy. Paramount's proposed takeover of Warner Brothers has hit a hurdle after a coalition of 12 U.S. state attorneys general sued to block the deal on competition grounds. Now, the states argue the merger would reduce competition, lead to higher prices, fewer films and TV shows, and limit consumer choice by creating one of the largest media companies in the US. Now, Paramount has rejected the claims, saying the combined business would be better equipped to compete with streaming giants such as Netflix and benefit both audiences and creators. Now, the legal challenge could delay the transaction, potentially increasing costs for Paramount if the deal is not completed by the September deadline. In other company news, Volkswagen could cut a further 50,000 jobs as the German automaker steps up efforts to reduce costs and remain competitive in a rapidly changing global auto market. Now, the latest plans would bring potential job losses across the group to as many as 100,000. Although CEO Oliver Bloom says the final number is still under review. The company is battling weaker profits, growing competition from Chinese players, and the financial impact of trade tariffs. Now, labor representatives have reportedly pushed back against proposals that could also include factory closures. VW says it would prefer alternatives to shutting plants as it looks to improve efficiency and strengthen its long-term position. Now, tracking equity markets, sentiment continues to deteriorate as escalating tensions in the Gulf drive oil prices higher, with Brent crude climbing to around $84 a barrel this morning. Now that's weighing on risk appetite globally. Wall Street ended lower overnight, and losses have spilled into Asian markets this morning, despite stronger than expected Chinese trade figures. Back home, the mood also subdued, with the JSE All-Share Index closing about 0.33% lower. The rand remains under pressure too, trading at 16.46 to the dollar, just below 22 to the pound, and 18.75 to the euro. I'll hit pause for now and hand over to you, Kathy, for the business tip of the day.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ntaoleng. Now, one of the biggest mistakes businesses make is treating all cash in their account the same way. Some cash is needed for day-to-day operations, upcoming supplier payments and payroll. But many businesses also have surplus funds sitting idle for periods of time without a clear plan for how that money should be working for the business. A healthy cash flow strategy is not only about managing short-term obligations, it's about ensuring excessive cash is put to productive use while remaining aligned to future funding needs. This week, look at your expected cash requirements over the next 30, 60, and 90 days. And if there are funds that won't be needed immediately, consider whether they could be earning a return through solutions such as FNB business cash investments, while still supporting your broader cash flow objectives. The key is understanding your cash position before pressure arises, rather than reacting once it does. We'll explore this further on the Wednesday interview of FNB Business.
The FNB Market Brief was brought to you by FNB Business, your dedicated partner with decades of expertise building and growing South African businesses. FNB, help changes everything. FNB Business is proud to partner with SAFM's The National Briefing. We stand shoulder to shoulder with South African entrepreneurs and businesses because we know building a business is a 24/7 commitment. Whether you're managing cash flow, planning for growth, or navigating challenges, we deliver the sharp insights and practical solutions you need to move forward with confidence. From smart funding options to expert business advice, FNB Business is right there with you. Visit fnb.co.za/business. FNB, help changes everything. The National Briefing on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
Well, a refreshing morning to you, Advocate Mandula. Today we're going to start off in Sudan. We have a court there that has issued a sentence in relation to the Rapid Support Forces. Tell us more.
Jumbo Africa Kathy, and a refreshing morning to the listeners. Indeed, there was a sentencing by a court of anti-terrorism and a crime against the state sitting in Port Sudan, sentencing the leader of the Rapid Support Forces, Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, even with his brother. So there are 15 other accused who have been sentenced over the paramilitary group activities of April 2023. So what is the implication of this ruling, Casey? Is that this court has ordered that the RSF assets should be taken away, and the Interpol must also go under extradition of these leaders. Remember that this sentence was made in absentia of these leaders. There is still another ICC investigation on the situation of Darfur, and RSF has been implicated. So it is a long journey, but others are now saying what will be the justice to the victims, as the ICC, it is going through the other camps in east part of Chad to try to get more information about atrocities of Sudan.
It's a very busy week for President Ramaphosa, fresh from Paris, and he's hosting another head of state.
That is quite true. The Bi-National Commission, BNC, with the Namibian counterpart, President Nandi Ndaitwah, will be on Friday. But what happens today is that we have the prep meetings that are engaged by the ministers of foreign affairs. The senior officials will meet today and tomorrow. And on Thursday, you have ministers of foreign affairs to prepare for the heads of state on Friday. This Bi-National Commission was established in 2013. This is the fourth of its kind, but it is important to look at what are the national interest of South Africa and Namibia. We know on the issues of mining, on the issues of fishing, on the issues of tourism, and there are still many issues if you look at what then is the benefit of Namibia from South Africa. So this is a very important meeting of minds between the two SADC countries.
Yeah, the situation in the Cabo Delgado region in Mozambique is not getting better. We now, of course, are seeing very high levels of food insecurity there.
That is quite true. And this German humanitarian organization, first time I heard about this is Katie Johanniter International Assistance, giving us an early warning system of 900,000 people facing severe food insecurity, malnutrition, displacement of people, but also saying in the next 12 months they will focus on health, on the nutrition, or protection and multi-purpose cash assistance. They have engaged with the European Union humanitarian aid to assist the citizens in the northern part of Mozambique, which is Cabo Delgado. I think for the government of Mozambique, for SADC member states, within SADC, you have a humanitarian assistant, a unit that should also be consistent on assisting Cabo Delgado. But once you have the Germans and the EU being concerned, it's the same situation where you have Rwanda having interest in Mozambique, but Mozambique is within the SADC region.
And in our historical archives, 14 July 1965.
A very sad day that 61 years ago we lost one of our legends, son of the soil. If you think of September, Asamaimane Block Mudisani, you cannot leave Ndazana Nathaniel, not Nakasa, who was a journalist. He was the first black columnist for the Rand Daily Mail, was writing for Drama magazine. He passed away at the age of 61 in a high-rise building in New York. Others, they say, he died as a lonely and a homesick man during that time. So some of our leading journalists, there are awards that have been named after Ndazana Nathaniel, not Nakasa. Asante sana CKPS was still observing the International Mandela Month and the Africa Union Month.
Do you know what our problem is?
We have a problem?
You're a little clingy.
Clingy?
Every time I start getting somewhere, you want me.
But I need you.
You can't have all of me. I need a little room to grow.
So what are you saying?
Put me in a Netbank 32-day notice account. Give me some time. I'll come back better. Open a Netbank 32-day notice account on the Money app and bank your money this July savings month. Go to netbank.co.za. See money differently. Netbank. We are licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, Joburg 10-3 under pressure with a crash going into Buccleuch interchange. Traffic is heavy all the way back through Marlborough Drive and working back through towards the Alex area. If you're on that route north of Giluli's, not a bad run through the Edenvale area, but you'll get to Alex and then come to a big standstill. Bike one's heavy this morning from Ormonde all the way up to Empire Road, the N3 north from Elan's queuing through to Van Buren as you hit the roadworks around the Helden Ace interchange. Check on Mpumalanga, the N12 this morning, and Lefeni Ochis looks clear, no major problems there. Durban, a big set of traffic lights out. M7 at Chitron. That'll cause delays to and from the Bluff. Also, a lot of lights out on Umbilo Road this morning. Various about 3 sets down through the Umbilo area. N2 under some pressure north and southbound between Spaghetti Junction and Umgena Road. Northbound you'll be used to. Southbound looks like something's broken down before the interchange. And Cape Town, a misty start again this morning. It was misty all day yesterday. That mist still lingering in parts of this morning. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
SAFM. Prime time all day long.
All right, it's 6:48. Let's continue with the show here this morning then. Vusimusi Kat Matala had a plea deal and he had pleaded guilty to fraud, corruption and money laundering over that 228 million rand police health tender. He was going to serve 8 years and testify against the senior police officers and politicians allegedly attached to that deal. The magistrate looked at the deal and said 8 years was simply too lenient and instead put down 12. Yesterday, Matala walked away from the deal. That means that agreement is now null and void. The trial will start in September. Advocate Inez Bezaden-Hout is a legal analyst at the University of Free State Faculty of Law. Advocate Inez, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. So when a magistrate rejects a plea bargain as too lenient, what options does the accused actually have?
Good morning, Kathy. Thank you for the opportunity. So in this instance, the fact that the plea was rejected by the accused means that the matter will have to be placed in front of another court and the matter will start de novo. So it will start from scratch. And this means that no regard can be had to any negotiations which preceded the entering into the agreement or any record of the agreement in any of the proceedings that preceded the case starting de novo.
There were, of course, many who said that the decision by the magistrate to reject the plea and sentence agreement was quite extraordinary in and of itself. Do you agree?
No, in this instance, this is also within the directions of the Criminal Procedure Act that the court can reject the sentence, as in this instance, as indicated that it's not a just sentence, given the severity of the crime. So this is not uncommon, and this is one of the options that is provided for in the Criminal Procedure Act.
The NPA has come out to say that this decision will not hurt its case. But we do know that they had built a strategy on Matlala's cooperation, in particular to reach senior police officers. So is this a setback for the state? And if yes, how significant?
Not necessarily, because yes, it would have caused the case to be dealt with in a very expedient matter, but now the accused will be joined to the other accused, so he will be a normal accused, and then that means that the state cannot compel him to testify. However, we don't know what the extent will be, or rather, what will the plea be that the accused will enter into, and that once arraigned and he has to plead, there's still the option that the accused can decide to plead guilty or even to make certain formal admissions that will place those admissions beyond dispute. But also, which is maybe highly unlikely, the state can still make the offer to the accused and turn him into what we call a Section 204 witness. In other words, ask him to testify frankly and honestly, and if he does so, be exempted from prosecution for this case. However, I doubt if that will be the instance given the severity of the crime. But it does not preclude the state from continuing with the investigation, which we expect, and then they will lead the evidence. So the facts that they obtained from the statement, they can still follow those leads and then investigate the matter further and use witnesses they gather because of that in the case. Although they can't use a plea agreement, they can still follow up on the leads provided.
Would you say that Matlala is hedging his bets in the sense that he was willing to accept 8 years, feeling that 12 is just too much? But when we look at the minimum sentence for the charges that he is accused of, is it really, does it come down to a numbers game that he has in mind here? What's the worst case scenario?
Yes. So we have to remember that, as you've indicated, there is a prescribed sentence, and the prescribed sentence for this offence is 15 years imprisonment. The court can, however, deviate from the sentence if the court finds that there is substantial and compelling circumstances. The court already indicated that there are, and therefore would have deviated to 12 years imprisonment. We have to remember it will now be in front of another court, and sentence proceedings will be as normal. So both the accused and the state has the opportunity to lead evidence. If, for example, the accused pleads guilty, let's assume that is a possibility, then the state can still argue that fact that he pleaded guilty can be regarded with other facts holistically as substantial and compelling circumstances. So one can still expect that the court, at the end of the day, can still possibly deviate if the court finds that they're substantial and compelling. So it's not a numbers game, but the court will have to consider all the factors, both the personal circumstances of the accused, the interests of society, and also the severity of this case.
Advocate Inez Bezuidenhout, let me thank you for your time.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
The Motor Industry Staff Association, which represents 79,000 members in the retail motor industry, says that it condemns the revelation that municipalities across the country owe 1.7 billion rand in unpaid pension contribution. They go on to say that this is not mismanagement but theft from workers. Joining us, Pagamile Hlubi Majola, spokesperson for the Motor Industry Staff Association. Pagamile, good morning. So you are saying that it's theft and not mismanagement. These are strong words. What makes this a criminal rather than cash flow crisis?
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to your listeners. I hope you can hear me well. Thank you so much for having me on your show. Indeed, as the Motor Industry Staff Association, we are outraged, like many sectors of South African society, at the news that the municipalities have actually gone and pocketed 1.7 billion rand of workers' pension funds. And the reason we call this theft is because that's exactly what it is. There is already a body of laws and cases where the Financial Sector Conduct Authority has actually ruled on this issue. And why we are saying it's theft is because the municipality would have misled workers on the idea that they have deducted this money for the purpose of paying it over to the service provider in terms of the pension or the provident fund. So workers are doing their work faithfully believing that this money is going to be allocated to their provident fund and that at some point they'll be able to claim. But in fact, that money is not being paid over to the provident fund. And this is why we say this is fraud. And in fact, the Financial Sector Conduct Authority takes this matter so seriously that they themselves have ruled that in cases where employers have contravened Section 13A of the Pension Funds Act, which is precisely what these municipalities have done by not paying over these contributions, they have said that the employers are personally liable and must pay from their own pockets for this shortfall. And this is what we are insisting as well. We are saying that this principle, which applies in other instances in the private sector, must also apply to municipalities. And this is why we are demanding that officials in the municipality, such as the municipal manager, who is the accounting officer, and the political leadership, which would include mayors or councillors, must face personal accountability on this.
Pagamile, this problem is not new. In fact, it has been building over years. Every financial cycle we hear of one or other municipality that either has not been able to pay workers and where it's paying them, not been able to pay them in full. And the pension deductions are among the first to go. Has the industry and organizations like yourself, have you left this issue just to brew over a long period of time? Should these steps not have been taken in the first instance that this problem was first recorded?
We absolutely agree that this is an issue that has unfortunately been left to grow and mushroom to the extent where we are now. If you listen to what the finance minister has been saying, where now municipalities collectively owe a staggering 1.7 billion rand. And I think what this speaks to, Kathy, is a culture of generally non-compliance, number one. Number two, a culture of impunity. And this is why we're saying that we cannot accept a situation where the only remedy that Treasury can think of is that they are going to withhold funds, as they already have. They've withheld funding to 69 municipalities. We are saying that if we are going to see a real change in behavior, then what the FSCA has already established as a practice must be implemented. If individuals and municipalities are held personally liable and there are direct consequences where people are actually feeling the consequences of their mismanagement or of their corruption, which is what we view this as, and they feel it directly in their own pockets, then this is how we can root out this terrible behavior. Because at the end of the day, it's workers who are going to suffer as a result of this. When they have to claim and they're of pensionable age, and suddenly they realize that there's a massive shortfall because the municipality did not act in compliance with the law, they're going to suffer. So we are saying that the best way for us to deal with this is to actually take this type of punitive action.
Pagamile Klubi Majola, spokesperson for the Motor Industry Staff Association. It's now 7 o'clock, time for your latest news update.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185. Theft, accident, and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, suspect in West Bank shooting to appear in court and PIC CEO placed on precautionary suspension. Good morning. A man is expected to appear in the Malmesbury Magistrates Court this morning in connection with a shooting incident in West Bank in the Western Cape. A man and a woman were killed and 8 others, including an infant, wounded when attackers opened fire on them on Sunday morning. Police spokesperson Andre Trout says the suspect was arrested yesterday. The Public Investment Corporation has placed its chief executive, Patrick Dlamini, on precautionary suspension. The PIC board says the suspension will allow Dlamini time to respond to allegations of impropriety made by a whistleblower last month. It has announced that Leon Smith, who's the current head of fixed income and listed investment, will act in Dlamini's position. The PIC is the largest asset manager in South Africa. It manages over 3 trillion rand in government employee pension funds. The TRC Cases Inquiry will today hear testimony from the former National Police Commissioner, Bheki Cele. The Commission is tasked with determining whether there was political suppression of investigations and prosecutions related to TRC cases. For the rest of the week, it will focus on the role of the South African Police Service. The inquiry has heard several testimonies which have attributed the slow progress in getting justice for victims of apartheid-era human rights abuses to a lack of investigative capacity. The South African Human Rights Commission in Mpumalanga has dismissed allegations that Rob Ferreira Hospital in Mbombela has been without hot water for more than 4 years. The Commission conducted an oversight visit to the hospital following complaints lodged by the Democratic Alliance. It has, however, raised concerns over the conditions at the hospital, which is allegedly battling crippling staff shortages, overcrowding, failing infrastructure and a shortage of basic equipment. The Commission's provincial manager, Eric Mokonyama.
I've noted that among the allegations were that, for example, the hospital has been without hot water for over 4 years. I mean, that is not factually correct. There are considerable long times of periods where there would be no hot water, but it doesn't go as far as the past 4 years or more. What ticks the boxes is that as these things are being raised, they are being addressed. What doesn't is the fact that these things keep on recurring.
The South African Red Cross Society is helping Zimbabwean nationals undergoing the repatriation process in Bloemfontein reunite with their families. The organization is using its Restoring Family Links program to re-establish contact between relatives while providing essential humanitarian aid. The group is temporarily accommodated at a hall. Free State Red Cross manager Claudia Mini.
So the group is currently hosted in one of the halls, which is the evacuation centers in Bloemfontein. SACS is providing hot meals to ensure that the affected individuals have access to hot meals while in their stay. In addition, RFL, which is Restoring of Family Link Service, has been offered to assist individuals to re-establish contact with their families. SACS remains committed in providing humanitarian assistance and providing dignity to the well-being of vulnerable individuals throughout the repatriation process.
Recapping the top story, a man is expected to appear in the Malmesbury Magistrates Court this morning in connection with a shooting incident in Westbank in the Western Cape. A man and a woman were killed and 8 others, including an infant, wounded when attackers opened fire on them on Sunday morning. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Your older car may not have adaptive cruise control, but Outsurance Essential Car Insurance has got you covered. 68-year-old John pays only 391 Rand a month for his 2014 Chevrolet Sonic, gets claims paid in cash and chooses his own panel beater. Don't pay more than you need to insure your older car. Get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 Rand. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SAFM Sports Headlines. Rugby, the junior Springboks are one win away from back-to-back world titles after a thrilling victory over England. And Spain and France collide tonight in a blockbuster World Cup semi-final. All the details at around 7:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
No sign of any late mist rolling in. Emelafeni is still looking okay. Clear conditions not only on the N12 but on local routes through the area. Joburg's highways are busy this morning. The Mike 1 from Ormonde through to Empire Road. The N1 North is under pressure with the queues from Bayers Nordia up towards the Fourways exit. A crash on the N3 North of Buccleuch. Delays now right back almost into Edenvale. And a breakdown on the N1 South coming through from Midrand and Olifantsfontein between Oliphants and New Road. So pretty much loaded up across all major highway routes across the Gauteng province. Durban, the N2 South breakdown at Spaghetti Junction, that's being cleared. The N2 North is a little bit sluggish getting up through the interchange, but not too bad. Queues on the M4 at Merebank. If you're coming along the N2 in from Prospect and then you split onto the Southern Freeway, there's a queue and a half to work through there on your way to Durban. A breakdown after Kwamashu on the N2 towards Gateway causing some delays. And Cape Town in the middle of those long-term roadworks on the N7 North. There's a crash just before Voortrekker Road. That crash plus the roadworks means a big delay from Epping heading to Goodwood. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 9 after 7 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing as we bring you clarity, context, and conversation. A warm welcome if you've just tuned in. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana with you until 9 a.m. this morning, and of course, getting you ready as you step into your day. Coming up in this hour.
I noticed that this is one of those medical certificates, the nature of which I've previously said are useless in the sense that they give no information whatsoever. It's not even a case of what Mr. Bodlane said, which is confidentiality issues. It's just one of those useless so-called medical certificates.
Justice Madlanga has just about had it as the Madlanga Commission's work is under pressure because of repeated witness absences. Andrea Johnson becomes the 9th witness to miss an appearance on medical grounds. We'll unpack that shortly. Then COSATU weighs in on the PIC, the institution managing the pensions of 1.3 million public servants, has now suspended its chief executive. And we look at how a man wanted in Britain for the alleged murder of his wife and 2 daughters arrived in South Africa without raising alarm. What does the arrest say about our border security and international policing? And as always, the conversation belongs to you. I'd love to hear from you as the hour unfolds. The numbers to use this morning, 086 000 2032. That's the studio line, 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's where you can send your WhatsApp voice notes and text messages. Rob has your traffic, Zai has your sport, and Ntauleng, your latest market update.
10 chefs, 1 title, and a life-changing opportunity. This is the Taste Master Professional. Weekly cooking challenges test their skills, teamwork, and ability to run a professional kitchen, all under the critical eye of renowned chef Bertus Besson. With over 800,000 Rand in prizes, including a brand new car to the value of 440,000 Rand, and the chance to lead the new Taste Master Deli and Restaurant in Paarl, who will rise up and claim this exciting new career opportunity. Find out on the Taste Master Professional. Sundays at 7, repeat Saturdays at 4:30 and Sundays at 3:30 only on SABC2.
Outsurance knows that when it comes to insurance, trust isn't built on clever advertising and promises. It's built on how fairly an insurer pays claims. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. Make today the day you switch to Outsurance, where you always get something out. Call 08600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
It's 12 after 7 o'clock. Well, Advocate Andrea Johnson, not a bystander, but the head of the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption. This is the state's own corruption buster, becoming the latest witness to be rushed to hospital hours before she was due to answer allegations that she leaked a docket to a crime intelligence general back in 2018. Her sick note books her off until tomorrow. Let me bring in Sbatle Mota, who's been covering that commission. She's our reporter with SABC News. Sbatle, one can hear the frustration in Justice Madlanga's voice. You can tell he's absolutely at his wit's end with this growing list of witnesses who show up with last-minute medical certificates.
Yes, good morning to you, Kathy, and to the listeners. I mean, you know, this was something that was really not anticipated when we arrived at the commission yesterday, because what we found is that Mahlapi Sello, actually, who's the evidence leader, actually asked for a quick stand down, saying that she needed to address an issue. And, you know, nothing could have prepared us for the fact that Andrea Johnson, who is the head of IDEC, was rushed to hospital. And when, she presented that fact, as well as her legal counsel, you could tell that Justice Mbuyiseli Matlanga was really not happy with not only those news, but the quality of this medical certificates that various witnesses who have fallen ill have been producing before the Matlanga Commission. And if you remember, there was even one instance where he had even, considered the fact of subpoenaing some of these doctors who are issuing these medical certificates, because as things stand, I don't think anybody knew what the matter was with Andrea Johnson. So you could tell that he was not happy, but he was unfortunately compelled to adjourn yesterday's proceedings.
What we've seen with other witnesses is that if we look at Khan and the Medicare 24 CEO, Chris van Wyk, they simply continued with that evidence without the witness. Why was this not an option with Andrea Johnson?
So I think because it was just such a last-minute rush sort of a situation. This was one of the reasons why the fact of the evidence being read into the record was not considered, and hence why we wasted just an entire day of proceedings. And this was one of the reasons. So I guess when, eventually when she gets better and there is a detailed medical certificate, then this is definitely one of the options that the Matlanga Commission can actually explore about possibly reading her testimony into the record.
It's interesting because the days on which is available fall strictly in line with the days that she would have been giving evidence. So what does this mean for the Commission now, in as far as an alternative date that they could well give her?
I mean, Kathy, I think luckily last week we had the president just granting the commission that extension. And as you know, Jeremy Michaels, who speaks for the commission, has been quite adamant about the fact that they are still in line with finishing with some of its evidence. So these were some of the questions that we raised to him last week to say, what will happen to these witnesses who have not appeared and have cited health conditions or health issues? Will they be appearing before the commission? And as you know, Jeremy Michaels always keeps his cards very close to his chest. He's always mum on the witnesses appearing before the commission and who's going to be appearing before the commission. So one can only hope that they will consider some of these witnesses to actually come back, seeing that we have a very short extension. And I mean, we'll only see as things unfold if the likes of Andrea Johnson, Suleiman Karim and Feroz Khan will actually come back and present their side of the story.
There was expectation that this week Vusmusi Kat Matlala would also be making his appearance before the commission. You'd have seen the news of the collapsed plea and sentencing agreement between Matlala and the state. What is the commission's position now on when he'll appear?
I mean, with Vusmusi Kat Matlala, one finds comfort in the fact that he already has appeared, if I could put it like that. Because if you remember, he appeared virtually, via video link, and that is the expectation. But there's also another side to this. As you know, both Vusmusi Kat Matlala as well as Suleiman Karim are both scheduled to appear tomorrow before the Matlanga Commission. So one thing that we do know is that there is quite a lot of skepticism around Karim's appearance before the Matlanga Commission. So we do expect that Matlala may appear, while Suleiman, Karim may yet again be a no-show because, as you know, he fell sick, had a heart attack, I think, once he was at gym, and he hasn't really recovered since then.
All right, Sbatle Mota, thanks for that update. So as you heard, then tomorrow likely to be yet another big day at the Matlanga Commission. What did one of our listeners call it? Matlanga virus, he said.
SAFM values your views. Be an active citizen.
Well, let's move on to the story now, 18 after 7 o'clock. The Public Investment Corporation once again under the spotlight. It's after its board suspended CEO Patrick Dlamini. A special meeting was held at which 11 board members voted in favor of the suspension. All of it in light of a whistleblower complaint laid against Dlamini regarding Lanseria International Airport. Now, the PIC manages trillions of rand in public pension and social security assets. Matthew Parks is the parliamentary coordinator for COSATU, joins us this morning. Matthew, firstly, the story has been taking place and unraveling for the last 2 months or so. When you saw this suspension, what was your reaction? Is it a signal of the system is working, that the checks and balances are kicking in? Or is it a case of, well, here we go again, yet another public institution, officials, of course, getting caught in the red hairs of corruptions, of mismanagement, maladministration, etc.?
Good morning. Thanks for having us. I think it's a question of both. The deal that's is in question has long been an area of concern, Lanseria Airport, and the kind of the empowerment deal with regards to it. But I think also it's positive for the PIC takes action against persons accused of serious issues of corruption or state capture even. So that's a positive thing. But nonetheless, we must constantly be concerned because this is public servants' pension funds. It's workers' unemployment insurance benefits. It's the compensation for occupational injuries benefits. So we need to be very vigilant. And also, this is the largest investment fund, not just in South Africa, but in fact, the entire continent. And our experience with the PIC is that there's been a long battle against corrupt persons within the PIC who do very dodgy deals, by corrupt entrepreneurs and politicians who go and seek the money to enrich themselves. And so often we felt the PIC has been a bit too soft in it, but I think we must welcome action by them in this regard. Of course, Mr. Dlamini is innocent until proven guilty, but if it gives space for a thorough investigation, that's a positive thing, whichever way the outcome goes. And I think also the PIC has made progress despite these messy headlines now. If you look back, 10 years ago, where the previous CEO of the PIC literally had a blank check for listed investments of under 10 billion rand. He could just sign it off by himself without board approval, and unlisted of 3 billion rand and less. And that was really a recipe for corruption, for looting, for state capture. And even previously, the Minister of Finance before, under the old PIC Act, literally had a blank check to appointment of the board, to any instruction to the PIC. That has changed, but nonetheless, there is still quite worrying smoke, which you see time and again. So we hope this investigation will be thorough and we can get to the bottom of it, and that workers and public servants and pensioners can be sure that their monies are safe at all times.
Absolutely. So these are the nurses, the teachers, the police officers who are listening to this conversation and asking themselves whether their pension is actually at risk, or is this just governance turbulence that is at the top while the fund itself remains stable?
So the fund itself remains stable, so nurse doesn't need to worry about it. Number one, the GPF, for example, which is 87% of the PIC assets, it's a guaranteed pension scheme. The state will cover it no matter how the PIC does. Whether the PIC does well or doesn't do well, the GPF is always guaranteed as a defined benefit scheme. And similarly with regards to the unemployment insurance fund, which is about 7% of its assets, and the compensation occupational injuries fund, which is a small amount of about 2 or 3%. So those are guaranteed, but nonetheless, the principle remains that these are workers' monies and they must be used to benefit workers, not to benefit entrepreneurs, corrupt officials, or politicians. So we must always be concerned about these allegations. But the nurse, no, she does not need to worry. Those monies are guaranteed; they are safe, and the PIC has actually done quite well during COVID. As we emerged from COVID, it was worth about 1.8 trillion rand, the total assets. It's now worth about 3.6 trillion. So they've done very well to double those investments over the past 6 years. That's actually extremely impressive. But because of such large pools of money, there's constantly people who try to find the ways inside it. So we have to remain constantly vigilant. So it is good that this PIC board has been a bit more robust in overseeing issues, and that they've acted when allegations have been raised. They haven't swept it under carpet, so that's positive. But I think for us, we do remain concerned that the PIC is a very large, institution. It manages thousands of investments. We do fear at times that down the ranks, they don't always pay sufficient attention, especially if it's not seen to be large amounts, if it's seen to be under R1 billion, which to you and me is, is a huge amount of money. We've often felt at times a little bit too relaxed in those kind of instances. But nonetheless, here we are appreciative that they are acting because this deal does raise significant concerns to us.
Matthew Parks, Parliamentary Coordinator at COSATU.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
A British Zimbabwean fugitive wanted, this is Ndodana Mkhanyisi Tsuma, wanted in the United Kingdom for the alleged murder of his wife and 2 daughters, appeared at the Johannesburg Magistrates Court yesterday. It's after being arrested in Johannesburg by SAPS and Interpol. The Justice Minister, Mamuluko Kubai, says he was able to enter South Africa through OR Tambo International Airport because he hadn't yet been flagged by British authorities. Dr. Esewe Mqolisi Matebula is an independent crime and policing expert. Dr. Matebula, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. Many people are asking why he would have chosen South Africa, identified South Africa as his hiding place.
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning to the listeners. This has been happening in South Africa for many years. In the last, let's say, 10 years, more than 60 fugitives were arrested in South Africa. You remember Mr. Kaishima, the Rwandan national, who was involved in the 1994 Rwandan genocide. He was arrested in South Africa after he tried to apply for refugee status under a pseudonym Dende Minana. Ruth Lawrence was wanted in Ireland for double murder, arrested in South Africa. There are so many. Now the question, as you asked, is why do they choose South Africa? Perhaps they know that in South Africa things are easier as opposed to other countries. We spoke many times about the porous borders, that people can come and go as they wish, and they make the life of the police or law enforcement very difficult, because whenever they come to South Africa, some they come without papers and commit a crime and go back. It's very difficult to trace or track such an individual. So those are some of the problems. Corruption at Home Affairs as well doesn't make life easier as well. People, they just come to South Africa. A person will come to South Africa maybe as a tourist. And whenever they're in South Africa, they can decide to stay for as much as they want, get a job, but they came as tourists. So those are the problems that we're facing in South Africa currently.
The minister, of course, explained that he wasn't flagged when he arrived. How do these Interpol red notices actually work in real time at international airports, including our own? And how big is the lag time, right, between a crime abroad and the alert that is then sent or would be seen at our local counters?
Interpol is very effective when it comes to the flagging of fugitive or wanted people, because they use different colors for different incidents. But for as long as the person is not flagged at that time when that person enters South Africa, then the system will not be able to detect that this person is wanted in such and such a country. So it remains the responsibility of that country that is seeking that individual to do it expeditiously, to flag this person through Interpol. Then that system is very effective. But again, in South Africa, that system works for Interpol. But for instance, do we have our own system that monitors people that comes and go in South Africa? Especially those who come through our ports of entry. I don't think we do have that system as well. I think we need to maybe take tracing from Interpol, maybe use what Interpol is using as well to flag people who come to South Africa and stay as long as they want, and knowing that they are in South Africa illegally. Otherwise, we wouldn't be where we are today, where we have people marching up and down against undocumented foreign nationals.
When we look at this particular instance, though, would you say that there has been a failure at our borders? The man has been arrested within hours, right, of authorities discovering that he'd actually made his way into South Africa. Surely that is credit?
It is credit, and credit must go to the whistleblower. And now we can see the role that they play, because we are told that a relative is the one that blew the whistle, told the police that this person is in South Africa. And it goes as far as other fugitives as well. Whistleblowers played a major role, yes. The prompt reaction by police is also appreciated. They did a very good job. At least there's something that we can brag about instead of, worrying about what's happening at the Madanga Commission. It's a good thing.
All right, let's leave it there. Dr. Esewu Mxolisi Mathebula is an independent crime and policing expert. I guess the bigger issue there is, how do we move South Africa from becoming one of the countries that fugitives look at when they're trying to escape the law elsewhere in the world? It's edging towards the 7:30 news headlines. Before we get to it, though, let's take some of your WhatsApp voice notes.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Good morning, Sis Keith and your team. Sis Keith, the Madanga Commission should now descend heavily on every individual who intentionally delays its processes. Thank you.
Good morning, Sis Kathy. The PIC it's actually playing with people's lives. I mean, once you talk about people's pensions and all, remember now you're dealing with soldiers, the police, teachers, doctors. It's their pensions, money that they've worked hard for their entire lives, if I may put it like that. So it's a recipe for disaster, and they should be very, very careful in terms of the management of that fund.
Morning, Sis Katie. It's LP truck driver. Sis Katie, I think those signals need to be verified. I suspect are those ones that are bought in the market. Really. There's no way that so many people who are supposed to appear in Madanga, they are all getting sick. No, that's not fair. That's not fair, really. We need to check. We need to verify those validity of those signals. LP.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, a new witness is expected to take the stand at the Madanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria this morning. This as the Commission continues to hear testimony related to the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption. A man is expected to appear in the Malmesbury Magistrates Court this morning following a shooting incident in which an infant was wounded in Westbank in the Western Cape. And the Public Investment Corporation has placed its Chief Executive, Patrick Dlamini, on precautionary suspension. It has announced that Leon Smith, who's the current head of fixed income in listed investment, will act in Dlamini's position. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, still very heavy on Joburg's N3 North. A crash this morning at Buccleuch interchange, and that incident has been cleared, but it's got a backlog of traffic all the way through from Edenvale. So from Modderfontein Road up to Buccleuch, absolutely jam-packed. Crash on the M1 North before Winnie Mandela. Heavy backlogs coming through from Bayers Nordia. Crash on the Mike 1 North near Glenhove. That's a joined-up queue this morning from Gold Reef City through Braamfontein and then up through Parktown into that Houghton area. That Mike 1 is under pressure. And of course, you've got the N3 queuing from Elands up to Van Buren in the usual backlog. There's still no traffic lights around Main and Nel Mapius in Irene, so extra delays again through that Centurion area. A lot of traffic lights out around Durban's Umbilo Rochborough area. There's a whole pile of them down on Umbilo Road. The M7 at Titran is out as well, and queuing traffic on the M4 Southern Freeway as you merge off the M2 into that Merebank area heading up towards sort of Clarewood and Jacobs. A couple of breakdowns now on the N2 North between Commercial and Gateway, so you've got traffic starting to pile up on the way to the airport into that obstruction. Cape Town this morning, Marine Drive slow now through Sunset Beach to Racecourse Road. The M5 is fairly heavily backed from Rondebosch to Kubo interchange. And again, no traffic lights on Broadway Boulevard at the N2. Expect some delays across that bridge in Somerset West. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Zakan, good morning again. The junior box, they're through to another world final. It's after running riot against England. So we're just having, Springbok champs across the ages.
You know this, Kathy. The Springbok production line just keeps rolling. So, yeah, the future of South African rugby looks to be in very safe hands. Yeah, they had a 53-37 victory over England in Tbilisi, Georgia. That's the defending champions, the junior box. Now, they did trail 2012 at halftime before producing a dominant second half performance and running in 7 tries. The junior box will defend their title against France, and that's in Saturday's final after the French edged New Zealand 26-22 in the other semi-final. Let's go to the Springboks now, and their head coach Rassie Erasmus has named his 23-man squad to face Wales in round 3 of the Nations Championship this coming Saturday, 18th July, at Kings Park Stadium in Durban. Now, he also introduced fly half Vusi Moyo alongside experienced scrum half Kobus Reinach, while you've also got the likes of Jaco Williams will form the back three with fellow wing Kurtley Arendse and fullback Apalele Fassi, with Damien de Ellender and Jesse Creel manning the midfield. Rassie shared his thoughts about the debutant Vusi Moyo.
I think Vusi, for his age, is a very big boy. And certainly in training sessions, he doesn't stand back for the physical side of the game. I think he's nice and calm. It's different than a test match, so that's why it's a test match. He will be tested in that. He's a wonderful kicker of the ball. He kicks great. The way he kicks off, restarts. His kicks to touch are great. And to the poles, but that's been not in test matches. So we want to see him in a test match because what he, again, I'm repeating myself, but what he shows in training sessions and also in the Barbarian/SAA game, he definitely showed a lot there. And then I think he's got, for a big man, very good soft hands.
That's the Springbok head coach Rassie Erasmus on the national briefing. Football now. Kylian Mbappe will once again be the centre of attention when France face Spain in tonight's 9 p.m. FIFA World Cup semi-final in Dallas. The France captain has scored 8 goals at the tournament, drawing level with Lionel Messi in the race for the Golden Boot. Mbappe has been instrumental in France's push for a third World Cup title 4 years after their defeat in the 2022 final. Closer to home, Orlando Pirates are stepping up their pre-season preparation in Marbella, Spain. Junior international defender Neo Rapu is eager to learn from the experienced players such as Dion Hotto. Rapu joined the Buccaneers from Siwelele and says working alongside the senior players will help him adjust.
Of course. And obviously the standard, man, it's a big standard. And the training, the intensity, as a young footballer, you learn. And obviously, me being there with Dion as well, who is a good wingback, I learn a lot. And obviously I need to work my way up and improve each and every day to work to work for my place in that national and the team, because everyone there is top. But yeah.
And that's where we leave it for now. Our goal is to be back at the top of the hour for the National Briefing Sport. I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Ndauleng, good morning to you. So, diamond mining, right, continues to face challenges, and De Beers now halting its production at an SA diamond mine. It's due to the deepening crisis in the sector.
That's right, Kathy. And just judging by De Beers' fortunes, one must say diamonds don't seem to be a girl's best friend anymore. As you mentioned there, De Beers saying it'll place its Venetia mine in Limpopo on care and maintenance for 2 years as part of a broader drive to rein in costs. The decision comes as the natural diamond industry continues to battle weak demand, with softer luxury spending in China, rising competition from lab-grown diamonds, and ongoing geopolitical uncertainty weighing on sales. Now, attempts to reduce supply and support prices have also been undermined by an oversupply of rough diamonds. The move is not expected to affect De Beers' production targets, as output will be shifted to other operations. De Beers has yet to outline what the suspension will mean for workers at Venetia. Now, the announcement comes as parent company Anglo American moves ahead with plans to dispose of the diamond business. In other company news, the Competition Commission has recommended approval of Harith's proposed acquisition of SAfmRadio, clearing the way for the Competition Tribunal to make the final decision. Now, the watchdog backed the deal subject to conditions aimed at preventing anti-competitive behavior linked to Harith's 37% stake in Lanseria International Airport. The conditions require fair access and non-discriminatory treatment for rival airlines using the airport. Now, the acquisition would help SAfmRadio comply with South Africa's airline ownership rules while bringing the carrier into Harith's transport and logistic portfolio. The deal follows Harith's failed bid for SAA and marks another step in reshaping the country's aviation sector, where SAfmRadio dominates the domestic market. Now, taking a look at equity markets, sentiment remains subdued as continued strikes in the Gulf weigh on risk appetite. Asian stocks are trading lower, while U.S. futures are also under pressure. Beyond the geopolitical tensions, investors are turning their attention to the start of the second quarter earnings season and this week's U.S. inflation data, both expected to set the tone for markets. And then coming back home, the JSE likely to open on the back foot, tracking weaker global peers. In currencies, emerging market assets remain under pressure as oil holds above $80 a barrel. The rand is trading at 16.44 to the dollar, just below 22 to the pound, and 18.73 against the euro. I'll hit pause for now and hand over to you, Kathy, for the business tip of the day.
Thanks, Ntauleng. Your F&B business tip for today. One of the biggest mistakes businesses make is treating all cash in the account the same way. Now, some cash is needed for day-to-day operations, upcoming supplier payments and payroll. But many businesses also have surplus funds sitting idle for periods of time without a clear plan for how the money should be working for the business. A healthy cash flow strategy is not only about managing short-term obligations, it's also about ensuring excess cash is put to productive use while remaining aligned to future funding needs. This week, look at how your expected cash requirements over the next 30, 60 and 90 days. If there are funds that won't be needed immediately, consider whether they could be earning a return through solutions such as F&B business cash investments while still supporting your broader cash flow objectives. The key is understanding your cash position before pressure arises rather than reacting once it does. We'll explore this further on the Wednesday interview of F&B Business.
Catch Top Billing this Tuesday evening at 7 on S3 as designer Lizanne Vivier reimagines our wardrobes through creative styling. Metro FM's DJs Nomuzi Musli Mabena and Siabonga Scoop Ngwegazi are setting the trend. And the art of Utata Madiba is the hero of artist Louis Janssen van Vuren and author Hardy Olivier's country home. That's Top Billing this Tuesday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
Smart business moves mean more savings. Switch to OUTsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. And you get peace of mind with a fixed access. So no nasty surprises when it's time to claim. For guest houses, catering companies, boutique hotels, tour operators and all other businesses. Why wait? Get a quote now to switch and save. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 08600 60,000. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
Let's get it into our reality check for this morning. It's 7:43. Joining us this week, our contributor is Zimasa Vabaza, a socioeconomic commentator, media strategist, and entrepreneur. And of course, a reality check is really just a moment for us to pause, reflect, think about the state of South Africa, right? Not just what's happening, but why it's happening and what it's costing us. And most importantly, what are the things that we need to do, the practical steps we need to take to build the South Africa that we want to see. And Zimasa, of course, known for challenging our thinking, particularly when it comes to some of the social media content that he puts together, which simplifies complex economic, political, and cultural issues in the country. Zimasa, good morning to you again. And yesterday, not last week. I already feel like I've gone through a whole week since yesterday. Well, yesterday morning, you set the foundation for us, right? And that the theme of this week is going to be looking at the South African middle class and the paradox of the South African middle class. What is it doing with the power that it has accumulated, and why across every racial line does the middle class still feel stuck?
Thank you, Kathy. Yesterday was a week after I was listening to the conversation. But I think today I want to bring it back to a micro level. I want people to start thinking about their own piece of South Africa inside their homes, where they live. And I want us to talk about the baseline for all of this. We think and we talk about how we want to become successful, how we aspire for things, and look forward and be hopeful. That all happens when the architecture of the decisions that we take becomes clearer. I'll give you some key facts. Pretty much there's only 6% of South Africans that are on track to, one, retire comfortably or to build any sort of wealth. The other conversation we need to have is that most South African workers, above 70%, their salary does not last past 7 days. On top of that, there are things that people get for themselves that are momentary. Yes, there is a feeling that the world is so tough, is so hectic, that you've got to then say to yourself, I am willing to forego the future and quickly just buy this thing. We talk about retail therapy. We talk about splurging. We talk about Shein hauls. We talk about all of these things that are very much momentary. The other thing we need to have a conversation about is how money, particularly within marriages, relationships, is such a divisive issue. But within the system that we are in, there is the opportunity to build for less, to put in less because you are sharing with somebody. Divorce rates in South Africa have skyrocketed. Money is an issue within relationships, but money is the thing that will build this generational wealth that we look towards. Money, the savings culture, is what will give us an opportunity for the next generation. On the other side of that, Kathy, I want people to start to think about the fact that there are things that exist. There are savings cultures that exist, but those savings cultures, they look at what they can save for consumptive purposes. So for instance, 50 plus billion rand is saved every year in stokvels, but at the end of the year, people are buying food. We need to have that conversation with ourselves. On the other side of it, we also need to talk about, from the male perspective, younger males, 25 to 35, they are the highest share of gamblers in this country. Almost 60% of them are actual punters and wagers. A lot more people also play the lottery. We are waiting and hoping for somebody to come save us, and we are willfully, I would say, subscribing to social taxes around us. And nobody should blame anybody else for those type of situations. So our relationship with money, as the first building block of this framework that we have, is the first hurdle that we need to overcome as people. So the conversation we need to have with ourselves is, what type of relationship do I have with money, and what type of relationship with money will set me up for success? We have so many things that exist in our society that have to deal with money and our relationships with money, whether it's excessive drinking, whether it's splurging, whether it's not saving for the future. Generational wealth is not going to be built by anybody else, but by you making tougher generational decisions. So what I want to ask and leave people with is to understand that every relationship that your household, your family delays or avoids, it's not going to change your family's future until you decide to change. What's going to change or going to have to change is how you start today to move forward. Thanks, Kathy.
Zimasa, the one thing that I think a lot of people often shy away from is to talk about money, right? Because it feels like we're being touched on our studios and we work hard for our money, and the last thing we want is to be told how to handle or how to manage our money. But then, of course, if we look at it, there are socio-political implications of how we are spending that money.
So the easiest thing for any person to do, Kathy, is to pass the buck, and particularly within the middle class. I'm not talking about people who might be working poor, who are those people that earn below the living wage. I'm talking about people who make enough money, but they make terrible decisions. What I challenge everybody to do today is to take your last 3 months bank statement and literally use the free AI tools that exist and put it in there and ask AI to analyze your trends, good and bad, and also where the leakages in your own personal financial framework are. And you'll start to see something that you are overspending in areas where you have told yourself you shouldn't.
Okay, that's a challenge from Zimasa this week. Let's bring in AI. You don't need to consult a financial advisor, an accountant to help you with this. And Zimasa is building up to the conversation he wants us to have, particularly as the middle class. What are we doing with our collective power? Do we know, do we even understand what that collective power, including buying power, what that means in our society? Zimasa, we're going to leave it there for now. We're going to take a quick break. Rob is standing by with your latest market update, or rather your latest traffic, not market update, your latest traffic.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's a heavy set of highways this morning around Joburg, particularly with that N3 North still backlogging from Edenvale all the way through to the Clue interchange. If you do that run north of Galuli's this morning, it is jam-packed. Crash on the M1 North before Winnie Mandela, queues back beyond Bayers Nordia, Randburg through the four ways under pressure, and a crash on the Mike 1 North at Houghton up by Glenhove Road. That's a joint up queue all the way back into Gold Reef City. So on Monday through Houghton, on your way to Sandton, heavy backlogging going on there as well. Still with the breakdown around Olifantsfontein, so a bit of congestion coming through Midrand in towards that scene this morning. Durban, the N2 running north up towards the airport. There are a multiple set of breakdowns between Kormarshu Highway and Umhlanga. There's about 3 vehicles broken down. So from Queen Dundee Drive, the pressure on until you get past the last of those vehicles, almost through to Gateway. M4 at Merebank, that stays busy on the Southern Freeway. Lights around M7 at Chitram. Watch for some delays around that busy junction by Southway Mall. And Cape Town, same as yesterday, still no traffic lights on Broadway Boulevard at the N2 Highway Bridge in Somerset West. There's a whole pile of congestion around there. Marine Drive slow to Racecourse Road, and the M5 North backlogging from Rondebosch through to the Coburg interchange. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
There's a song that goes, "Money can't buy me love." And that's true. But then they told us all you need is love, which anybody with a mortgage will tell you most certainly is not true. Love won't pay your parking tickets or your student loan it's also needy. It requires effort, availability, constant care. But more importantly, love requires time. And while money can't buy you love, it can certainly free up some of your time. Time to spend on the things you love, with the people you love. And if you're looking, maybe even time to find the one you love. That's why, after 50 years of investing, we've learned that time is the greatest gift of all. And the good news is, if you invest early, time gives you money. And then money gives you more time to do the things you love. And don't you love that about investing? Ellen Gray, long-term investing. Ellen Gray is an authorized FSP.
You may not be able to drop the price of your child's school fees, but switch to Outsurance and you could drop your car insurance premium. You could save big, like 36-year-old Jill, who saves a jaw-dropping 471 Rand a month on her 2025 Hyundai i20. Don't pay more than you need to. Get a quote from Outsurance to switch and save today. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Andre Johnson, the Winnie Mandela of the EFF, has tried to defeat the end of justice. This is active season in Polokwane. I think we need to investigate everyone who Malema supported, including the judge of Constitutional Court, Judge Maya, because she has got a lot of support from the EFF, because apparently everyone who has got the support of the EFF is a somehow questionable character. Thank you. Active citizen in Polokwane.
Good morning, SAFM, and to listeners. It's Sylvan Gumner from Durban. My concern is with the PIC and to all pension funds. The unclaimed pension benefits, the members that are deceased and family members that have not claimed. What is happening to that money? Where is that money invested, the unclaimed benefits, and where is the interest directed to? Please, can somebody from the PIC or pension departments give us some clarity on unclaimed pension money? What is happening to those benefits? Thank you.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Yeah, it's such a good question on those unclaimed benefits, right? And in fact, I think we did a couple of features with Brian Hirsch when I was still doing the mid-morning show that looked specifically at that issue and the extent to which administrators are actually seeking out the beneficiaries, right, of those funds. And one just doesn't get a sense that enough work is actually done, to find those beneficiaries, because sometimes people just don't know. They didn't know that those pensions are sitting there. So it's really a brilliant question, one that we'll look to see how we can answer in the coming days. Let me go to Richards Bay. Bahle, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. How are you?
Good, Bahle, go for it.
Yeah, okay. Kathy, I was supposed to talk about the implications of pulling out of that plea bargain, but the advocate has already said what I wanted to say. But all I can add is that it's a sad day for South Africa that that judge chose to increase the sentence, because all he needed to do was to say, listen, Mr. Machala, we will take your plea deal, but if you fail to give us evidence that is going to convict everybody you have implicated, then you must know that we will give you exactly what whoever has been found guilty will get. So that will be the minimum sentence of 15 years. He was supposed to do that. Now, he has allowed these high-ranking policemen to get out of this whole thing scot-free, because Matala was going to implicate them. He was going to bring evidence to show that the monies that were paid to the butchery, for instance, were all corrupt money. Okay.
Yeah,
let me
but
leave
but,
that.
but 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 hey, what about the need to also, to send a message, right, to society about the seriousness of the crime that has been committed? Because even with 12 years, he's still getting less than the prescribed minimum sentence, which is 15. So it's not like he's being overly punished here. And the judge is saying that what he has done is just, so bad that he can't fathom where he just gets 8 years.
Kathy, listen to this. 12 years is actually 6 years in South African prison if you are a first offender. So this thing of 12 years, let us forget about it, because
So worse so if it's 8 years, right?
Yes, you see, because 8 years will be 4 years, because as a first offender, when you come to prison, 4 months are taken off immediately before you do anything, before you eat the first breakfast in jail. 4 months is taken off, so you can count, and then you get a parole, because this is theft.
Okay.
This is not So
all right.
So this issue about 12 years is a serious, and it's actually not.
Bahle, let's leave it there, Bahle. Let's leave it there. Pule, you're in Bloom. Good morning.
Morning, Kathy. Yesterday I did not sleep at all. 35 initiates have died. 75 have been hospitalized yesterday. And we go on as if it's business as usual. 35 young lives have been lost. And it's quiet in this country. Not even a whimper from the highest office in the land. I'm really disturbed.
Pule, in Bloom, we're going to leave it there. I don't know, and maybe we should have a focus on in the initiation schools sometime this week. I know we did it towards the end of last week and on Friday. But surely we must also be willing to have the uncomfortable conversations as a society. It cannot be left in government's hands alone, because there are parents who are making decisions about sending their children to initiation. There are practitioners who are running these practices. We have to have a conversation as society that truly helps us deal with what is broken. Why is it that the season becomes a death sentence and claims the lives of so many young people? It's time for your latest 8 o'clock news update.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, new witness at Madlanga Commission to testify about IDAC-related matters, and Ukraine claims Russia launched a fresh round of attacks. Good morning. A new witness is expected to take the stand at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry this morning. This as the Commission continues to hear testimony related to the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption. 3 witnesses have so far implicated IDEC head Advocate Andrea Johnson in compromising investigations in a case in which Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Feroz Khan is accused of assault. Sibahle Mota reports.
The Madlanga Commission resumes at the Bridget Mabandla Justice College in Pretoria this morning. The inquiry is expected to continue hearing evidence relating to the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption and its head, Advocate Andrea Johnson. Johnson has been implicated in allegations of interference and defeating the ends of justice in a matter involving suspended Deputy Head of Crime Intelligence, Major General Feroz Khan. The allegations stem from an incident that occurred in 2018 where it is alleged that Khan intimidated and assaulted a crime intelligence official, Brigadier Petle.
A man is expected to appear in the Malmesbury Magistrates Court this morning following a shooting incident in which an infant was wounded in Westbank in the Western Cape. A man and a woman were killed and 8 others wounded when attackers opened fire on them on Sunday morning. The suspect was arrested yesterday. Police spokesperson Andre Trout.
The diligent work of detectives has led to the arrest of a 27-year-old suspect following the fatal shooting in Westbank in Malmesbury, in which 2 people lost their lives and 8 others were the victims of attempted murder. While this arrest marks a significant breakthrough, the investigation remains ongoing as detectives continue to pursue all leads and determine whether additional suspects were involved. Policing in the area remains reinforced to prevent any further violence or retaliatory attacks.
Police have destroyed more than 11,000 firearms and arrested about 13,000 suspects countrywide for various crimes. They say some of the firearms were used to commit crimes against women and children, as well as cash-in-transit heists. Police spokesperson Amanda van Wyk.
Of those firearms destroyed, 157 were linked to finalized cases involving crimes committed against women and children, while 3 are linked to cash-in-transit robberies. Also amongst those arrested are 105 arrested for murder. Majority of these suspects were arrested in the Eastern Cape with 28, followed by Gauteng with 26.
The Public Investment Corporation has placed its Chief Executive Patrick Dlamini on precautionary suspension. The PIC board says the suspension will allow Dlamini time to respond to allegations of impropriety made by a whistleblower last month. It has announced that Leon Smith, who's the current head of fixed income in listed investment, will act in Dlamini's position. Excuse me. The PIC is the largest asset manager in South Africa. It manages over 3 trillion rand in government employee pension funds. And finally, Ukraine says Russia has launched a fresh round of ballistic missile strikes on the capital Kyiv, sending residents into shelters. Ukrainian forces have been struggling to shoot down Russian ballistic missiles. Ukraine and its 9 Western allies, including Britain, France and Germany, have agreed to set up an integrated coalition against ballistic missiles. This following their talks in Paris yesterday. French President Emmanuel Macron.
We agreed with President Zelensky a roadmap between our 2 countries, implementing the bilateral cooperation measures agreed upon in principle last November. This covers air defense, to complement the systems and missiles due for delivery in the coming weeks, and the modernization of Ukraine's fighter fleet.
Recapping the top story, a new witness is expected to take the stand at the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry this morning. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
OUTsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
With the price of fuel going up, we all need to drop expenses wherever we can. Switch to OUTsurance and you could save big on your car insurance, like 48-year-old Adam, who saves a jaw-dropping 1,803 Rand a month on his 2020 Audi Q3. No matter what happens in the economy, OUTsurance is still committed to dropping prices and saving you money. Get a quote today, SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SAfm Sports Headlines. Soccer, France and Spain meet tonight in a blockbuster World Cup semi-final with Kylian Mbappe and Lamine Yamal set for a star-studded showdown. And we also have rugby with the junior box 1 win away from back-to-back world titles. All the details around 8:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
A reminder, if you're not on it yet, try and avoid it. Joburg's N3 North really heavy today from the Gilulis interchange all the way through to Buccleuch. Absolutely jam-packed after an earlier crash and some roadworks on that section. The Mike 1 North, a collision by Glenhove Road. Traffic still very heavy effectively from the Boysons area. And that earlier collision on the M1 North at William Mandela is being cleared. First left a backlog from Randburg moving through into that four ways area. Crossing to Durban today, a lot of traffic lights out. Umbilo Road around around Sydney and also Sarnia. Also the M7 at Titran, those lights are off, and truck congestion all over the M7 at South Coast Road. There's some very heavy traffic. Also the Esplanade going into Durban city centre from the M4, big backlog there. That could also be some trucks stacking up around that harbour entrance. Umgeda Road, Chris Harney coming over Connaught Bridge in towards the Moses Mabhida area. That's quite slow going as well today. And Cape Town, there's just been a crash on the M1 into town just after Marine Drive. So the M1 after Coburg Interchange gets busy, and Marine Drive on-ramping, you're basically on-ramping straight into that crash. The M5 still busy from Rondebosch through to Coburg Interchange. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 9 after 8 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. Welcome to the third and final hour of the show. If you've just tuned in, I'm Kathy Mutlatlana. We're with you until 9 o'clock. Coming up in this hour, Municipal Watch goes to Mogalakwena municipality in Limpopo. It's a municipality sitting on some of the richest platinum reserves in the world. However, we're seeing allegations of political interference, intimidation and death threats within the municipality as politicians trade accusations over the future of the municipal manager. What does it mean for the people who are depending on the delivery of services? We'll unpack that shortly. And as always, this is the hour where we get a bit more time to take in your views on 086 000 2032. That's the number to dial for our studio line, 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's where you can send your WhatsApp voice notes, 0614 104 107.
There's a song that goes, "Money can't buy me love." And that's true. But then they told us all you need is love, which anybody with a mortgage will tell you most certainly is not true. Love won't pay your parking tickets or your student loan. It's also needy. It requires effort, availability, constant care. But more importantly, love requires time. And while money can't buy you love, it can certainly free up some of your time. Time to spend on the things you love, with the people you love. And if you're looking, maybe even time to find the one you love. That's why, after 50 years of investing, we've learned that time is the greatest gift of all. And the good news is, if you invest early, time gives you money. And then money gives you more time to do the things you love. And don't you love that about investing? Ellen Gray, long-term investing. Ellen Gray is an authorized FSP.
Hashtag Mandela Month on SAFM.
I, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, do hereby swear to be faithful to the Republic of South Africa. So help me God.
30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? This July, SAFM examines the legacy of Mandela through the realities of South Africa today. Inequality, leadership, social justice, nation building, and the responsibilities that belong to every generation. Municipal Watch, bringing your local issues on the national agenda. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
12 after 8 o'clock, let's get straight into Municipal Watch. Then a storm is brewing at the Mogalakwena local municipality after Municipal Manager Morris Maluleka was placed on compulsory leave in what the opposition says was done under strange circumstances. He was reportedly forced to resign, the Democratic Alliance also questioning how the process to put him on leave was rushed. Some reports suggest his decision came after pressure from political parties and death threats. He is also said to be embroiled in allegations of corruption and improper conduct over several agreements in the municipality. Well, joining us for this Municipal Watch is Baba Silomo, who's administrator for the Mogalakwena Concerned and Affected Communities. Baba, good morning to you.
Good morning, Ms. Kathy and listeners of SAfm and everybody.
Sure, thank you, ma'am. Councillor Elias Matlou is the DA caucus leader at Mogalakwena Municipality. Elias, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy, and morning to the listeners of SAfm.
And Councillor Ngwagu Tauyatswala is mayor of the Mogalakwena Municipality. Councillor Tauyatswala, good morning to you.
Good morning, and good morning to the listeners of SAfm.
Baba, I'm going to begin with you as somebody who is an administrator for this organization that represents the interests of the community. Talk to us about life in Mogalakwena Municipality. What is the state of service delivery? You know, we've received some videos that are really, it's quite sad, the conditions that residents are being subjected to. In some instances, you have broken pipes where water is just filled the yards of residents, so much so that it's difficult for them to move around in their own homes due to this flooding that has taken place, and no steps from the municipality to step in and assist.
I can tell you on that issue, as Mogalakwena Concerned and Affected Communities, we've tried to reach out to the municipality countless of time. I'll make reference to two families, one in Hospital View, one in Zone 2, the Mokoko and Duba family. As we speak now, this problem has been persisting for years. Their furniture is broken. Whenever it rains and it floods, there is no hope for them. It has caused instability in the family. It has caused financial losses, and in this era of unemployment, it's bad. And we've been trying to seek justice on their behalf, and the situation is still the same. I can also reflect on the issue of sewer spillages. If you can go into various households in Maholereng, in Extension 19, in Hospital View, the sewer, when it floods, it goes into their homes, and it has dire consequences on the families. There's one family we are now monitoring in Maholereng. I can tell you every week the sewer spill is the same thing. Now, what we have done on this issue as Mogalakwena Concerned and Affected Communities, because it has been persisting for more than 10 years now, we have lost a complaint with the South African Human Rights Commission. They came into the municipality countless of time to say, fix this issue, until they resolve to litigate the municipality. So it's still ongoing. The Department of Water and Sanitation, they came here multiple times requesting the municipality to intervene. Nothing, they tried to intervene, but the situation is still the same. Until the time where they open the case. We still have the case number, but we don't even know where the case is coming or going. We're not getting feedback. That is only on water. And I can tell you, communities from the township and you go down to the village, the access of water, communities are suffering. There is no proper access of water. It's not consistent. And there's one issue which is a thorn on the flesh of communities in Maholereng, is the issue of unjust historical debts. As we speak now, communities are getting letters of demands that they must pay very big amounts on an issue where the municipality itself at some point has accepted that their billing is not consistent and now residents must pay. We have engaged with the municipality for years on this issue to say, how about we propose a flat rate? Because people cannot pay monies that are not justifiable. They themselves, they've acknowledged that, the municipality. But as we speak now, people are demanded money and it's bad. So we have taken that issue to the legislature. We made a petition.
Yeah, Baba, I'm listening to you, and it seems like you as residents have done your best to get the attention of the Human Rights Commission, the National Department. So there's no shortage of intervening parties on some of these challenges, and yet there's no change. Why do you think that is?
One, I can say there is no political will on the side of our municipality, because the focus, as much as the focus can be on dealing with this issue, the focus we see is more on who must lead, who must get tenders and all those things. And another issue that we can say attributes to the fact that no matter how many times we try, the situation is the same. We can say the municipality does not have the capacity to deal with the challenges that are confronted with the people, because we have been saying, here is a solution, let us do this, but the municipality is not coming to the party. And on the issue of sewer spillages, we can safely say the municipality does not have the capacity to deal with this issue, because it has been years.
Okay. Elias, let me bring you in as the DA caucus leader. Why is it that council has failed to deal with these issues over the last 10 years at least, and is now fighting these matters in court, when really what it should be doing is just doing its job?
Can you come again?
The question I asked is, why has council been unable to get any progress on these matters? You sit in council on behalf of the DA, so you're privy to some of these conversations and what's happening behind the scenes.
Oh, thank you, and morning once more to the residents and to the listeners. What the resident is saying is exactly what we are seeing across many communities. This is why we are raising these issues, because governance failures at the top are now affecting the people's daily lives. We cannot separate leadership problems from the delivery failures. But they just choose to use and misuse their majority in council to approve anything or to brush off everything. The residents have been appealing, they have been crying over service delivery, and the reflection of the poor leadership is at the street.
What is the latest in as far as the municipal manager is concerned? He, of course, is the accounting officer for the municipality. Why is it that it seems he was forced to resign?
With the issue of the municipal manager, I want to first take you to give you an insight on how he was brought into this council. The ANC used their majority to force for him to be appointed. They even did circulated they held the council with the candles. And the mayor, the first season of this municipality, after that illegal appointment of the NM, he went on air, our mayor, he went on air and said, we will defend his appointment to the highest court on land. The level of arrogance in the ANC-led administration. They said they will defend the appointment, the illegal appointment. We did not have a problem with his merits because we want anyone to apply on merit, to be appointed on merit. But with the ANC and its majority, the problem with is the ANC with the majority. They insisted that he is appointed. And now they come. I don't know if he did not deliver the expected goods to them or what. That is theirs and their leadership. But what happens is that now they're tiptoeing. They wasted the money for legal vote to defend the appointment of the MM. Now the MM was allegedly pressurized by the political principles of the political people around the ruling party and mandating the ANC caucus in Mogalakwena to take a decision of putting this MM on a forced entry, on a forced leave.
Sure,
after
Elias,
he submitted a resignation letter.
Yeah, sorry to come in there. Why do you say his appointment was illegal?
He was not the first referent. He was the second on the score. On the interview report, he was second.
Okay.
So they pushed for him to be appointed, even if he was second. Then they gave some lame excuses around that.
All right, Elias, let's pause it there. I want to bring in the mayor now of Mogalakwena Municipality, Councillor Ngwagu Dauya Tswala. Mayor, let's firstly start with the complaint from the residents, right? Just close on a decade in the making, you've been compelled by the Human Rights Commission, by the National Department of Water and Sanitation to fix the sewer problems in Mogalakwena. You've not done that. Why?
Okay, no, thanks very much, Casey, and to the listeners of SAFM. The issue of our matter with the National Department of Water and Sanitation is resolved. But what I can tell you is that indeed we are having a problem of sewer spillages, of which the challenge of the sewer spillages was caused by when Coxstar was doing the infrastructure in Mogalakwena local municipality. The entire network was not well done to an extent where we are always experiencing sewer spillages, of which as the municipality we had several meetings with Coxstar, we had several meetings with Department of Water and Sanitation, so that we can able to come up with a solution of this sewer spillages.
So, Mayor, when you say that the matter with the department is fixed, what do you mean?
No, indeed, there was a case that was open to the municipality, of which we sat down with them to look into the problems that are causing the spillages, of which they understood exactly what is happening. That is why I want to explain what is it that we are doing as the municipality to come up with a short, long, and long-term solution in as far as the challenges of the spillages are concerned. If you can give me an opportunity to explain, you will understand.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm going to ask you to speed it up. We don't have a lot of time, so I still don't understand what exactly you fixed. Are you saying that the department has now withdrawn the case? Are you saying that matter has been withdrawn?
Yes, it's resolved. But what I can say is that as the municipality, we were able, as a short-term solution, able to procure a big truck. It's called a combination jet truck machine that we are utilizing almost every day to deal with the sewer spillage as and when the communities are reporting those spillages. What I can tell you is that given the challenges of the entire network of the spillages, we are in the process together with the Department of Water and Sanitation to come up with a permanent solution. We submitted the technical reports, the business plans, so that they can able to give us a funding to deal with that solution of the spillages as a permanent solution. But at the moment, as a short-term solution, we are using a very big truck that is highly sophisticated to deal with the problem of spillages. And I can tell you, as and when the communities are reporting those challenges, we attend to them immediately. Our truck is working almost every day, every hour to resolve the spillages around the area of Makwelering and the extension.
Of course, all of this happens against a backdrop where you have service providers that have now, some of them, been compelled to pay back close on 69 million to the Mogalakwena municipality because those construction companies basically fraudulently obtained a tender specifically to work on the water infrastructure. To what extent have you dealt with that? Because while there are challenges, it also seems that there are issues around how the municipality actually spends its money when you do have to procure for services.
Okay, no, thanks. With regard to that one, I can confidently say, because the project was under SIU, as the municipality, we took an initiative to sit down with SIU so that they can give us a go-ahead to resuscitate that project, because the project was abandoned. And what I can tell you now is that the project is at 99% progress. I think by the end of this month, the project will 100% be complete, of which we are going to give about 26 villages water.
What about the officials? The officials that were part of the colluding, the officials that were part of the irregularity. What has happened to them?
The officials that are implicated, what I can tell you is that as the municipality, we have implemented consequence management. Those officials, all of them, as we are speaking today, they are no longer with us as the municipality. Others are arrested, others are dismissed, and others have resigned. But what I can tell you is that we have resuscitated the project. By the end of this month, I can tell you, people will be drinking water in that particular area.
Why has your municipal manager resigned?
Okay, no, thank you. With regard to the resignation of the municipal manager, indeed on the 29th of June, we had a special council to deal with other issues of the municipality, and it's where the municipal manager tendered a resignation letter that he will leave in the end of November, of which what I can tell you is that a municipality is a highly regulated space. As the council, we have noted his resignation, of which after noting the resignation, we have sat down and scrutinized the nature of his resignation, of which we had to seek and get a legal opinion in as far as his resignation is concerned. That is why.
Why did you need a legal opinion?
Necessarily because according to the law, you are not allowed to give a resignation letter 6 months ahead. According to the law, the Municipal Systems Act and the Condition of Employment Act and the Staff Regulation, you can only give a 1 month notice. That is why, as the council, we have scrutinized his resignation. We sat down and re-look into his resignation. That is why we have came to the decision to go back to the council and give him a compulsory leave of a month, of which we did it according to the law. We didn't just do it as we wish. We were guided by the law.
Okay, Councillor Dawia Tswala, we're going to have to leave it there. We're completely out of time for Municipal Watch. It's time for your latest news headlines.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, a South African court has ruled in favour of extraditing prominent Zimbabwean political activist Wellington Masiwa. This has triggered intense debate across the Southern African region regarding asylum protections and judicial independence. A new witness is expected to take the stand at the Matlanga Commission this morning as the inquiry continues to hear testimony related to the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption. And a new study has found YouTube is still recommending eating disorder videos to teenage users a year after new rules were introduced in Britain to curb harmful online content. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
A reminder, if you're not on it yet, try and avoid it. Joburg's N3 North, really heavy today from the Giluli's interchange all the way through to Buccleuch. Absolutely jam-packed after an earlier crash and some roadworks on that section. The Bike One North, a collision by Glenhove Road. Traffic still very heavy effectively from the Boysons area. And that earlier collision on the M1 North at William Mandela is being cleared. First left a backlog from Randburg moving through into that Four Ways area. Crossing to Durban today, a lot of traffic lights out. Umbilo Road around Sydney and also Sarnia. Also the M7 at Titran, those lights are off. And truck congestion all over the M7 at South Coast Road. There's some very heavy traffic. Also the Esplanade going into Durban city centre from the M4. Big backlog there. That could also be some trucks stacking up around that harbour entrance. Umgeda Road, Chris Harney coming over Connaught Bridge in towards the Moses Mabhida area. That's quite slow going as well today. And Cape Town, there's just been a crash on the M1 into town just after Marine Drive. So the M1 after Coburg Interchange gets busy and Marine Drive on-ramping. You're basically on-ramping straight into that crash. The M5 still busy from Rondebosch through to Coburg Interchange. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Zakan, good morning. So we've got the World Cup semi-final showdown later tonight. And yeah, it's going to be a big one.
Kathy, you're right. This is the one I think football fans have been waiting for. Mbappe up against the birthday boy, Lamine Yamal. So much of talent will be on display tonight. I actually cannot wait to see the big stars take center stage. France face Spain, the first FIFA World Cup semi-final happening in Dallas. Spotlight, of course, on the France captain, Kylian Mbappe, who has 8 goals at the tournament, and Spain's teenage sensation, Lamine Yamal, who's looking to make his mark on the biggest stage. Now, France are chasing a third successive World Cup final, while European champion Spain are bidding to reach their first final since lifting the trophy, and that was in 2010 here in South Africa. Let's go now to more news where Lionel Messi will face England for the first time in his career when Argentina meet the Three Lions in tomorrow night's FIFA World Cup semi-final in Atlanta. The 39-year-old has already won 200 international caps and enters the clash as the tournament's leading scorer with 21 World Cup goals. Argentina chasing a second successive title, while Messi is hoping to guide his country into a third final in 4 tournaments. England, meanwhile, are preparing for one of the biggest challenges of the competition, stopping a player like Messi, widely regarded as the greatest of all time. Closer to home, Orlando Pirates start their pre-season preparations in Marbella, Spain this week. Junior international defender Nerapu is relishing to work there. He originally hails from Rustenburg and he's excited by his new journey as Pirates playing in the CAF Champions League and also being a defending league champion here at home.
Yeah, exciting, nerve-wracking, scary, all those words. But obviously it's a start of a new chapter. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to it and when the league starts, man.
Let's stay with home now, where maintaining the game model and culture of producing young, talented players for the Premier Soccer League's Premier Division is Golden Arrows' new head coach, Pitso Dladla's vision. Now at Arrows, he's being announced as the head coach and he's looking forward to maintaining that same culture at Abafana Bestende.
Ngibe nenhlanhla yokuthola amagame awu-2 amadala kusakhona o-Y2K noma enye yawo engaphelelanga sakhona o-Y2K ophilanishayo namanye kade ngiwabuka lamasizini awu-2 adlulile. I-Arrows ngenhlanhla ine-identity, so engikuthembisa abalandeli ukuthi soqhubeka ne-identity ye-Arrows but sizozama ukuthi si-improve njenge-team, so abeze nje e-groundini bezosupporta, sizozama ngakho konke kusemandleni nathi ukuthi sibagcinele ejabuleni.
And finally, Xabi Alonso has officially been unveiled as Chelsea's new head coach ahead of the new Premier League season, taking charge at Stamford Bridge after signing a 3-year contract. That's your sport on the National Briefing. You can check back at around 12:30 for more sport with John Hediker. I'm Sai Khan.
Yo, how is your trolley so full these days, friend? It's my way, Chomi. I save up to 40% on my car insurance premiums every month. My way insurance? Yes! Now I have more money back in my pocket, even though hubby switched to my way. Manja, we're both saving, which means we have more money to focus on the things we love and live our way. Savings after savings.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
It's 8:40. You're listening to the National Briefing. We're going to be bringing in some of your calls on 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. And on the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. So, yes, as we build up to the local government elections, we are going to be doing follow-up stories on these municipalities that we speak to. I know some of the times it feels like the conversation has been left hanging or somewhat incomplete, but I do assure you that we are going to be doing part 2s of many of these Municipal Watch features that we have started now.
Good morning, Katie. Just one thing regarding Mawalakwena, man. Can you just ask them why are they struggling to connect the new houses with electricity? People, we want to buy electricity, but we are unable to get electricity because when you go to ESCOM says the municipality must come and put the infrastructure. That is not happening. The situation is at Halevelo village, which is Annamalakwena. Thank you.
Yeah, Casey. Actually, when coming to these municipalities who are performing very poorly, it's what we call Kubo Anela. In all provinces, more or less, the same problem, sewage spillages and so on. So my problem would be the MECs for local governance. These MECs in these provinces, they are responsible for this, but we wouldn't hear them coming up, Kathy. Why? Thank you, William.
Hi, Kedi. Hoping you well. This is Daniel. Kedi, the Malanga Commission will have to take a very strong action against these individuals that are actually playing these delaying tactics. Because I'm afraid if they don't do that, in the end, it will cost them. And they will become a playground. I think it's not enough to say here, to refer to them as users, medical certificate, I think they will have to take a very strong action. Thank you.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
You're still listening to the National Briefing. Let me go to Teklo in Elliskraal. Is it Elliskraal? Good morning.
Morning, Katie. How are you?
I'm good. Where is Elliskraal?
Elliskraal is in Limpopo Marble Hall.
Ah, okay. All right. Teklo, what do you want to talk about?
Ket Matlala and the sentencing. To me, Ket was ill-advised because Ket, with the 12 years and the 8 years, if I was Ket, I was going to take the 12 years because Ket is still facing some other criminal charges, attempted murder and the murder. So if he was going to be sentenced on those crimes, Ket is going to serve up to 25 years. So to me, if I was Ket, I was going to accept everything.
Yeah, but do you think that he believes the state is going to be able to prove its case?
They have
at least without his evidence when it comes to some of the other officials that they've charged?
They do have a proof, Katie. That's why he admitted to say, no, yes, I'll turn a state witness. But with that one, yes, we can close it. But let's look on the other charges. But if he's sentenced on the other charges, he's facing up to 25 years imprisonment. So if I was Ket, I would just say, okay, it's okay. I'm accepting the plea, and then I take 12 years, and then I'm going to face the other charges. Because lawyers, yes, they will agree. No one will win all the cases. They're going to eat all this money.
All right, Teklo, let's leave it there. Lucky in Protea Glen, good morning.
Yes, morning, Sis Katie, my first time caller.
Welcome to the show, Lucky. Welcome to the show. I think Teklo is also a first time caller. Go for it.
Yes, Sis Katie. I just want to ask the mayor of Mogalakwena, when did they gonna fix that N11 from Makwelering up until down there to Mzombane? When are they going to fix that road for us? Because we are struggling more, especially during the rainy season. That road is a mess. It's a very big mess on during the rainy season, Katie. That's all I want to ask for from that mayor. Thank you, sis.
All right. Thanks for that. We'll have to note it down for the next time that we have the mayor on and do a follow-up on that municipality.
Hey, Kathy. Boys dying in the mountains is not caused by government. If you want your boy to be alive, you need to teach them what is it to be a man. Teach them yourself and then take them to the hospital. It's actually free. You can even take them to a doctor. I think it's about 550 rands to a private doctor. So really now, please, let's not blame government for everything. Parents make choices.
Good morning, Kathy. This is Nana from Durban. I think I agree with the commissioner. These doctors should be subpoenaed. They must be cross-examined for issuing these questionable medical certificates. Thank you.
Good morning, Sis Kathy. This thing of criminals coming to South Africa because it's a safe haven for them. Regarding the Mugabe son, are we going to take it on face value when his lawyer says that the picture that was flagged on social media, that's an old picture that's misleading? Are we going to take it on face value, or are our police going to investigate?
Tabo, you're calling from Bloom. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. How are you?
Good. Go for it.
Good. Kathy, I'd like to talk about this issue of Ket Matlala. I think we must also realize that Ket is not only facing these allegations that were unraveled in this commission. He also has other matters that he needs to answer for. And I think his plea bargain was necessarily to avoid other matters. But I think when he realized that he's not going to be able to avoid those other matters, then he abandoned this plea bargain agreement. Also, on the issue of the commission, I think there's a certain level of avoidance by some races to avoid giving evidence at this commission. And I think this thing is being allowed. And I think the commission must look at it and make a determination around it. There's been General Khan, and then there's this Winnie Mandela, in inverted commas, woman, that is now also sick. And when you look at all these people, they are all not black.
Yeah, but Thabo, do you think it needs to go there? The Medicare CEO, Medicare 24 CEO is also not black. I don't know the value of drawing an inference around race.
Yes, Kathy, you are right, but we cannot also avoid it. And we cannot also avoid the fact that in this country, black people have been the subject of investigation when it comes to corruption, when it comes to maladministration, and maybe perhaps particularly because they are at the forefront of governance and local government in the country. But we've had cases such as the ones of Steinhoff, where the matter was just led like that, and nothing really was, ever done about it. So we can't also avoid the fact that there is that element that is existing.
Okay, Thabo, interesting reflections there. Philip, you're in Mhlanga. Good morning.
Hello, Siske.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my problem is with this government, which we call democratic government, what it is autocratic on the other way.
In what ways?
Yeah, referendum. Where is referendum, Katie, as we speak? According to our knowledge, where is referendum? Do we have a referendum as South Africans to talk to our wishes, to our wishes, or whatever constitution or whatever the case, killings that are happening in South Africa? I understand that in One Power FM, I heard they were talking, but I just bumped into them. The presenter was saying the referendum was stopped by CODESA. Is that true? If that is true, are we living in South Africa that is democratic? And if ever that is that, please call us, the president or whoever is responsible for constitutional development, and tell us where is referendum. South Africa, we are crying so much, but the only tool that we should be using to voice our problems is being thrown away by the very same CODESA.
So Philip, you want a referendum called?
Pardon?
Do you want to see a referendum called in South Africa?
Referendum is only our tool that we can speak out our grievances, because when we talk to you, like we are talking now, we are not being taken serious.
And what must be the subject of the referendum, Philip?
Every South Africa is in a mess. The very same thing of boys, the very same thing that mass killings that has happened, especially this term of Mr. Ramaphosa. We want the PPP. I hear people, they are crying out that Kunu has done something that is adverse to the law. But according to me, that PPP was saving only the elite. Why should the politicians be killing each other? And then we, as South Africans, we ought to poke out money to save them.
Okay, all right.
Kuno has done the right thing. Kuno has done the right thing by killing that nonsense called political killings.
All right. Philip, we're going to have to leave it there, but I think you've made the point you wanted to. Let me go over to Rob for a final update on your latest traffic. Rob, good morning.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Joburg 3 still heavy but easing. There's the backlog of traffic coming from Modderfontein Road up passing Alex through Limbo Park all the way up to Buccleuch interchange. Bit of pressure still on the Mike 1 from Boysons up to Smith Street. M2 behind that coming through Central Joburg into the Crown busy. And then again the Mike 1 from Houghton up through Melrose into Greyston Drive looking fairly slow. Crash on the M1 north through Midrand at SAmRadio Road. Traffic backlog to Olifantsfontein Road at this stage. Across to Durban, the breakdowns between KwaMashu and and Gateway that have been causing problems this morning. Traffic is moving, although it's slow, but there are still multiple breakdowns on that section through the roadworks area. Victoria Embankment going into the city centre, that's a heavy clog up this morning. You might want to come off the Southern Freeway, just avoid the Esplanade, turn up into the CBD before you hit that. Bayhead and Roxburgh areas again showing signs of busy conditions with truck congestion. And into Cape Town we go with a crash on the N1 inbound near Marine Drive. That's pushing traffic back to Monte Vista. It's also badly holding up Marine Drive as you come through Pardon Island. You're basically on-ramp onto the M1 and into that crash at Marine Drive, looking quite slow as well. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Football fans, the biggest night in world football is here. Lionel Messi's rescued them again. SABC Sport, Metro FM and Good Hope FM is taking over Greenpoint in Cape Town. It's another one for the record books. On 19 July 2026 for an unforgettable watch party of the FIFA World Cup 2026 at McDonald's Greenpoint. His greatest moment. Good Hope FM and Metro FM get the party started at 6 p.m. leading up to the live broadcast of the match. Come out and join the stars. Andile Ngube, Natasha Tahani, Linda Mdambo and Dalron Buckley. Metro FM and Good Hope FM presenters. Bring your friends, wear your team colors and be part of football history as the world crowns its champion. The finest hour. The FIFA World Cup Final Watch Party, 19 July at McDonald's Greenpoint. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Outsurance knows that when it comes to insurance, trust isn't built on clever advertising and promises. It's built on how fairly an insurer pays claims. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. Make today the day you switch to Outsurance, where you always get something out. Call 08600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Built in Mzansi on the National Briefing.
It's time for Built in Mzansi. It's 8:55 and this morning we're joined by Moloradi Motshele, acting CEO at the Eskom Development Foundation. And today we're looking at the thousands of learners that are taking their ideas from the classroom to the regional fairs, where more than 6,000 projects across the country are on show. Moloradi, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. Tell us about the fair that you're hosting through the Eskom Development Foundation.
Thank you, Kathy, and good morning to you and your listeners. Maybe allow me to say that Eskom Expo is one of the premier science fair program that encourages learners from grade 4 to grade 12, including those that are at TVET colleges. We give them an opportunity and a platform to conduct scientific research that develops innovative solutions for the real challenges that we are currently facing. So Eskom Development Foundation, as the arm of Eskom that is responsible for corporate social responsibility, we have created this platform for the learners who do not only come up with their ideas, but we also provide mentorship from experts, from scientists, from all many other industries, so that they can participate both at regional, national science fair, and they also have an opportunity to represent South Africa at prestigious international science fairs.
Who gets to participate, Moloradi?
The learners from grade 4 to 12 across all the provinces, all communities, public schools, not necessarily the private schools. So we are encouraging mainly the public schools to participate in this science fair, from school level, district level, regional level, and would come to national level up to international level.
What have you found to be the participation rates? And maybe tell us why you're not including children from private schools.
No, we do include them, okay. But our main focus and our drive That's why we go to all the regions, to all the provinces. Our main focus is to encourage participation from the previously disadvantaged communities mainly, but we do have participation from the private schools as well.
Tell us about the real world problems that you challenge the learners to solve.
So the most exciting aspect about ESCOM Expo is that it does not limit. So this year's projects, for example, they cover from renewable energy. We have got various themes that we identify. I've seen that some of them, they include renewable energy. Others are about energy efficiency, water conservation. Others about waste management, food security, healthcare, artificial intelligence, robotics, even climate change. So it's so interesting that you would see that our learners at such a young age, they identify problems that they are faced with within their communities, and they start designing practical and most of the time affordable solutions that can improve our everyday lives in our communities. So they are impacted by what is happening, but they also say that we are part of the solution.
I wonder, where do you need companies, universities, and even perhaps other entities of the government to get involved? Because yes, you see the talent, but sometimes there aren't enough opportunities for all of these young people in pursuing their careers and even their dreams.
So we from ESCOM Development Foundation, one of our key focus areas is strategic partnerships. So the ESCOM Expo, for example, we are in close partnership with the Department of Education, the universities, and other major companies that also would be part of our science fairs from regional level up to the national level. And some of them, they would also even come to identify, like the universities would come even to offer bursaries to these youngsters. And some of the companies also, they contribute some of the awards and the prizes that these children are also going to be getting throughout the science fairs.
Where can people go, Mologadi, to get more information?
So one thing that they can do, they can also visit ESCOM website, ESCOM Development Foundation website, csi@escom.co.za.
Fantastic. Mologadi Motshele, the acting CEO at the ESCOM Development Foundation. So there's something for you to get young people in your community involved in. And there are different ways that we can get involved, right? Particularly if you're a professional in the engineering space. Plug into your community. See how you can be more useful to them too. It's 9 o'clock. We're out of here. Up next, the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph.
In our top stories, South African court approves extradition of a Zimbabwean activist and a new witness to testify at Matlanga Commission. Good morning. A South African court has ruled in favour of extraditing prominent Zimbabwean political activist Wellington Masiwa. This has triggered intense debate across the Southern African region regarding asylum protections and judicial independence. Masiwa has been a critic of Zimbabwean President Emmerson Mnangagwa's efforts to extend his term in office to 2030 beyond existing constitutional limits. He spoke to the SABC in an exclusive interview from the holding cells.
When I joined politics, I know that sometimes you can die. I'm ready for everything. If they're going to kill me, they can kill me. But I'm fear for my life, as I know that I'm dealing with the people who are very cruel. Because now I received the judgment. They are saying I have to go to Zimbabwe. But if I can go to Zimbabwe, let it be. But that is my fear. Because I know what is going to happen when I arrive there. I am the target. So they want to take me to Zimbabwe. So what is going to happen when I arrive there is not good. Maybe you're going to hear one of the days that, no, Comrade Nyoka Mabunu is dead.
The South African Medical Association Trade Union, SAMATU, says government must immediately employ hundreds of unemployed South African doctors. It says they remain jobless despite the public health system being understaffed. The union says the move is urgent to ease pressure on hospitals and to address what it calls an injustice against local graduates. Action SA has raised concerns over Gauteng Health reportedly spending more than 612 million rand a year on foreign healthcare professionals. Dr. Cedric Sihlangu is SAMATU's General Secretary.
You see, the dire state of healthcare in the country warrants government to take immediate action in prioritizing the employment of these young professionals in order to definitely ease the burden in the already understaffed public health facilities. Therefore, SAMATU, of course, stands firm in the belief that all doctors who are legally in the country and passionately serving our people must do so in line with the enabling legislation, and they must remain protected under the law. The country needs more doctors, and we must start by employing all the unemployed doctors without delay.
A new witness is expected to take the stand at the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry this morning. This as the Commission continues to hear testimony related to the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption. 3 witnesses have so far implicated IDEC head, Advocate Andrea Johnson, in compromising investigations in a case in which Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Feroz Khan is accused of assault. Sibahle Mota reports.
The Madlanga Commission resumes at the Bridget Mabandla Justice College in Pretoria this morning. The inquiry is expected to continue hearing evidence relating to the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption and its head, Advocate Andrea Johnson. Johnson has been implicated in allegations of interference and defeating the ends of justice in a matter involving suspended Deputy Head of Crime Intelligence, Major General Feroz Khan. The allegations stem from an incident that occurred in 2018 where it is alleged that Khan intimidated and assaulted a crime intelligence official, Brigadier Petle.
A new study has found YouTube is still recommending eating disorder videos to teenage users a year after new rules were introduced in Britain to curb harmful online content. The findings come after telecoms regulator Ofcom said YouTube and TikTok were still not doing enough to keep young people safe. It has called for stronger protections. The BBC's Jim Reid has the details.
The researchers created a simulated YouTube account for a 13-year-old girl viewing unsafe diet and body image content for the first time. They found that 1 in 10 videos recommended by the site's Up Next algorithm glamorised severe thinness, promoted extreme calorie reduction, or contained other harmful material, although the situation had improved significantly since they carried out a similar exercise 2 years ago. Google, which owns YouTube, said it had a steadfast commitment to preventing the spread of harmful material on its site and had removed the videos highlighted in the report.
And finally, the latest annual African penguin census shows an increase in population numbers at the Boulders colony in Simonstown. The report recorded an increase of 92 breeding pairs from the 698 counted last year. Experts say this growth could be an early sign of the positive impact of fishing management interventions in the area. Sandparks marine scientist Dr. Alison Koch.
They're what we call the canaries of the coal mine. They're an important predator, and when we start to see troubles in the ocean, they're one of the species that will show us that there's troubles. Because they specialize on particular food sources, sardines and anchovies, which is the base of food for many different predators. Dolphins, fish, sharks, whales. They are the ones that are telling us, because we can see them and can see the impact of food scarcity, that there's something wrong in terms of food shortages. So that's why they are a very important indicator species.
Recapping the top story, a South African court has ruled in favour of extraditing prominent Zimbabwean political activist Wellington Masiwa. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Matlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAFM Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
9:08 here on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome. Thank you for joining us. Great to be with you on this Tuesday edition of the program. I'm Joanne Joseph. The team is with you as always. Giliwe and Melissa producing the show and taking your calls. And of course, Tato is on sound. So now remember, apart from listening to us on the radio, you can listen live on DSTV channel 814. You can go to our website. You can listen live there or go to the SABC Plus app. You will also find our presence there. We're streaming live as well from our studio, so if you want to watch the program, you're more than welcome to do that. You can watch us from anywhere in the world on YouTube, Facebook and X. Welcome if you are watching us from overseas. And don't forget that if you haven't managed to catch the show in its entirety, our digital team loads the podcast onto our website, so you can catch up on all our interviews on demand there. Remember our contacts at this hour: our studio line number 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 107, and we're going to start by taking your calls and your messages this morning. Let me tell you what's coming up in this hour and a little bit later on in the show. So I don't know if you saw this very sad story about the wall collapse in Inanda in KwaZulu-Natal. Yesterday there was a church, it was this Shembe church that was involved in a gathering, and some of the congregants were in the process of building a wall, and it collapsed onto quite a number of them, and the sand was very soft. The soil was soft but heavy, and consequently, I think if you know that area, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about in terms of the weight of the soil. But there was a worry that people were trapped underneath the structure as well. So a few people were injured. They were treated on site, some taken to hospital, but we're going to get an update. The Mail and Guardian has been following the story quite closely, so we'll find out from them what they know about the latest details on that this morning. And then another sad story from the Ekurhuleni area. Sandile Dube from March and March is going to speak to us shortly. But you may have heard that the Ekurhuleni leader was shot and killed. And this is just such I think quite a shock to the system, because I think it makes you realize that we are at the point where people do not think twice about pulling out a gun and ending somebody's life over a mere disagreement in regard to whatever it is they might have in terms of an issue with that person. It's just so astonishing that this kind of thing is happening, and we're also hearing that other March and March leaders are getting death threats, some of them receiving warnings. So we're going to speak to their Gauteng convener and the national spokesperson about that. A little bit later on, we're talking about the issue of the US planning to impose more tariffs on South Africa. They're looking at a 12.5% tariff they want to put on top of what is already there, and they're using a really strange reason for it. They're talking about some of the goods and products that we are exporting being produced as a result of forced labor. So I want to get into that with an economist and an expert on that. We're speaking to the bilateral trade relations expert at the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, and just I want to get my head around exactly what it is that they are alleging about our country. We've already had a session with them in Washington where we've spoken out against it and said this is not quite correct. But let's have a chance at trying to understand what the US is thinking is in that regard. And then a lovely feel-good story a bit later on about Nalibali and another organization that is involved in getting men to start reading clubs in their communities. They kicked it off in Khayelitsha as part of a men's imbizo that they were doing there, and I think it is a wonderful initiative because it talks to how men are communicating with members of their family, be they boys, be they, their sons, their daughters, their wives, and building a culture of reading in their families and in their communities. Usually this is left up to women, right? Women are often the cultural repositories and the ones who preserve culture in families. But now men are being called on to do the same. So I love the story. And if you're involved in such a community initiative, or if you were in Khayelitsha to be part of this Imbizo, please let me know how it went and what effect you think it's going to have on the community. Very interesting story as well about fracking a little bit later on. We'd spoken about fracking in the Karoo, right? Hydraulic fracturing. They essentially wanted to go and get shale gas from the Karoo because they reckon there's lots of shale gas under the ground there. But UCT geologists have done a study, and their study has revealed that there may be a serious fault line there that, if disrupted, if interfered with, could result in earthquakes in the Karoo. Can you believe that? I mean, that really blew my mind when I read that yesterday. So we're going to explore that with one of the authors of a study on that, and we're going to find out exactly what it means. And then, if you have just had a child, under no matter what circumstances, you may have adopted a child, you may have had a biological child, you may have had a child by surrogacy, it's important for you to know that leave requirements, parental leave requirements, have changed. Some of the old parental leave requirements were declared unconstitutional in our highest court in the land. And so companies are going to have to get up and get going to get their policies changed in regard to that. It's going to put them under quite a lot of pressure from the sound of it. So we'll talk about that. And if you're impacted by it, if you are about to go on maternity leave or paternity leave, rather, in any of these types of leave will be impacted by this. So perhaps you have a question later on, or you want to make a comment about that, you're more than welcome to give us a shout on the studio line or on the WhatsApp line to talk about that. 9:14 on the Daily Discourse. Dwaisa in Ezingolweni is on the line to us. Dwaisa, good morning. What's on your mind?
Yes, good morning to Joanne and to the SAFM listeners. Quickly, you will recall, Joanne, just before the 30th of June, there was a big story of and we were all shocked of the imminent arrest of the crime intelligence boss, General Khumalo and General Matondo.
Yes.
And that was abruptly averted by the fact we were told that no, it transpired in fact that the two, especially General Khumalo, will be part of the planning for the June 30th deadline with regards to the undocumented foreigners march. All right. Fast forward today, and we were told that it was confirmed that in fact their warrants are active and all that.
Yes, but their services were just needed at the time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Today is what is the 13th, right?
14th. Yeah.
The years of July.
Yeah.
Nothing happened.
Good question.
So my point is, there's something fishy here.
Yeah.
There's something fishy, and I think on Friday, if I'm not mistaken, Friday or Saturday, I was shocked to learn that, in fact, their warrants of arrest have been taken on review. But guess what? But not not by them, by somebody else. I think it was the new head of the NDPP. I found that joint very strange, and I seriously think there's something fishy here. There's something big behind this.
Okay.
And we deserve to know the truth.
Okay, let's look into that for you, Dwaisa. I think it's a very, very interesting question indeed. Thank you for raising that and for keeping tabs on it. Sometimes you just get so caught up with everything else that is going on that you don't keep track of everything that is going on in the background. And I think this is an important aspect and an important discussion that we need to have around the Madlanga Commission. David in Pietermaritzburg is on the line to us. David, good morning. You want to talk about the wall collapse?
Yes, but specifically on the conduct of the DA, for me, towards us black people. The DA always portrays itself as a non-racial organization. You will recall that there was a building collapse. I don't know whether it was in Tongat or Verulam, the mosque. And I think the DA did donate there. So one is waiting and observing whether they'll do the same, because I know that when it comes to us black people, for instance, on the issue of corruption and other stuff, the DA will always say a person must be investigated and welcome any action that is taken. But you never hear them comment when it's involved either Indians or white. They are only doing it when it's involved black people. And another thing, Joanne, please, man, whenever you find time, invite the leader of the MF who replaced her husband. Mm-hmm. She once said during the former host of the morning show, Stephen Grootes, she said it's time for black people to be moved out of government since black people have messed up. Now that revelations are coming out, you find people like Johnson, Yokan and others, the white people as well, involved in corruption. I wonder as to what she's saying now, because according to her, it's black people that are problematic and most corrupt. So now the truth is getting out that corruption is not about black people. Corruption involves every racial group. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, David. Just to be clear, John Steenhuisen was not found guilty of any kind of corruption, right? I think the jury's out on what kind of agriculture minister he was in that position, and the farmers in particular are very angry with him over the handling of the foot-and-mouth outbreak. But, he hasn't been found guilty of corruption. Let's be clear on that. Wonga in Matatiele, good morning. What's on your mind, Wonga?
Good morning, Joanne. No, what is in my mind, there's a company here in Matatiele local municipality that has been given a tender of 4.5 million, which is accumulated in three years. This particular company, one of its directors is a foreign national. His work permit expired in 2015. So I don't understand how he was awarded this particular tender. On top of that, the reference letters that are put in as a proof that this company has managed to work in other municipalities, all those letters are a fake. What was disturbing more, it has not yet done anything because it was given this tender in June and July. But they were busy processing a fraudulent 1.6 million for not doing what? I still don't know. And when I'm trying to put in questions in the municipality, no one is giving me proper answers.
Oh dear.
Maybe if you can ask the municipality in a long run, how possible it is to award a tender to someone who is a director of a foreign national with an expired permit of 15 years of 2015.
Please tell me something. What was this tender for, Wonga? Do you know?
The tender is for the assessment of managers. The tender is for quarterly report for the work that has been done within the municipality, not to do things manually.
Oh, you mean so it's to digitize?
It is digitized.
Okay.
This company doesn't have a system which is a digitized. The letters that they put there as a proof that they have done those certain municipalities that they highlight as. When you phone those municipalities, they don't use that system. So, but you ask, how did it went to the evaluation, adjudication, and then awarding without those proper checks being done?
Okay, and you have inside information on this clearly because you know a lot about this case.
I've got inside information. I've got proof of anything and everything on the paperwork.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to put you back to Melissa now, and let her just keep your number and get a bit more information from you, and perhaps we can follow this up for you. Okay.
No problem.
Thank you for making us aware. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to take a short break now. We'll continue our conversations when we come back.
Babe, I'm getting extra cash from my insurance. I was thinking romantic getaway or a treat for the kids.
You're getting money from your insurer?
Yes, my cash back from my way. I'll get back 10% of my monthly premiums for staying claim-free for 2 years. I'm getting 5,680 Rand.
Now that's real cash.
Mm-hmm.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Catch Top Billing this Tuesday evening at 7 on S3 as designer Lizanne Vivier reimagines our wardrobes through creative styling. Metro FM's DJs Nomuzi Musli Mabena and Siabonga Scoop Ngwegazi are setting the trend. And the art of Utata Madiba is the hero of artist Louis Janssen van Vuren and author Hardy Olivier's country home. That's Top Billing this Tuesday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
SAfm. At the current rate that unemployment is increasing, and parallel to that, we have more and more graduates also graduating, but we have no way to fit the graduates. We have no way, you know why? Because the focus is on school and graduating, but there isn't, especially in the business sector, there isn't any growth and there isn't any injection from the government to say, hey, you know, let's rather expand sectors so that we can handle the capacity.
The Central African Republic gained independence in 1960, a country rich in resources yet deeply affected by instability. Agriculture and mining support the economy, but decades of conflict, political unrest, and humanitarian crisis have shaped daily life.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
9:23 here on the Daily Discourse. Many of your messages coming in at this hour on the WhatsApp line. Let's listen to this one on initiate deaths. Okay, there seems to be something wrong with that one. We will try to come back to that one. Oh dear, it appears we are having a problem with our WhatsApp line. I will get back to those as soon as we have discovered what has afflicted our WhatsApp line. It's doing something very strange. I've never seen it do that before. We'll take your calls, though. Mniti in Cape Town is on the line to us. Mniti, good morning. You want to talk about the March and March shooting?
Joanne, we have been spoken in a long time.
Yes.
Thank you for taking my call again.
Of course.
March and March leads are being shot dead in South Africa. It's a very sad state of affairs when locals are trying to raise their frustrations with foreign, March and March, because now they're dealing with illegal foreigners. And the similarities, it can be drawn like this. You see, Joanne, I'm in the Western Cape.
Okay.
And in the Western Cape, the people that are controlling the extortionists, it's foreign nationals, the Spaza owners, Somalis, Ethiopians. And when things are happening like this, and the locals don't have the government to speak for them, they don't even have the media to speak for them, we will continue dying like this. So my request today is that, Joanne, you request the carte blanche to come to the township and investigate what is happening. Why is the locals dying, but the foreign nationals that are running businesses are not dying? Several times I've told you that I'm dealing with entrepreneurs in the different townships in the Cape Town.
Yes.
I think over in the month I've lost over 10 clientele that were shot.
Sure.
But in those 10, it's only locals, not even one foreign.
Okay. Thank you for that, Nita, and thank you for pointing that out to us. And I'm sorry for your losses there. I mean, it's a horrible story indeed. And thank you for flagging that for us. I mean, I'm not sure the media were even aware of those 10 deaths. But perhaps we should just have a longer conversation with you as well off air to find out what you know about those deaths. And look, I can't request carte blanche to go out and do a story on this. They don't belong to the same media house that we do, right? They are owned by MultiChoice, which is a different media house altogether. But certainly I can put it out there and say to the investigative journalists who might be listening that this could be a really interesting and important story to cover this issue of deaths in regard to entrepreneurs in Cape Town. And then Joe in East London is on the line to us. Joe, you want to talk about the US tariffs. Good morning.
Morning, ma'am. How are you doing?
I'm well, thanks, Joe. Go for it.
I'm not well.
You're not well. I'm sorry to hear that.
We're all not well.
Mm-hmm.
Ma'am, as a president of a first world country,
mm-hmm.
having advisors, top advisors, President Trump, how is it, what comes out of his mind and mouth? It's bombing, we're going to bomb them, we're going to bomb them, we're going to bomb them. I mean, ma'am, honestly, people around him, what are they advising him about? There's nothing. Mr. Trump says he's a bully in a China shop. He bullies people at NATO. He bullies people wherever. He just wants to get his way. Have you seen yesterday? He says that, on his Truth Social that they've been stealing oil from Iraq at night.
Yes, yeah.
It's a shame that a person, I respect the office, but I don't respect the man. I respect the office that he's holding as the president of a country, but him as an individual, I don't respect him. He's affecting us. Look now, we are going back now to 35 rand a liter of diesel.
Yeah.
Every minute when he feels like doing something, he just gets away with it. It's a shame, for the people that voted for him, the American people, and when they look themselves in the mirror, is what they voted for happening now? Is the gentleman that they voted for, is he doing what they voted for?
That's you're asking a great question, and you're also making a great point, Joe, about how whimsical he is. He rolls out of bed and he decides this is what he's going to do, and much of his way of seeing the world is just through a very prejudicial lens. And you ask what his advisors are telling him. I think he's now surrounded himself with sycophants who echo that kind of worldview of his own, right? They amplify that worldview, which means he's probably not getting the best advice from all quarters right now. But I even watched an interview on Sky News yesterday, and it was in regard to the Iraqi war. And this man had been an advisor, a military advisor on what they call war games, right? So they plan in advance exactly. They scenario plan on what would happen if you invaded another country like Iraq. And he went on to say that in the early 90s, around about 91, 92, they had already anticipated by the early 90s, which is 30 years ago, more than 30 years ago, that the Strait of Hormuz would be closed, that it would have been one of the first things that Iran did in response to that. That information has been in that domain for over 30 years, but Trump didn't think of it. And this is what galls me. This is what happens when you put into power a poorly educated leader who doesn't read, is unaware of what's going on in the world, and is driven merely by ideology, not by facts. People who are not driven by facts and who are driven merely by ideology, by prejudicial ideology in particular in this case, they cause havoc in the world, particularly when they are holding power. And that's why I rage against it so violently on this show. That facts, accuracy, information, knowledge, all those things matter when you are leading a country. The man doesn't read. It's commonly known. He doesn't know much. And how an ignorant man of that kind can manage a country of that caliber, it's beyond me. Anyway, rant over for now. 9:31 here on the Daily Discourse. Anne Musa standing by with your latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, the Public Servants Association says the decision of the Public Investment Corporation Board to place its Chief Executive, Patrick Dlamini, on precautionary suspension is a significant step towards restoring accountability. The internal disciplinary hearing of suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department's Deputy Chief, Julius Mkwanazi, will continue this morning. It's in connection with fitting blue lights to vehicles belonging to alleged underworld figure Fuzimuzi Kat Matlala's company. And a South African court has ruled in favour of extraditing prominent Zimbabwean political activist Wellington Masiwa. This has triggered intense debate across the Southern African region regarding asylum protections and judicial independence. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Heading towards 33 minutes past 9 on the Daily Discourse, and I'll take more of your calls right now. I'll keep you updated on what is happening with the WhatsApp line. There's a little gremlin that's got in there, but I saw all your messages, and once the line is up and running again, I promise I'll play those. Parks in Cape Town is on the line to us for now. Parks, you want to speak about the Provident Fund?
Yes, good morning, Joanne. Trust you all this morning. Joanne, the reason why I want to speak about the Provident Funds is there's Provident Funds which are within companies that do not pay out the Provident Funds for employees who've been years in service in those companies. And there was an article I read once in one of the publications which highlighted this, that there's an investigation currently going on of the FSCA, which is the regulatory body. Now, you'll find that a lot of people work for years in companies. Those that have provident funds, they don't get payouts. And of course, there are those companies that if you work there, you leave as you came in. Now, if you can get Brian Hirsch or somebody that is affiliated in the industry as Brian Hirsch, who can maybe raise this, and as well as somebody from the Department of Labor, or somebody who's an HR profession, just to give insight into workers or employees once they sign up, when they're signing their contracts to a company that they enter into an employment agreement with, to be aware of all of these nitty-gritties of their provident funds and why there are payouts that they don't get, because there's a particular company which has been popping up from people that I've been having conversations with, which is doing this practice commonly of not paying out provident funds. I won't mention the name, obvious reasons, yes. But if you can just get someone like Brian Hirsch to maybe bring someone along, somebody who actually, from time to time on your show, one of the shows here at SAfm, who speaks about things like provident funds and investments. Excellent.
That's a lovely idea. Thank you so much for that, Parks. And it is concerned that people, it does concern me that people are not being paid out what they ought to be. But thank you for flagging that with us. A quick call from Lesiba and Khobokwane. Good morning to you, Lesiba.
Morning, Joanne, and morning to your listeners and your producers as well. My call today is about the issue of Zandile Kumete. You still remember Zandile Kumete, the executive mayor of eThekwini. So the woman left the ANC because of step-aside. You remember the waste management project that is over 200 million that has been corrupted.
Yeah, fraud and corruption charges, right?
Yeah, still facing corruption charges appearing before the court. But for her to join Mkondo is we're expecting this, and Joanne, ANC shouldn't be worried about it, because there is nothing wrong that they have done. They do the right thing by saying people who are before cause they should step aside in terms of our policy.
Yes.
But because of the ethnicity politics in KwaZulu-Natal, all members of the ANC being stepped aside, and those who are currently in municipalities, the councillors, we're expecting this. It's going to happen around September when the processes of list conferences start in all the political parties. Just before the IEC register new candidates, we will see many councillors, including the mayors, the speakers, will be leaving the ANC because they know for as long as the ANC is not led by the Zulu-speaking leader, they will not come back in the ANC. ANC will be wiped out of KwaZulu-Natal. It will not be there. The only time the ANC will return to KwaZulu-Natal is when it's led by a Zulu-speaking president. That's what we are expecting. It means KwaZulu-Natal, it will be competition between MK and Inkatha Freedom Party. So we are saying we are going to live with that. That's the reality. They will be leading us. Nothing wrong. We wish Zandile Gumede a good endeavor in a new political home. But majority of them, we know that they are facing charges. They've been involved in corrupt activities. But the ANC is doing the right thing. So nothing we can do. It will happen in Gauteng. The Zulu-speaking councillors, where there is a Zulu support, they'll be leaving the ANC and Mpumalanga as well. There's nothing we can until we get a president of the Zulu-speaking, and then we'll be able to regain section back in KwaZulu-Natal. For now, we'll accept that, and we're prepared for that.
Thank you for that call. So it's an interesting question that he's raising there. I mean, are identity politics at play here? And I'd like you to weigh in on this question for me. When you see that somebody like Zandile Gumede, who's under a cloud right now, who's facing fraud and corruption charges, right, and is being investigated at the moment, how well does that augur for a party like the MK? Is it a good idea to bring someone in to elevate them to that kind of position, that convener position, under the circumstances? Because when someone comes into your party newly, who is accused of fraud and corruption, what does that mean for the image and the reputation of your party? Or does it not matter? Does it not matter because that person will bring a constituency with her? She's popular with people and therefore will increase your numbers when you're coming up for an election. Or is it as our previous caller has suggested, is it a case of identity politics where as long as you are Zulu by culture or identity or by birth, that this is the party where you're going to be able to find yourself a place, because that's how the party identifies itself and represents itself publicly? Or is that a complete misunderstanding of the MK party? I'd love to take a call from you on that issue. All right, it is nearly 20 minutes to 10. Are we going to take a short break? Nope, we don't have a break right now. We're going to go straight to our next interview.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
20 minutes to 10 on the Daily Discourse, and the religious Shembe community is reeling from the collapse of a retaining wall that fell onto congregants while it was being erected yesterday. The collapse happened at the Ebuhleni village in Inanda, north of Durban. It injured several congregants. Mail and Guardian journalist Sandile Mota has been watching this closely and joins us with an update now. Sandile, good morning to you, and thank you so much for your time on the Daily Discourse. Please take us back to midday yesterday when this wall collapsed. What caused it to happen?
Very good morning to you, Joanne, and to the SAFM listeners. What we actually gathered it was around about, it was close to 12, probably 12 midday yesterday. These church congregants were actually constructing a concrete wall, a retaining wall. So during that process, it actually fell on them and they buried some congregants. Fortunately, there were about, when we arrived there, we were told that there were about 20 of them, and about 10 were rushed to the nearby clinics and hospital. But when we woke up early this morning, we were then told that one of the congregants who had been transported to hospital had actually succumbed to the injuries.
Oh, that's very sad indeed. Do we have an update on the number of people injured at the moment, Sandile?
At the moment, the number that we have is 10 people who had been injured, the confirmed number of people who had been injured, but 3 of them had been critically injured, which one unfortunately succumbed to those injuries.
Yeah. I understand eThekwini Metro Fire and Rescue Services were there. There were lots of rescue services there, in fact, but that they'd been using excavators to search for anyone possibly trapped under the structure. Was anyone actually found underneath the rubble?
During their search, late in the evening, they issued a statement saying that nobody was found. Fortunately, nobody was found, so then they concluded that search and rescue mission.
Sandile, why had the congregants gathered at the site yesterday?
What usually happens, Joanne, is that during the month of July, the Shembe Church would hold a special pilgrimage known as the Holy Month of July. So they had been gathered there. Hence, they then were constructing that particular structure inside a church compound.
And has the church itself commented on this incident?
At the moment, we tried to reach out to the spokesperson of the church, Thokozani Mncwabe. Unfortunately, he has not yet been able to speak to any of the journalists at the moment.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm just saying that Joanne, you would recall that generally there have been several number of buildings that has collapsed in KZN over the years. Just 2 months ago, a certain building in the CBD in eThekwini collapsed as well. So you can tell that there are problems with buildings really collapsing.
So, Sandile, this was something that I was going to raise with you because, as you say, it has been happening relatively frequently in that area. What is the actual problem? Have authorities looked into it and investigated and come up with a reason as to why this is happening?
In fact, there are no clear reasons, really. For instance, even this one, at the moment, we are not sure as to what would have caused the collapse. The collapse itself. So the authorities, there seems to be no clear reasons from the authorities as to why the buildings are collapsing frequently. But I remember at one stage I had an interview with the head of department for the public works and infrastructure in the province, who told me that generally there's a problem of attracting structural engineers into the fold, and maybe it could be one of the problems. I remember he even said that at one stage they advertised a post for a structural engineer, and nobody, they couldn't get anybody who was qualified for that particular position.
Very worrying indeed, and we certainly hope that this is going to be remedied so it doesn't keep happening. Thank you for putting us in the picture, Sandile Mota, journalist with the Mail and Guardian.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
9:45 on the Daily Discourse, and March is mourning the death of its regional leader, Andile Somgada. He was shot dead on the 4th of July. He'd been in charge of the Ekurhuleni region in Gauteng. Let's speak to National Spokesperson and Gauteng convener, Sandile Dube, who joins us on the line now. Mr. Dube, good morning to you, and thank you so much for your time on the Daily Discourse. Condolences, first of all, on the loss of your colleague. Are you able to tell us about the circumstances of the shooting, please?
Good morning, Joanne, and thank you very much for hosting us. Yeah, indeed, and as much would like to send also our heartfelt condolences to the family, the Somgada family, who was murdered as per your introduction.
The circumstances around his death, surely we can link them to our work as much and much, because it was confirmed through one of the Facebook message that we've received, which is from an anonymous person. Basically, he was about to leave his home, just outside by the gate or something, and he was shot and then taken to hospital. And then almost a week later, he succumbed to those gunshot wounds. So we can confirm to you that through the messages that we've received from a particular Facebook page, screenshots, this particular individual was monitoring his situation in hospital, because in those messages it shows that he writes to, or she writes to, one of the leaders to say, if you continue with what you're doing, you will be lying in hospital, just like your colleague. And in the second message comes later to say, yeah, we acknowledge that that he has passed on, so continue with what you're doing, and you will actually follow on his footsteps. So this is an indication to us that the killer is motivated by the work of much and much.
I mean, this is so disturbing. Tell me, this Facebook message, or the series of messages, have you handed this over to the police for analysis? Are you making any progress in getting to the bottom of who this individual might be?
Surely, yes. We are in constant consultation with the family. That we understand from the family that a case has been open with that particular police station. I think it's Eden Park Police Station. So the case has been opened, but from our side, we'll be putting pressure on the station itself. We have organized a march because there is on the 15th, I think it's tomorrow, there's a memorial service for Mr. Sonipata, which will take place at the community hall there from 1300 hours to about 1700 hours. So our march will resume at around 10 in support of this family. So that's basically our plans, and we call upon our members and the people of South Africa to support the Sonipata family and as they come to terms with the loss.
Yes. I mean, I understand a number of your leaders are receiving threats right now. What is the nature of those threats, Mr. Dube?
I didn't catch you. Yes?
I was saying I believe that a number of your leaders are also receiving threats at the moment. What is the nature of those threats? Would you be able to tell us?
You know, it's very surprising, and thank you for actually us receiving threats ranging from KZN. You know, we've got around Umlazi Township, one of the leaders was assaulted, and we can also confirm around Verulam in a place called Ndombe in Durban. Also, a leader, one of the March and March leaders was actually severely suffered gunshot wounds, and was taken to hospital. And we understand that the bullets were removed and was transferred to another hospital. So also we're getting reports from some parts of Mpumalanga province of these threats. We can also confirm that also here in the city of Tshwane, one of our leaders, after a march in Mamelodi, got a message that threatens him. So we suspect that there's a ripple effect of the work that we do. Our campaign is mainly on illegal foreign nationals. Obviously, the ripple effect on it would be the township economy will be affected, your extortionists by extension will be frustrated with the work that we do, because as you remove an illegal foreign national, there's a person that thrives on extortion thrives on sourcing illegal finance from these people. So that's at the essence of what is going on here.
So this leaves you with quite a compromised security situation, it would seem to me, Mr. Dube. What are you going to do to shore up security for your leaders who are under threat right now?
Well, safety and security is entrusted on SAPS. The constitution is very clear, and the government is the sole responsibility to ensure that the citizens of the republic are safe, and so as the leaders of March and March and any member, by the way, South African citizen who participate in all of these activities. And so the government must be at the forefront of this. March and March can be approached for information if police needs information. But I can confirm to you that last night, just after an interview with one of the SABC radio stations, I personally received a phone call that was alerting me of a plot, that there is funds, there's a lot of funding that has been issued to ensure that March and March leaders are targeted. So we're putting this information for the public to know that should our lives be taken, they must know that we are actually receiving these threats. But there's this underscore decision that we want to make. March and March will continue with its marches, no matter the threats, because South Africa cannot be for sale. We cannot hand over South Africa to drug traffickers, human traffickers, and crime in general. So we'll take this fight head on.
Mr. Dube, are you prepared to share with us the information that you received last night, the nature of that perhaps? I mean, who would be the force that is funding the alleged the threats that have come forward, the violence that you are anticipating? Who would be the force that you would say is funding this, based on the information that you've received?
Well, the caller did not reveal much, but I can certainly tell you that I'm making a decision to take this information to the police, so that it's the work of the police that must further investigate this. Ours is to focus on the marches that we have ahead, and ensure that South Africans they focus on the work of March and March. They focus on the removal of illegal immigrants. Ours is not to focus on how safe are we. Ours is to focus on the work that lies ahead. The police must do their work, and we will be taking this information to them.
Okay, thank you so much for making the time to speak to us today, Zandile Dube, National Spokesperson and Gauteng Convener for March and March.
Business leaders like to talk about jobs and economic growth. They are parents too, yet they often don't talk about children.
That's funny, because their future bottom line depends on how well we grow. Hold our hands. It's time to talk about real growth. Visit holdmyhand.org.za.
Move with purpose from the first to the final job in a Hino 700 truck tractor. Available in either 410 or 450 horsepower. It gives you the flexibility to choose the right amount of power to suit your unique fleet and logistical needs. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and 6-year service plan from as little as 1.9 million rand excluding VAT. Contact your nearest Hino dealer today to keep you moving. Offer available while stocks last. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
July is Mandela Month on SAfM. A month to ask the difficult questions. 30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? This July, SAfM examines the legacy of Mandela through the realities of South Africa today. Inequality, leadership, social justice, nation building, and the responsibilities that belong to every generation. Because the question is no longer who Nelson Mandela was. The question is, what have we done with the country he helped create? Join the national conversation only on SAfM, the home of real conversations.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
Our WhatsApp line is up and running again as we head for 3 minutes to 10 here on the Daily Discourse. One of you says, morning, I agreed that Zandile Gumede should not hold office, but the court case has gone on for ages. She has that hanging over her. The courts need to become more efficient, says Biff Mags in Durban. Agreed, Biff. Thank you for that. One of you says, hi, Jan, the era of Trump is a clear signal to non-white people that the right wing is alive, well, and supported by many white people. Mainly, we must be aware not to be swayed by the Christian angle to their movement as though God is the one behind their behavior, an old apartheid tactic which we are aware of. I believe it is this awareness and is the reason why we are being punished with these bizarre tariffs. Wake up, brown people, says Naveen in Durban. What also amazes me is when I'm using the term black as an umbrella term to cover all of us, but how black people can actually support that regime is a little bit beyond my understanding. Tabo in the Northwest is on the line to us. You want to talk about the MK party? Quick one from you, please, Tabo.
Morning to you, Joanne, and the listeners of this FM. Joy, you see there?
We have a very bad line to you, Tabo, but let's try quickly.
Mama, now? I'm okay?
Yes. Go ahead, please, Tabo.
Yes, what I'd like to comment about it is that, my brother Siva there, my fellow listener, he always having this thing of politics of hatred and... Yes, politics of hatred, because why I'm saying this is that I'm Mutwana speaking, you know, Joanne.
You know what, Tabo, I'm struggling to hear you. What I'm going to do is put you back on the line to Melissa, and let's see if we can't get a clearer line to you so you can say what you need to say in peace. All right. Let's look at one or two more of your voice notes. This one is on the issue of water tankers being donated to the ANC.
Morning, Joanne. I'm so disappointed, Joanne. I saw on social media the ANC members with the Pakistani community there. The Pakistani community donated water tankers and blankets to the ANC members. That alone, it shows you that people are not serious about people on the ground. How can you accept water tankers? About, if I'm not mistaken, about 15 water tankers, which were donated by the Pakistani people. These people, they prefer water tankers rather than we need tap waters. We don't need water tankers. I hope you saw that on social media. If you don't see, just visit and check. These people are not serious. Really are not serious. Morning to you, Joanne.
Morning, and thank you for that message. I hadn't seen it. I'm not spending much time on social media at all. So sometimes I do miss these, but thank you for being my eyes and ears on the ground in regard to that. That brings us to 10 o'clock here on the Daily Discourse, and Musa standing by with your latest news bulletin.
Thanks, Joanne. In our top stories, Public Servants Association welcomes PIC Board's decision and Umkwanazi's internal disciplinary hearing continues. Good morning. The Public Servants Association has welcomed the Public Investment Corporation Board's decision to place CEO Patrick Dlamini on precautionary suspension, saying it's an important step towards restoring accountability. The suspension follows a dispute over the PIC's investment in Lanseria Airport and allegations that Dlamini appointed auditing firm PricewaterhouseCoopers to conduct a forensic investigation without board approval. Meanwhile, businessman Kagiso Majila has filed a 900 million rand damages claim against Dlamini in his personal capacity. Claude Naiker is the PSA Assistant General Manager.
The fact that the majority of the board decided to take this step shows how serious the matter is. I think it's also a significant step towards restoring accountability and confidence in the management of public servants' pension funds. A lot of times we find where there's not proper governance or oversight, people are then earmarked to try and restore the confidence, and it's just for a publicity exercise so that public can see that something is being done. As the Public Servants Association, we've always advocated and said that no matter what the circumstances are, if there's any allegations or any irregularities that are preferred against any individual, due processes must be followed.
The internal disciplinary hearing of the suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department's Deputy Chief, Julius Mkwanazi, will continue this morning. It's in connection with fitting blue lights to vehicles belonging to alleged underworld figure Fuzimuzikat Matlala's company. Mkwanazi appeared in the Boksburg Magistrates Court on Monday alongside City Manager Kagiso Lerutla. They are facing charges of corruption, fraud and defeating the ends of justice. The city spokesperson Pagamile Mbangashe.
As stated the last time, it is at an advanced stage. We can also confirm that he will be appearing again for his DC. But like we said, we want to be transparent. We want to have a fair process. So it is a long one, but we must allow anybody who appears in front of a DC to state their case, to bring their evidence so that we make a decision that is a fair one. And once the report is done, we'll be able to communicate what the outcome was. It is an ongoing process. Individuals are given the opportunity to defend themselves, to provide evidence, to even call in witnesses, so you can't really put a timeline to that.
Meanwhile, the National Prosecuting Authority says it's confident its corruption case against Matlala remains watertight despite the collapse of the plea deal. It says Matlala's decision to withdraw from the plea and sentence agreement does not weaken the state's case. Matlala is facing charges linked to the irregular awarding of a 228 million rand SAPS tender to his company, Medicare 24 Tshwane District. NPA spokesperson Kaiser Khanyago.
The NPA holds a firm view that his withdrawal will not negatively impact the IDEX case against the 17 accused, and we believe there is sufficient evidence to sustain the charges preferred against all the accused in this matter. The National Director of Public Prosecution, Advocate Ndimu Tibi, said, I quote, "We assure the members of the public that a plea and sentence agreement is a legally recognized and legally viable strategic mechanism of preventing a protracted trial by including same with a cooperating accused person against whom the state had a formidable case and to get evidence that was not readily available."
A South African court has ruled in favour of extraditing prominent Zimbabwean political activist Wellington Masiwa. This has triggered intense debate across the Southern African region regarding asylum protections and judicial independence. Masiwa has been a critic of Zimbabwean President Emmerson Mnangagwa's efforts to extend his term in office to 2030 beyond existing constitutional limits. He spoke to the SABC in an exclusive interview from the holding cells.
When I joined the politics, I know that sometimes you can die. I'm ready for everything. If they're going to kill me, they can kill me. But I'm fear for my life as I know that I'm dealing with the people who are very cruel. Because now I received the judgment. They are saying I have to go to Zimbabwe. But if I can go to Zimbabwe, let it be. But that is my fear. Because I know what is going to happen when I arrive there. I am the target. So they want to take me to Zimbabwe. So what is going to happen when I arrive there is not good. Maybe you're going to hear one of the days that I know Comrade Nyoka Mabunu is dead.
And finally, the first scientific study into understanding possible links between hormonal changes and ADHD symptoms in women is being carried out in London. Attention deficit hyperactive disorder was once thought to only affect men and children. The BBC's Vicky Loader has the details.
Around 2.5 million people in the UK are thought to have ADHD. Common symptoms include difficulty focusing, emotional dysregulation and impulsiveness. The study by Queen Mary and King's College Universities is investigating whether ADHD worsens at certain points of women's menstrual cycles. It's believed dips in estrogen, which happen just before a period, affect the feel-good dopamine hormone, intensifying the symptoms. The 50 women who took part in the study described feeling disabled by their ADHD at certain times of the month and also reported that their medication became less effective at times.
Recapping the top story, the Public Servants Association has welcomed the Public Investment Corporation Board's decision to place CEO Patrick Dlamini on precautionary suspension, saying it's an important step towards restoring accountability. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation. In case you missed it.
Primo Puddings. It's South Africa's first high-protein pudding for #made in SA. Gents, you better guarantee me it still tastes like I'm having pudding.
Bridget, we like to joke that our puddings are nice but taste naughty. And the goal was just to make something that really and truly, if you did take it out of the packaging and put it into a bowl, your first guess wouldn't be that this is a healthy alternative. That was the number one for us, right? Because if it doesn't taste good and if it isn't satisfying to eat, then, it was all for nothing.
Co-founders of Primo, Tiago Vasconcelos and Alex Frau, like Joao.
That was The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us in the second hour of the show. I'm Joanne Joseph, and of course, we're bringing you all the latest updates and analysis on what is going on in your backyard and in various other parts of the world. And that's what we're doing in this hour. We're going a little international, talking about these US tariffs that they want to impose on South Africa, 12.5%. And South Africa is railing against it. We'll find out why they want to impose those tariffs and what South Africa has to say in response to that. We are also a little bit later on looking at the issue of reading as the responsibility of men in the community. A new Imbizo project has been introduced in Khayelitsha that is encouraging men to communicate with their families using storytelling. And I don't think we realize the power of that. But just the power of opening those communication channels in a social way, in a safe reading space, can actually do wonders. It can work wonders for a community where men and boys often feel isolated from each other, isolated from other people in the community, uncared for, right? Because they're not brought into projects like this traditionally, because these are stereotyped as projects for women. So I love what Naribali is doing in that regard, and we're going to chat to them a little bit later on about that. We're also speaking about a fault line under the Karoo Basin. Who knew this existed? But of course, it's been that whole area has been the subject of studies into fracking, hydraulic fracturing, where they go and explore for shale gas under the ground. But of course, if that ground is sensitive and if any kind of exploration could result in some kind of cataclysmic event, some kind of seismic event that leads to earthquakes in that area, just you can well imagine what that would mean for the region. And so we're going to explore that with a professor who has looked into this issue. All right, it is 10 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse, and South Africa is asking the United States not to impose another 12.5% tariff on its exports. The US has drawn up a list of countries on which it wants to levy an additional 12.5%, and South Africa is on that list. But the reasons for wanting to impose the additional tariff are also quite curious. Let's ask Chief Director of Bilateral Trade Relations, Rest of the World at the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, Malose Letswalo, what he thinks about this. Mr. Letswalo, good morning and thank you for your time on the Daily Discourse. What's the reason the US is giving for wanting to levy this additional tariff on South Africa?
Good morning, Joanne. So good morning to SAFM listeners. The United States in March started an investigation to
No, Mr. Mr. Litsuela, I apologize for this, but we're having a problem with your line. Not a very clear line at all. Can we please try to get you on the WhatsApp line? Because I think we might be able to hear you a bit better if we do that. So I'm going to put you back to Melissa right now, try and get you back on the line there. I'd love to hear from you, though, on the issue of tariffs and what this means if South Africa is indeed subjected to it. I mean, the reasons that are being given include forced labor. Now, I wonder what that actually means from a technical point of view, and why the US has decided on this. And I mean, we're one of a number of countries on this list of countries being proposed as shall we say targets, if that's the correct word for these additional tariffs. But I'd also be interested to know what happened in the room last week in Washington when South Africa went to fight its case there and put forward that there was no reason for this tariff to be levied. So I think we have Mr. Malose back, Mr. Litsuelo back on the line now. Do we have him back on the line? No, not yet. Okay, we're trying to get through as we speak. It appears we are having a problem with our communications at the moment. Let me just check with... all right, well, I am going to go ahead because I believe he is on the line to us, and I apologize for that interruption, Mr. Litsuelo. Unfortunately, sometimes technology lets us down. But you were answering a question that I posed to you on what reason the US is giving for wanting to levy this additional tariff on South Africa.
Yes, no apologies about that, Joanne.
Not a problem.
As I was saying, in March 2026, the United States started an investigation to investigate whether there were 60 economies that they've subjected to investigation. And the reason for that was failure to impose and effectively to enforce import prohibition for goods produced with forced labor. So in fact, what they are saying is that there may be some goods that are imported into markets of these 60 economies, and that included South Africa. So the question was whether does South Africa have the policies that can stop any importation of goods that are produced using forced labor, and then whether also are we enforcing those to stop importation of forced labor. So as government, we then made a submission. First, we had a bilateral engagement with the United States Trade Representative Office in May, and we also made a submission. And the basis for our submission, the first one, Joanne, was to say that as a country, our constitution, in particular Section 13, that on the Bills of Rights, has banned or prohibited any slavery, servitude, or forced labor. And we do have, as a country, the Basic Employment Conditions Act and other domestic policies that bans and prohibit forced labor. When it comes to international trade, we have Section 6 of the International Trade Administration Act that gives the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition the power to control or to prohibit any importation of goods of any class. And in addition, we also have Section 113 of the Customs and Excise Act that also prohibit the trade in from prison labor. So on those bases, we made a submission to the United States that as a country, we are not importing, or we are not using any goods that are produced using forced labor, and we have the necessary laws in place.
I mean, we have great laws. We don't always implement those laws properly. But on what possible grounds could the US have believed that the goods being produced were as a result of forced labor?
What we looked at, Joanne, which is also the question that we and other governments, last week we participated at the public hearing in Washington. And one of the questions as a country and other countries that participated at the public hearing was the question around exactly what you are asking in terms of what are the evidence? Is there any specific products in South Africa that is using any inputs that are imported from a country that is producing those using forced labor? So far, we don't have any information coming from the United States indicating which supply chains or products in South Africa are produced using forced labor. We had also looked at the U.S. Department of Labor publish a list of products that are produced using either child labor or forced labor. And South Africa or any products that we are producing in the country is not mentioned on that list by the U.S. Department of Labor. So as we stand as of today, we have requested if the United States can share such information, and that is what we are still waiting for, even on our side.
You know, I'm asking this question because yesterday News 24 was carrying a story about the CMT trade, right? So this is the textile trade, cut, make and trim. And a number of these factories are based in areas like Newcastle, for example, in KwaZulu-Natal. And there have been reports of workers who are largely, I don't know whether they're documented or undocumented, but they're migrants. They've been locked in these factories. They're sleeping in these dormitories that look to be quite, or sound to be quite unsanitary. And that might have been an example of what they were talking about, although it's not exactly forced labor as such. It certainly doesn't sound like legal labor. But I'm wondering whether it was something like this that they were alerted to, or whether this is just another means of the US punishing countries they're currently disenchanted with.
I think there are two things that the United States have accepted from South Africa. I think what they have accepted is that as a country, we do have various laws that we are using in the country to combat any forced labor. We have the Basic Employment Conditions Act, we have the Anti-Trafficking Persons and so on. So we do have the policies, and the United States have agreed with us that domestically the policies are in place and we are enforcing those. And I think in the instances that you've mentioned, the Department of Labor has been enforcing, and I think quite recently there was also a court judgment in which companies were found guilty of such practices. So domestically, we are enforcing all the relevant laws, and the United States have agreed to that fact. The only question where they are posing questions was whether do we have the necessary policies for importation of those goods.
I'm going to take a short break, please, at this point, Mr. Letswalo, and I'm going to ask that we continue our conversation right after that. We're speaking to Malosi Letswalo, Chief Director of Bilateral Trade Relations at the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition.
Catch Top Billing this Tuesday evening at 7 on S3 as designer Lizanne Vivier reimagines our wardrobes through creative styling. Metro FM's DJs Nomuzi Musli Mabena and Siabonga Scoop Ngwegazi are setting the trend. And the art of Utata Madiba is the hero of artist Louis Janssen van Vuren and author Hardy Olivier's country home. That's Top Billing this Tuesday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
SAFM is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
10 on the Daily Discourse, and we're continuing our conversation with Malosi Letsoalo. He is the Chief Director of Bilateral Trade Relations at the DTIC. Mr. Letsoalo, there's a chance that the US will refuse South Africa's request not to levy these tariffs. At the very least, could South Africa get it right to, or get the US to agree to certain exports being excluded from the tariff, perhaps?
Yes, in terms of our submission, Johan, and what we have indicated is that because according to our information, we have not really been presented with any finding that any South African product is made with any forced labor, or we are using any inputs that are produced from products that are made from those products by forced labor. So we have made a certain request to the US in our submission. And the first request was that on that basis that there is no any information on products that are tainted with forced labor, we requested that South Africa be excluded from any action. And you will recall that in the report that the USTR published in June, I think the 2nd, they had proposed that countries that have the necessary are imposing the laws to combat importation of goods using forced labor will be subjected to 10%. And countries that are not imposing the laws or any regulation to prohibit forced labor and are also not enforcing those laws will then be subjected to 12.5%. So South Africa is amongst the 47 countries that are in that 12.5% bracket. So we have requested that we be exempted from that particular tariff. And in the event that the USTR decide to move ahead and adopt the report, we have requested that South African products, around 40 to 50% of our products are minerals, platinum group and precious metals that are mined in South Africa. We are exporting vehicles, we are exporting catamarans, we are exporting citrus, seafood, wines and nuts, and those products are produced in South Africa and they are not tainted with any forced labor. So we have requested that those products also be exempted from any action.
All right. I'd like to play you a voice note from one of our listeners at this hour, and this is a question about, or a comment about forced labor, Mr. Letsoalo.
Good morning, Joanne. You know, Joanne, government South Africa is full of denialism and people that refuses to look at reality, and it's glaring right in front of their eyes. South Africa does have forced labor in terms of the Chinese people that are sourcing illegal immigrants from Malawi to come and work in South Africa for over 16 hours a day. There is, those people will not tell South Africa about something that they do not see. They have intelligence on the ground that is actually effective and working and identifying these forced labor things that exist in our country. It does exist. There is a forced labor in South Africa, but nobody is going to admit to it because our government officials are corrupt and they are taking bribes from those people. All this thing is in the Eastern Cape.
Kolisi, thank you for that. Mr. Letsoalo, what's your response to that? The assertion that there is forced labor and that government actually, despite having the laws, is not able to deal with the problem.
I think I will answer the question in two ways. I think the first one, and that is where I started, the Constitution, which is our supreme law in terms of Section 13, prohibit forced labor. And the Basic Conditions of Employment Act 75 of 1997 prohibit and criminalizes forced labor. And you have the prevention and combating of trafficking in persons.
No, this
also
is true, and we don't disagree. I'm going to come in there if you don't mind, because we don't disagree that the laws are there, but we know that implementation is a problem. And what our listener, Mtlolisi, has spoken about there is the fact that South African police are known to take bribes. It wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility for labour inspectors to take bribes as well. So if you're not able to actually use the laws to combat it, then perhaps it is possible for forced labour to thrive in certain areas of the country.
Yes, that is where I was going to get to. And you will also recall that, as I've mentioned all this, the issue that also the caller was talking about is the issue of enforcement. And in the State of the Nation address, the president have spoken to the issue of employment of 10,000 labor inspectors that will reinforce the work that our colleagues in the Department of Employment and Labor are doing to enforce these laws. The laws are present, and this is what now I think need to be reinforced, as the caller is saying. It will be the issue of enforcement. And I think with the employment of the 10,000 labor inspectors, that issue will be resolved. But I think the Department of Employment and Labor can better respond to it. But in terms of what the United States have said, and also the issue of enforcement, in terms of domestic labor, they have agreed, and as you have also indicated, that the laws are there. The issue is around the importation of goods that are produced with using forced labor.
One of our listeners says, your guest must not pretend that the USA is not aware of illegal immigrants who are exploited by unscrupulous employees in the entire country. Government enabled this for 32 years. They also ignored illicit financial outflows until SAFMRadio greylisted the country. They still did nothing against spaza shop owners who were flagged channeling 6 billion rand to finance terrorism, choosing to call us xenophobics instead, says TK Njosi. Your response to that, Mr. Letsoalo?
Yes, I think the response will be the same, Joanne, just to indicate, as I've said, the issue of the enforcement is what our colleagues in the Department of Employment and Labor are currently dealing with. And they are reinforcing, as the President have said, reinforcing the capacity with the employment of the 10,000 labor inspectors. And I think that will probably go a long way in addressing the issues that the caller is raising.
A quick call from Billy in Skukune. Good morning to you, Billy. A very quick question for Mr. Letsoalo, please.
Yes, JJ, very good morning to Mr. Letsoalo as well. Look, South Africa has institutionalized forced labor in this way. Here in Skukuni, we used to own our own plots. We developed them and we were assisted by state. And those plots belong to us. Today, the same plots are no longer owned by our own people. They have been outsourced to something called strategic partner. That strategic partner is deciding on what to be done without giving us any training or any skill transferred to us, and employs our people without their own choice. They just come and just bring them and they work the fields, and it pays them so little. And that is forced labor. We are worse than we were during apartheid. I don't understand what does he mean by forced labor.
Thank you, Billy. Let's ask Mr. Letsoalo about that. Mr. Letsoalo, first of all, does that constitute forced labor, and are you aware of it as government?
I think from the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, we may not necessarily be aware of all the cases that the caller is talking about. And I think that is the issues that will pass to our colleagues in the Department of Employment and Labor. But I think what is quite important to mention is that I think you have said the laws are there, and the issues that currently we need to all of us work towards it will be the issue of enforcement. And I think if there are any labor practices, we hope the issues of the employment of labor inspectors will assist. But with respect to the case that has been mentioned, I myself am not aware of it.
All right, thank you very much for speaking to us today. Malosi Letsoalo, Chief Director, Bilateral Trade Relations Rest of the World at the DTIC. That brings us to 10:30 on the Daily Discourse. That means Ondela Mbana is standing by with your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne, and a very good morning. On the news headlines, a senior investigator at the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption, a unit of the National Prosecuting Authority, has defended his credentials. The Public Servants Association says the decision of the Public Investment Corporation Board to place its chief executive, Patrick Lambino, on precautionary suspension is a significant step towards restoring accountability, and the internal disciplinary hearing of the suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department's Deputy Chief, Julius Mkwanazi, will continue this morning. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Catch them Mzansi's beautiful game sport documentary.
For me, Neto, really, in the club football where I've played a lot of my football to with the ladies, at times I would play as a striker.
From the 5th of July to the 23rd of August 2026.
Banyana performance is like Bafana's performance right now at the moment. So we believe in them and we're proud of them. What they did, they did wonders to the country.
Brought to you by the SAFM's award-winning drama department. Ala Bafana. This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
10:32. It's just astonishing how time runs away from us. I'd hoped to take Romeo's call while we had Mr. Letsoalo on the line. But Romeo, let's chat about this now. What's your take on forced labor, Romeo?
Thank you for picking up my call. Good morning to you all day.
Morning.
I wanted to ask your guest, but anyway, I have to channel my point through you. Maybe it will be debated by others. The Labour Employment Act is not being followed by many companies, much as I do understand to some very few companies that we went through as truck drivers. The point is, they are abusing all this system through the agents' employment. Because if you are to follow you don't follow your employment agent, the company is easy to tell you what they want to do. So in any case, you are now forced to do things that you do not want to do. This is equally the same as
just give me an example, Romeo. Sorry, just give me an example of that. When you say a company forces you to do what you don't want to do, what would be a good example of that, Romeo?
Come again.
What's an example of a company forcing you to do something that you don't want to do?
I'm just talking using a blanket term because I wouldn't like to mention the company.
No, you don't have to mention the company's name.
That's Labour.
Yeah.
If they visit all this, because as long as we still have got the agents, employment agents, the people who are employed through agents still have to suffer and underpayment without any obligation of complain, because if you try to complain against the company, you can't go there because you have to go the channel through your agent, your agent employer. In any case, the underpayment it's both affecting migrants and the local.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, you are to follow the system, what the agents want you to do. It is only the agent that understands a relationship.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Romeo. I just want to. We actually do happen to have Mr. Letsoalo back on the line with us. Thank you for staying. In fact, Mr. Letsoalo, I think I'm not sure whether our listeners are distinguishing between the actual definition of forced labour and underpaid labour, or having to fulfil a job description that is not exactly as per your contract. Do we need to make a distinction between the two, Mr. Letsoalo?
I think in terms of the broader definition of forced labor, which is also what we as a government had to look at, it also entails issues where people are being forced to work under force or being forced to work. It can be either being locked up or working long hours and so on and so on. So that will be classified as forced labor. And the ILO has a definition for that in terms of forced labor. So I think those are some of the issues, like we have, as I've mentioned, with respect to the custom. There is also prison labor is also classified as forced labor. So those are some of the elements on the definition of forced labor.
All right. Thank you very much for staying on to clarify that for us. Malosi Letsoalo, Chief Director, Bilateral Trade Relations at the DTIC.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
Before we go through to our next discussion, I just want to play a couple of these voice notes for you on the issue of forced labour.
Good morning, Joanne. This is Mateo. The very same Romeo who is speaking currently, they are the one who make these employers manipulate South Africans. They take less salaries. They don't even complain. Some of them, they don't have unions. So when it comes to this topic, he comes to radio, he talk like he want things to be fixed. And it can never be fixed while we have them in the system, working in South Africa, doing whatever they think it's good for them. Good afternoon. Good morning. This is Mateo.
Good morning, Joanne. Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised by the stance that is taken by America. We know Donald Trump has met with the ambassador from America. So they met to continue fabricating lies about South Africa. I'm really not surprised about what is happening right now. More an appalling future. Thank you.
Morning to you, Joe. And I'm interested, when South Africa launched that case against Israel for genocide, I knew these things were going to happen. Why is South Africa the one forced to prove its innocence with this ridiculous child labor thing? When it's them who should prove that we are using child or forced labor. They are the ones who should prove that we do, not us proving our innocence. We are in trouble because of this thing with America and Israel. I'm Soviet. Sure.
Thank you so much for those messages. Lovely to hear your opinions on that story. All right, we are heading for 20 minutes to 11 here on the Daily Discourse. And of course, maybe now's the time to actually take a short break before we go through to our next interview. But I'm prepping you for it. I want to hear from you on this, the issue of men starting reading clubs in areas like Khayelitsha. Is it something that you would do as a man? And why is it your responsibility as a man to especially use reading to help boys feel more included in a project like this? We'll talk more after this short break.
In case you missed it.
What do our responses to people who arrive at our borders say about us?
We become what we consistently do. So when we treat people without dignity, when we descend to animal instincts where when there is food, we kill, we attack in order to claim our stake, that's not Ubuntu. We are part of the world. In Sepedi, there's a saying that says, if you kill the lizard, don't think the crocodiles are not watching.
That was the Alternative Breakfast with Khomotso Mutsunyane and Ndumiso Ngobo. SAFM.
Cape Verde, West Africa. An island nation in the Atlantic Ocean, located off the western coast of Africa near Senegal and Mauritania. A country shaped by the sea, volcanic islands, ocean winds, and a culture carried through music. Portuguese is the official language. Cape Verdean Creole gives rhythm to everyday life.
More than likely, Tsetse, that you're being described up and down the country at the moment as a communist.
There is no truth in that as far as I'm concerned. It is just that in South Africa, if you're not doing what the government expects you to do, then you are a communist, of course.
This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
20 minutes to 11 on the Daily Discourse, and as you know, the responsibility often falls on women in the community to promote reading. But in Gaelicha in the Western Cape, literacy organisation Nalibali is empowering young men to establish community reading clubs. Nalibali and Lalatata have brought together young men at the Gaelicha Library to hold a men's literacy club workshop as part of a wider men's literacy imbizo. Community Development Coordinator and Facilitator at Nalibali and author Madoda Ndlakuze is with us to tell us more. Mr. Ndlakuze, thank you so much for your time on the Daily Discourse. What was the purpose of the men's literacy imbizo?
Thank you so much, Joanne, and I'm taking this opportunity to say hi to all the listeners. Well, the men's literacy imbizo, it's our movement as Nalibali. We are giving South African men a chance to be role models of their children. We are saying to South African men, guys, come here, let's gather, and of course, let us be involved in our children's education using literacy clubs and more literacy-based activities.
Tell me about the interactive fathers and sons storytelling session and what your intention was there.
Well, we were actually invited as Nalibali by an organization in the Western Cape called Chrysalis, and our role was to make sure that, those fathers that were part of the fathers and sons are actually having more ways to have positive communication, especially using our, trademark technique, which is the storytelling. So we were there to actually help increase more bonds between fathers and their sons. As you know that, in recent times, there has been some sort of a gap where our children, especially young sons, leaning, more closely to mothers, asking more things to mothers, because of the fatherhood that is not 100% present. So our main aim was to become a glue between fatherhood as well as the sons, using storytelling and other literacy development techniques.
Mr. Ndlakuze, what role do you believe storytelling plays in cementing relationships and encouraging meaningful dialogue?
Well, storytelling has been the ancient wisdom technique that has been used by our forefathers. It does not go out of shape. It's still helping us now as fathers, to have, bonds with our children. And also, it is our way that we can actually use for our children so that they can, have confidence in communication with themselves and ourselves. It is also a great tool that we can use, to build the trust as well as lifelong relationship with books, because through storytelling, children, they can actually see, okay, reading and telling stories and reading aloud, it's something that is worthwhile. It's something that is valuable, and it's something that they can actually imitate from us as their fathers. That is why we are always saying, let us tell these stories. Let us tell our own stories in indigenous languages first, and let us expand in other languages as well.
You're also trying to build community reading clubs. How important is reading as a family or a group activity that contributes to a sense of belonging in a community?
Well, reading is very, very important. Back in the days when I was still in the former Transkei, as a young boy, our only role models were, those guys that were playing soccer, the likes of Dr. Kumalo, Filma Singh, etc. There was a serious lack of role models. Now, when our children are seeing us on a daily or regularly, reading, they can actually see, wow, this is actually something that is cool. And this is something they can also do. And this is something that is going to help build the bonds, amongst the family members. And it is something that they can actually do in school. And they will see, reading is for everyone. It is not only for the teachers or women, But reading, especially when we fathers are taking the lead, it's something that can actually unify the families. If it unifies the families, it unifies the communities. And if it brings unity to communities, it brings community to the nation. So reading is not just something that you can do because it's World Read Aloud Day or it's Mandela Month, but it's something that we have to do. And of course, it has got a whole, powerful amount of healing to all of us.
But we tend to live in a society that rarely encourages young men to read or to use literature as a tool to understand the world, one another, the society in which they're living. Why is it important to entrench the idea that reading is for everyone and sitting and reading a book as opposed to being out and doing something physical only is not a kind of emasculation?
Well, as Nalibali through the men's literacy in Bizo, we are changing the narrative. For many years, conversations about around children's literacy have been focusing only on our mothers or women in general, or even sometimes teachers. But through this program, we are not only promoting the culture of reading, but we are just, inviting men so that they can become active, not only in reading, but raising readers that are also our children. And of course, we've got these safe and welcoming spaces where men can actually learn, not only from books, but learning from each other's experiences and build confidence and other practical ways so that we can all together support our children's literacy.
I wish you everything of the best with this. This really sounds like a wonderful intervention, and long may it live and large may it grow. Thank you so much for speaking to us, Madoden Lakuze. He's a community development coordinator, facilitator at Nalibali, and also an author. And Naveen says to us, hi Joanne, this reading initiative is probably the best I've heard in years. If this initiative takes off, our society changes, unlike the many useless, expensive initiatives attempted by politicians giving lip service. Amazing stuff, says Naveen in Durban. Thanks very much for that message, Naveen.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
10:47 on the Daily Discourse, and you'd remember the debate on fracking in the Karoo from a few years ago. Government had the idea that because there was there were large-scale gas deposits in the area, it would be the perfect place to carry out shale gas exploration. But there was a huge outcry from environmentalists and farmers in the area who opposed it. And now News 24 tells us it may have hit a further snag. Scientists at the University of Cape Town say they've come across a fault below the Karoo Basin that's under stress and could trigger earthquakes if fracking takes place there. Let's speak to Associate Professor Alistair Sloan, who co-authored the study. Prof, good morning to you and thank you for your time on the Daily Discourse. Can you please start by explaining to us in general terms what the process of fracking entails?
Good morning and thank you for having me. So basically, what fracking is, it's a technique for getting gas out of particular types of deposits, which are what we will call tight. So basically that means the gas can't flow through them easily. There are no spaces for it to kind of pass up into a well. And so in order to actually get the gas out, you need to pump water down into the formation. And that water basically splits it apart, so it fractures it. So that's where the fracking comes from. And as the water splits it apart, it allows the gas to flow out, and so then it can be collected.
In layman's terms, what is it that your study showed about the ground beneath the Karoo Basin?
So one of the things which is kind of well known about fracking is that it can potentially trigger seismicity. This is especially when you kind of dispose of that water by pumping it into the ground, but it can also be kind of from the primary fracking as well. And when we look in different parts of the world, so particularly if we look at the US, for instance, there are some areas like Oklahoma where there's a lot of this kind of fracking, unconventional gas exploitation, and they've seen quite a dramatic increase in the seismicity that occurs there. Then there are other areas where it doesn't really seem to make much difference. Nothing really happens. And it's thought that in order to actually get significant events, there needs to be a fault which is already there. There needs to be something which is critically stressed so that the small stress changes associated with pumping this fluid down can actually trigger an earthquake.
So is it possible that fracking could actually trigger earthquakes in that particular area?
So that is a question, right? And I mean, if you look in South Africa in that area generally, there isn't a huge amount of seismicity if you look historically. So I mean, if you look around South Africa, there are places where we have had significant earthquakes in the past. So for instance, in the area of Koffiefontein, which is kind of quite far towards the northeast of the area, which is thought of for shale gas exploration. If you think about the Ceres Toolbach earthquake, which happened in 1969, which caused some fatality sort of in the Western Cape. But there haven't been any kind of major events kind of within the area that is thought to be prospective for shale gas. And then there was a sequence of relatively small to moderate earthquakes, which started a while ago. It started back in 2007, and it's continued into like the early 2020s. And these are relatively small earthquakes, but there's quite a few of them, so we call it a swarm. And what our study did was to put a deployment of seismometers that can record these earthquakes very well, just for a short period of time. And we detected quite a few earthquakes associated with this little swarm over just a few months. And we were able to kind of relocate those earthquakes and show that they're falling along a continuous structure, which is a few tens of kilometers long. And we can also associate that structure with changes in the subsurface that we can kind of image using the same equipment. So we can actually map out the wave speed under the ground and show that there's kind of a big change right where those earthquakes were falling. And so what that tells us is basically, even though we can't really see it at the surface, that there is a fault there. There is a discontinuity, a break within the strata, which is critically stressed because it is producing these small earthquakes. And so that suggests, in this location at least, there may be the preconditions for these kind of triggered earthquakes, right? So these earthquakes aren't being triggered by fracking. Fracking isn't occurring in this area at the moment. These are naturally occurring, but it's showing that there is a fault there which is already kind of critically stressed. And so potentially when you frack, it's possible if the fluid can get into that fault system, it could trigger.
You know, by the end of last year, Prof, the Minerals and Petroleum Resources Department had decided to continue with geological surveys in the area. Now, I'm not sure how those are conducted, whether the kind of research that you've conducted or whether it is a kind of gas exploration that they imagine conducting. Would it be wise to proceed with that, with the latter?
So, I mean, look, what I would say is there's, in terms of the kind of introductory studies, so for instance, just drilling to intercept the kind of levels where the gas might be forming and to characterize it, in terms of doing kind of geophysics to kind of work out what the subsurface structure is. I mean, there isn't really any risk of induced seismicity from doing that type of thing. So, in that kind of exploration phase, that kind of characterization of what's there, that isn't something which is a major risk from this point of view, right? There might be other kind of environmental impacts. But I would say in general, those can be managed. I would also say that if you look around the world, this idea of fracking potentially causing seismicity is something which is quite well understood and which is seen in many, many places. And so if you look elsewhere in the world, what typically happens is that it's a risk which is able to be kind of regulated and to be managed. So for instance, in some places there are traffic light systems where if you are going to frack, you need to monitor the microseismicity closely, and if certain thresholds are met, so if certain events occur, then you would kind of get a red light and you would have to stop fracking, right? So that's the way that it's done in other places. So, I mean, taking Oklahoma as an example, this is clearly a concern in Oklahoma. They do see microseismicity associated with these kind of operations, but actually the exploitation does still go ahead. It's just that it needs to go ahead in a kind of strict regulatory environment. So it's not necessarily something which you would say on the basis of this, you wouldn't even consider fracking. That would be kind of an overreaction, but it is basically a sign that this is a risk that should be seriously considered in this area as well, even though kind of prior to this study, there may not have been as much evidence for kind of pre-existing faults which are already critically stressed. It's probably also worth saying that when you again look globally, there are cases of earthquakes being triggered by the kind of fracking process itself, but in general, the kind of larger, more damaging earthquakes are more commonly associated with the kind of disposal of the wastewater from the fracking by pumping it down to the subsurface. That tends to involve much larger volumes, and it tends to kind of be done for a much longer period of time, and that can then lead to larger stress changes, and so more likelihood of larger earthquakes. And that's something which should be thought about very carefully, and if it's going to happen in this area. But that's kind of a slightly separate issue from the fracking, right? So you produce this wastewater by fracking, you have to do something with it. Elsewhere in the world, they often get rid of it by pumping it down into the subsurface where it should stay kind of for very long periods of time safely. But there are other alternatives. It's just that they may be kind of more difficult and more expensive. And the production of this wastewater, which can be quite contaminated, is also a concern, right? So that isn't the focus of our study, but it's also, just because the risks of induced seismicity, I would say they aren't clearly a reason to not undertake this kind of unconventional shale gas exploration. But there are also other risks and other things which need to be considered, and again, which need to be very carefully regulated if it's going to go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much for that detailed explanation. Associate Professor Alistair Sloan, who co-authored the study.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
3 minutes to 11 on the Daily Discourse, and I'm interested to know your feedback on that. Do you live in the Karoo area? Are you a farmer, or are you working in some aspect of the environment there? Something that requires you to own land, to work the land, to live off the land. What does it mean to you that you may be living in an area that in the future may be exposed to earthquakes or other seismic activity? And how do you feel about the possibility of fracking? Not only fracking, but also the question of what happens to the wastewater that results as a consequence of fracking, right? Well, what is to be done with that water? And of course, one of the suggestions that Alistair Sloan has made is that water be sent deep underground again, where it lives for extended periods of time. But certainly that water being exposed on the surface to people who own farms and the like seems to be quite a problematic possibility. All right, we are talking about the issues. Well, one of the issues that we raised is the issue of forced labor. You know, the US wants to impose further tariffs of 12.5% on our country due to what it believes to be forced labor taking place here, and many of you are responding to that.
Good morning, Joanne. Mr. Letwalo is a bit economical with the truth when it comes to forced labor and child labor in our country. It might not be perpetuated by South Africans, but Chinese people in particular. And also on the farms in the Western Cape, there are farm laborers without any benefits. There was an expose on TV that we saw where the Deputy Minister of Labor actually went to do an inspection. That is a Chinese factory, it's a steel factory, and people get hurt and there's no report. The reporter actually went to WCA to find out whether those reports exist of injuries on duty. There was none. They get fired. They are given 500 rands and get fired and sit at home to die. No benefits accrued. as given to them. Ruth from Randburg.
Good morning, Joanne and SAfm listeners. You see, Joanne, we've got a problem of callers who just have that hate for foreign nationals. What Romeo is saying is affecting both South Africans and foreign nationals. It has got nothing to do with being a foreigner or what, but the bottom line is agents are exploiting both locals and foreign nationals. That's the bottom line. And COSATU has been fighting for this for a long time to say labor brokers must be banned. But it's only that we've got people who have got that euphoria of foreign nationals. Thank you, James Johannesburg.
All right, keep those messages coming after your latest news bulletin. It is 11 o'clock, and that means Ondela is standing by with an update.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, IDEX senior investigator testifies at the Madlanga Commission and 2 die in a fire at Chikajo informal settlement. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana and a very good morning. A senior investigator at the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption, a unit of the National Prosecuting Authority, has defended his credentials. Brian Padayachi is testifying before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. The commission is currently leading with the IDEX stream. Padayachi says that there was no merit to KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi's utterances that he was not qualified for the job.
Thus, I put it up front that the allegations that I was appointed to a senior position within IDEC in the circumstances where I do not have the requisite skills, experience, and qualifications is void, empty, and bereft of a factual foundation. It is baseless. Before my appointment, I have been involved in many successful criminal investigations. It is appropriate for me to mention a few. At the time of my appointment, I investigated and/or had previously been involved the Inchanga massacre in the year 2000. So involved that I received a commendation from the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal.
The case of suspended Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Feroz Khan, Gauteng Hawks boss Ibrahim Kadwa and a civilian Tariq Downs has been postponed to September the 2nd. Kadwa and Downs briefly appeared in the Kempton Park Magistrates Court east of Johannesburg earlier today. They are facing charges related to being part of a crime syndicate dealing in precious metals. The aim of the postponement is to give the state more time to disclosure the contents of the dockets. The Public Servants Association says the decision of the Public Investment Corporation Board to place its chief executive, Patrick Dlamini, on precautionary suspension is a significant step towards restoring accountability. The suspension follows a dispute over the Lanseria Airport investment and allegations that Dlamini appointed PricewaterhouseCoopers to conduct a forensic probe without the board's approval. Businessman Kagiso Majila has also filed a 900 million rand damages claim against Dlamini personally. The PIC, which manages about 3.6 trillion rand in public servants' pensions, says the aim of placing Dlamini on precautionary suspension is to give him time to respond to the allegations against him through internal processes. Claude Naker is the PSA's Assistant General Manager.
The fact that the majority of the board decided to take this step shows how serious the matter is. I think it's also a significant step towards restoring accountability and confidence in the management of public servants' pension funds. A lot of times we find where there's not proper governance or oversight, people are then earmarked to try and restore the confidence, and it's just for a publicity exercise so that public can see that something is being done. As the Public Servants Association, we've always advocated and said that no matter what the circumstances are, if there's any allegations or any irregularities that are preferred against any individual, due processes must be followed.
The death toll from the devastating fire in the Chikajo informal settlement in Pietermaritzburg in KwaZulu-Natal Midlands has risen to 2. The Msunduzi municipality says one of the 4 injured people admitted to hospital following the fire, which erupted on Saturday, has died. That displaced more than 400 households after destroying hundreds of shacks. The Msunduzi municipal mayor Mzimkhulu Tebola.
It is said that the other one, for now, nobody is able to identify them. Of course, forensic investigations will be done to identify that person and the family be informed properly. But our sincerest condolences to those bereaved families.
The fossilized remains of a 67-year-old Tyrannosaurus Rex will be auctioned in New York later today. Sotheby's has currently valued it at about $30 million or nearly 500 million rand, but previous auctions suggest that it could get more and break a record. The BBC's Esme Starlett has the details.
Gus, as the T-Rex has come to be affectionately named, was discovered in 2021 on a remote ranch in South Dakota. Over 3 summers, its fossilised remains were excavated, but it took a further 3 years in the lab to piece them back together. In total, 61% of the bones were recovered, making it one of the most complete specimens of its kind. It stands at 12.5 feet tall, with bite marks on the skull and healed broken ribs, possibly damaged during scavenging.
Recapping the top story, a senior investigator at the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption, a unit of the National Prosecuting Authority, has defended his credentials. Brian Padayachi is testifying before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. I'm Undulambana for SAFM News Headlines at 11:30.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
Yo, how is your trolley so full these days, friend? It's My Way, Jomi. I save up to 40% on my car insurance premiums every month. My Way insurance? Yes! Now I have more money back in my pocket, even though hubby switched to My Way. Manja, we're both saving, which means we have more money to focus on the things we love and live our way. Savings after savings.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. My Way. Live your way. Move with purpose from the first to the final job in a Hino 700 truck tractor. Available in either 410 or 450 horsepower. It gives you the flexibility to choose the right amount of power to suit your unique fleet and logistical needs. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and 6-year service plan from as little as 1.9 million rand excluding VAT. Contact your nearest Hino dealer today to keep you moving. Offer available while stocks last. T's and C's apply. Hino. All the way.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Tolani Gwala will be back again for you 6 to 9 Monday here on SAFM.
And
thanks, Tolani. Good morning and welcome to Morning Talk with me, Kim Gabadeli.
The name is Bonge Kwala. Good to be with you till midday today. Let's engage South Africa.
Welcome to Morning Talk on SAFM, South Africa's news and information leader, with me, Rowena Bird.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
Exactly 8 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse. Good morning. Welcome to the final hour of our show. I'm Joanne Joseph, and of course we're having some interesting conversations today. We'll keep them going in the next hour. And I want to remind you that what we will be talking about this hour is parental leave. The Constitutional Court has overturned some of the original provisions on this, and we're going to speak to a lawyer in just a moment about what it means for you as a parent. Whether you've had a baby in recent months or are about to have one, whether you are the father of the child or the mother of the child, or, whether you are adopting a child, whether you have had a child by the means of surrogacy. The law is relevant to everyone. And so we're going to chat about that this morning. And you are welcome to put your calls through on our studio line 086 000 2032. Give us a call, ask your question or make a comment. Our WhatsApp line is also open, 0614 104 107. We're taking both your voice messages and your texts there. All right, I am going to play some of our voice notes before we go through to that interview.
Hi, Joanne. I'm from Greece at the moment. I'm a South African. But anyway, it's very hot here. It's very hot. And I remember I left home with my tracksuits. It was so cold. I come this side. But I'm listening because I'm a fan of SAFM. That is why I'm listening at the moment. Thank you.
SAFM 104 to 107
Thank you so much for that. I wish you'd given us your name, but have a wonderful time in Greece. I wonder what you're there for. Is it work? Is it for a holiday? They're moving towards their summer anyway, so it's little wonder that it is so hot there already. But enjoy the food. That's one of the best things about going to Greece. Fabulous, fabulous food. But thank you for listening to us from home and for telling us that you are indeed tuned into SAFM. We love to hear from you. All right, let's take you to that story. For those of you who are parents, it seems the laws in regard to your leave are about to change. Business Tech is telling us the country's parental leave framework is going to change radically after parts of it were found to be unconstitutional. Let's find out what the changes entail. Senior Associate at Mary Jane Patlele Attorneys, Neo Moleko, joins us now with an explanation. Mr. Moleko, good morning to you. Thank you for your time on the Daily Discourse today. What legal changes to parental leave are being proposed by the Constitutional Court?
Good morning, Joanne, and good morning to your listeners, and thank you for having us. Joanne, in essence, the parental leave laws that are being changed, maybe we should start by explaining what parental leave entails. What that is basically is it's a right that is enjoyed by employees that during times when they are about to have children, adopt children, or have children by way of surrogacy, they are allowed to stay away from work and still keep their job security as you would have it. But in essence, the proposed changes are threefold in terms of the interim measures that were granted by the Constitutional Court in the Van Wyk matter. One being the timelines that are afforded to the different categories of parents. And when I speak of different categories, we mainly have birth parents. We've got those who give birth by way of surrogacy, and we have those who give birth by way of what do they then call this? By adoption.
Adoption, yes.
So the proposed change is basically a threefold. You have the timelines that are afforded to the different categories of parents. The position, as it were, before this landmark judgment by the Apex Court was that you had a situation where birth parents were granted 4 months, in essence, of parental leave, whereas the other categories were only, in essence, allowed a 10-day period. Secondly, what was also is being proposed for the changes is the benefits in terms of the UIF for all categories of parents who are then allowed to have parental leave. And then the third one relates to the timelines in which adoptive parents are allowed to apply for parental leave, because the position previously was that adoptive parents were only then allowed to apply for that particular parental leave if they were adopting children to the maximum age of 2 years. And the judgment in the Van Wyk judgment then says that it's unconstitutional, and therefore once Parliament then fixes the legislation to bring it in line with the Constitution, that particular age will move from 2 years to 6 years. So in essence, those are the three proposed changes in terms of the Van Wyk judgment.
That's very interesting indeed. So, in practice, how many months of maternity and paternity leave do you get?
Before, the position was that the birth mother was allowed to have a 4-month period of maternity leave, and the other parent, as you were, in most instances you would have a father, would only be allowed 10 days, and that was then said by the justices in the Constitutional Court that it infringed on the equality clause and the right to dignity for the other parents.
Right. So from a practical point of view, if you are the birth mother and you're getting 4 months of leave post the child's birth, if you are the other parent, how much leave do you get?
So in terms of the landmark judgment of the Apex Court, what they then did is they've then applied interim measures to allow for a situation where they say what's then said there is you've got a sole single parent. If you're a sole single parent, i.e. a birth mother, in terms of the interim relief until Parliament then fixes the legislation, which the Constitutional Court had granted them 36 months from the 3rd of October when this landmark judgment came out, The birth parents, if you're a single parent, being the mother, you still have your 4 days parental leave. If you have two employed parents, what then happens is the court then says that they get to share the 4-month period plus the 10 days. And then obviously you, based on however they come to an agreement of how they're going to share that time, both parents can then share the time. And then with your adoptive parents, they also then have the same right to apply for that period of leave.
Right. So are you saying that when you talk about a couple sharing time, do you mean there's 4 months in all allocated to the both of them? And if, say, the birth mother wants to take 2 and the other parent, who might be the father or another mother co-parenting with the birth mother, they could be entitled to take the other 2 months, for example?
Yes, so it's not only that, Joanne. It's 4 months. So for people who are co-parenting, it's 4 months plus the 10 days. So you have 4 months plus 10 days, and then depending on how you guys choose to allocate that time, then you're able to do that. Because if you remember the background story of how we particularly get to this particular point, is that Mr. Van Wyk, a husband who then basically his wife ran a few businesses, and they had agreed that she is to then go back to work after giving birth. When he applied for maternity leave, his employer then refused to give it to Mr. Van Wyk under the guise that the legislation does not allow for that, and that's how we find ourselves where we are today.
Okay, that's interesting. I see that staff members who go through the trauma of a 3rd trimester miscarriage or a stillbirth are also entitled to some form of leave now.
Definitely, Joanne. The position now is that within a reasonable time, you need to then notify your employer that you had the unfortunate situation of having a miscarriage within the trimester or having a stillborn baby. In terms of the position now, it's that they're allowed up to 6 weeks to stay away from work, albeit the fact that having lost their children in that particular period as well. So yes, look, we have some of the most progressive and protective laws in not only on the continent but globally. So that in effect is to make sure that during that traumatic time, people are given birth mothers are allowed the time to be able to recover from that traumatic experience.
I think that's certainly an advance in terms of our legislation. I want to ask you about the question of UIF, because you mentioned that as well. How does this now work? And I will give an example. Many moons ago, when I had my daughter, essentially my husband was quite unaffected by it in terms of his income, but 2/3. I think I had 3 months of maternity leave in which my salary was unaffected, and thereafter for the remaining 3 months 2/3 of my salary was deducted, and I had to live on 1/3. So how does it work now?
Ordinarily, look, in South Africa, maternity leave is unpaid for unless, of course, you are employed by an employer that is sympathetic towards the employees, and it's not an unseen thing where employers do then remunerate the employees for certain periods during maternity. But in terms of the UIF Act, what then happens is the UIF is then to compensate parents who are on parental leave, depending on their earning scales and benefits up to a certain portion. So the UIF doesn't, of course, then pay the entire salary portion because, as we know, it's a state entity, but it's a government entity, and they can only provide in terms of the available resources, but provided that the employer as well is paying the requisite contributions to the UIF to the protections of the employees.
I have a last question about the issue of when these new laws kick in. Do companies have to rush to align their policies with the new ruling straight away, or can they wait till Parliament fixes the legislation accordingly?
In terms of the judgment of the Apex Court, the position is that starting from when the judgment was then handed down on the 3rd, Parliament has been given 36 months to then rectify the position to bring it in line with the provisions of of the Constitution. But correctly so, the Apex Court was alive to the fact that it cannot then just leave that in a vacuum for 36 months. And hence I said that what the Constitutional Court justices then did was they then provided for interim measures that employers are to then follow in ensuring that people's constitutional rights are protected. But in that as well, obviously there's financial implications that come with this. For example, the UIF is then going to be burdened by having to then cover all these other people that before this judgment in October 2025, it wasn't covering. And if one has a look at paragraph 83 and 4, I think it is, of the Concord judgment, the court then says that, albeit the fact that in terms of dignity and equity, the legislation is found to be wanting, there's still that conundrum that the UIF, there's fiscal considerations that during the hearing of the Van Wyk matter, that the court didn't have enough information to make a determination as to how the cover for all these newly people that need to be covered needs to be facilitated. And the court then, quite rightly in my view, then says that a cautionary approach is to be taken in terms of the benefits relating to this new segment of people that need to be covered. But essentially what the court then says is when in applying these particular benefits for UIF for this new segment of people, a just and equitable approach consistent with the Constitution needs to be applied when considering this new segment of people that need to benefit from the UIF scheme.
Mr. Moleko, here's a question from one of our listeners. John in Conte asks this question: what happens if the mother is unemployed? Can the father get 4 months, 10 days leave?
Look, that's 4 months. Sorry, the question is: Can the mother get 4 days and 10 days leave?
If the mother is unemployed, can the father get 4 months, 10 days of leave?
No. So the position is the UIF is there for the protection of employed people. The Labour Department is there to protect people who are employed. So in that particular instance, it stands to reason that then if the father then does take a particular leave for that particular period, then the 10 days the unemployed mother would not then qualify because they're not employed.
I see. So what would the father be entitled to in total there?
Look, it follows to the gist of this thing is simply this: bring these other parents in the same position as birth parents. So if in that particular position, they'd have to have and apply for their 4 months leave period consistent with that, because then it stands to reason that if this person is present in their children's life and we're acting in the best interest of the children, the father should be entitled to that.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much for clarifying all of that for us. Very interesting changes to the law there. Explaining all of that to us is Neo Moleko, Senior Associate at Mary Jane Batlele Attorneys. And I believe there is another question. I'm not seeing it at the moment. We've got a call from Zola in Bloem. Sorry about that. Zola, what's your question for Mr. Moleko?
Good morning, Adrian, and good morning to your guest. I want to find out if the employer is not registered with COIDA or UIF, what happens then to the payment which is due to the employee? Does the employee have any recourse against the employer, or can the Department of Employment and Labour take action against that employer?
Mr. Moleko?
But yes, 100%. Look, fortunately, the Labour Department has offices nationwide, including satellite offices. In the instance that any employee finds themselves in a precarious position where the employer hasn't done those contributions, there are legislative measures that people can follow to then, report the employer for non-compliance. And there's labor officials and departments that then deal with non-compliant employers, including fines and the work. So the most important thing is in these instances, and I think the legislature was mindful to these possibilities. That's why they say in the event that you have to apply for these things, you have to do it within a reasonable amount of time. One, to find out what is the position before you then go to these, before you go to parental leave. So the best option would then be, before you then go to parental leave, I think it's a 6-week period before then, because obviously pregnancy you would know long before, is to make sure that your employer is compliant. But unfortunately, it is common that employers don't then abide to the legislation, and this leaves some employees in a very precarious position where they run the chance of not getting their benefits. But if the Labour Department then does what they need to do, they have to force compliance, and then then from there you can deal with that from that particular perspective, because there's different situations where you find wherein the non-compliance, the remedy for it, there's no one-size-fits-all to it. So, but the crux of it is find out in time that your employer is actually paying those contributions, especially if on your pay slip they evidently do deduct that money from your gross income.
All right, let's listen to a voice note from one of our listeners, Mr. Moleko.
Yeah, you see, this constitution is too open and too lenient for almost everything, man. You see, what is needed is production at the working place. So you have so many leaves. So life is now too fast. You go out for leave for many years, you find another person replacing you, and forever and forever. And these Chinese also wouldn't want to give ladies leaves. They would rather go for hiring men rather than ladies. You see, thanks, William Kuma.
Willie, thank you for that. What do you think about that comment, Mr. Moleko?
Yeah, it's rather unfortunate in a country like ours. I mean, look, it would be automatically an unfair dismissal to dismiss somebody because they were pregnant and went on maternity leave. These rights are guaranteed in terms of the Constitution and our legislation. It cannot be in 2026 that we are going to say that production supersedes constitutionally guaranteed rights. So I don't agree with the listener in that sense, because the Constitution is there to protect the rights of everybody, including women and children. And like I said, we probably have one of the best constitutions on the continent. And in instances where we've got problems with legislation, the apex court then fixes it. And a case in point becomes this Van Wyk judgment where, regardless of gender, sex, or whatever orientation that you, same-sex marriage, it protects everybody, and everybody, in my view, at least, should be protected. Their rights should be protected as far as the Constitution can protect them.
Thank you so much for your insight into the story and for explaining these new laws to us so well. Neo Moleko, Senior Associate at Mary Jane Batlele Attorneys.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
All right, I'd like to know from you. I mean, are you about to have a child? And I'd be interested to hear in whatever framework you've decided to do that. It may not be the conventional way with a mom and a dad, but if you used a surrogate, for example, or you're adopting a child, how do these laws impact on your life? How are you going to use this law to the full benefit of being the parent that you want to be, right? That is what the Constitution is now allowing for. And it's also allowing for parents who did not actually give birth biologically to play the part they ought to play. I mean, I wish that my husband had been allowed this kind of paternity leave, because he was a very hands-on dad. And when I had my child, I had two jobs. I was a producer and a presenter on SABC3 at SABC News. One of the jobs I had maternity leave from for 6 years. The other one I had to go back to a week after having my baby. And that was pretty tough. It was tough on my husband because he was working at 4 o'clock in the morning, and he was having to look after the baby in the evening when I went off to read bulletins. So you find ways of balancing and juggling those balls, but it would be nice if you had the law in your corner not to have to do that for a time. Let's listen to this issue on surrogacy, or to this voice note on surrogacy.
Joanne Joseph, this is Ngonde in Cape Town. Am I right in saying surrogacy is a home for hire? Secondly, For much and much, I suggest, because politics is a contested terrain, therefore they must protect their leaders, right? It's a pity some people will be eating. I will be mentioning what people in Port Elizabeth used to do to protect their leaders. I won't mention it here because some people might be eating, as I said.
Well, thank you for that message. I mean, it's a bit crass to say it in that way. It's a womb for hire. I think, there are couples, there are a couple of very close friends I have who have tried surrogacy as a means to have a baby because it's been very, very difficult for them to have a child in any other way. And they've been very careful and very generous towards the person who was prepared to carry this child for them. It didn't work out, but the kind of bond they have with that woman and the way they look after her in the interests of everything going well with the birth has been a very sensitive process and a very emotional one for them too. Whether it's up to March and March to protect their own leaders, I mean, how do they do that? They're not police people. They're not security people. They don't have the means to do that. They're just ordinary civilians who've decided they're going to take up a political cause. And that's politics with a small p, I would think. So, I mean, putting that all onto them without depending on the police for assistance is a very tall order indeed in this kind of society. 11:30 on the Daily Discourse. Ondela Mbana standing by with your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, the king of the AmaZulu nation, Misuzulu Kazwelithini, has fired the Prime Minister, the Reverend Thulasizwe Buthelezi, for the second time within a year. He has replaced him with the Chief Party Sizwe Xiliza. Senior investigator at the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption, Brian Padayachi, says that KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi was aware about the impending arrest of Intelligence Chief Dumisani Khumalo, and the suspended Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Feroz Khan's legal representative has declined to discuss his client's current medical condition. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
In case you missed it.
So how do parents then approach a situation by firstly recognizing that the approach for one child should not be the same for the other?
One parenting style can be able to help children grow and become the leaders that we all want them to be. Every parent should have an end in mind with every child. Okay. What is my end result? What do I envision when I'm raising this child? We have got different children. So that's the first one. And once we've got that, then we're not going to use one size fits all because we've spent time and we can tell what is it that they feel uncomfortable with. So the first thing is your parenting style.
That was Quantum with Angela Ludick. Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
11:32 on the Daily Discourse. Make use of that studio line 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. Raj in KwaZulu-Natal is on the line to us. Raj, good morning.
Yes, good morning, Joanne. Joanne, I'm looking at the Mercury newspaper this morning, and there's a article there where Jacob Zuma welcomed Zandile Gumede into the MK party. That's okay. She's got a right to join any party she wants. But in the same article, Zuma called on all black people to unite and finally take the country back from the white people. You know, I think he's a very foolish person. This country is not governed by white people. And what does he mean to take the country back? We are a democratic country where governments are elected to power. It's not just simply walking in and say we're taking the country back for white people. That's foolish of him. Thanks, Joanne.
Yeah, Raj, thank you.
I'll
you for
listen
that.
on the radio.
Okay, thank you for that comment, Raj. And
yes.
you know, there's quite a nuanced thing about that, I think, and why I'm saying that is because I do think that Jacob Zuma is electioneering. I think that's a completely politicized statement in the sense of. It's not factually correct because we do have a largely black government that runs the country, right? But at the same time, many people would say when you look at business and other entities like that actually hold a lot of economic power in the country, that the transfer of power to black people has not taken place the way it should, and that holding the financial purse strings, if you are in the world of business largely, and determining the course of the country in certain ways due to the fact that you have that economic power, you've got that buying power, you've got that investment power, you decide how you're going to use it or how you aren't. I think there is something a little bit more nuanced that one can explore there. I'm not saying necessarily that's what Jacob Zuma was speaking about, because I haven't read the article, but I think there can be an argument made for that. And perhaps you want to tell me what you think about that. But I mean, Jacob Zuma was the head of the country. He ruled it at some stage. And instead of taking power back for black people in this country, who did he give it to? Who did he put economic power in the hands of? He gave it to people like the Guptas, all indications are. So if you've had a shot at this and that's how you decided to use it, well, maybe you're not the person who should be making that comment. Let's listen to some of your voice notes here. And this is a curious one about why men are expected to take their hats off in court.
Hi, Joanne and the SAFM team. Can anyone help me on this? Why are we as men forced to take off our hats when we are in a court of law, which is not applicable to women? I suppose the Constitution says we are all equal before the law. This is what I have noticed while I was at court last week. And surprisingly, there was a gentleman who, I'm speaking under correction, but it seems as if either he's a Muslim or some kind, he subscribed to a certain type of religion, but he works there. He's a kind of a court clerk or something. I don't know what type of work is he doing there. But he was allowed to put on his head. So why are we being discriminated against, or is there any particular reason on why are we forced to take off our heads? And mind you, it was very cold in the court of law on that last week Thursday. Mokebe from Kronstadt, thanks.
Thanks very much for that. You know, you made me go and look it up because I wasn't quite sure what the answer was for that. And I think it was the general reason we would all have fallen back on. That this is on the website of Javi Leroux, who is from the Institute of Law, and he's talking about courtroom etiquette on his website. And one of the things he's looking at are all the rules, general etiquette for everyone, punctuality and so forth. He talks about dress code as well here. And he says men should wear suits or jackets with collared shirts and ties. Women should wear suits or modest dresses, no jeans, T-shirts, sneakers or revealing clothing. Headgear is prohibited except for religious reasons, and cell phones must be switched off. So there you go. If it was something slightly decorative or to keep you warm, sorry for you. It's going to come off in court, except if it has a religious meaning to you. So there we go. That appears to be the convention in South African courts. Thanks for asking that question.
Hey, good afternoon, Joanne. You know, the look yesterday on Matlala's face, it shows that this guy is frustrated and he is angry. And the one thing that I could read from that face was that his legal team is not doing what he is instructing them to do. I think the guy is aware that he's in big trouble and he just wanted to plead guilty, get a sentence and start with it. Because he's very much well aware that the legal team will want to track things so that they can chow his money. Thank you.
Must be exhausting, right, to be playing these games or be involved in this long, drawn-out process. The court processes do not unfold quickly in South Africa, so you must be in it for the long haul. You must be ready for the long haul if that's what you've decided to do. And that's what he's decided to do, right? He's decided that he wants to go and appear in court in September. He wants the case to start from scratch. I mean, there's still options open to him. As a lawyer told Kathy on her show this morning, it is still possible that some kind of plea bargain could be reached while he is in the process of that court proceeding in September. But yeah, I guess it's going to be a bit of a wait before that goes ahead, and that is his choice. We'll take a short break now. We'll keep talking when we come back.
Cape Verde gained independence in 1975. a small nation that builds stability through resilience and connection. Tourism, services, and remittances power the economy, one of West Africa's strongest democracies. But challenges remain: drought, limited natural resources, and economic dependence on imports. Still, Cape Verde continues to shine through creativity.
It was not a racial war at all. It was the black students against the system.
This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Hashtag Mandela Month on SAFM.
Never and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one another.
In case you missed it,
why should I be concerned about my personal data, where it's stored, who controls it? How does that affect me in the instance where there is a bridge to that data?
South Africa has the POPI Act, which is an incredibly strong law, and it's probably the strongest data privacy law in the African continent. But the question now is, if I was hosting, for example, and I'm just using this as an example, in Nigeria, and something happened to my data, would the POPI regulator be able to enforce the laws against the Nigerian data center? And that's the question you have to ask.
Richard Frost, Head of Technology Solutions and Consulting at Amata Cybersecurity.
that was The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAFM Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAFM Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAFM Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
It is 11:42 on the Daily Discourse. We are taking some of your calls and your messages at this hour. Let's play some of these voice notes. And this was one about labour inspectors. It's got to do with the US wanting to issue additional tariffs and levy these on South Africa. 12.5%, it says, for forced labour in our country, which South Africa denies.
Morning, Joanna and the listeners. Anonymous here. The problem is regarding labor, CCMA. These people, they go to the factory to collect money, not to do the job. They must do the job. I told anyone, if we don't investigate these people like Home Affairs, we won't manage to control everything. Because they go to the factory to do what? To collect money and sit down with problems. They sit with problems, and then problems continue. Now people, they march and march. They walk around in Danswat factories to fix himself. If they fix himself, and then what about what's the use we have? Why we have labor? Why we have labor? If the people, they try to fix problems himself, why we have labor? It's wrong. Labor, they must investigate labor and CCMA. Also with Home Affairs. These things, they must be deeply investigated like the police. They are similar like the police.
Right, so thank you very much for that voice note. Just please remember to keep your voice notes short so that we can play others as well. One says, good morning, Joanne and the listeners. In South Africa, there's industrial zones across the country where Chinese companies have been applying forced labour for years. We shouldn't be in denial. Our country needs to implement its labour laws, says Dumela Molefe from Lamontville in Durban.
Hi, Joanne. Good morning. Mafuta here, Joanne. You can look around and you never find products that are being produced by forced labor in South Africa. Not at all. The issue of maybe imports being produced by forced labor is still far-fetched, Joanne. These are efforts by the U.S. administrations to pin South Africa and have some tariffs imposed on us or some sanctions on us. That's the reason, Joanne. The Iranian war had somehow forced the U.S. administration to lose focus on us, but we are not yet off the hook from the U.S. administrations, Joanne.
And then one of you is commenting on the issue of 100 million rand going towards security instead of infrastructure.
Good morning, Joanne. I'm Takatayo Mangwevi in Land location Gofimvawa. I'm concerned about the 100 million that is going to now put on the security services in the Western Cape just to safeguard the infrastructure of the city of Cape Town. I heard the fire station was damaged because people, they just vandalized it so that they wanted the extortion from the city of Cape Town. Think about that money was going to service how many communities. But public protector, Kollega Kalega, doesn't even talk about the security. That must make sure that our communities are safe so that services can be delivered perfectly. Thanks, Dagat.
Thank you so much for that. Add to that the roughly 200 million rand that JP Smith, the MACO member, told us about yesterday to cover security, because so many people working in various areas in Cape Town are getting death threats. So you're looking at 300 million rand that's literally going down the drain because of the lack of law and order there. And I'd be interested to know what is going to happen in terms of security, right? What is going to be done? This is a national policing function. It's a national function, rather, I should say. And consequently, national government is responsible for that. But there are provinces, not just the Western Cape, it's Gauteng too, that has been asking to take greater control over policing, because national government is just not doing what it's supposed to do in terms of policing. It is quite a dilemma. Well, it's on that note that I'm going to end our chat today, and we will continue on Thursday. I'm out tomorrow, but we will continue our conversations on Thursday morning. For now, let me say thank you to you and goodbye. And I'm going to hand over to the book reading, after which the fabulous Sakina Kamwendo will bring you update at noon. Take care. Bye-bye.
SAfm's award-winning drama department presents to you another episode of the book In the Shadow of the Springs I Saw, written by Barbara Adair, read by Fiona Ramsey. This is a radio broadcast edit. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
The medicine shop is on the ground floor of Mari Court. Angela stands behind the wooden counter that is at the back of the shop. Alongside the walls are many shelves. On the shelves are roots and sticks and leaves and flowers and animal skin and stones and bones and hooves and the stain of old blood. The shop is dark. There is no light to hide the smell. "Hi, yes, I know you. You came here last week with that young girl and the Chinese guy. What are you doing here?" "Oh, you want to look at the building? Wait. I will call Zach. He is the caretaker of this one. No, not that one. There is another woman there, a white woman. I think her name is Debbie. But Zach can tell you some more. He has been here a long time. He says that he knows the owner because he was here as a young boy, and his mother worked for the owner." Behind Angela is a doorway which leads into the main hallway of the building. On the projecting balconies of the building are children's toys and bicycles and lines of whitewashed clothes. "Yes, I live here, and I also work here. I live in the flats upstairs. They are not that big, but they are cheap. I will show you the flat that I live in if you want me to. I live with Abdul and my younger brother. He is my son, my blood. He came with me when I came down here from Uganda. I lived near to the Congo border, near the Semliki River. There were a lot of mosquitoes there, and the hot springs, The famous male and female hot springs are there. We take tourists there often. You can boil an egg in the water of the springs, as they are so hot. Wait here. I will call Zach. He is the caretaker. He can take you upstairs if you want to go there. I must not leave this shop because I am the only one who knows about the medicine that is here. I know it from Uganda, where I used to live. Angela stands half inside and half outside the doorway of the hut. The hut is bigger than a one-roomed hut. The one-roomed hut where the initiatives live for 6 weeks alone, where the door is always closed and there is no movement of the air. This hut where she stands is bigger. It has 3 rooms and is built to house the young women of the clan who may or may not be selected as initiates. These young women stay and play together. They must show that they are responsible, that they are able to take on the strength of a healer. They must prove themselves able. I have not been selected. Do I want to be selected? Or do I just want Abdul? And do I want him as he has been selected? And to be the wife of a healer is powerful. Angela does not stand upright. She slouches against the doorframe. An initiate does not slouch. My chances of being selected are not strong, but it is hard to stand upright always. Abdul is not a Muslim, but he has taken the name Abdul for his father's brother, who came back from Kampala only a year ago, liked this name. And his father's brother is powerful. He can decide in the family who is named and what they are named. Abdul likes his name. It is a holy name. And Abdul, the son of a powerful man, has been selected as an initiate. Debs is 35 years old, but she looks as if she's 45, for her hair is thin and lifeless. Her pale pink skin is wrinkled, and her fringe is stained yellow with nicotine. Debs smokes a lot, 40 cigarettes a day. The lines around her eyes are fine and textured. Debs lives in a studio flat on the 4th floor of Josette Towers. The building is owned by an Italian steel magnate who once owned many buildings in this street. Now he has sold most of them, for the street is not what it was. Now it is not well maintained, and different people live here. There are a few Europeans, some Asians, and many Nigerians, and many of these are drug merchants. The steel magnate, it is rumoured, is not opposed to crime. Who can be rich in times like these if opposed to crime? He is not opposed to these merchants. He is merely opposed to the street being dirty and the pavements crowded. And he is opposed to the depreciation of his assets. He was once, it is said, and who can tell if this is true, involved with the Casa Nostra, a Sicilian mafia family who wanted to establish a blood diamond route from Zimbabwe to South Africa. Are all Italians mafiosi? No, he is Italian, so no stranger to crime, it is alleged. He is also the developer of one of them, of the Springs Mall. This mall was built outside the town in what is perceived to be a safer area. Few Nigerians live there, and they have only had one cash-in-transit heist. Outside its main entrance, no one was killed, and there have been very few armed robberies. This may be because a local security company that is known for its no-nonsense approach patrols both inside and outside the mall, all the 24 hours of the day. Debs has not lived here for a long time, although she was born and brought up in Springs, and has lived in this town all her life. She likes to say that once she knew Nadine Gordimer, but this is not true. She never did know her, never even met her, although she does know which convent the Nobel Peace Prize-winning author attended, and directs people there. Debs is too young to have known Nadine Gordimer, for she left Springs many years ago. Debs does not know that Nadine Gordimer was Jewish, and Debs is not keen on Jews, and she may not even have been born when Nadine Gordimer lived in Springs. But Debs does not know this, and so she continues to tell people that she knew her. Not well, but she did know her. They had a coffee now and again, and she has read all of her novels, or at least read about them. She knows a lot about the first novel, The Lying Days, for this was about Springs, life in a mining town. Deb's father was a mine manager, as was Nadine's. Debs believes that they have a shared history. They have a bond. Josette Towers was, in what Deb's mother always said, built in the good old days, and was sought-after accommodation for the residents of Springs. The only unfortunate part of this, in Deb's mother's view, was that many Jews lived in the town, and many lived in the building. Often Deb's mother, well, not any more, for she is dead. She died 3 years ago of lung cancer. They tried to save her with chemotherapy, but as Deb says, the doctors didn't care. They just wanted to make more money, and it was the chemotherapy that killed her. She would have died anyway. After all, she did have lung cancer. Debs knows this, but she also knows that she would not have died in such an undignified way. Anyway, when she was alive, she would always discuss the good old days with Debs. The days where there were very few black people in the streets of Springs. Although there were Jews, and certainly no black people lived in the buildings, or the building where Debs now lives, and where her mother, for a few years, also did. Debs still sleeps in the bed that her mother died in. She believes that this keeps her memory alive. Debs does not mind that black people live in the building. She minds them less than she minds Jews. At least you can recognize a black person. They are black. People, very friendly. Often she is asked around for a cup of tea or something stronger, and it is the stronger that Debs likes. She likes this a lot. There are many children in the building. Debs has no children, and will probably not have them, as she does not believe that it is a woman's duty to breed, as her mother believed. And she will never, even though she enjoys the company of her neighbours, adopt a black child. The reason for this, she thinks, is that it would be difficult for the child, that is, to have to experience such vast cultural differences. But also, while not admitting this, she does not want to share her space with a black child. He or she could easily become a thief or a murderer or even a terrorist. And of course there is Sanette, who she likes to meet in the mornings, and of course the whiskey which she drinks, but only after 10. Debs likes staying in Springs. She enjoys the vibrancy of the streets, and she enjoys hearing everyone, white people that is, say to her, "How can you live in an area with all those blacks, and the drug addicts, and the prostitutes?" They admire her, and she enjoys it, that the black people around her respect her. She thinks that they respect her, because she lives with them. In fact, she lives so close to them that she can often hear the sounds in the flat next door. The walls of the building are not thin, but many flats have been divided with dry walling, so they have in them paper-thin wooden walls. She divided her mother's flat into 2 parts because she can get more money if she rents out the one half. And Debs needs the cash. Being a caretaker does not pay much, and she likes to buy whiskey, sometimes gin, and Sanette is expensive. Because she does have needs, like leather jackets and expensive jeans and striped shirts. Sanette is married and wants to be divorced, but she can't afford to be, so she stays married to her husband Kurt. Kurt does not know this, but Sanette wants to become a man. But to transition is expensive, even though hormones are more easily available than they were in the past, and Debs knows that she can get them from Hoppy's chemist, the only chemist in the town. They order them especially for her. Debs likes Sanette. She often says that she loves her, or him, and so she contributes to this transition by paying for the hormones, for both she and Sanette know that Kurt will definitely not do so. Debs likes it when people come to the building, and they don't do this that often. She likes to show her knowledge of the Art Deco architectural style. She knows about the curves and the potholes, and that the buildings were often designed to look like ships, even though Josette Towers does not look like a ship. But despite the drab grey paint, it is easy to see the elongated roundness of the windows and the way the cornices are made to look like wings. She enjoys taking people inside her flat to show them the flower-shaped brass taps in the bathroom, and how the brass window clasps are beaten into the shape of roses. Debs likes living in Josette Towers. It offers her a life that the good old days never could. It offers her freedom.
That was another episode of the book In the Shadow of the Springs I Saw, written by Barbara Ade, read by Fiona Ramsey. The book is available online and in all leading bookstores countrywide. It is broadcast on SAFM at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Batala, technical production Wiseman Manwele, Nanda Koza, and Tato Mapuru.
Twelve o'clock on Tuesday, the 14th of July, 2026. A very warm welcome to Update at Noon here on SAFM. Leading the conversation, I'm Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up in the next hour.
Chair, Commissioners, it remains to state that I do not work with SAP's dockets. Neither do I have access to SAP's dockets. I deny that I disclose any docket to General Khan relating to any ongoing criminal investigation against him.
IDAC senior investigator Brian Padiachi denies giving Major General Khan any SAP's docket containing ongoing investigation information, and Padiachi is on the witness stand at the Madlanga Commission today.
Yes, I was arrested and detained for the first time in 1984 and taken to the 14th floor of the Sierra SWAT building. Today it's called Durban Central.
The TRC Cases Inquiry today hears testimony from former Police Minister Bheki Cele. Please let us know what your thoughts are. 41391 if you've been following these proceedings or anything else. You can also write to us via X at SABCC News_radio, or you can send us a voice note on 082-692-3909. Well, these and more stories coming up on this Tuesday edition of Update at Noon. First though, here's the latest news with Onde Lambana.
Thank you, Sakina. On the top stories, King Misuzulu fires Reverend Thulasizwe Buthelezi and Iran targets U.S. base in Jordan. For SAFM News, I am Ondalambana and a very good day. The King of the Amazulu Nation, Misuzulu Kazwelithini, has fired the Prime Minister, the Reverend Thulasizwe Buthelezi, for the second time within a year. He has replaced him with Chief Patisizwe Qiliza. It's not clear why the King has effected the change, but the Royal Office says he has used his prerogative to terminate Buthelezi's appointment. Calvin Hlutla reports.
His Majesty has expressed the full confidence in Inkosi Qiliza's leadership, wisdom and steadfast commitment to the Zulu throne. The King has further called upon all members of the Royal House, Amakhosi, Izinduna, traditional structures and the Zulu nation at large to accord the newly appointed traditional Prime Minister their full cooperation and support.
Senior investigator at the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption, Brian Padiachi, says that KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi was aware about the impending arrest of Intelligence Chief Dumisani Khumalo. Padiachi has been giving testimony at the Madlanga Commission in Pretoria, which is currently hearing evidence focusing on the IDEX stream.
During the time at his house in Umhlanga, in his home, we had a cordial chat about corruption and everything that's going. And I was always in praise of him because we had met on numerous occasions before. And in that particular meeting, Commissioner, he was aware because I told him General Khumalo is going to be arrested. He was aware also that other generals were going to be arrested too as well. And his response to me was, they must face their own situations. He was comfortable. There was nothing abnormal. He was not angry.
The suspended Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Feroz Khan's legal representative has declined to discuss his client's current medical condition. Khan was meant to appear in the Kempton Park Magistrates Court today alongside the Gauteng Hawks boss Ibrahim Kadwa and a civilian Tariq Downs on charges related to being part of a criminal syndicate dealing in precious metals. The case was postponed to September the 2nd to give the state time to disclose the contents of the docket. Khan's attorney Kaylin Girayo.
Obviously, Major General Feroz Khan is unavailable to be here today due to his medical condition. I think it's no secret what had transpired. I have got no comment further on his medical condition. Safe to say that a medical certificate was produced to magistrate in chambers and the prosecutor, who has satisfied themselves to the contents thereof. How he is doing, when he will be better, I am not sure at this point. We will wait for the directive on that. Insofar as the warrant is concerned, you would see that the state was satisfied that we had a valid reason due to his medical incapacity, and therefore the warrant was stayed to the next appearance, so it won't be effected.
The Department of Home Affairs says the number of undocumented immigrants at the Musina Repatriation Center continues to decline. The department's Chief Director, Albert Matsaung, says 17 buses left the center to Malawi and Zimbabwe yesterday. The Repatriation Center has processed over 70,000 people since it was established 3 weeks ago. Matsaung says they are continuing to process more undocumented immigrants coming to the center.
Yesterday we had more numbers. The numbers that came into the center pushed us to use 17 buses. The 17 buses that we have used yesterday are 15 buses that we took them to Malawi, where they transported Malawians, and then the Malawians that we transported yesterday, of course, in terms of their numbers, were over 1,000. We moved 1,015 Malawians yesterday, just to Malawi.
Iran says it's targeted a U.S. air base in Jordan with ballistic missiles. This comes hours after striking oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz, killing one person. In a statement, the Iranian Revolutionary Guards called on the Jordanian people to dismantle U.S. assets in the country. Jordan says the missiles were shot down. The BBC's Barbara Platt-Asher has the details.
For almost a week now, Iran and the U.S. have been fighting over control of the Strait of Hormuz. These latest developments raise the prospect of a return to full-blown war. Crucially, the Americans are reimposing a blockade against ships transiting Iranian ports and coastal areas. Washington has been insisting that Iran fully open the Strait of Hormuz and allow free passage. But President Trump now claims the U.S. will take over the waterway and charge commercial ships a 20% fee to guard it. It's not clear if that will happen. If it does, analysts warn that Iran might completely abandon the ceasefire deal.
Recapping the top story, the king of the Amazulu nation, Misuzulu Kazwelithini, has fired the Prime Minister, the Reverend Thulasizwe Buthelezi, for the second time within a year. Amanda Lambana for SAfm News Headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
Very good afternoon, everybody. Thanks so much for tuning in to Update at Noon. It's 7 minutes after 12. Onda Lambana will be back with your headlines at the bottom of the hour. So just taking a look at our diary this afternoon, the Madlanga Commission continues with a new witness this morning, Brian Padiachi. He's an investigator and, of course, continuing that stream with IDAC. And he's been questioned about his role, of course, as an investigator and what, of course, his interactions had been so far. Read from his witness statement about his interaction with Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, among others. And then, of course, there's also the TRC cases inquiry. Today, former Minister of Police, Bheki Cele, appearing before that commission. And I must say, it's quite interesting listening to him because they are, of course, this inquiry trying to determine whether there was political suppression of investigations and prosecutions related to TRC cases. So what will happen is over the coming days, the former ministers of police, that's today Bheki Cele, then they'll speak to Fikile Mbalula as well as Nathi Nhleko of their specific tenures in that position. And as I was saying, I found it quite interesting, if only as a history lesson, listening to Bheki Cele speak about his his days as a young activist in KwaZulu-Natal and the death of Victoria Mxenge. So that was quite interesting. And of course, they will now move to trying to establish if there was any sort of suppression or interference with regard to the prosecution of TRC cases. Radovan Krejcir, he's back in court today, application to challenge what he says are unreasonable delays in his cases and also violations of his human rights in prison. The last time he appeared, he actually stated that he was hungry. So, that particular case, I think, just got underway a short while ago. We've got Sasha Naidu in court watching that for us. And then a few other cases as well that we'll try and look into. But of course, there's also a bit of changing of position, changing of guard in the Zulu royal household. So we'll go there and tell you more about that as well. Sophie Mokwena is also here. So all of that coming up right after this.
In case you missed it.
Discussing food loss and waste, let's ground this now by understanding what cultural practices can do in embracing and reducing food waste.
It's a societal challenge. Yes, you have to look at it throughout the value chain from farm to fork.
One kitchen at a time.
It spreads across the retail sector, the food value chain. I mean, from the storage facilities to transportation and all of that. Food is a symbol of love. In the African philosophy of Ubuntu, hence we say umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. As a community, we always share food.
Kelo Madondo, PhD candidate.
Quantum on SAfm. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
10 minutes after 12. Now, King Misuzulu Gwazweletini has dismissed Reverend Thulasizwe Buthelezi as traditional Prime Minister of the Zulu Nation for a second time in less than a year. Now, the king has now appointed Nkosi Pathisizwe Celiza, formerly the Deputy Traditional Prime Minister, to that position. Celiza will serve as the king's principal traditional advisor and also coordinate the affairs of the Traditional Prime Minister's office. The king has urged the royal household and traditional leaders to support the new appointee. But for some analysis on this matter, we join now by cultural analyst Professor Musa Xulu. Professor, thanks so much for your time. Welcome to Update at Noon.
Thank you, Sakina. A long time.
Indeed, it has. Prof, there seems to be quite a bit of turmoil. Would that be a fair description of what's going on in the Zulu royal household at the moment?
Well, yeah, there's just too many developments that are not favorable to a stable kingdom or any kind of administration. Starting with, of course, these leaked videos with the king and one of his wives exchanging stuff, and then this highly anticipated expulsion of Reverend Thulasizwe Buthelezi. It is not looking good, but I can say that you must remember that politicians look at the king of the Zulus and his office as carrying some political capital. Reverend Thulasizwe Buthelezi, an IFP leader, very senior, was appointed some couple of months before the 2024 elections, and many political parties who felt left out had an outcry. Now, this is repeating because Nkosi Celiza is a very senior member of the MKP, and many are already saying now maybe it's the turn of the MK party to benefit from the king's political capital. You will expect that, and it looks like there are operators operating behind closed doors and advising the king in many ways that eventually, when implemented, become very suspicious and not convincing that the kingdom is stable.
And that, I would imagine, is a worry because for many people, you mentioned the leaked video and what that suggests, because it places the royal household in a very dim light.
Yes, well, it does. And there's also been some 10 or so people dismissed over the past 4 years by the king, even in his private office. So it's not just his prime ministers, but also some administrators. It seems very easy to dismiss these people. But I must point out also in his favor that some of these positions are not formal positions. They are positions that are created instantly to serve a certain, maybe administrative purpose. Or in the case of the traditional prime minister, it was Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi who came up with the concept of the post being a traditional prime minister to the Zulu nation. That prime minister position since the days of Shaka has been you become a traditional prime minister to the king as a senior advisor, top advisor, and then he can change you, but if the king dies, the new king will not continue with you. He is free to appoint whoever he likes among maybe his associates and friends. So it's not like a permanent position on its own. It's a position that is made out to be very unstable. But these days, with local government elections approaching, you can expect a lot of, hidden operatives to manipulate the king and the kingdom because of the numbers of Zulu voters. We've seen lots of political parties paying visits to the king and so on. But you can expect over the next couple of days or weeks an outcry that Nkosi Chiliza is a very senior member of the MKP, and with 3 months remaining before the elections, there may be political capital that the MK party gets from this appointment.
And whilst that may be a significant factor on the one hand, on the other hand, at what cost does it come to the royal household?
Well, in terms of the brand and public standing, it simply is, and I'm sorry to have to say this, projecting the Zulu kingdom and maybe the current king as being very unstable. If you look at it, there was a trip to Zimbabwe, which had some very good outcomes in terms of how to address the issue of Afrophobia and so on, according to the media statements that were released yesterday. And then on Tuesday, you wake up with this news. So that cancels whatever was discussed with the president of Zimbabwe to now start focusing on this turmoil, which I don't think that is going to stop now. It's turmoil that is going to be there for quite some time because of the nature of some of these positions and the fact that, of course, the king seems not to trust anybody. He seems to run out of trust and patience after a couple of months of being with you. So that may need the royal household, although there's no strong leadership left there anymore. With the passing of Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, the people that are sitting with the king in public as members of the royal family, I think they're just agreeing with everything that he says, and they're not advising him about the brand which is being damaged, the Zulu brand, which is being damaged on a daily basis these days.
Well, we'll leave it there for now. Thanks so much, cultural analyst Professor Musa Xulu there, helping us out with some analysis given the latest moves there in the royal household. Meanwhile, President of Zimbabwe, Emerson Mnangagwa, met with King Misuzulu and King Damase in Harare in Zimbabwe, and the meeting was aimed at discussing the challenges of migration, as you just heard Professor Musa Xulu say. But here to discuss this matter further, we're joined by SABC News specialist correspondent Sophie Mokoena. Sophie, thanks so much for coming through. So first off, this particular visit, as Professor Kulu was saying, perhaps a progressive way of looking at dealing with the issue of migration. But your view on how it came about and also what was discussed at that particular meeting.
You would recall, Sakina, that on the 27th of June this year, President Ramaphosa met with different leaders, traditional leaders, including different royal houses, in terms of engaging them on what was happening in the country ahead of that much talked about march against illegal immigrants. And there was fear that if it's not properly handled, the build-up and the march itself, there will be problems. And trying to avoid what we saw some years ago, you'd recall the July unrest. The president was engaging different stakeholders, including some of the leaders who were preparing that march. And therefore, in this meeting, the president met King Misuzulu. As we know, he later also met with King Damase. And therefore, the two leaders or the two senior royal houses leaders decided that it would be proper to go to the region and engage regional leaders. And it is for that reason the two are currently in Zimbabwe, and they met President Mnangagwa. And also this morning we've just saw on President Mnangagwa's official Twitter account where he's talking about the importance of that meeting. And therefore they did discuss the issue of migration in the region. And the technicality here is that much as South Africa is an independent country, is linked to many countries, the development of South Africa as we see it today, particularly a province like Gauteng, which we knew at that time it was Transvaal. It was built through sweat of migrant labor, and these migrants came from Malawi. That's why you see so many Malawians, because they came in the mines when the gold was found in the 1880s to help dig the gold. And then the Mozambicans were part of that. Basotho were part of that. That's why you have the Zamazama. The problem of the Zamazama is that Basotho arrived long time ago working as migrant laborers, and they master digging gold and all of that. And that skill was shared to generations and generations. So in some townships, as we speak in Gauteng, if you were to go to Soweto, you'll see that history in terms of where these people stayed. And generations, some of them have become South Africans as we know them. And many, including some of the politicians, will have lineage with these neighboring countries. But the reality is now this country, South Africa, has got a problem to deal with new movement of people to the south, because we are the most industrialized country, and the instability, political instability in other countries, not only in the region but on the continent and in the world. And therefore they were going to talk about that, because when you look at a province, a country like a province like KZN, a country like Zimbabwe, you look at Muzilikazi. Where did Muzilikazi come from? So there's that discussion that you must have. When you look at the province like Free State, Basotho and Lesotho, Free State being part of South Africa. So these kinds of high-level engagements, the two kings saw it fit that we really have to engage our neighboring fellow Africans how to navigate this, because the truth of the matter, the concerns of South Africans are justified. But how do you deal with this so that there's no tension, there's no war, there's no conflict? You know, we don't return to Difakani. So I think it is for that reason the two royal house leaders took a decision that we're going to engage the neighboring countries. I don't know whether they will move to other countries as well, because when you look at a country like Zambia also, there's a connection between Balozi, who almost speaks Sotho, and you also have a lineage with the Zulu kingdom. When you go to Eswatini, there's a lineage and the relationship and link between Amazulu and Amaswati. When you look at a province like Lesotho, you have that link with Basotho in Free State and in Gauteng. So it's a very, very complex matter, and I think involving the royal or the traditional leadership, because even when the ANC was formed in 1912, that unification of Africa that was called by Pixley Isagaseme called for the unity of that, and traditional leaders were part of that.
Well, so Sophie, thanks so much for that, and just putting it into perspective for us. And please, if you would like to give us your views on this, because despite what is going on in the Zulu royal household, it seems as though this was still a good move, at least diplomatically. So we'll leave that there. SABC News specialist correspondent Sophie Mokoena.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Well, there you have it, and let us know your thoughts on that. Let's take you to this now before we get to the news. Former Police Minister Bheki Cele has told the TRC Cases Inquiry that he still wants the truth about the murders and disappearances of anti-apartheid activists. Cele says that the urge to know who killed Victoria Mxenge and many others has never faded, adding that uncovering the truth would bring comfort to the affected families. He also told the Commission that he was arrested almost a weekly after Mxenge's murder and was eventually instructed by his underground commander, which was just Jacob Zuma at the time, to leave South Africa because he had become a target for elimination.
Whilst on the subject of Victoria Mxenge, Victoria passes away. There is no investigation into her death. The TRC hearings happen. You become minister, you are part of the liberation movement, but you are now the ANC government with all the resources to investigate. You speak so passionately about her, but were there any steps taken to investigate who killed Victoria Mxenge?
It's not only Victoria that we're passionate about. There are too many people we lost on the way. There are too many people that we knew and we lost on the way. I remember that about 3 houses from my house where I grew up in Lamontville, Mhlongo Road. There was one Pewa boy, Spo, who disappeared. Even today, we have no idea what happened to him. Yes, the question of investigation, I think the mandate was more on the Hawks. I was a National Commissioner of the South African Police, but there was a wing that was dealing with the crimes against the state.
We will get them in. Mr. Cele, I was just asking, just from a position of a personal level, that you knew Victoria Mxenge and you were moved by her death. One would have imagined that there would be a consistent and a consistent effort made later on to answer the question as to who killed her. Even the disappearance of those who you say disappeared, one would have imagined from the perspective of a liberation movement, a comrade and activist who later on gets an opportunity to lead in government, even if it isn't your responsibility one way or the other, but the influence and the power is there to ensure that at least the deaths of the heroes, at least in this case, Mr. Klenge and others, are really investigated and prosecutions do follow. What's your comment on that?
Well, the age of knowing how people like Victoria Mkleng and many others died, and who really ordered their murder, and those that disappeared, the age is still there that it would have been good to know what happened to them, and it could have been then, could be now, it could be the other time coming, if the truth can be found exactly. It would be an extra in understanding and give a little bit of comfort to understand what really happened to those people.
After Mrs. Mklenge's death, you say you were getting arrested daily. It's at paragraph 15 of your statement. Can you take us through those arrests and the danger and threat that you faced?
Well, after the death of Victoria, generally there was a turmoil. There was a turmoil in the country. I remember that there was some form of a state of emergency. But what was funny is that there was no state of emergency in KZN. We were told, or the theory was that state of emergency protects people. So if there is no state of emergency, you can arrest or kill them. So it was more dangerous to be out on the state of emergency. It would be better if you are inside, you are a little bit safe. So I was almost arrested almost every week. Every week I would be arrested and released. And the theory that came is that I was one of the candidates to be eliminated. And I was completely non-functional as an activist because I spent more time now hiding. So my commander, who was working on my matters underground, instructed me to leave the country. The word was sent with a contact in Lamontville that my commander is commanding that I must leave the country. And my commander was Jacob Zuma, who was based in Maputo in that particular time. So that's how I left the country.
And that, of course, former Police Minister Bheki Cele testifying today before the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegations of attempts to obstruct the investigation and prosecution of Truth and Reconciliation Commission cases. That's where we leave that for now. It is just after 12:30. Here's Ondelambana with the latest headlines.
Thank you, Sakin. On the news headlines, the king of the AmaZulu nation, Misuzulu Kazwalithini, has fired the Prime Minister, the Reverend Thulasizwe Buthelezi, for the second time within a year. He has replaced him with Chief Party Sizwe Chiliza. The Madlanga Commission has heard that allegations that senior IDEC investigator Brian Padiachi disclosed an SAPS docket to suspended Deputy Crime Intelligence Head Feroz Khan are misdirected, and a shop owner has been gunned down while serving customers in Port Yevel on the K Flats. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
The rand is trading at 16 rand 48 cents to the US dollar, 22 rand 1 cent to the pound sterling, and 18 rand 78 to the euro. The euro trading at $1.14 and the dollar's at 162 yen 31. In Brazil, $1 US is trading at 5 real 13, Russia at 76 ruble 80 cents, India 96 rupees 15, and in China $1 US is changing hands at 6 yuan 77. Asian markets, they were mainly higher at the closing bell. Japan's Nikkei rose 0.9%, 0.7%. Hong Kong's Hang Seng added 0.5%. Mainland China Shanghai Composite strengthened by 1.4%, while India's markets have extended losses at the close of trade. The JSE is lower at midday. The all-share index has fallen 0.8% and is at 109,175. The Industrials 25 index is down 1%. Financials off 0.9%. Now the top 10 resources index is 0.2% weaker, and the precious metals and mining index has dropped 0.9%. European markets, they weaker at this hour. Britain's FTSE 100 off 0.5%. The CAC 40 in France has dropped by 0.8%, and Germany's DAX down 0.6%. Looking at commodity prices, gold is trading at $4,022 per fine ounce. Platinum's at $1,604 per ounce, while the price of Brent crude oil is at $86.01 a barrel.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Afternoon, Saki. Political parties are collecting all those criminals because they've got followers to join their parties. Others are even given parole and not going to jail because they've got followers. They are making this country to be so-called a lawlessness country. Every Jack and Jill is forming a party so that he can employ his friends. Thank you, Saki.
Says Sakina, hi, are you one of these JCK counter from Sina? Says Sakina, tragedy has befell Musina. Venetia mine is going to close down. Just imagine how we are going to cope if the mine closes down. Donald Trump has destabilized the world and the economy. We are suffering today in the world because of Donald Trump. And the economy is not stable because of Donald Trump. Let me rest my case for now. JCK Kaunda from Sina.
Sakina, I'm worried about the death of March and March leader as reported. But the concern in me is that people might think it's the foreigners, and I'm worried about the bloodbath that may follow. I wish the police can speedily resolve that matter. It's a worry to me. Thank you. Putin Konki Bonafide, son of Indwe in the Eastern Cape.
Well, thanks so much, everybody, for those. And, of course, just taking a look at what's happening currently. And the Madlanga Commission seems to have taken a break. But, of course, we've been listening. We've been watching on your behalf. So what we'll do is just try and bring you up to speed, because today it's IDEC senior investigator Brian Padiache appearing before the Commission. And he said that he does not work with SAP's dockets and had denied handing one of those dockets to Major General Khan, containing information on an ongoing investigation against Khan. Now, the inquiry is continuing to hear evidence relating to the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption, also known as IDEC, and its head advocate Andrea Johnson. 3 witnesses have so far implicated the IDEC head in allegedly compromising investigations into a case in which the Crime Intelligence Deputy Head, now suspended, of course, Major General Firoz Khan, is accused of assault. But let's take you to some of the proceedings from the Bridget Mabanda Justice College. This took place earlier.
2813, that's a preliminary investigation. As I understand, perhaps if we look at 2813, just so we don't talk at cross purposes, if we could turn to section 28 sub 13. Do you have it?
Yes.
Okay, it reads, and I quote, if the investigating director considers it necessary to hear evidence in order to enable him to determine if there are reasonable grounds to conduct an investigation in terms of Section 1A, the investigating director may hold a preparatory investigation. So at the point where the Section 27 complaint goes to the intake committee, to get into Section 28, what's the outcome of that process? is there a decision to proceed with a Section 2813 investigation, or does it then become an investigation, as you said, in terms of Section 28(1)(a)? I'm trying to...
If there's, in the referral, there's sufficient evidence, information, everything, then there's no need to go into inquiry. You can go into a full-blown investigation.
Okay.
Because the initial part of it, the preliminary, is to verify that information, do your necessary investigation, and then when you see that, no, there is substance, there's a prima facie here, then it goes into a full-blown investigation, which in terms of Section 28(1). So the preliminary is just to confirm, identify this, etc.
I'm clarified. Now that we are in an investigation, what is the trigger for it to become a registered criminal case? Or is it a registered? Does it become a criminal registered case at that point when it becomes an investigation? If you could just clarify for me.
A criminal case can be registered during both phases.
Okay.
Because while you're busy with the preliminary investigation, you're going to find that there is prima facie evidence and etc. Then you will register a case.
Okay.
So moving into, if you register it in the preliminary investigation, that will be your reference on the 28(1) when you're conducting your investigations. Okay. On the preliminary investigation, you will be busy with an inquiry, with an inquiry number.
So that was earlier this morning, and the IDEC senior investigator Brian Padiachi taking the commission through explaining how the case dockets were actually dealt with. The commission has now resumed, so let's take you live to the Bridget Mabandla Justice College.
As I think I have, or I hope I have, how the system works within IDEC, I would like us to refer to what I call the Mukwele docket that IDEC disclosed to the Commission. And for that purpose, I would like to refer us to Commissioner's CJC 377, and that will be in file 3, starting at page 681. The help is coming to locate the correct file. Can I? That would be CJC 377, and it should start at page 681. While we are locating that, may I just, I'm looking at IDEC's representatives, and I just want to check something. And confirm with Mr. Botlano, do you have the exhibits?
I don't. I was actually trying to find out from my colleague whether he has got the benefit of them, because we've got to follow the evidence as well.
I think there ought to have been a bundle for you, and a bundle was prepared. It probably is somewhere here in the building, but for the moment, may we loan you Advocate Mutasedi's bundles? Until lunchtime, we will address that. Because an electronic link was, you confirm you were served with an electronic link?
No. I don't know if there was service. There may have been, but it definitely didn't come to our attention.
I think your junior can confirm that there was service of the exhibit, of the exhibit files. And as it has been growing over the days.
I'm not a witness.
Commissioner Baloy now has given everyone. No, there was an electronic version. These went to print on Monday when the last docket was provided. No, these went to print from last week because it's a combined exhibit file, including the witnesses from Friday. So the exhibit file has been growing over time, and as it was growing, it was shared with IDEC's attorneys. But we had undertaken to provide them a hard copy version of everything that has been filed in the exhibit. That's why I say your box must be somewhere in the building, but for the moment, if you could use Advocate Mutasedi's, I'd be thankful. Thank you.
Thank you.
So what you have now is file 3, CJC 377.
We have it, Chair. Thank you. Thank you. Now that I think we are all on the same page. Colonel Padiachi, this docket was received by the Commission from IDEC, and it had been requested specifically. Now, the docket as we currently have it and as appears in the exhibit file is as was received. So it's not a docket that we tendered or we provided, it comes directly from yourselves. You confirm that?
I'm not sure I get you there, Council. Can you?
Okay, I'll try again. The Commission, the evidence leaders requested certain documents from IDEC, and included in that list of requests were certain dockets. The docket appearing as at page 681, bearing CAS number 452/06/2025, and we have marked it CJC 377, is a docket received from IDEC. Do you confirm that?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Oh, you confirm that that's the IDEC docket?
Yes, I confirm it on here. Brooklyn CAS 542.
Yes.
And the index 37.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Now, not index 37, index...
No, I'm talking about the number of the annexure.
377.
Number, yes, 37.
For the record, just to be correct, 377, thanks. Now, before we deal with the contents of that docket, how does it work in IDEC? I've come to understand that with any docket opened, the first document is an A1 statement. Now, in this case, it is opened on the strength of a Section 27 referral, correct?
Correct.
So who opens the docket? Is it IDEC? Or who opens that docket? Because now you are seized with the investigation.
The docket is opened by IDEC.
The docket is opened by IDEC.
Yes.
So what would be the first document that goes into that docket the moment it's opened?
It will be an A1.
The A1?
A1 statement.
Okay. Where does the Section 27 referral go?
The Section 27, because it covers, not just one investigation, it has different legs to whatever it is there. That Section 27 does not go in the docket.
And if it did, oh, sorry.
That Section 27 is the complaint. It's there with the head of office. We go and physically interview. He's referred this complaint. We go to him, we interview him, and we take a statement from him.
Okay. So would I be correct then, based on how you had described the process, that somewhere, not in a docket, but somewhere within IDEC, is an investigation file that contains the Section 27 referral, the committee decision, and I think the authorization to investigate and subsequently prosecute. All those documents will not be in the docket, but would be in some other file within IDEC. Would that be a correct understanding on my part?
I only work with the docket, Council. So that referral and correspondence is there on management level, which I believe that the head of office will be able to explain more on there.
You are being unfair on yourself, Colonel. You are a senior police officer. You have spent enough time in IDEC to know a bit about processes. You get a Section 27. You told us that the intake committee decides whether it falls within its mandate, the complaint. That must be recorded somewhere. You told us then the investigators and chief investigators are appointed. Then a decision is made whether or not to proceed to a Section 2813 investigation or to run a full-blown investigation in terms of Section 81. And then you referenced the authority to proceed. I assume all these are in written form. And my question is simply, where does one find that whole pack of papers? Surely you should know that.
No, I do not want to appear that I'm holding back or anything on that, Council.
Yes.
Please understand me.
Okay.
All right. I'm the investigator in the level that I prescribed. The referral comes in, and it comes into to management. It is done. I get a copy of the designation where we designated on to investigate. So on the basis of that, I start the inquiry.
Yes.
Of obtaining statements.
Okay.
And then I compile my docket from there. I do not take the 27 and put it in a docket and start from there. I start from interviewing people to gather evidence for the criminal docket.
Okay. No, that's, I understand. Then,
can I just, Ms. Ella?
Yes, ma'am.
Just related to this topic, this docket here, it says police station is Brooklyn. Can you just explain, is that how all your IDEC dockets look like? They record a station as Brooklyn.
It's a normal police docket, Commissioners.
Yes.
It's a normal police docket which we get from the station and we write on it.
Okay.
And we register it. But it's a police docket.
So it's registered at Brooklyn Police Station?
It's registered at Brooklyn Police Station. IDAC does not have access to their own systems of registering dockets, so it's registered at the police station, the precinct with the offense found in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So what we have at page 681 is the preamble to a statement, as Commissioner Baloyi points out. It reflects Brooklyn as the station, and then it provides a CAS number 542/06/2025. Can I just share with you what I've come to understand about CAS numbers, and don't always trust my understanding though. I understand that the last figures, 2025, denote the year in which that case was opened.
Yes.
The numbers before the year 06 denote the month in which it was opened.
So it's the month, it's the register serial number according to the system.
Yes.
The month.
Yes.
And then the year.
Correct, and that's how I understood it.
Yes.
So then, based on that understanding, I too had is when I see 542/06/2025, I take it is case number 542, opened on June 2025 at Brooklyn Police Station. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Oh. And this is that then becomes your CAS number going forward, and
yes,
that will attach right through to prosecution.
Yes.
And based on that understanding, I try to understand, if I scroll down, if you go to the bottom of that document, that tells me this was opened in June 2025. It has got a signature and a date, and the date reflected there is the 6th of January 2025. So if it bears the date of January 2025, how does it bear a CAS number of June yet to come? I might be confusing myself over nothing, but I was hoping you'd be able to clarify this. And I ask simply because you are the lead investigator in the matter, so there might be a very valid explanation to this.
I can give you clarity
yes,
on that. During the preliminary investigation, a number of affidavits are taken in the early stages of the investigation, which is the preliminary investigation, where you are searching for your evidence. So once you put together all your evidence, at that stage your witness statement doesn't have a CAS number.
Yes.
Right, nothing is cast. So therefore, once you've got all your affidavits and all your evidence, and then you register a case docket which could be months later, right, then that statement, the CAS number will be written on the top. So it's obvious the CAS number now is on the date when the docket was registered. But the affidavit was taken in January. That affidavit was taken during the preliminary investigations. So that's why the date is January.
I understood you earlier to say the first document in a docket is the A1. If the A1, that statement of the complainant, is taken in January, then the docket is opened with that A1. Is my understanding wrong?
No, Commissioner. We're busy with the preliminary investigation. During the preliminary investigation, you will obtain statements, various statements, requests for certain documents, this and this. So you're busy compiling stuff. When you are ready with your docket to have it registered, because it's still in an inquiry at that stage, then you would register your docket.
You do recall that at some point I wanted an understanding as to when we move from investigation to a criminal case, have a CAS number. Yes. And you gave an example, particularly with this one, that you went immediately into a CAS number. So that would have been shortly after you received your Section 27. So, or maybe I have things upside down, topsy-turvy. Please try again.
Maybe I can guide you, counsel, and explain.
Yes.
You have a Section 27 referral that is sent in. And then your Section 2813 preliminary investigation commences. So it's an inquiry stage. So you will go out and interview the complainant, and you obtain his affidavit.
Yes.
And then you will continue with your investigation to get other supporting evidence or whatever. Okay. In your preliminary. Your docket is not registered at that stage. So you have that complaint, but now you want to get more on it. So once you've done all of that, and then you're now going into your full-blown investigation, it's now ready, you'll register your case docket. That's why when you move further on, you'll see that some of the other statements are also taken to a build-up to a case docket.
Yes. Okay. So
can I just?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry if I interrupt your thought process.
Not at all, not at all.
I just want to make sure I understand. Does then it mean that if your investigation, you don't have a case docket yet, you haven't opened a CAS on the system, yes. Does it mean that if your investigation results in you're not finding useful information, if you like, are you saying there will never be open a case, a CAS number? Because and I ask from my own experience, which is you go to a police station, you say this has happened, and they give you a case number before they do any investigations, and I now have a case number that I can give to my insurer that I have reported to the police. You seem to be describing a situation where you conduct an investigation, there's no record of it on the system, on the CAS system, and then you make a determination that there's nothing to see here, and the system is none the wiser about it. That becomes the end of that complaint. Can you just explain that?
Okay. With the police and the SAPs, person goes to the police station, to the community service center, he reports a complaint, and he registers, and they register his case. With IDEC, we get a complaint, a referral complaint. So we first start with an inquiry to verify this complaint, and that starts with a preliminary investigation. To verify, we take statements or whatever, and if there is a prima facie case or what the complainant said in the complaint that it is there, and we've conducted this investigation, we conduct it under an inquiry number, right? It will be an inquiry number. And we find during the preliminary investigation, no, we have a prima facie case, it's supported by affidavits taken, then we register a docket and go into a full-blown investigation. Now, if we had to take a complaint in that Section 27 and just go and open a case docket just basically on that, and then at some stage or the other it's found that no, but there's nothing here, then you have a case that's registered, which adds to the volume of cases in the area in terms of statistics
if the Commissioner can understand.
So there's an inquiry number for this referral?
Yes, there's an inquiry number.
On your system?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you. That inquiry number would suggest there is an inquiry file, and the first document, I take it, would be the referral affidavit and then the A1 statement and following.
In my documents will be the designation.
Okay.
Right.
Yes.
And from the designation, I will go and take the affidavit. Everything that I do in that inquiry, because on the designation it will have the inquiry number.
Yes.
It will refer to an inquiry. It will be that 2813 is registered as inquiry. It will have an inquiry number. So that's the inquiry number that I will use for my investigation, for summonses to request documents. I will use that.
Yes.
So once my case is registered, finally at the police station, that inquiry number will fall out, and I'll be using a CAS number. That's why you'll find in some cases on subpoenas, you'll have a inquiry number and
Yes.
at a later stage a CAS number.
Oh, so that simply tells me that when you issued a summons during an inquiry, it will bear the inquiry number, and if you issued a Section 28 summons, after you have opened the case, then it will bear the CAS number. Thank you. Now that helps. So if I just quickly go to just a small issue before I'm aware of the time, Chair, just to close on this topic. If you go to page 683, staying with the same file, 683.
683.
At 683 is the statement of the affidavit of Mr. Fadiel Adams. And at page 684, at 684, I see it's commissioned. You see that? Colonel?
I'm going down to your document.
No. I thought it immediately follows we're at 681, looking at the CAS number and them.
I'm
Just
pulling it
flip
up on my electronic copy instead of the hard copy.
I prefer you work on the files before you, then we don't lose each other.
Okay.
Okay. I'll assure you before the commissioners that what's in the file is exactly as you gave to the commissions. Nothing has been added and nothing has been omitted. So you can trust the file. I'm at 683. That is the statement of Mr. Fadiel Adams. And overleaf at page 684, I see it's commissioned. Correct?
That's correct.
I'm interested, even before we look at the content, at 684, if we go to that part after Mr. Adams' signature, it reads thus, and I hope you can help me.
I hate to do this to you, but I have to, because now it's getting really interesting. But that's where we have to leave it. Thank you so much for being with us here on Update at Noon. Ondela Mbana, she will always forgive us, we know, because she's also invested. Ondela and the Update at Noon team, we say thanks to you for your patience, and we'll do this again tomorrow.
Thank you, Sakina, and the team on the top stories. Impeachment committee confident Phala Phala inquiry will continue and shop owner killed while assisting customers. For SAFM News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good day. Parliament's impeachment committee says it is confident the Western Cape High Court will allow its inquiry into the Phala Phala scandal to continue. The committee will tomorrow oppose President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent application to halt the impeachment process while he challenges the independent panel report that led to its establishment. Committee chairperson Makashule Ghana says Parliament has a constitutional duty to proceed with its work.
Once the judgment is made, we will take it from there, but we are confident that the court will agree with our arguments that the work of the committee proceed, because it's important that the work of the impeachment committee continues. So I'll be attending on behalf of the committee, as the chairperson of the committee, to ensure that all the views that our legal team will present are properly articulated.
The king of the Amazulu nation, Misuzulu Ganzwelithini, has fired the Prime Minister, the Reverend Thulasizwe Buthelezi, for the second time within a year. He has replaced him with Chief Party Sizwe Xiliza. It's not clear why the king has effected the change, but the royal office says he has used his prerogative to terminate Buthelezi's appointment. Calvin Ludla reports.
His Majesty has expressed the full confidence in Inkosi Xiliza's leadership, wisdom, and steadfast commitment to the Zulu throne. The king has further called upon all members of the royal house, Amakhosi, Izinduna, traditional structures, and the Zulu nation at large to accord the newly appointed traditional prime minister their full cooperation and support.
The Madlanga Commission has heard that allegations that senior IDEC investigator Brian Padiachi disclosed an SAPS docket to suspended Deputy Crime Intelligence Head Feroz Khan are misdirected. The docket allegedly relates to an ongoing criminal investigation involving Khan. Padiachi is testifying on matters relating to IDEC. He has denied the allegations, saying he does not work with SAPS dockets. Padiachi also told the Commission that although he has only had a professional working relationship with Khan, the man he worked with is not the same person whose conduct has been described before the Commission.
I must say on this part, Chair, Commissioners, the General Khan that I know and that I worked with during this particular time is not the General Khan that I see now with what is appearing before the Commission. I had my reservations during my time at Crime Intelligence on senior officers there, but it was not to the extent of what is seen now. This is indeed not the person I know.
A shop owner has been gunned down while serving customers in Pontieville on the Cape Flats. Police spokesperson FC Van Veek says unknown assailants entered the 31-year-old victim's store and opened fire. He says the motive behind the killing is being probed.
Upon their arrival, the body of a 31-year-old male was found inside the shop. The deceased was laying on his back and sustained one gunshot wound to the chest. He was declared deceased on the scene by medical personnel. Upon further investigation, it was found that the deceased was serving customers when several shots were fired at him by unidentified suspects. The suspects fled the scene in an unknown direction. Bishop Lewis Police registered a murder case for further investigation.
The U.S. Department of Homeland Security says an ICE immigration agent shot and killed a man in the state of Maine over fears of public safety. A statement released several hours after the shooting has accused the man of attempting to flee the scene. No more details have been given, including any explanation of why he was considered a threat. The Democratic Congresswoman for Maine, Chelly Pingree, has called for transparency.
I don't know if they were investigating an actual criminal or if this was somebody they just stopped by the side of the road because they profiled them or thought this was somebody, going to a workplace which might be significant. So we don't know all that information. I'm glad there is a walled-off crime scene and that they appear to be doing an investigation. But it's just critically important that we get all the information.
Recapping the top story, Parliament's impeachment committee says it is confident the Western Cape High Court will allow its inquiry into the Phala Phala scandal to continue. I'm Undilambana for SAFM News Headlines at 1:30.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation. July is Mandela Month on SAFM. A month to ask the difficult questions. 30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? This July, SAFM examines the legacy of Mandela through the realities of South Africa today. Inequality, leadership, social justice, nation building, and the responsibilities that belong to every generation. Because the question is no longer who Nelson Mandela was. The question is, what have we done with the country he helped create? Join the national conversation only on SAFM, the home of real conversations. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
'Cause you're a sky full of stars. I'm gonna give you my heart. 'Cause you're a sky full of stars. 'Cause you light up the park. I don't care, go on and tear me apart. I don't care if you do. 'Cause in the sky full of stars, I think I saw you. Cause you're a sky full of stars. I wanna die in your arms. Cause you get lighter the more it gets dark. I'm gonna give you my heart. I don't care, go on and tear me apart. I don't care if you do. 'Cause in a sky full of stars, I think I see you. I think I see
Led by Chris Martin, Coldplay coming through with Sky Full of Stars. What a beautiful song. It's nice to hear a little bit of Coldplay on the show. I haven't heard them in quite a while. I don't know what they've been up to or what they've been doing. You know, they're outside sort of the realm of my musical palette. But it's nice from time to time to dip into other things. Also, I'm just a fan, really, to be quite honest, of Chris Martin. There's something about him, his character, his person, how he moves and navigates. Yeah, unestima, another thing, you know, how he moves and navigates in the music industry. I remember when, because he is I'll call him the music director of Global Citizen. He curates the artists that perform at Global Citizen. And when they came for Mandela 100, that iconic concert that happened here in South Africa at FNB, He literally sat with all the South African artists one-on-one. He came in weeks before the actual concert, sat with all of them, Abo Casper, Abo Shaw, one-on-one, getting a sense of who they are from a musicality perspective, who they are as performers, who they are as people. And so by the time that live show, I guess, came, day of concert, he had taken in all of their thinking and all of their perspective and was able to create an environment that was inclusive and an environment that they could thrive and put together some of the best performances we've ever seen. Anyway, that's how we open up the show. Hope you've had a great afternoon. Hope everything is going according to plan. We've got a jam-filled schedule on our side. We're going to catch up with Usbahle Mota for day 139 at the Madlanga Commission. We should be running a poll, Uguti. If we're taking the commission until the 2nd of October, I guess it's easy to calculate now. Yeah. It would have been a poll before we had that extension date, because now it'll be easy to calculate how many days of the commission. Like those polls where people have jelly beans in a jar and say how many jelly beans are in the jar, and then the closest number will win something. Maybe we can still do it, because 2nd of October may not be the actual end date of the Madlanga Commission. So we're going to be catching up with SAfmRadio Mota for day 139, and then for stages, pages, screens, and more. Simpiwe Dana joins us today. We are going to be in conversation with the artists around some projects that are coming up in Cape Town. On the other side of 2 o'clock, it's Tuesday Health and Wellness, and we're looking at sleep disorders, understanding insomnia, sleep apnea, restless leg syndrome. That is an actual thing, especially if you are pregnant, and when one should actually get intervention. So we'll be in conversation with Dr. Benji around that. If you have any questions, by the way, every time we talk to, who's my other favorite sleep doctor? Dr. Allison. Every time we talk to Dr. Allison around sleep, you always flood our WhatsApp with questions after she's gone. So if you do have questions, be sure to send them in right now. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line, and 086-000-2032 is the number to call us on. A quick pause, and then we come back with SAfmRadio Mota.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
All right, let's catch up with SABC News reporter SAfmRadio Mota, who's live at the Bridget Mabandla Justice College. How are you doing this afternoon, SAfmRadio?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
Fantastic. All right, let's jump straight into it. What is transpiring out in Pretoria today for day 139?
Yes, so today we have a senior investigator from the IDEC, Brian Padiachi, and he essentially is the lead investigator in the matter involving crime intelligence head Dumsani Khumalo, as well as other 6 crime intelligence officials in that matter. So what he's essentially told the commission is that how the investigation came about, and that allegations that there may have been political interference in that matter involving Dumsani Khumalo are actually false. If you remember, General Nhlaka Mkhwanazi had made those allegations saying that, the investigation and the arrest of Dumsani Khumalo smells something like political interference. So he's actually at the Madlanga Commission to debunk some of those allegations that have been made by General Nhlaka Mkhwanazi, and ultimately taking the commission through the investigative process and how he actually got involved in the matter.
There seemed to be some confusion a little bit earlier on around some of the terms that he'd used, that Pariachi used around being a docket holder, controller versus being lead investigator. There was a lot of confusion there with Commissioner Khumalo saying it almost seemed like he was trying to suggest that, in fact, he was not the person responsible for the chain of events during that investigation.
No, definitely, because what he sought to do, it looks allegedly as though he really just wanted to distance himself from that entire investigation or the processes thereof. Because what we are actually finding out now is just how the process of this case, or for the IDEC to investigate this case, came about. And the name of Fadil Adams obviously has come up to say that he had brought, a query just to investigate the matter about Dumsani Khumalo. But when the commissioners are actually asking him as to what the process could have been, he tells them that, there is a unit case evaluation committee that is responsible for deciding whether a referred matter falls within their mandate or not. And when he said a question about who sits on this committee, he's not able to answer that question and says, no, he believes that these questions should be reserved for the IDEC head, Andrea Johnson, when she finally presents herself before the Matlanga Commission. So what we are seeing is that essentially the commission is probing whether or not there was some political interference in this case against Dumsani Khumalo. And what we are finding is that there are glaring contradictions as to where this case was registered, where we are finding that there's a stamp from Pretoria and when he alleges that this case was registered in Cape Town. And this is essentially what the commission is seeking to get to the bottom of. Was there actually political interference? And as things stand, it seems like there's so many gaps in his statements regarding the arrest of General Dumsani Khumalo as well as other crime intelligence officials.
And just lastly, Spatle, there also seems to be quite the stark contrast in how Brian Pariachi views his interactions and by extension his, relationship with General Mkhwanazi versus how General Mkhwanazi perceives Brian Pariachi, based on the sentiments that he shared around Pariachi at the ad hoc committee, basically going as far as even saying he's unqualified to be holding the job that he's holding.
And I mean, this was quite evident even in his opening statement, where he says, he doesn't actually get why Mkhwanazi would make those remarks to say that he's unqualified, and he was really surprised when his name even came up, And he says that he's been serving within the SAFs thing for over 38 years rather, and has even been in this line of work for over 40 years. So he's been quite surprised. But I mean, as things stand, now is cross-examination. And what we are essentially seeing is that possibly the allegations that Mkhwanazi had put at the ad hoc committee are actually coming to fruition, because there's so many discrepancies in his statements, and sort of the processes that he followed, or one could even allude to the fact that there were orders that were given to him regarding this investigation. And I think what we will know by the... Hello?
We have to... Let's just pause that sentiment there and take a quick pause. We'll come back and finish your train of thought in a moment.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay, leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Catch Top Billing this Tuesday evening at 7 on S3 as designer Lizanne Vivier reimagines our wardrobes through creative styling. Metro FM's DJs Nomuzi Musli Mabena and Siabonga Scoop Ngwegazi are setting the trend. And the art of Utata Madiba is the hero of artist Louis Janssen van Vuren and author Hardy Olivier's country home. That's Top Billing this Tuesday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, apologies about that, Spahle. We just needed to get that commercial out of the way. We're rounding up day 139 at the Madlanga Commission with Spahle Mota, SABC News reporter. And the cross-examination is, they've just taken a break now for lunch at the commission, Spahle, but the cross-examination, is always where the rubber meets the road with a lot of the witnesses that we see coming to the commission.
Definitely, and essentially what I was saying is that, under this cross-examination, this is where the discrepancies in a witness's statement actually come up. And what we are seeing is the fact that, Padiachi just conceding to the fact that this complaint by Fadil Adams about General Dumsani Khumalo was actually taken in Cape Town but bears a stamp from Pretoria. And what I wanted to say is the fact that, the allegations by Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi saying the life of Padiachi may not actually be well qualified for the job may be revealed in such minor, small detail where it shows that, there was probably some oversight on his part to not properly check these documents to say, where was this complaint registered? Why does it bear the stamp of Pretoria when it was actually, registered in Cape Town? And these are the things that I think we will start seeing even after lunch as the Madlanga Commission resumes.
And just finally, Spahle, tomorrow Suleiman Karim is meant to be appearing at the Madlanga Commission, but do we anticipate that appearance is going to happen, given that we've been hearing rumors across social media that not only is he still receiving treatment, but he happens to, or allegedly he's receiving that medical treatment outside of Gauteng?
I mean, it things stand, Jeremy Michaels is truly mum on what is going to happen tomorrow, but I don't foresee him coming to the commission. And the reason why I say that is because Vusmuzi Matlala is also scheduled to appear before the commission, and we still don't know how he will be appearing. But I do anticipate that it may be via video link, as we saw him last week. So I wouldn't really hold my breath to say that Suleiman Karim will present himself before the Madlanga Commission. Yeah. But a lot of people are crossing their fingers to say, with this short extension, possibly maybe he may present himself before the commission before it actually concludes.
All right. Spahle Mota, always we appreciate the time. That was SABC News reporter rounding up day 139 at the Madlanga Commission. We're going to take a quick pause, a quick reset, and then we come back with the voice of a generation. She needs absolutely no introduction whatsoever. Simpiwe Dana joins us in studio.
Wherever you are in the world, SAFM 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAFM Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAFM 104 to 107 as we bring you Commission Live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Hashtag Mandela Month on SAFM.
Never, and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one another.
Stages, pages, screens, and more on The Full Circle.
All right, I just bellowed to my team at the back because normally when we have younger artists, emerging artists, we tend to play the song before just for context and recognition. So they're always fighting me on it. So I had to yell and go, "It's Simpiwe Dana. We don't have to play the song before. Everybody knows Simpiwe Dana." How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you? It's been quite a while.
It's been a while. I mean, last time I spoke to you, I think it was the second installment of Moya. You were going back to the theatre, to Joburg Theatre with Gregory and the team. You've been good.
I've been good, but I think old age is kind of catching up.
Old age. Simply, we are
the
grown
thing
as
is this,
badala. We are grown.
Not exactly.
Yeah.
Like, I'm talking about that being grown.
Yeah.
I may not look it on the outside, but I've been around for quite a while, you know, and I think there's a change emotionally with regards to the spaces I'd like to occupy. Like, Ntanda, peace, please. And therefore, that's why you will hardly see me anywhere. You know, and unless I'm having dinner with friends or
you in your
family.
peace girl era.
Yes.
Okay.
That's me right now.
I mean, should I Google Uguti? What are we turning this year? What have we turned this year?
46.
But Tunana simply acting him dull. She's like a
No,
year
but
older than
Bandim
me.
Dala, guys, I'm chasing 50. But that's half a century.
Yabon's Dala is laughing at you. Dala ngempela in the room. Laughing at you. She's like, my goodness. Hey. So when did you feel it? And I remember talking to David Lally a couple of years ago. He's about to turn 45 at the time. And he sort of had an emotional shift, and we were talking then, and he was like, I felt it coming, but really got cemented when I turned 45. You know, he was like, he knew who he was. He accepted the truths about himself. We spoke about him being a hard boss. You know, he's like, accept the truths about myself, and the things that I'm refusing to change, I'm not changing. And the things that I think are worth changing, I'm changing. But this is who I am. When hold this thought, I just realized Onde Lambane is coming through with the headline news.
Right,
and then we'll come back and continue the conversation.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, senior IDEC Brian Padiachi has denied allegations of political interference in the case involving crime intelligence head Dumisani Kumalo and 6 other intelligence officials. Parliament's impeachment committee says it is confident the Western Cape High Court will allow its inquiry into the Pala scandal to continue, and the Western Cape government says it is making steady progress in repairing and rebuilding roads, bridges and provincial infrastructure damaged during storms which lashed the province in May. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Xolani Gwala will be back again for you 6 to 9 Monday here on SAFM.
And
thanks, Xolani. Good morning and welcome to Morning Talk with me, Kim Gabadeli.
The name is Bongi Kwala. Good to be with you till midday today. Let's engage South Africa.
Welcome to Morning Talk on SAFM, South Africa's news and information leader, with me, Rowena Bird.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. Stages, pages, screens, and more on the Full Circle.
As we're catching up off air, Simpiwe just told me that her son is turning 21 this year. It's madness. Do you, and I'm going to come back to this, the state, you know, the aura that you are, the era of peace. But when you look at your kids, because I think when you have kids, you suddenly become conscious, and I know it's not going to make sense what I'm saying, conscious and unconscious of the concept of time.
I think when the kids flew the coop, it was a huge adjustment for me, because it obviously coincided with them starting to become young adults. And then it forced me to focus more on myself than rather always having someone else to focus on right in front of me. And that spiritually and emotionally, it has done weird things, you know, good and bad. It has made me, remember and relieve some traumas from childhood that I was too busy to remember or sit with, or just, engage with, like within myself. So it's been quite a weird time. But I'm also a person who's like, I'm the opposite of David, like maybe in some ways. because now I'm a parentified child, so I've never really had a childhood. I've always been the adult, the one who must be responsible, take care of everybody. So I guess I did kind of run wild a bit. When I got a bit older, I was just like, okay, guys, I've done my part. Can I just now enjoy a little bit of childhood that I never had before? I don't have to account and not have to be responsible. Like just.
And you're allowed, yes? Yeah, you are really allowed to just be a little bit messy and a little bit uncontained and a little bit.
Yes,
you are allowed.
I needed that because I've never, like my mother knew I was dependable. She could always depend on me. Everyone knew they could always depend on me. And then there just came a time when I was like, no, I want to be the one who wants to depend on everyone.
Oh,
leave me alone.
Listen,
I want to be 5 years old again and start over.
You are allowed, Nkosiyama. I think everyone is allowed that sense. Did you come as you approach this age of Gwamdala? I'm going to use her words. And then the kids were getting ready to sort of, fly the coop and do their own thing, go off to varsity and all the rest of it. Did you start sort of preparing yourself for the peace? Did you recognize that in parts I want peace, in parts I want chaos of just living my life? And did you just kind of wake up and go, "Ay, silana ke manje.
Silana ke manje." That was me. I was like, okay, we are here.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen. Konje, what are we called? As with kids who've flown the coop.
Empty nesters.
Yes. I'm going to be an empty nester, and I don't know what it means.
Yeah.
And it was weird, and in the ways that I've explained, because I had a lot of time to myself, and I found a lot of good in me and a lot of bad as well. And not bad in that I hurt other people, as bad as in I'm bad to myself in many ways. And the reasons why I would be like that.
Yeah.
And then comes in the whole childhood trauma, etc., etc. Yeah.
Does this moment also give you time to sort of, and I know we've spoken over the years at different points and at different projects, and I'm always interested, Uchi, so does this moment also unearth a different kind of Simpiwe Dana, the griot, and does it also have you sort of sitting in the emptiness, not emptiness because there are people in your life, but like in the sense that your home is different. It's got a different energy now. And does it have you sitting with pen and paper and contemplating, well, what does Simpiwe Dana sound like now at a new project? And I know you've got a surprise project, which is, but at a new project.
It's actually been quite strange because the very first question you asked, who am I now? It has been a hard one to answer. And that is why I am in no rush to put out work. I'm an artist first and foremost, and that's what drives me to do anything. There's a creative process. I do not write because, it's been too long. I have to put out something. I have to, for relevance, I have to stay relevant. No, that's not what drives me to create. I create because I've got something to say and something that I feel, is important for my well-being and for the well-being of others as well. So I've been in a weird space, trying to define who I've become now that I'm not, an everyday mother and the kids are becoming adults, and even how we speak to each other has changed now because, I'm speaking to young adults, no longer kids. I'm in the process of finding myself, and I do make my mistakes. I do make my mistakes. And like I told you, like this, I do have that rebellious streak because no child should be parentified, right? So that on its own is a trauma. So I'm dealing with that child, that wounded child, like inside of me, because as I grow older, she's growing stronger as well, like in protest, right? Like, yes, I should not have it. This should not have happened. This should not have happened. But also ndimdala in that very same breath. And it's to me to manage this child's angst and anger and etc. Yeah.
Well, it's definitely, I think, going to be a fabulous and fascinating project. And I know I use those words, though you've just had a very raw answer about, unpacking and filtering some of your pains and your traumas. But Tina, we are selfish as fans. so we're like, the more you unpack and the more you get into the layers, the more the project
But the thing
becomes.
is also, Bridget, like, so here's the other thing that I was thinking, that artists need to know when to write and not when to write. Some albums are not necessary. Some albums are not necessary. They mess up your discography. Yes. When you know that you are not in a good space to write, even if you think that you've got a song, be in a, like, everything must be aligned. Alignment is very important, because I've seen, amazing artists destroy their legacies with bad albums. Where they even change their brands and they do this and they do this. And I'm like, there was no need. We already have enough of your music. If you need to take time out, because what you want from you must always be authentic and, lifelong. It must last for generations and generations and generations to come. Do not force yourself. Do other things. Do other projects. Like right now, I have a show in Cape Town. I have a show with the Cape Town Philharmonic Orchestra at Artscape. Do those kinds of projects. Like, do projects like Moya. Like Moya is not an album full of new songs. There are some new songs. Like Moya was a project. It had a theme. It was themed, premised on my grief. There was a theme to it. Do things that are meaningful to you. Don't do things because my career this, my career that. This is what destroys your career faster.
Words of wisdom there from Simpiwe Dana, and perfect segue into Umoya. Of course, it's 20 years also, by the way, of Zandisile right now.
23.
23?
Yes.
Oh,
I know, 22. It's Zazi who's 23. My daughter just turned 23 and the album is named after her.
Yeah, yes. Oh my goodness. So 2 decades of this iconic album. And also, let's reflect on that, because there's so much, like I said, we don't have to play Ndire. It's your song. And I'm not going to ask if you have a love-hate relationship with it, because
I do. Okay, guys, we're doing the last song. What song would you like?
Ndire. Some sort.
Yeah. I love that song, guys. Like, don't take it wrong, but yeah, 23 years of singing it. Yeah, that's quite a lot.
I'm gonna clip all of y'all. You complain that are iconic. Complain.
I didn't know that.
Okay. But it's that album is so seminal, so iconic. When you reflect back, just quickly, and then we'll jump on to Umoya, which I think also is quite the seminal body of work, considering it started as a theatre production, and it's something that you've done, a few seasons of it now, and people keep calling for it.
Yes.
Well, when you reflect on these works for you as an artist, first, on the one hand, the significance of them and the impact that they've had on your journey, and also how they've continued to push the evolution of you.
So can you?
I know 3 questions all in one.
Yeah.
So
I did say Ndimdala.
Let's talk about the impact of Zandisile on the one side, because you've lived with it for over 20 years.
Yes.
And it's an iconic seminal body of work. And how it continues to also drive you to evolve to, different layers of Simpiwe, but without losing the essence of that Simpiwe.
Oh, God. I think there is growth and then there's growth. There are people that feel like they know something and no one else can break it down further for them. And that comes with age. They're like, no, I've lived. And based on my experiences, this is like this. And then there are people like me who learn even from 5-year-olds, a different perspective, a different way of seeing the world. I'm neurodivergent, and that's why I don't socialize so well. But I am a person who feels like there's always something new to learn. There's always a revelation just around the corner. And I haven't stopped growing. There's a saying that I love by Nina Simone. Apparently she had said something and changed her mind later. And someone was like, but you said this like 5 years ago. She's like, so what? I changed my mind. What that allows you, like that openness, is that you can always change your mind. You can always be convinced by a new truth. So even with music, like the way I approach my music, I'm always so scared. Like I'm my biggest competition. Whenever I have to start a new album, I must not listen to any of my other albums because they scare me. They make me feel like, how did you get there? Because remember, now I'm dealing with a white canvas. There's nothing there, and I must bring out form from this empty canvas. And now, like all these other albums, they are artworks. They are done. They are full, And I'm just like, how? Just listening to them, I get overwhelmed, and I'm like, who was that girl? Because I may not necessarily be that girl anymore. So yes, growth comes in different forms to different people.
Absolutely. And from that growth, Moya, I mean, remember the excitement when you first brought this to the Joburg Theatre with Gregory Makoma and
which is
the
when I
dance
recorded
company.
it.
So this is the
first
live
Moya.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, talk to us about its evolution, because you had 2-3 seasons at the Joburg, and now you're taking it to an orchestra.
No. This is not about Moya. There will
Okay.
be some elements of Moya. This is an orchestra. It's a different project.
Okay.
Actually, I should have given it a name.
Okay.
I didn't, but it's a different project, and I'm big on projects, and I love working with orchestras because it's actually easy. People think it's difficult to work with orchestras. It's the opposite, because abantu bafundile, thina sifundanga. Someone has to sing to us the line, the melody. But they just read it like mathematics. But, so like they make things very, very quick. It's just beautiful to work with them. You obviously have to have a very huge team. You must have someone who's going to score the music for you. You must have a music director. You must have a maestro or a maestra. You must have a conductor. Then you must have an orchestra. Then you must have a, what do they call it? Rhythm section. And your vocalists. So it's a huge production.
What a wowza. So you're taking it to Cape Town now, but this is not the first leg.
Well, it will not be the first leg. Okay. Remember, I did the symphony experience.
Yes,
right.
Yes,
so,
which was amazing.
So some of the songs we're doing are from those. Obviously, we'll rework them with the music director here and there, and the music scorer. But we have a huge body of work. I have so many scores, like for orchestras, of my work. I have, I think, at least 2.5-3 hours.
Wow.
Excuse me, of orchestrated music. So it's going to be fun.
So when is this show happening? I mean, give us some details. Like for those who are going to be in Cape Town, and you're going to be at Artscape.
Yes, it's happening at the Artscape on the 29th of July. Let me just check the times quickly. I've been mostly offline.
I feel like I know the time. Is it 7:30 p.m.?
Thank you. 7:30 p.m. at the Artscape, and you get your tickets where, Bridget?
Oh, okay, that part I don't know.
Okay, just hang on. Give me 1 second.
Out in morning, self. No, that part I don't know.
Okay, hang on. Okay, let me just double check quickly. Sorry, guys. Yo, I can.
Ubhizi umntana. She doesn't even know what my ticket sales are.
Okay, hang on. Tickets available from Artscape, Dial a Seat.
Okay.
And web tickets.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So web tickets is where you can go, and of course Artscape Dial a Seat, which I presume is their box office.
Yes.
For the Artscape. Wednesday, the 29th of July. One night only in Cape Town.
One night only, yes.
You get one night only. Simpiwe Dana and the symphonic experience with the Cape Town Philharmonic Orchestra on the 29th of July. If you're going to be in Cape Town, Artscape's box office, dial a seat or web tickets is where you can go. Looking forward to it. Hopefully, Nizaubuya, summertime Joburg, we are here.
No, Joanna, we have plans for you guys in
good.
Joburg. Don't worry. Soze didn't
Ushiyene?
Nina, Soze kaloku.
We are there. Simpiwe Dana, always lovely to have you in studio. That was Simpiwe Dana, singer-songwriter, multi-award-winning singer-songwriter. It's gone 10 to a quick pause, and then we come back and we talk Scatterlings Africa Festival in London for Mandela Day.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
All right, the electricity price increases may have dropped a bombshell on your budget, but switch to Outsurance and you could drop your car insurance premium. You could save big, like 48-year-old Silvio saves a mind-blowing 802 Rand a month on her 2019 BMW X1. So why pay more when you could pay so much less and save? Get a quote to switch to Outsurance today. Simply SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming.
The greatest tribute to Nelson Mandela is not found only in monuments or memorials.
Our struggle for freedom and justice was a collective effort.
But in the choices we make every day.
Mandela Day will not be a holiday, but a day devoted to service.
This Mandela Month, join SAfm as we explore the work still to be done in building the South Africa he envisioned.
It is in your head.
Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
All right, we're catching up with Thandiwe Matibela now, SA Tourism General Manager for Global PR Communications and Stakeholder Relations. We're in the middle of Mandela Month, and as we edge closer and closer to Nelson Mandela Day, which happens on the 17th, we're getting into this conversation around the Scatterlings Africa Festival, which is taking place in London on the 18th of July. Wait a minute. Gonja Mandela's birthday is the 18th, not the 17th. How are you doing this afternoon, Thandiwe?
I'm good, thanks, Bridget, and how are you? And hello to all the listeners.
I'm fantastic. Thank you so much for taking the time. We appreciate it. I mean, we know that SA is often described as a country that, you know, is incredibly culturally and artistically rich and diverse. Let's talk about how music, food, fashion, storytelling, all these elements just collectively shape the way that the world sees South Africa and the way that the world experiences South Africans.
You do know, and you probably have heard a lot about, you know, culture being one of our biggest currency. And we do know that South African culture is unique. And we also know that a lot of travelers come from across the world to come and experience our rich culture, to come and experience our history. And it is so great that, as South Africa, we should be able to take our best, musicians to the world, to such an iconic place as Trafalgar Square in London, for us to showcase the best of our culture. While we're there, we also want to showcase the best of our food and, of course, the best of our people. So it is an all-round exciting time for us. And what better time to do it, other than the 30th anniversary, of this very iconic event.
And one might ask, why particularly Trafalgar Square in London? Is there a particular connection, a particular, sort of interrelationship exchange between Londoners and South Africans, and of course the legacy and the heritage of Nelson Mandela?
Of course, we do know that there's a lot of South Africans that are based in London that are living abroad that really serve as our most important ambassadors, because they not only remain deeply connected to home and play a very influential role in sharing positive stories about our country, with their friends both in London and obviously in inviting people to come and visit South Africa. So this particular event provides an opportunity for us to be able to reconnect, the South African culture while we're encouraging people to visit us. And of course, also, we do know that South Africa has got a very deep connection, with the UK. And so as we celebrate, the 30 years of the Constitution, is what I meant to say earlier, we're doing it in a very good space where we're actually also commemorating Nelson Mandela Day, which we all know is a very big day globally, as our former late president remains very iconic for our country.
And speaking about Nelson Mandela Day, which marks the late great statesman's birthday, but also really he cemented it as a day to ensure that his legacy continued to live through. And by legacy, I speak of the values that he upheld, the values of unity, dignity, social cohesion. It's been very topical within the borders of South Africa, but whether or not we're losing that essence, the representation of what Mandela Day was meant to stand for. And I wonder if that is a conversation that can still be engaged on platforms such as the Scatterlings Africa Festival, to say, how do we reignite the essence of this day? How do we ensure that, the flame of who Nelson Mandela was and what he stood for continues to reverberate, continues to shine bright from generation to generation?
Well, Bridget, I'm going to start here and say the beautiful thing is that we are all having conversations, and we are all having honest conversations. And I think in that is the importance of us being able to meet each other at each other's needs. And tourism does that very well, right? So you find that people come to a different country to learn, to extract, very memorable experiences that they then go back and share with their family, friends, and loved ones. And I think that is a treasure that, with the work that, the former late statesman did in terms of just ensuring that there is the social cohesion, there is ongoing conversation, whether, uncomfortable or not, it happens. We find ourselves here. South Africa, between January and May 2026, actually received 4.761 million people that actually came to visit our country. Now, that is a number that tells you that people still believe, in the cultural offering of South Africa, in the tourism offering of South Africa. And a big chunk of that number are actually people from the rest of the African continent. So these are numbers that we are really proud of. We know very well that the late statesman spoke very fondly around issues of tourism. He really had some great, quotes and sayings just around the power of being able to explore a country and learning more about its people, and obviously the power that comes with the history of any country. So for me specifically, I think the conversation is not necessarily dying, nor is the essence thereof, but more so that the conversation is much more vibrant. And that is why you find people, we also know from our insights that people want to come back to our country after they've been here for the first time. This we know from our insights. And people are almost pleasantly surprised at the warmth of our people, at our service excellence, because that's who we are as South Africans. And we're hoping through this concert we will continue to showcase more of that so that more people come and visit our country.
For someone who and you said at the sort of earlier parts of our conversation that a lot of South Africans are based in London, a lot of South Africans are scattered all over Europe. And hopefully, they convene for gatherings such as this just to experience that sense of nostalgia, a little bit of taste of home and connecting with fellow countrymen, but also bringing along friends and colleagues and people that they've met, along their adventures who might not know South Africa, might not have an idea as to what to expect from South Africa and South Africans. What are you hoping is the takeaway from someone coming to this festival for the first time, perhaps? What are you hoping they leave with, both in sentiment and perhaps in curiosity?
So I'm going to start with the lineup, and I'll answer you. So once you've got Sun El musician, Saki, Stava, Jesse Clark, Sipon Kunu, Jason Bring, Jakes Bandwini. Just that lineup tells you of the variety and diversity of what we've got in South Africa. So if anything, we hope to, invoke the curiosity in what it is and what else it is that one can discover in South Africa. We also, at this particular festival, will be showcasing the best of our food, right? We are going to have a gastronomy showcase. We know that travelers will opt for a destination because of the kind of food that they can enjoy in that destination. Now, there is no doubt that South Africa has got an array and an abundance of a variety of food offerings. So we do know that already we'll be able to attract interest, for people to actually come and even sample that food within the borders of South Africa. We also know the power of the actual venue. Trafalgar Square is historic, it's iconic. The former statesman himself has made a lot of appearances there, a lot of historical appearances. So already there's that historical connection that there is there. We do know that when visitors also opt for a place, they want to be able to learn something about the place and its people. And no doubt this particular event will be able to showcase the place and our people. So that is what we're hoping to do. Give people a snapshot enough for them to just book the following day to come and visit South Africa and experience it for themselves. We also know that as South African tourism, we've been saying there's lots of joy to be derived from visiting our destination. So we are literally extending our invitation and we're saying South Africa awaits. Come find your joy. And there is no doubt at the concert itself, joy will be found.
Absolutely. Hopefully you have a fantastic concert that creates all kinds of FOMO for those of us who will be watching on social media from home. Tandiwe Matebela, thank you so much for the time. SA Tourism General Manager for Global PR, Communications and Stakeholder Relations. So if you find yourself in London or perhaps you have some family members that are that side, 18th of July, Saturday, on Nelson Mandela's birthday, International Mandela Day, is when that concert is happening. 2:00 on Delambane is standing by.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, Infrastructure Department investigate building collapse in KZN and US missiles target Iran's civilian nuclear power plant. For SAfm News, I'm Ondelambana and a very good day. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has launched an investigation into the structural collapse at Ebuhleni village of the Nazareth Baptist Church in Inanda, north of Durban. 8 congregants were taken to hospital yesterday after a structure under construction collapsed on them while they were having lunch. At least 4 people have since been discharged, while 1 person is expected to undergo surgery today. Minister Dean McPherson has visited the church today. He says the department is awaiting for information from the eThekwini municipality on the building's plans and approvals before specialists assess the site.
On the issue of plans, permissions, those are issues we obviously have to deal with in relation to the municipality, as they are the custodians of that part. And I think the question illustrates the problem that we have, is that you have various spheres of government involved in different parts of the value chain in the built environment.
Senior IDEC Brian Padeachi has denied allegations of political interference in the case involving Crime Intelligence head Dumisani Khumalo and 6 other intelligence officials. Padeachi is testifying before the Madlanga Commission on matters relating to IDEC. He's told the Commission that IDEC has sufficient evidence to sustain the charges against Khumalo and other police officials. Commission Chairperson Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga questioned Padeachi about how the matter came before IDEC. Padeachi said it was referred by National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament Fadil Adams.
Did you say this one was a referral? Did you say this one was a referral?
Yes.
Thank you.
A referral.
Thank
this
you.
matter came under referral in terms of Section 27 of the NPA Act. Thank you, sir.
Who referred it?
The Section 27 referral came from a Member of Parliament, Mr. Fadil Adams.
Parliament's Impeachment Committee says it is confident the Western Cape High Court will allow its inquiry into the Phala scandal to continue. The committee will tomorrow oppose President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent application to halt impeachment process while he challenges the independent panel report that led to its establishment. Committee Chairperson Makashule Gana says Parliament has a constitutional duty to proceed with its work.
Once the judgment is made, we will take it from there, but we are confident that the court will agree with our arguments that the work of the committee proceed, because it's important that the work of the impeachment committee continues. So I'll be attending on behalf of the committee as the chairperson of the committee to ensure that all the views that our legal team will present are properly articulated.
The Western Cape government says it is making steady progress in repairing and rebuilding roads, bridges and provincial infrastructure damaged during storms which lashed the province in May. Of the 230 provincial roads that were closed, only 51 remain blocked. The storms displaced over 200,000 people and resulted in damage to the tune of 9 billion rand. Authorities say the aim is to build back better and to ensure that the replaced infrastructure will be resilient to withstand future severe weather events. Western Cape Premier Ellen Winding.
Shown in the past, I mean, when you built the bridge in Ashton, you built a bridge that was really, I think, something from an engineering point of view, which gave a lot of hope to, I think, our engineering students in university. But we built the first suspension bridge off-site and moved it onto site, which was a major feat, but it was designed in such a way that it would not wash away again. It's been tested. And I think exactly the same thing with designing those extra culverts on the road into Citrusdale. And that's quite amazing.
Iranian state media say U.S. missiles have struck the port city of Bushehr, the site of Iran's only civilian nuclear power plant. They say another port, Bandar Abbas, was also hit. It follows U.S. assertions that it struck military sites across Iran overnight. The exchanges have raised fears of a return to full-scale hostilities, the BBC's Liz Doucette reports.
One of the fundamental problems is that both sides can find whatever they like in that deal. Iran can point to one of the clauses and say, but that deal, that 14-point memorandum of understanding, gives us control over the strait and over the future management of that critical waterway. President Trump can point to the clause before that and say, no, we agreed that we would return to a free flow of maritime traffic.
Recapping the top story, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has launched an investigation into the structural collapse at Ebuhleni village of the Nazareth Baptist Church in Inanda, north of Durban. I'm on Lambana for SAFM News Headlines at 2:30.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
Move with purpose from the first to the final job in a Hino 700 truck tractor. Available in either 410 or 450 horsepower. It gives you the flexibility to choose the right amount of power to suit your unique fleet and logistical needs. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and 6-year service plan from as little as 1.9 million rand excluding VAT. Contact your nearest Hino dealer today to keep you moving. Offer available while stocks last. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
It's always the same with you. I want this, I need that, and somehow I am always the one paying for it. I think we need a little time apart. Not forever, just long enough for me to build some interest again. After all, distance makes the funds grow stronger.
Give your money time this July savings month. Open a Nedbank 32-day notice account on the Money app and earn up to 7.55% interest with 0 monthly fees. Go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank. We're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfm Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfm 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
phakathi Twali Zulu Tanzania Ziza Zeniku Vena phakathi Twali Zulu Kalila Seki Zingula phakathi na phakathi Twali Zulu Sibeke Kanana Twali Zulu Sibeke Kanana Twali Zulu Sibeke Twali Zulu Sibeke Kanana Twali Zulu Sibeke Kanana.
You know, I was at I think she's so far had two Moyas at the Joburg Theatre, the first and the second season, and I was at both of them. And I always say, you know, there are people who appreciate Simphiwe Dana and her music, like myself, and then there are dinosaurs. People who delve into the discography of Simphiwe Dana. I had to say to my producers, Mayenzeke, where's Mayenzeke from? And then they're like, well, from Moya. But I'm like, but which album? Because Moya Galogu was the live performance of. Galogu Moya is the performance of her body of work. So which album is this one from? Culture Noir, Bantu Biko Streets. So we are just the appreciators of Simphiwe Dana, but the dinosaurs are going to tell us exactly which album this one is from. It's Tuesday. We're talking health and wellness, and we're looking at sleep disorders. So we're trying to understand insomnia, sleep apnea, restless leg syndrome. I found out about this one when I was pregnant, restless leg syndrome, because your leg literally goes to sleep. And when we should be getting professional help and the kinds of interventions that we can look at. Dr. Benji Ozinski joins us now, sleep doctor at the Sleep Health Center, South Africa. How are you doing, Dr. Benji?
I'm great, Bridget. How are you?
I'm fabulous. Thank you so much for the time. Much, much appreciated indeed. Let's get into it. We know that sleep is essential for all kinds of things, our physical health, our mental health, our productivity. But many people complain that they don't sleep well. They don't get enough sleep. They get poor sleep, or they up at all hours of the day. So maybe let's set a baseline to say, is there a sleep standard? When people say we should be getting 8 hours of sleep, does that apply to everybody? Or there are differences?
Of course. So absolutely there are differences. And this narrative of every single person needs 8 hours of sleep is actually not based in, scientific evidence. What we see is it's a range, and it's a range from about 6 to 9 hours for a healthy adult. The average adult, let's say from about 21 years old to about 65 years old. I see many people that are really stressed because, everywhere they look, they're being told you have to get 8 hours of sleep. They could potentially be getting 6.5, 7 hours of sleep. They feel great, but it's because, of what we see all around that it causes quite a lot of stress. So anything less than 6 hours, we would look at that as potentially, being an issue, and certainly anything more than 9 hours would be a problem. But in between, it's a range, it's highly personal, and it varies from person to person.
What constitutes good sleep? So for some folks, they'll say, but Dr. Benji, I sleep 4 to 5 hours a night and I'm perfectly fine. So what would constitute good sleep? What are the ticks that you Are you productive? What is that list?
So, Bridget, there's two things here that I want to unpack because you brought up really fascinating points. And what's really interesting is if you deprive somebody of sleep for 2 weeks, what happens in those 2 weeks, and certainly after 2 weeks of reduced sleep quantity, is people are impaired. So they are impaired in the way that they function, their coordination, their reaction time. But what happens after those 2 weeks is they lose the awareness that they are indeed impaired, right? And so what's super interesting is when you get people who say, no, I've been sleeping 4 hours and, I'm doing just fine. It's very possible that they are in fact not doing fine, but they've lost the awareness that they're actually impaired from a cognitive perspective. Then what constitutes good sleep? So there's a few things that go into this. So number one is quantity, duration. We must be getting the right amount of sleep, so the adequate amount of hours per night. That's good for us. The second component is sleep quality, and that really looks at not having too many wake ups, although some are fine provided we go back to sleep fairly quickly. We look at going through the various stages of sleep, and over the long term having adequate amounts of those stages, so light sleep, deep sleep, and then REM sleep, dream sleep. Having enough of those is really important. We then look at regularity. So research shows that going to bed and waking up at around the same time is really, really beneficial and important for sleep. And finally, it's around timing. And timing really speaks to what in sleep medicine we call a chronotype. And there's largely two types. So a morning person and an evening person. Morning people, they like to get up at 4 or 5 a.m. They feel fresh. They feel most productive in the morning. And then your night owls, they prefer to work and be productive at night, and as practically possible to fit in with that. And finally, the most important marker of good sleep is not your wearable tracker, right? As many people think, it's how you feel during the day. So if you wake up and you feel great during the day, that's one of the best indications we have that you've had a good night's sleep.
Let's take a quick pause here, Dr. Benji, and then we'll come back on the other side of the break and let's get an understanding of insomnia, sleep apnea, all these sort of, sleep disorders, for lack of a better word, but you'll correct us when we come back. It's gone 20 past 2 o'clock on the Full Circle.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Move with purpose from the first to the final job in a Hino 700 truck tractor. Available in either 410 or 450 horsepower. It gives you the flexibility to choose the right amount of power to suit your unique fleet and logistical needs. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and 6-year service plan from as little as 1.9 million Rand excluding VAT. Contact your nearest Hino dealer today to keep you moving. Offer available while stocks last. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
All right, Dr. Benji Ozensky joins us, sleep doctor at the Sleep Health Centre South Africa, and we're trying to understand sleep, what firstly makes for good sleep. So now that we have a base of what is good sleep, let's look at understanding insomnia. Talk to us about what is insomnia and what causes insomnia.
Absolutely. So, I think, insomnia is one of the sleep disorders that's quite well known. So I think everyone, kind of has a broad understanding of what insomnia is. So at a very high level, insomnia is simply not getting the adequate amount of sleep, right? Despite having the opportunity to get the right amount of sleep. And largely speaking, two main causes or two main types of insomnia. We talk about primary insomnia, and that is really insomnia as a sleep disorder with nothing else disrupting the sleep. We then look at secondary insomnia, and that's insomnia or sleep disturbance that's being caused by something else. That might be medication, that might be substances, that may be another medical condition, or that could be a psychiatric or mental health condition. So in the context of sleep, we'll talk about primary insomnia, and that's really over a period of 3 months for most nights, at least 3 nights of each week, where one is not getting enough sleep based on their sleep need. And what's also just important there is despite having the adequate opportunity to do so. And when we look at insomnia, 2 main types within primary insomnia, and that's what we call, sleep onset insomnia or difficulty falling asleep. And then we get sleep maintenance insomnia or terminal insomnia. And that's where someone can fall asleep fine, but they have difficulty staying asleep, or they wake up prematurely, and people talk about that 3 a.m. wake up, and they struggle to fall back asleep. And so that's kind of a very high level overview of insomnia.
Is there a way that you can break an insomnia pattern, especially one of the primary categories of insomnia? Is there a way that you can sort of break that repetitive waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning?
Oh, absolutely. And that's exactly what we do every day with so many patients. And so it absolutely can be solved. The vast majority of the time, it can in fact be solved without medication, right? And so, yes, absolutely. Insomnia is very, very treatable. And, sleep doctors, we look at behavioral interventions and psychological and cognitive interventions first under the banner of what's called CBTI, cognitive behavioral therapy for insomnia, which is first-line treatment for insomnia. But we also use medication responsibly and in the right way as and when needed. So absolutely, people who are living with insomnia definitely don't need to continue living with it. It is something that is very treatable.
And then sleep apnea, Doc, what are we talking about there, Dr. Benji? I think I have an idea, but let me allow you to explain.
For sure. So, first things first, what's crazy is that 25% of the population in South Africa has got sleep apnea. How crazy is that? If you compare that to something like diabetes, which is only about between 6 and 9% of the population. So obstructive sleep apnea is so prevalent among our population. And effectively, obstructive sleep apnea is where the upper airway collapses when we breathe in during sleep specifically. And it sounds very scary, but the scary part of sleep apnea is not in the middle of the night. People often think, oh my word, am I just going to stop breathing and that's it? No, absolutely not. The real problem with obstructive sleep apnea is the health complications it has in the long term. And there's so many, resulting from sleep disruption, resulting from increased cortisol and an increased stress response. And, there are certain risk factors for obstructive sleep apnea. So being above the age of 50 is a risk factor. Being obese is a risk factor. So a BMI above 35 is a risk factor. Snoring in and of itself is a risk factor. And, for us males, being male is a risk factor of obstructive sleep apnea. And so obstructive sleep apnea is very, very common. And really, the ultimate cause is when we breathe in, the muscles of our upper airway are more relaxed. And in certain people who have the predisposition for it, and there's, anatomical reasons why obesity is a cause, the action of breathing in is what we call negative pressure. So think about it like a suction force. And you've got a narrow, floppy airway. And then when you breathe in, that airway collapses on itself. What then happens is our oxygen starts to drop. Carbon dioxide starts to increase. Your brain will always register that you've stopped breathing. And so what happens is people will wake up just enough to regain muscle tone in the upper airway and continue breathing normally again. And that's what we call a microarousal. Most people do not remember waking up. And usually the snoring and this whole process is actually more disruptive to the bed partner than the patient. But those microarousals and the disruption of sleep is a problem.
Sure. I just want to sneak in
oxygenation and a whole bunch of other things.
I just want to sneak in 2 quick voice notes here, Dr. Benji. We're fast running out of time. We've got about 4 minutes to wrap, but let's go to WhatsApp quickly.
Hey, good afternoon, Bridget. I'm Vugan from Ethekwini. I don't sleep at all. I only sleep maybe 2 to 4, 5 hours max. I don't know what's happening to me because I don't think I'm stressed, but I can't sleep. Maybe you can help me to what's the problem because I don't know. I don't think I have any serious problem, but I can't sleep. Thank you, Bridget.
Hi, Bridget. Please ask your doctor there if taking a quarter of a 2 milligrams sleeping tablet at night is bad when one is trying to sleep. I am in my 70s. If I take it regularly, a quarter of a 2 milligram sleeping tablet. I want to know the role of sleeping tablets in good sleep and if one can do such a thing. Thank you so much. Bye.
Dr. Benji, over to you.
All right. So, I mean, two things there. For the first voice note, the gentleman who sent the voice note, that's an indication that he should definitely, go see a doctor or a sleep trained doctor. Obviously I can't diagnose or do anything like that, but I can advise. Obviously, I don't know the history or anything like that, but I would recommend that gentleman goes to see somebody. Then on the second voice note, so once again, it very much depends. Okay, so it depends on what the sleeping tablet is, right? Now, sleeping tablets, again, there's many different kinds and classes of medications that get used as a sleeping tablet, right? We've got the benzodiazepines, with that milligram of those could be, but I can't say for sure. We have a whole bunch of other medications. Long-term use of sleeping tablets, again, is highly contextual. Benzodiazepines specifically carry some risks with long-term use, and it's more about stopping them that becomes a problem, but they're not indicated for long-term use. And especially in the elderly, there is a risk of falls at night. And so, again, I can't give advice because I'm not sure on what the medication is. But looking at sleeping tablets, generally speaking, they should be used for short-term management on top of a CBTI protocol. It very much depends which sleeping tablet it is. There are certain medications that aren't indicated for insomnia, things like antidepressant medications and antipsychotic medications that get prescribed off-label for long-term insomnia because we've got some data on the long-term use of those medications. So again, very difficult to say. Also, certain medications, while they cause sedation, they actually disrupt sleep architecture. Remember, I spoke about that light sleep, deep sleep, and REM sleep. So once again, I would advise for that lady to go and consult with a doctor to assess, if it's okay or what the next step should be.
Absolutely. Dr. Benji, we appreciate the time and the insights today. And hopefully you've given our listeners some tips, and the doc is absolutely correct. You do need to consult with your personal and private medical consultant or medical practitioner to get a full diagnosis of what could be happening. Hopefully, though, he's enabled you with some questions that you can go into the consultation with. It's 2:30. Ondelambana is standing by with the news headlines, and then we'll get into our kids' programming.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, ANC MP Kusela Digo, serving on Parliament's ad hoc committee, has raised concerns about what she calls the dilution of some of their recommendations for the committee's report. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has launched an investigation into the structural collapse at Ebuhleni village of the Nazareth Baptist Church in Inanda, north of Durban, and 40 unroadworthy public transport vehicles have been removed from Gauteng roads during a week-long high-impact enforcement operation. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and happy Tuesday. Welcome to another episode of Kids Corner. The school holidays are a perfect time to relax, have fun, and discover exciting news stories through reading. Have you read or are you planning to read a book during the school holidays? What kind of books do you enjoy most? Adventure, fairy tales, animal stories, comics, or something else? Why do you think reading is important even when schools are closed? If you could read just one book this holiday, what would it be about? And after reading a book, do you like telling your family or friends what you learned or enjoy most? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Hi friends, my name is Oketramwe and I live in Polokwane City. Yes, I have read a book this school holidays. Kind of books that I enjoy reading are adventure books, fairy tales, and many more. I think reading is important even when schools are closed, is so that you can improve your reading and you may not forget the words and spellings. If I could read a book, just one book this holiday, I'm not sure what it would really be about, but from the category I'll choose it from are folk tales. After reading a book, yes, I do like telling my family about the story, especially my little brother. Bye, friends. Thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Ditendo Madik. I am 9 years old. Yes, I am planning to read a book. I enjoy children's literature book. It helps me learn new things and improve my reading. I would read a children's literature and fantasy book. Yes, I like sharing my favorite parts with them.
My name is Apelene Mpembe and I am 9 years old. Yes, I want to read some books during the holidays. I like adventure books because they are fun and exciting. Reading more is important even when schools are closed because it helps me learn new things and keep my mind busy. I'd like to read a book about a great adventure or a cool mystery. After reading a book, I like telling my mom about the parts I enjoyed or learned. Thank you.
Hello, beautiful people of Mzansi. My name is Labanzi Songwane. I am, in fact, planning to read a book. And my favorite kinds of books are books with a lot of adventure and mystery because they're very exciting and interesting, and they're very good reads because usually you don't want to stop reading because you want to know what happens next. And I really love comedic books. Those are my favorite kinds of books. I like reading a book and having a laugh because it shows me that anything can be funny. We can find comedy in anything. We don't have to sit on the screen the whole day. We can laugh from books, which is something I really like. If I could read just one book this holiday, I think it would definitely be, like I said, a book about adventure and a very funny book. Like, I would love that so much. After reading a book, I do tell my family sometimes, but usually I do tell one of my friends, especially if we have the same interests in the book that I'm reading. Then I would love to tell them about the book that I've read, and then we can always have conversations about it, and it's even better when they've read the book as well, because we can trauma dump if the book was sad, or we can laugh about the jokes that were happening in the book, and it's always such a full circle moment for me. I think the most important thing for me is that I really like books because apart from the adventure and apart from the stories that the books tell, you can learn so many things from books. It could be the most it could be a book about adventure, but you can learn about a new place. You can learn about new food. It's always educational, whether the book can be dumb or not. It is always educational.
Hello everyone, my name is Matimba Kos. I am 7 years old. I go to Jabez Christian Academy. My teacher told me to read at least one book during the holidays. So I am planning to read one book. I love adventure books. Reading is important because it develops your mind and gives you excessive knowledge and lessons of life. After I read a book I love to tell my parents and share of what I have learned.
My name and surname is Probi Shempembe. I am 12 years old. I plan to read books during the holidays. I enjoy adventure books because they are exciting and take me to new places. Reading is important even when schools are closed because it helps me learn new things and keeps my imagination active. I'd like to read a book about exploring new worlds and discovering hidden treasures. After reading a book, I enjoy sharing what I learned or liked about the book with my friends and family. Thank you.
I am currently reading a book called Walk Two Moons. This year, I haven't had any reading sessions at home, but I do attend a book club at school. I'd rather spend my holidays reading books, but still doing a few activities, because reading is one way that I can increase my vocabulary, while I could still spend some of my time doing fun things with my family. I think that reading every day and during the holidays for us as children is very good because there are many new words that we could learn to increase our vocabulary, which could help us in English exams.
No, there is no book that I'm reading at the moment, and the last book that I read, I don't really remember the name, but it was a historical book, so it fell under the history of South Africa and the colonialism. I don't really read a lot. Like if I'm reading, it's either I'm bored or I have nothing to do, so that's when I'll be reading my books. So I prefer spending my school holidays doing activities and not reading. If I'm reading during school holidays, I'll only read for like 2 days and then I'll stop. And it's all because I get too distracted and I forget about what I have to do. I think that the benefits of reading books as a child during school holidays makes you know more things. You get to know some facts that you didn't know before, and it increases your knowledge.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. The school holidays are a wonderful time to rest, play, and have fun. But they are also the perfect opportunity to enjoy a good book. Reading isn't only something we do at school. It is an exciting adventure that can take us everywhere in the world without even leaving our homes. There are so many different kinds of books to enjoy. Some children love adventure stories filled with brave heroes and exciting journeys. Others enjoy fairy tales, animal stories, mystery books, comics, funny stories, scientist books, or books about space, nature, and different countries. No matter what you enjoy, there's a book out there waiting to spark your imagination. Reading during the holiday is important because it keeps our mind active while school is closed. It helps us improve our vocabulary, spelling, reading skills, and imagination. The more we read, the more we learn about the world around us. Books can also teach us important life lessons such as kindness, honesty, courage, perseverance, and respect. Every book has something new to teach us, and every page is an opportunity to discover something exciting. After finishing a book, it's always fun to tell someone about it. You can share your favorite character, the most exciting part of the story, or something new that you learned. Talking about books with your parents, grandparents, brothers, sisters, or friends helps you remember what you've read and may encourage someone else to start reading too. If you don't have many books at home, don't worry. You can borrow one from your school or community library, swap books with your friend, or ask an adult to help you find free children's books to read. Even reading for 15 to 20 minutes a day can make a big difference. Reading is one of the greatest gifts we can give ourselves. So this holiday, challenge yourself to read at least one book. You might discover a new favorite story, learn something amazing, or be inspired to follow your own dreams. Remember, readers are leaders, and every great adventure begins by turning the first page. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
shadows of death. We fear no evil. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord. We walk through the valley of shadows of death. We fear no evil. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord. We walk through the valley of shadows of death. We fear no evil. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord. We walk through the valley of shadows of death. We fear no evil. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord. The steps of a good man are ordered by the
A bit of a musical item, Gabby Matuba coming through there with Order My Steps. It is an extension of stages, pages, screens, and more. Our conversation now with the award-winning jazz vocalist, composer, and music educator as we talk around her new upcoming album, Sounds of a Black Girl, and taking to stage this coming Friday. How are you doing, Gabby?
Well, hi. How are you, Bridget?
I'm
And
fantastic.
hi to the listening to the listeners.
Thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. I mean, before we even get into the new project, perhaps, from your lips as the artist, some context around the record that we just played, Order My Steps.
Yeah, so this is a record that is straight out of my previous album, The Sabbath, and it features string a string section, and as well as jazz section, rhythm section. But it's a song that I wrote really just in commemoration of my father's memory. The whole album is basically a body of work that speaks about my journey through grief, and just me trying to kind of be in that kind of headspace while writing the compositions.
It's been quite the journey for you. It's been quite the rise in cementing your voice and your presence within the South African and global music scene. I mean, let's reflect on the last couple of years for you, and what that has been and what it has meant for you.
It has been an incredible album, the body of work, the Sabbath. It has given me a lot of great memories and great experiences as a young jazz musician here in South
Mm.
Africa. It's helped me to travel the world, to collaborate with different musicians, to, of course, write even new music today. So, and of course, to also receive this very prestigious award, the
Mm.
Standard Bank Young Artist Award. So yeah, it's been a great ride so far. But it's also been a pleasure, just writing this music and meeting the people and also just hearing how the music has affected
Mm.
people. Yeah, it's been really, really beautiful.
Let's take a quick pause here, Gabby. We'll come back on the other side and continue our conversation with the Standard Bank Young Artist winner, as well as an incredible composer and music educator, Gabby Matuba.
SAfm. After 132 years of colonial rule, Algeria fought a brutal war for freedom. Independence came at a cost: lives, land, and legacy. But from that struggle came strength. Today, Algeria stands sovereign, steady, and self-defined.
I was with Hector Peterson when he was shot. The boy who was in that picture where a boy was carrying. He was the first student I saw going down. I saw him being shot on the head and he fell down.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Nelson Mandela's journey did not end with freedom. It lives on in every generation called upon to build a more just, more equal,
I am the product of the people of the world
and more compassionate South Africa.
who have cherished the vision of a better life for all people.
This Mandela Month, join SAfm as we revisit the words that continue to inspire a nation.
In case you missed it,
I want us to talk about other ways to be a father that does not necessarily have to include buying them school uniform if you can't afford it, as much as I know that finances are important.
That's a beautiful thing. And I think that you've just reminded me how difficult it is with the court system. It becomes very punitive. And then it all becomes about, like the money. So I do think that sometimes men want to, and they don't know how to.
that was the Alternative Breakfast with Khomotso Mutsunyane and Ndumiso Ngobo. Stages, pages, screens, and more on the Full Circle.
We're catching up with award-winning jazz vocalist, composer, and music educator Gabby Matuba, Standard Bank Young Artist winner for 2026. What a great accolade that is as well. And I know you've already presented some of the work that you've worked on as part of that journey of Standard Bank Young Artists at Makanda. How was that, by the way? How was that presentation and the reception at the festival?
Oh man, it was beautiful. We had a lot of fun on stage. And I mean, the music also right now centers a lot of affirmations for young Black girls. So it was a beautiful thing for young girls to experience the lyrics, experience the new sound. We had a lot of fun, and I think, yeah, a lot of people kind of appreciated the new shift in my album.
And speaking of those affirmations for young Black girls, the new album titled "Sounds of a Black Girl." Let's unpack that title, number one,
Yeah.
and then we'll get into other stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm a young Black girl, so this is, this is a, what do you call it? Like a letter to the young Black girl, just in terms of the things, the sounds, the words that we really need to hear, as coming up in this world, that is, we're meeting challenges of racism, of sexism, and all these marginalizing kind of categories. And how best to kind of navigate that with love, with affirmation, to kind of remember who you are in the face of all these challenges. So it's really just a love letter to young black girls, to black girls in general,
Mm.
and coming from different places. I have this beautiful song called Sounds from My Father. And these are the words that I really wanted to hear from my father, from a male figure. And this is just saying, I love your mind. I love your beingness. I love your personhood. You are one of a kind. And just, I think it's important for us to hear those words in order to kind of navigate this very sometimes harsh world. So
Mm.
that is the meditation of this new project. And I'm just hoping that young black girls get to hear it and get to experience it, and that that those words kind of hit home,
Mm.
and they're very restorative in different times of your life.
Mm. I mean, obviously, there is a consciousness to how you create in the body of work that you put out there. In the awareness of the conversations that you'd like to ignite with your music. I wonder, as you sort of begin to build the discography and the catalog of projects, if as an artist you start thinking about the collection, you start, or am I being too futuristic in
No,
terms of
no, not
you
at all.
start you start thinking about what would that collection be like when you look back 20-30 years time, when you play yourself back to yourself.
Oh man, that's such a beautiful question. And you're so right. I think I'm kind of writing like a body of work, as like, but like thinking about it as Gabi, as the sonic kind of meta narrative, and
Mm.
all these albums just happen to be different locations of where I was in that particular age, or what I was going through in that particular time. So this is really just going just from like point to point,
Mm.
um, and right now what I'm kind of centering is those melodies and those lyrics. I think that for me is like a, and I was just talking with my partner actually, like this is what we think this new phase is ushering in. So
Mm.
there seems to be an insistence of lyric, an insistence of melody, but also of like storytelling.
Mm.
And I don't know, this is something I'm not really a singer-songwriter, so this is kind of new terrain even for me. But it's like this music is helping me is pushing me into this new terrain, and I'm enjoying it, and I think I'm exploring. And I've always had a little bit of apprehension writing,
Mm.
writing music, because I've always thought, oh my goodness, if I can't write like Joni Mitchell, like I cannot. What am I doing? What am I doing? But I think, like previous writing, obviously, the Sabbath, and writing music on Project Elo and on Sanctum Sanctorium and Tefiti and all my previous projects, like The Ratchet, it has helped me to get confidence that, okay, I've kind of covered the basis of the sound of the sonic landscape, and now I can try to add that melodic layer, that lyrical layer on top of that, and
Mm.
see where this next phase of my life, and also this next phase of sound takes me. So it's, yeah, I'm really excited and kind of curious, but yeah, also a bit scared, but I think it's going to be cool.
I think it's probably the right kind of skit too. It's so interesting when you just made that reference around. Well, if you're not writing music, like Joni Mitchell, then
I
what am I
know, right?
doing? My mind instantly went to Q-Tip's line. Johnny Mitchell never lies.
She never lied. She never lied. Like, that is the standard. That is the standard in my mind. Like, oh God. But there've also been so many brilliant writers. I've
Yeah.
been listening also to a lot of Manana's writing. He's
Mm.
beautiful, beautiful songwriting, and he's also the other
Yes.
SBYA for music. So I've been also around musicians who are, and listening to the works of musicians who are centering melody in that way. So
Yeah.
I think I'm picking up here and there, kind of tips and tricks. But yeah, when you do it yourself, it is kind of different. But I'm really hoping that it enriches the music which is always my priority, to enrich the music and to get people to think more deeper about sound and that sonic kind of experience that we all, I think, need and we all long for, when we're watching live performances or listening to music.
Absolutely. There's a part of me as we wrap up the conversation many years ago. An old radio boss said to me, never disrespect what an artist wants to be called. So whenever I get familiar with an artist or an artist get introduced to the industry, I just go along with what other folks say, and I don't really go Google your government name. So, and all of us, and I apologize on behalf of all of us, because whenever we all talk to you or reference you, we say Gabby Mutuba, and then as you were talking, you said Gabi, and then the Zulu in me was like, Ukapsile. So from henceforth,
it depends who you are, depends where you are also, in the world, but generally it's Gabi Mutuba. That please keep it to that, and then we're cool.
We shall indeed. Gabi Mutuba, thank you so much for the time. This coming Friday, you're out at Senkai Jazz Series. We have to leave it there for today, but if you are in Johannesburg, Senkai is presenting, I think it's every week, Jazz Series with incredible artists, and Gabi Mutuba is there this Friday, 17th of July. Get your tickets. They sell out really, really quickly, and that new album is Sounds of a Black Girl. And of course, we will see Gabi out at the Jazz Festival this coming spring at the Sandton Convention Center. That's where we leave it from our end. Ashraf is standing by. Ondelambana is bringing you the news. Inshallah, God willing, we do it again.
Thank you, Bridget, and the team. On the top stories, DIGO raises concerns over ad hoc committee's draft report and infrastructure department to investigate KZN building collapse. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. ANC MP Kusela DIGO, serving on Parliament's ad hoc committee, has raised concerns about what she calls the dilution of some of their recommendations for the committee's report. The committee is looking into allegations of political interference in the SAPS made by KZN Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi more than a year ago. Committee members are busy compiling the draft report. DIGO says the views of the ANC are not accurately captured in the draft report. One of these stem from the appearance of two MPs, DA member Diane Koller-Ballard and NCC leader Fadil Adams, to explain the position of classified information. She says they are resubmitting a recommendation with regard to this.
Now, if you just read the draft report that we have been given, it seems to create doubt on whether this information was classified or not, whereas in the evidence it was very clear from General Khumalo and I think one or two others that this information is indeed classified, and we had made a specific recommendation there around a referral to the Ethics Committee. When you read the recommendations, there seems to be no view in that matter, and it's couched in very, 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 as I said, diluted terms.
The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has launched an investigation into the structural collapse at Ebuhleni village of the Nazareth Baptist Church in Inanda, north of Durban. 8 congregants were taken to hospital yesterday after a structure under construction collapsed on them while they were having lunch. At least 4 people have since been discharged, while 1 person is expected to undergo surgery today. Minister Dean Macpherson has visited the church today. He says the department is awaiting information from the eThekwini municipality on the building's plans and approvals before specialists assess the site.
On the issue of plans, permissions, those are issues we obviously have to deal with in relation to the municipality, as they are the custodians of that part. And I think the question illustrates the problem that we have, is that you have various spheres of government involved in different parts of the value chain in the built environment.
A well-known businessman has been granted 50,000 rand bail after appearing in the Polokwane Magistrates Court in Limpopo on charges of malicious damage to property. Philemon Muloto owns an alcohol and drug rehabilitation center where young people are treated for substance abuse. Muloto is accused of torching a signboard at a rehabilitation facility owned by another person. He also allegedly set a vehicle alight in Seshego. Nsuku Shiluvana reports.
Muloto was arrested earlier this week following a police investigation into a separate arson incident reported in the area. Police alleged that Muloto set fire to a signboard at the rehabilitation center in Ladana before allegedly driving to Seshego, where a light motor vehicle was torched. Police say the vehicle fire spread to a nearby house where several family members were asleep at the time. No injuries were reported. The case has been postponed to the 22nd of September 2026 for further police investigations. Nsuku Shulubana for SABC News, Polokwane.
40 unroadworthy public transport vehicles have been removed from Gauteng roads during a week-long high-impact enforcement operation. Authorities say they are intensifying the operation to improve commuter safety in the province. The Gauteng Transport Inspectorate, working with the Road Traffic Management Corporation, conducted stop-and-search operations between 6 and 12 this month. Gauteng Roads and Transport Department spokesperson Lesiba Mpia says they were made across key public transport routes in Johannesburg, Tshwane and Ekurhuleni.
Officers issued a total of 1,125 handwritten ARTO infringement notices. These included 570 in Johannesburg, 318 in Tshwane, and 237 in the city of Ekurhuleni for various traffic-related offences. Furthermore, there were a total of 833 e-force enforcements, 280 in Tshwane, 493 in the city of Joburg, and 60 in Ekurhuleni.
Trek 4 Mandela climbers have begun their challenging ascent of Mount Kilimanjaro in Tanzania. This year's expedition includes a group of young South Africans determined to make a difference in their communities. The annual initiative raises funds to provide sanitary towels to vulnerable girls across Africa. Led by the Imbumba Foundation, Trek 4 Mandela is expanding its outreach programs across the continent. 13-year-old Zanoku Hlemagwagwa says reaching Africa's highest peak is about proving that young people can inspire change and achieve the extraordinary.
The reason I'm doing this is it's very personal to me because I'm a teenage girl myself and I experience all the complex emotions that come with existing as a teenage girl, whether it's trying to navigate those emotions or trying to understand the changes that are constantly happening to your body. I understand it with dignity. With that said, I also don't think it's okay to miss out on our right to an education because of something as natural as menstruation.
Recapping the top story, ANC MP Kusela Digo, serving on Parliament's ad hoc committee, has raised concerns about what she calls the dilution of some of their recommendations from the committee's report. I'm on Lambada for SAFM News Headlines at 3:30.
In sports, the Sawa, France and Spain take centre stage tonight. Erasmus explains a Bog training edge and Fitzpatrick eyes open improvement. More details at 3:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
You know, to me, not to me, Bridget. Bridget was talking about insomnia earlier on a show as I got into studio, and people who have serious difficulty falling asleep, and I'm the opposite. I genuinely can sleep within 30 seconds, and particularly if I'm watching a movie, 30 seconds into the movie, it just starts, I can be gone. My wife's always said, well, can you just imagine the day you fall asleep during a penalty shootout where you watch the one and maybe miss three others because you're fast asleep. But that's the level of the pace of how quickly I can fall asleep. Yeah, enjoyed that conversation, by the way. This is the National Pulse. My name's Ashraf Garda. how not so much about who's falling asleep, who's wide awake in the world of politics in South Africa. But what about the MK party? You know, they have a new appointment, that of Zandile Gumede. We announced that yesterday. We'll try and understand what that says about the MK party itself. And there's a whole range of other issues, including the goings-on at the Madlanga Commission, that we'll take in. To call in live, and first-time callers are welcome, including those from Ireland, by the way, like yesterday. 086 000 2032. To WhatsApp, text or voice note 0614 104 107. Then you can tweet and you can Facebook. Tag SAfmRadio. Tag me, Ashraf Garda. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the National Pulse. Big question. What moves the pulse today?
Quantum on SAFM.
Step into the future with Quantum. The radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAFM.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the four bespectacled Tisson brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever two announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. Hashtag Mandela Month on SAFM.
It is in your hands now.
July is Mandela Month on SAFM. A month to ask the difficult questions. 30 years into our democracy. What have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Okay, so let's talk about the MK party insofar as the appointments they make. Yesterday, we touched on it, the MK party announcing that former eThekwini Mayor Zandile Gumede as its new member, but also not just a member, the deputy convener of the KwaZulu-Natal region. It's significant ahead of the November 4th election, isn't it? The broader question is, Sifiso Mahlangu welcomed Gumede, saying her political credentials are unquestionable. Yet, for many people, the reality is they are questionable. So the question is, what does that say about the MK party themselves? With me, Professor Dirk Kotze, who is a political analyst from the University of South Africa, UNISA, that is. Prof. Kotze, as always, appreciate you engaging me on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right. Well, first of all, what do you make of the appointment?
Well, I guess it was a surprise, but what we are seeing is that there is a sort of a movement away from the ANC of persons who have been sidelined by the ANC over time because of situations like she found herself in, and that is that she was removed as as the mayor of eThekwini because of the court case against her. So then they, in their terms of their calculation, the only option for them is to go to another party away from the ANC. And MK is clearly the preferred party at the moment because of its popularity in KwaZulu-Natal.
But is it just that, the popularity, or is it that in many other cases it's, square blocks into round holes? It doesn't quite fit.
I think for her, because she is a career politician, she doesn't have really many other things that she can fall back on. So she needs to look for a political future for herself. She's not young anymore, but still. And so what is the next opportunity now? And is the local government elections. She, as I indicated, she's a former mayor of eThekwini, so that gave her a lot of practical experience of local government administration or government. And therefore, I think she will see this as a career opportunity for her. That's how many politicians, in the end, how they make their calculations.
Okay, so for her, it's a career opportunity. I mean, would I take it? It's a way to what revitalize her career, which obviously went slightly pear shaped when she's been implicated in other issues which are still unresolved, right?
Yes, that is so. And the fact that she doesn't have a future in the ANC, given the fact that they have they suspended her, a court case is not really making any progress. It's a long ongoing process. And I think she wants to go now and see. And I mean, the main point is that the MK party does have now there's many opportunities with the MK in the MK party for this coming election. So she will most possibly find that she will be uh, nominated in some of these positions for the election, and that will give her a way out, a future now again.
But I mean, look, she's already been a former eThekwini mayor, so her profile is pretty high. And in terms of her current position now within the MK party, she hasn't just joined in. She'll take up a position that will drive a lot of the electioneering, I think, around that province or in the province as deputy convener of KwaZulu-Natal. But the question, therefore, then is, what's in it for the MK party? If we understand why it suits her, because of her options are, let's call it, limited or diminished, what's in it for the MK party? Why would it be a good thing for them to welcome her and then give her prominence, and why not?
Well, she has a very well-established constituency in eThekwini, where she was the mayor. And I think this will definitely contribute to the EFF. She has been there. She was a relatively high-profile mayor. She has been there for quite some time in that position. And with that type of experience that she gained through that will be very valuable for the MK party. Now, I think one of the shortcomings of the MK party is that they are not, in an organizational sense, they are not good. There's also a high turnover of persons. So we will have to see by the time of the election if she will still be in this position. Because as I said, the turnover is high, and because of personal preferences of the top leadership, sometimes they move people around. But the point is, her name is very much recognizable within KwaZulu-Natal, but very specifically in eThekwini.
Okay.
And that is how politics is about. Is about figures that are there that can say, "I know I've done this before, and therefore you can trust me. Vote for us."
Now, I mean, the Secretary General of the MK party, Sibonelo Nomvalo, quoted saying, and referring to the point that, there were charges against her relating to the 320 million rand Durban solid waste tender. It's not concluded as yet, that whole issue. But he made the point that we are and this is interesting, we are a political organization here. So criminal cases have got nothing to do with a member taking a decision to join the party. We are not prosecutors and we are not magistrates. We are not going to fall into that trap as the MK party of talking about unresolved criminal cases, because those cases that you are talking about are cases which have been in a court of law unresolved for a very long time. What do you make of that statement?
I think on this point, he must calculate. I would say the public opinion in South Africa now is much more sensitive than maybe in the past about the ethical qualities or the moral qualities of public representatives. So people with a record of being either already being proven to be involved in corruption, or that there are cases against them, will have a negative impact on them. I think the one exception is KwaZulu-Natal, because the very nature of the association of voters with MK is not on a rational choice basis, that they look at all the different parties that's available and so for whom will I vote. It is because it has such a strong cultural, provincial appeal to many people, and it's built around President Zuma. Therefore, those type of considerations are less relevant in KwaZulu-Natal. If the same was the case in, for example, let's say, even in Gauteng, but in the Western Cape or even some other provinces, it will definitely play more of a role. So in that sense, it's almost an exception that her track record of what she's accused of will not necessarily be
Okay.
detrimental for her.
And I suppose the public will decide whether that matters for them in terms of who gets their vote. Professor Dirk Kotze, appreciate your time, political analyst from UNISA. But here's the question to you, right? So you've heard that the MK party now welcoming Zandile Gumede into their ranks. She's the former eThekwini mayor, but her issues around the 320 million rand Durban solid waste tender not resolved at this point in time. Therefore, ANC infected or used that step aside rule for her. But now she will not just come back, but come back as the deputy convener for KwaZulu Natal. What do you make of it? What does this say about her in joining the MK party? What does this say about the MK party in not just welcoming her, but escalating her to a position of prominence within their KZN stronghold? This is the National Pulse. I would like to get your responses, so let's react right after this.
Catch Top Billing this Tuesday evening at 7 on S3 as designer Lizanne Vivier reimagines our wardrobes through creative styling. Metro FM's DJs Nomuzi Musli Mabena and Siabonga Scoop Ngwegazi are setting the trend. And the art of Utata Madiba is the hero of artist Louis Janssen van Vuren and author Hardy Olivier's country home. That's Top Billing this Tuesday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
SAfm. South Africa became a democratic nation in 1994. The end of apartheid marked the beginning of a new era built on freedom and constitutional democracy.
The people that died for us on the many marches that they had, especially the ones on June 16, were from students who had dreams that were bigger than themselves. They strived for more and they saw a future that was much bigger than them.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAfm.
Right, let's talk about another developing story. The senior investigator at the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption, IDAC, Brian Padiachi, as you would know, is on the stand at the Madlanga Commission today, right? So we picked up some key moments from earlier proceedings that relates to General Mkhonazi's July 2025 briefing, remember, and some of the pronouncements that were made. General Khumalo's arrest, as you know, as well as Major General Firoz Khan, all of that. So firstly, here's some sound. IDAC senior investigator Brian Padiachi reflected on how shocked he was when his name came up at that July 6th, 2025 briefing.
I was surprised when General Mkhonazi mentioned my name in his press briefing, and again during his testimony during the commission. This is because I had prior telephonic contact with him long before his press briefing. In actual fact, Commissioner, just to pause there, when General Mkhonazi stood on the podium at the press briefing and he spoke about corruption, I was applauding him. He is one of, in the 44 years that I've been in the service and in law enforcement, he is one of the best that addresses corruption and crime directly. So I applauded him. Not only had I had contact with him prior to his press briefing, just to recap, sir, I had prior telephonic contact with him long before his press briefings. Not only had I had contact with him prior to his press briefings, I had the occasion to interview him. He also provided me with an affidavit in support of one of the IDAC investigations related to crime intelligence investigations. I cannot disclose the details of General Mkhonazi's affidavit, nor provide same to the Commission, as the matter is still under investigation.
So that's the one thing. But then he continued, Brian Padiachi, that is, and he's denied any allegations of political interference or hidden agendas on the investigation, or in that investigation of the crime intelligence boss, Dumisani Khumalo.
I deny these allegations. They are baseless and devoid of merit. The IDAC has sufficient evidence to sustain the charges on the criminal cases against Lieutenant General Khumalo and other officials at Crime Intelligence. This criminal case is currently pending before the Magistrates Court, Pretoria. I deny as baseless any allegations of political interference or hidden agendas in respect of the investigations that are conducted by IDAC against these senior officers within Crime Intelligence and SAPS.
Is there anything you would like to add to that answer?
There is no political interference, and this I say so from my personal investigations into the matter. I've never been received any calls or placed under any undue pressure, and these investigations cannot be influenced by investigators because they are prosecution driven. There are processes in place which are managed by the prosecution team. They decide who to charge. They decide what charges.
Okay. What else? Well, Badiachi then referenced Major General Feroz Khan, another person very much in the news, and this is what he had to say.
The allegation that I disclosed a SAPS docket to General Khan relating to an investigation against him, I responded that it was vague. There's no information, but on it, I have a complete denial that I shared any information on docket with regards to him. I must say on this part, Chair, Commissioners, the General Khan that I know and that I worked with during this particular time is not the General Khan that I see now with what is appearing before the Commission. I had my reservations during my time at Crime Intelligence on senior officers there, but it was not to the extent of what is seen now. This is indeed not the person I know. Thank you, Chair.
What were those reservations?
Chair, I think one that stands out was within the crime. I must take you to a little bit on the history of crime intelligence. You must remember that crime intelligence was previously the special branch or the former apartheid intelligence system, and at some stage they merged with the new dispensation CI, Crime Intelligence Service, and they became one. And at this time and there you had seasoned veteran crime intelligence officers, as well as from the new crime intelligence, which one of them was myself, that came in. And there were people with long experience, a lot of service, and especially in their ranks. And when General Khan came in, he was a colonel. And the next minute there was whispers in the passages that General Khan is now a general. So within our structure, especially the covert structure, it spreads very quickly, and everybody's, how did it happen? So I had my reservations that how did this happen? So and just interactions, and as an trained intelligence operative, I had my reservations, and whenever I interact, I do not take anything that is said to me, just on the floor of it. So,
well, there we are. It's not that Feroz Khan. Interesting thoughts coming from Brian Padiachi. Right. First of all, reaction on those pronouncements alone, they are most welcome. We'll also get further comment, an analysis on Brian Padiachi's testimony that comes up later here on the National Pulse. But what I wanted to do is to get to hear you. So we'll do that next.
X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
WhatsApp, text or voice notes available. You can call in live as well. What about Zandile Gumede?
Good afternoon, Ashraf and your team. Hey, Ashraf, I was so shocked yesterday when I see Zandile Gumede joining the MK. I ask myself, MK, what they are going to do with Zandile Gumede? Kana that lady, I think he's got 2,000 something allegation of wrongdoing. But how can you take someone like him to put to the growing party? But let's wait and watch. I don't see any future to MK because of all the people who are wrongdoing. MK is busy trying to upgrade them. So means they are supporting corruption.
Interesting. Let's wait and watch. And you don't see any future in the MK. Do you think that may be the case, that in fact their decisions have gone against them or will go against them, the MK party? Michael in Kabeja. Hi, Michael.
Ashraf.
Yep.
Just an observation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it interesting that no one has mentioned President Jacob Zuma's name at Madlanga Commission or any of his family members? If we're saying that he captured the state, he hollowed out intelligence services, he destroyed the security apparatus of the state, he was so corrupt, I'm just thinking, how come his name has not been mentioned?
But mentioned where, in what context, just so that I understand you.
Precisely, exactly what I'm saying. If we're saying that this is the doing of corruption, the doing of hollowing out the security services, the doing of destroying intelligence services, then surely his name should come up somewhere. And it's interesting that his name has not come up anywhere.
Do you think there's been an attempt to sort of, let's call it this, purify him, in communications around the country, like as if he's done nothing wrong?
No, it just goes to show that perhaps we're looking at the wrong person.
We're looking at the wrong person.
Yes, that's how I'm seeing.
All right, let's leave it at that. Thanks for that call. There's bound to be someone else responding to the question you make. Here's another quick thought.
Oh, Ashraf, talk about... I don't know. I'm so angry, upset. I have all these emotions right now listening to this Colonel Madlanga Commission. And you realize that the real criminal was not investigated. And right now I'm talking about Khan based on the evidence that we have at hand. And then they go after General Khumalo. It's so upsetting, really upsetting.
Well, I tell you what, I know I had like a family function the weekend. It's amazing. Everybody's like saying, we can't quite cope. We can't cope with the rate of change and the rate of exposés within, security structures. It's just mind-boggling. 3:30, here's the news headlines with Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, ANC MP Kusela Digo, serving on Parliament's ad hoc committee, has raised concerns about what she calls the dilution of some of their recommendations for the committee's report. The Madlanga Commission has questioned senior IDEC investigator Brian Padeachi about apparent inconsistencies in the affidavit of Member of Parliament Fadil Adams, and the World Health Organization emergencies chief says the true number of Congolese Ebola cases could be up to 4 times higher than the official tally. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Kapele.
Right, Timmy, listen, I have to tell you this. It just shows you how the World Cup does capture you, that although we're almost done with it, Sunday morning, I plan to get myself and my chommies to play a World Cup team paddle game. We must choose one team versus the other. It's all part of the fun and banter, but it just shows you how the World Cup affects society around the world, isn't it?
Absolutely. The other day you were mentioning that your wife, who doesn't usually watch football, now actually watches football, even at home. My parents...
Well, I wouldn't say now watches. She only watches for the World Cup. She switch off Sunday night. It's switch off time. There's like, see you in 4 years' time.
Exactly. The same as at home, not in my household, because obviously my husband follows football, but in terms of my parents and my sister, they're watching now because it's the World Cup, and then after 4 years again. But talking about the World Cup, the first FIFA World Cup semi-final promises to be a football classic as two of the world's greatest teams, France and Spain, battle for a place in the final tonight. Now, France are aiming to reach a third straight World Cup final, a feat achieved by a handful of nations, and standing in their way are reigning European champions Spain, who are looking to reach their second World Cup final. They are two of the highest ranked teams in the world, with a place in the final at stake. Fans are definitely looking forward to a thrilling contest, and kick-off for this one is at 9 p.m. Still staying with football, Kaizer Chiefs have intensified their bid to sign Stellenbosch FC winger Langelihle Phili. According to SABC Sport, the Glamour Boys are now prepared to include a second player alongside Ashley Dupree in a player plus cash deal. Now, Phil, who is entering the final year of his contract, is understood to be available for transfer rather than risk leaving Stellenbosch for free, while Dupree has already agreed personal terms with Stelly, subject to Phili moving in the opposite direction. In the meantime, Jose Mourinho has officially taken charge at Real Madrid for a second stint. 13 years after leaving the club, the Portuguese coach has signed a 3-year deal and led his first training session as pre-season began in the Spanish capital. Mourinho previously managed Madrid from 2010 to 2013, winning La Liga and also Copa del Rey, but his confrontational style left a lasting mark, and it'll be interesting just to see how he's going to set things up this time around for Madrid moving forward. In rugby, Springbok coach Rassie Erasmus says age and reputation no longer influence selection, with training kept at full test match intensity throughout the week. He believes the approach keeps veterans very sharp while preparing youngsters for international rugby and creating depth and confidence to hand debutants opportunities. 4 new caps will feature against Wales in Durban. Proof of a ruthless philosophy where only performance counts. And that's the thing about the Springboks, right? Ashraf, I'm loving how they are able to build depth, or Coach Rassie Erasmus is able to build depth within the squad while they still experience, but also introducing bits and pieces of the young players, so that eventually when the older players decide they're retiring, he's not going to be starting like from scratch and what do we do now?
Let me add this to that's been the great strength of the Springbok team since Rassie took over, right?
Yeah.
All the points that you have a top team, you win, you experiment, you still win, and you win the big ones, right? So the depth is just enormous, and it's a lesson for all other sporting codes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because if you do that well, then you're going to be a champion. And in fact, it's a lesson for business, right? And it's a lesson for the country.
True.
So that means you can't just have 10, 80 somethings running a country and things are going to change. So in fact, they'll do well to follow his methodology and blueprint and philosophy, I think. Yeah, he's got the champion mindset and it works.
Well, in terms of golf, Matt Fitzpatrick will look to better his best Open Championship finish, tie for 4th at Royal Portrush in 2025, when the 2026 edition tees off on Thursday. The Yorkshire man, winner of the 2022 US Open, believes that he is playing some of his best golf this season after strong showings at recent majors. And finally, in athletics, ultra running star Gerte Steyn admits even she faces days when motivation is hard to find, but says that her mindset is what sets her apart. Despite 5 Comrades Marathon and 7 Two Oceans titles, she insists the daily grind is non-negotiable. Steyn explained that her motivation has shifted over the years. Early in her career, she was driven by chasing records and personal bests. Now, she finds inspiration in setting an example for young athletes, imagining a child watching her race and believing she is out training, and that thought keeps her going. Absolutely inspiring.
And her
5 Comrades Marathon
phenomenal.
and 7 Two Oceans title, and she is so down to earth. Absolutely love her. Well, that's it from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Perfect. Thanks for that, to me.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming.
One generation watched him walk to freedom.
Heroic sacrifices have made it possible for me to be here today.
Another grew up under his presidency.
I accordingly declare Mr. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela duly elected President of the Republic of South Africa.
Today's generation inherits history.
The union building there is a sea of young people from different racial backgrounds. It's actually quite amazing to see.
This Mandela man, generations meet through stories, memories, and conversations on SAfm.
You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Our big issue this week is about illegal mining, and we'll have another take on that coming up pretty shortly. But to get us there, Parliament's Impeachment Committee Chairperson, Makashule Ghana, says he's confident the Western Cape High Court will allow the Section 89 impeachment process to continue despite President Ramaphosa's legal challenge. Well, don't take my word for it.
Greetings, it's Makashule Ghana, the chairperson of the Impeachment Committee in Parliament. On Wednesday, 15 July and Thursday, 16 July, I will be attending the interdict hearing at the Western Cape High Court. The interdict was brought by President Cyril Ramaphosa and seeks to interdict the work of the Impeachment Committee. And as a committee and myself as a second respondent, we have opposed this application because we believe that the work of the committee need to continue, and it's for that reason that I will be at the Western Cape High Court on Wednesday, 15 July, where the matter will be heard. And once the judgment is made, we will take it from there, but we are confident that the court will agree with our arguments that the work of the committee proceed, because it's important that the work of the impeachment committee continues. So I'll be attending on behalf of the committee as the chairperson of the committee to ensure that all the views that our legal team will present are properly articulated. Thank you very much. Kansas Man.
Okay, so that's that. Now let's, and you may want to respond to that too. I think he's very clear and emphatic and consistent and confident that in fact his work will go on. Right, let's get thoughts from you. We go to Kwa Mtlanga. Philip there, good to connect with you. Hi, Philip.
Ashraf.
Yep.
How are you?
I'm good indeed. I hope you are well.
Maybe it'll be educative to me.
Sorry, what?
I say you'll be educative to me.
Maybe you'll teach me a thing or two. What do you want to say?
What happened to referendum in South Africa? Is there any referendum, if you know?
A referendum on what?
Any other pending issues in South Africa? Because South Africa is such a dire strait of problem, because maybe we've been taken the only tool for us to confront those problems. I'm asking this because at one stage in Power FM, but I just bumped into that conversation. The presenter was answering to a particular call. She or he said that referendum has been cancelled or has been done away with through CODESA. Do you know any of this? Do you know any of this information to be true or what?
All right, so the answer is I don't know, meaning what you're asking me is there any referendum taking place right now? The answer is no. In fact, I think government can call up a referendum on anything, or Parliament can do so when it warrants an issue, right? But whether it's been banned, as you may have suggested, after CODESA, that's news to me, and I'm sure somebody's listening in is going to tell me, confirm exactly what I've just said, or maybe educate you and I too. But at this point in time, there's no referendum. Can we have a referendum? Why would anything stop it constitutionally? I mean, I'm just thinking about it too. Thanks for putting the referendum on the agenda, Philip, right? In fact, here's a question for all of you. Should we have a referendum right now? And if so, on what? Because referendum is like a yes-no. Should we have a referendum? And if so, on what? You tell me. Right, let's get thoughts from you. Here's one on the MK party.
Ashraf, good afternoon. Quickly, I'm not surprised with what MK is doing. You know, if you can think or you can check there, all those looters are there. They were coming from ANC. Now that party is called a looters party. Because all of those looters, some of them, they were MPs, all of these things. So they know how to loot. So, yeah, I'm not surprised. They are all looters. I wish ANC, DA, EFF, and MK can just be dead.
They can just be dead. What do you mean by that? And you say they're all looters? I don't think you can ever say they're all looters. That's like every single person. You can say there's allegations against certain people, and they're all dead, or they must be dead. Really, I don't know what you mean by that.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and the crew and SAfm listeners. Zuma's issue. You know, I don't understand how Mr. Zuma works. Just now he was with the Guptas. Now he's got Zandile there in his camp. I don't know where all this is going. I just ask myself, what do these MK people say that have been there from the start, that are clean, that have got no pending cases, they haven't been suspected of anything, they clean, they fit for the position, they've been serving long, they're going to be disgruntled. He's going to be firing and hiring again as usual. It's Robert, KZN, Mutu.
Well, look, parties have turnover, people who move, but probably, am I right that the MK party is possibly the highest turnover of all parties at the higher upper echelon since they were formed? We don't have to have a scorecard, but just anecdotally, what do you think? I think so. Afternoon, Ashraf, the MK party is fast becoming a safe haven of tainted individuals and criminals who keep shifting the goalposts when it's time to account. That's one. Another, Ashraf, a response to Michael from Ebeja. The Madlanga Commission is extended to October, so you shouldn't be so confident that Zuma's name will not be mentioned. That comes from Intunzi. And there's more. You can call in live, you know that. And send us your WhatsApp comments. We'll play them now or bank them. Either way, wherever you are in the country. Yesterday we had that caller from Ireland. Who's going to call in today? From the Ukraine or Russia maybe? Or even late night Australia?
Mr. Ashraf, if Zondo Commission expose corrupt politicians and others, and Mshlanga Commission exposing corrupt police, it goes without saying that we need to get a new government into power. A new government must come in, because how can the criminals investigate themselves when they're protecting themselves? The politicians protecting the police, and the police is protecting the politicians. We need a new government, Vince Captain.
Well, listen, you have a chance to vote for a national government down the line, and there's local government election coming up soon, as you know. I'm not telling you what to do. Some may say what's happened at the Madlanga Commission is proof that we need a new government. On the other hand, the plus side is what's happening at the Madlanga Commission is proof that the existing government, including the ANC, pays adherence to democratic principles, certainly when it comes to the rule of law playing out in public spaces. And don't take that for granted. Really don't. Here's another on the referendum.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. It's Bongani from Tokosa. Yes, we should have a referendum. The constitution referendum. Some of us are not happy with our constitution. Please, we must have referendum about the constitution. Thank you, Ashraf.
Well, I expected one or two people to come up and say that up front. Here's a big question. So should we have a referendum in our country? And if so, on what? Should we have a referendum on our constitution? Or come on, we have got more important things to do than that. And here's another on referendums. It's suddenly in the news. Thanks for the caller.
Yeah, about referendum, yes. I would have loved to change the constitution. Because it has got loads and loads of flaws. It's not the best constitution. It's a constitution for the criminals and so on and so on, and for the human rights and so on and so on. Skewed constitution. So I cannot expatiate because I don't have time here to expatiate. Why would I like to have the constitution changed? Thanks to Willie and Kuma.
I find that very interesting. You mentioned criminals and human rights in one sentence. We should change the constitution because it's a constitution for criminals. Really? Does the constitution say thou shalt steal? Thou shalt commit crime? Where does it say in the constitution? And then you like disparaging, saying it's a constitution for human rights. Why is that a problem? Help me understand it.
Good evening to you, Ashraf, and the listeners. Let me respond to that gentleman about the referendum. Brother, the referendum in this country has not been banned. That is a lie. Secondly, South Africa right now is too politically divided, too fragmented to speak on one voice when it comes to referendum. A referendum needs a country that will speak with one voice, whether for or against that thing. Here in South Africa, we have about, 200 political parties, such different views. And there are majority groups that are bigger than others. So it would just be unfair to smaller minorities. But we speak with different voices. A referendum here would not be fair. It's not banned, but it would not be fair. I'm Soviet Kingdom Star.
But I mean, a referendum is not political party driven. Yes, I think parties can encourage a certain way, but to think it's never done on party lines, is it? Yeah.
Ashraf, good afternoon. I'm Tagata in Mangwevi in Ilani location, Kofinva. Out of all the other African countries, this guy, Mr. Ndodana Shuma of Zimbabwe, who killed his family in UK, he chose to come to South Africa. I think we must be ashamed of our constitution. Really, that is why when Ashraf, you hear the people talking about referendum, because he knows that in United Kingdom, he's going to be a prisoner instead of being a VIP. Because in South Africa, we are having prison-like hotel. That is a fact, because really these guys, they said it is better for them to save their jail terms in South Africa other than in their countries. Because of the constitution that our government boasting about, this constitution need to be revisited. Thanks.
It needs to be revisited. Let's get another Anonymous in Lawley. Hello, Anonymous.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. How are you?
Okay, and Lawley is not the place of the Concord, but some may think so, right? But anyway, I get your point. Go for it.
I would like to advise the citizens of this country, even myself, to learn a lesson. We have learned a lesson from ANC. Now the MKP party is showing us a red flag that they are busy employing people who have been corrupt from previous ANC. So now they are bringing them to the MKP party. What a chance they are going to give us as South Africans. So that's my advice, because for me, I don't see any difference between MKP party and ANC.
You don't see a difference. Some may say it is wide. I hear your point, Anonymous in Lawley. Let's get further comments from you and we'll bank those voice notes, but you can message now. Text me as well, or post on social media, Twitter or the X platform in particular, but also on Facebook too. Either way, you can call in live too. All right, let's talk about illegal mining next up.
For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged and connected a nation. SAfm, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa to SAfm in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAfm continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The big issue on the National Pulse.
So what is the big issue? What is the big issue about illegal mining? We're going to stay with that issue all week, right, and have different aspects of understanding it. I mean, yesterday we just spoke about how it operates and why and why it does flourish. Now, we've seen just recently numerous raids and arrests of illegal miners in various hotspots in Gauteng, but not specifically only Gauteng, in other parts of the country as well, right? So let's focus today on, can South Africa win the war against illegal mining? I suppose it's a question I could ask you about 50 other things in South Africa. Can we win the war against, fill in the blank. But can we win the war against illegal mining? And if so, how do we do so? With me is Advocate Madi Kaleri Moloto, who's the Deputy Director General, Compliance and Enforcement in the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources. Advocate Moloto, appreciate you engaging us here on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
So when we say, can we win the war against illegal mining? I mean, how would you respond to that?
Yes, we can, but only if South Africa treats illegal mining not just a policing problem. Illegal mining is a criminal activity conducted by armed syndicate who clearly, from what you've said in the brief, that they are disregarding the law of this country. But arresting alone is unlikely to resolve the problem, because if you look at the drivers of illegal mining, it's a combination of organized crime. You look at our porous borders, because most of the people that get arrested are people that are illegal in the country. Then you've got corruption that is also playing the part. And at the end of the day, and like I said, it's a trans-international problem. So meaning that government and business and everybody in the country need to join heads to make sure that we all report any suspicious activities of illegal mining. It's not just a policing matter.
I mean,
It's
I
more
get
than
that, but ultimately policing and our country needs to worry about it in the same way we need to put our lid on so many other issues that have gone wrong in our country. So practically, I mean, would you say there's any signs at the moment that we are potentially winning the war, or is it a case of we haven't even discussed it properly?
We are winning the war in some cases, in some areas, because if I can make example of some of the areas where we've conducted with the law enforcement agencies. Some of those areas are still clean, but we've got pockets there and there, because if you go to Northwest, you clean Northwest, they run to Limpopo. If you clean Limpopo, they run to Free State. So that's how they work. But there are some of those pockets where we've cleaned and it's quiet for now. And it also depends on the commodity as well. If you look at how chrome is doing and how gold is doing, you'll find that concentration is on chrome and gold, because they know they're doing well. But we are making progress in some of the areas.
But I mean, is it so much the concentration on the commodity, or is it the concentration on people and syndicates who are willing to do whatever it takes illegally to get maximum benefit? Today it's coal, tomorrow it's gold, the next day it's something else, right? Meaning the commodity is less of an issue. The main part is the intent and those that drive it, and the inability, for example, of policing to police it effectively.
It's both, because these people it's a well organized crime. They are organized. They know the price of gold, and you'll then see the concentration on gold mining. They know the price of chrome, then you'll see the concentration. So it's cyclical. They move around as and when, because they are well resourced. They've got capacity financially as well, and that's why they are able to recruit or target job seekers that are frustrated, that are not getting work, to do this dirty work on their behalf.
Yeah, I suppose, I mean, with all of this, one thing is the assumption made is that these illegal mining battles we have are with people who come from outside the country. But in fact, you could get South African nationals, South African citizens who commit acts of illegality regarding mining and who actually could be driving it, isn't it?
True, of course, we're not saying 100% is illegal foreigners. There are those South Africans that are also conducting illegal mining. and that's when they get arrested. And with the South Africans, it's easy to deal with them because there are no complications in terms of deportation and all those things. So we take them through the criminal law enforcement or the NPA process where they get prosecuted.
Is it a case of, people willingly wanting to break the law because, some people are driven by that? Or in fact, is it the other way where the law, sometimes the regulations are so tight that what may be illegal in terms of the law may not be seen as illegal by others just because of the over-regulated industry? I mean, does that apply here in this case?
Not really. We see them willingly because most of these that are conducting illegal mining, they are not our clients, because it's not like people that have applied in the office and they say their applications are delaying. These are pure criminals that disregard the law. And we've got a program in the department where we are assisting financially the small-scale mining and artisanal mining. And I can tell you as a fact that for 25-26 financial year, we funded 20 projects totaling 59 million of South Africans that want to be regulated, South Africans that want to mine legally, and we have assisted them through the process. And we are on public spaces indicating that if you want to apply, come to the office. If you don't have funding, we've got funding in terms of small scale mine finding to assist those that want to be legalized. As compared to those that decide that they're going to disregard the law.
Okay, here's the last thing. Let's end with this. I mean, what you mentioned, issues about regional cooperation, right? Is there anything? Is there one thing rather around the issues of regional cooperation and regulation that we don't have a lid on right now that you would like to see happen ASAP?
Yes, we would like to see improved regional cooperation especially with the SADC countries, because when you look at the numbers recently that the police have arrested from Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Malawi, and all those, if we can strengthen that collaboration with our SADC countries to make sure that we close all the gaps everywhere, and I think this way we'll be able to win it through that regional cooperation.
Okay, that's where we can leave it. Appreciate you sharing your insights with us today. Advocate Madi Kaledi Moloto, the Deputy Director General for Compliance and Enforcement within the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources, looking at the issue of illegal mining. You may want to comment with your own personal thoughts on examples of illegal mining that you're aware of, and then the very important one, what's being done about it. How do we move from illegal mining to legal mining? Ensuring that we eliminate illegal mining. Have you got a plan? Do you have anything that you wish to share? I certainly want to hear it. So reaction from you, welcome. Ondlela Mbana has got the news at 4. Here she is.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, draft legislation regarding changes in the judiciary expected next year, and DICO raises concerns over ad hoc committee's draft report. For SAFM News, I am Ondlela Mbana, and a very good afternoon. Draft legislation to establish the judiciary as a single and totally independent arm of the state is expected to be handed to Parliament in January next year. Speaking at the opening of the 2026 Judiciary Conference in Durban, Chief Justice Mandisa Maya said the first step was taken in April. A memorandum of understanding has been signed with the Justice Department to transfer shared functions to the Office of the Chief Justice. The new legislation will bring the magistrates and regional courts under the leadership of the Office of the Chief Justice. Justice Minister Mabuloko Kumayi explains.
So like you have with parliaments are independent, they determine their rules, they determine their budget and all that. The executive as well running the country and all that. With the judiciary running the courts, that's what it ensures. And part of what we've been raising and what we continue is that at the heart of the single and independent judiciary has to be access to justice.
ANC MP Kusela Diko, serving on Parliament's ad hoc committee, has raised concerns about what she calls the dilution of some of their recommendations for the committee's report. The committee is looking into allegations of political interference in the SAPS made by KZN Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi more than a year ago. Committee members are busy compiling the draft report. Diko says the views of the ANC are not accurately captured in the draft report. One of these stem from the appearance of two MPs, DA member Diane Kola-Ballard and NCC leader Fediel Adams, to explain their position of classified information. She says they are resubmitting a recommendation with regard to this.
Now, if you just read the draft report that we have been given, it seems to create doubt on whether this information was classified or not, whereas in the evidence it was very clear from General Kumalo and I think one or two others that this information is indeed classified, and we had made a specific recommendation there around a referral to the ethics committee. When you read the recommendations, there seems to be no view in that matter, and it's couched in very, 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 as I said, diluted terms.
The Madlanga Commission has questioned senior IDEC investigator Brian Padeachi about apparent inconsistencies in the affidavit of Member of Parliament Fediel Adams. The affidavit forms part of the investigation into crime intelligence head Dumisani Khumalo and 6 other accused. Adams' statement was commissioned in Cape Town by Chief Investigator Dylan Perumal, but it bears a Pretoria office stamp. When questioned by Commission Chairperson Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga about the discrepancy, Padeachi said it was standard practice for investigators to travel with their official office stamps.
Does he carry around his Pretoria stamp when he travels? Because look at the stamp there, it says Pretoria.
The investigating...
Pretoria appears twice there on the date stamp.
That's our office stamp, sir.
I'm saying, does he carry it around? Would he carry it to Cape Town?
So normally we carry our stamps with us, sir.
That's very unusual.
A well-known businessman has been granted 50,000 rand bail after appearing in the Polokwane Magistrates Court in Limpopo on charges of malicious damage to property. Philemon Moloto owns an alcohol and drug rehabilitation center where young people are treated for substance abuse. Moloto is accused of torching a signboard at a rehabilitation facility owned by another person. He also allegedly set a vehicle alight in Sheho. Nzuku Shiluana reports.
Moloto was arrested earlier this week following a police investigation into a separate arson incident reported in the area. Police alleged that Moloto set fire to a signboard at the rehabilitation center in Ladana before allegedly driving to Sishiho, where a light motor vehicle was torched. Police say the vehicle fire spread to a nearby house where several family members were asleep at the time. No injuries were reported. The case has been postponed to the 22nd of September 2026 for further police investigations. Nsuku Shulubana for SABC News, Polokwane.
The World Health Organization Emergencies Chief says the true number of Congolese Ebola cases could be up to 4 times higher than the official tally. Kinshasa authorities say more than 700 people have died. The BBC's Mimi Swebi reports.
The Congolese health authorities say the number of confirmed Ebola cases is 1,963. The Ebola outbreak spread to 2 new provinces this week, including the populous northeastern city of Kisangani, with 4 new cases of the virus confirmed there. Officials warn that community transmission continues to drive the epidemic.
Recapping the top story, draft legislation to establish the judiciary as a single and totally independent arm of the state is expected to be handed to Parliament in January next year. I'm on Lambana for SAFM News Headlines at 4:30.
In sports this hour, SA Rugby reviewing Springboks ticket prices after 2026 season. UEFA eyes rival to Infantino and Potgieter replaces Oosthuizen in open field. More details at 4:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Delays in Centurion on the N1 North at the Brackfontein interchange. The ramp to the N14 Krugersdorp highway is closed due to a crash, and that crash is also affecting the N1 South coming from John Foster in towards the Brackfontein interchange for connections onto that N14 Krugersdorp highway. Very heavy on Joburg's N3 South. That's a car park today from Buccleuch down to London Road. And trouble again between Pietermaritzburg and Ashburton. There's a crash going towards Durban and Ashburton. Right lane is closed. Heavy traffic there. And then on the northbound track, onlookers, plus a breakdown between Ashburton and Pietermaritzburg, the Market Road exit there. Also a breakdown around the Cliffdale area coming from Hammersdale in Chunga down onto Cliffdale direction. Key Ridge is slow. Crash on the N2 North before you get to Umgeda Road. The N2 back down through Spaghetti Junction. And again, it's southbound traffic having a look, getting caught up in that. Coming out of Cape Town, there's a breakdown on the N1 before Plaza Cliff Road, so some extra delays on that route out to Belleville. And the M5 is heavy from Maitland down to Kenilworth Racecourse Road. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
So there's lots we can talk about, and I think the general question, as we always do, is like, what for you moves the National Pulse today? But having said that, I'll pick up that point from Michael, who called in from Klebecha, I think it was, who asked that question to say, is there, or was it from Lawley? Well, either way, is there a question about the referendum? So here's a question to you. Should we have a referendum in this country? And if so, on what? Now, a referendum can only be done on something that's like really major. Okay? So should we have a referendum in South Africa? Because it's outside of party politics. And if so, what would be the question? Inevitably, a referendum would be one question. And you would answer yes or no. So, what would the question be? And where do you think it's going to go? I'd like to get your thoughts on that. This is the National Pulse. More to come. We'll pick up on another issue around the PIC, the Public Investment Corporation CEO, being placed on suspension. And then we'll have an update on that, the wall collapse, the Inanda wall collapse. Really sad issue there. Later on, Andy Mashaile will give his thoughts on the Madlanga Commission testimony for the day. So there's that, and there's a whole lot more. But first things first, let's talk about that suspension of the PIC CEO right after this.
You can become a victim of a legal problem. Wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Enough space to get it up and over and get the tips.
The countdown is on. On Sunday, 26 July, Kaizer Chiefs take on Zimbabwe's champions, Scotland FC.
It's just wide.
At the Royal Bafokeng Sports Palace in the 2026 Toyota Cup.
Turn it on.
Don't miss a single second of the action when the two giants of African football lock horns. Kaizer Chiefs versus Scotland FC, live on SABC 1, SABC Plus, and SABC radio stations on Sunday, 26 July at 2:30 p.m.
Wristwatch for Kaizer Chiefs.
Grab your tickets now at CompuTicket for only 100 Rand. SABC Sport is the official broadcaster of the 2026 Toyota Cup. For the love of the game.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Okay, what are we going to talk about? Let's do this. Yesterday, news came through that the Public Investment Corporation Board announced it has resolved to place the Chief Executive, Patrick Dlamini, on precautionary suspension in line with its whistleblower policy. Well, you know what? We seem to have had so many of those that you just wonder. With me to help us understand the story behind the story, Carol Payton, who was the Fin24 journalist. Carol, appreciate you engaging me on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf.
Good afternoon indeed. Right, give us the backstory first in terms of how did the board get to a position where they could even consider placing their chief executive, Patrick Dlamini, on suspension?
Well, the backstory is that an anonymous whistleblower report surfaced about a month or 5 weeks ago. And this whistleblower report made some allegations against Dlamini. And this was seized upon by some of the people in the board to say, well, this is, this is grounds for suspension. And at that point, the board didn't kind of do it. They didn't actually do the suspension. And then the finance minister intervened. I mean, some of these allegations are in the report are sort of clearly untrue. And then the finance minister sort of intervened to try and sort of calm the waters. And that was about 3 weeks ago. And then, we thought that, well, things are going to go along okay. But no, the board returned and said, no, we are actually going to go through with this suspension. Now, there's a backstory to the backstory, and there's a backstory. So the backstory, it relates to a specific transaction that Patrick Dlamini, the CEO, wanted to investigate. And there are people who are wanting to stop Dlamini from doing this investigation. The transaction relates to Lensera Airport. So that's the kind of backstory. There's people who don't want that transaction investigated, and Patrick Dlamini is saying, I'm insisting on investigating it. And then the backstory is that, this seems to happen at the PRC all the time. People are suspended, there anonymous whistleblower reports, there's endless sort of boardroom wars, there's endless stability. And I mean, as you know, this is an entity that, that handles, 3.6 trillion rand. It's a very important government entity.
Interesting. My apology. We were, I'm looking at the numbers that since 2005, the money's allocated was something like 67 billion rands to more than 150 unlisted companies, of which 78 or so are really struggling.
Yeah, so that's where the kind of opportunity for corruption and the scam comes in. So most of this 3.6 trillion is invested in the markets, in the JSE, in the bond market, et cetera, et cetera. So there's not much you can do with that. But there is a portion of it, which, because it's such a big fund, there's a portion of it which is allocated specifically for these unlisted investments, and it's become a sort of a place where black entrepreneurs can appeal to for, concessional funding or kind of investments in their businesses. And this whole practice of the unlisted investments has seen a lot of corruption. It's seen a lot of very dodgy investments by the PRC, a lot of kickbacks being paid to people who are at the PRC, and then a lot of politically connected people getting away with murder, kind of getting lots of money from the PRC, losing it in an investment that goes bad, and then the investment is written off, and you get your 500 million or whatever it was for free. So that's the kind of area where all this kind of trouble is located.
So what then would be the short-term and the longer-term implications of the CEO, in this case here, being suspended?
Well, the short-term implication is, what is going, who will be brought in, and what is going to happen? and will the PRC be in safe hands? I think that there had been a lot of confidence that Patrick Dlamini, who came from the DBSA and was the CEO, that he was a safe pair of hands. So I guess the short-term implication is, well, who's now going to be in charge, and how much is the board going to be in charge of the organization, and who can we trust? So there's that problem. And then the longer-term implication is, because there's such instability like this, I mean, what a self-respecting, professional would go into this organization if actually, there's so much reputational damage and risk in going in, that you're going to be painted as corrupt and suspended and so on and so forth. So in the longer term, I mean, this problem has to be addressed, because, as you say, this has been going on for a long time.
And in addressing it, what then would be, I know I asked this differently, but the implications immediately in terms of the reputation again of the PIC is another one of so many institutes and organizations that we are effectively throwing stones for the same reasons, which then undermines the very edifice of South Africa as a country.
And the thing with the PIC is that like SARS and like other organizations, there's been an entire commission of inquiry into this, the Party Commission of Inquiry. And the Party Commission of Inquiry made a whole lot of suggestions and recommendations, most of which were implemented. But the most important one, which is that you shouldn't have a politician chairing this organization, which is what we have. That was the most important one. That one was not taken on board. So you're taking this 3.6 trillion and you're putting it into the hands of a politician, and that is a very risky thing to do. And then you're also allowing this organization to make investments in entities that are possibly questionable. They don't have any there's no sort of safety net like the JSE, So those sorts of issues, the governance issues, like who actually should run the PRC, who should be the executive authority, and how should, these investments be decided on or governed? Should they even be allowed to make investments that are not in the listed sector or in government bonds? I mean, in the old days, in apartheid days, the PRC, which was whatever it was called then, could only invest in government bonds. That was how it worked. Well, that's because the apartheid state had no money. But yes. So these governance issues need to be sorted out, and we unless they get sorted out, we're just going to carry on this treadmill.
And the question is, what can they invest in, and are they succeeding? Well, let's leave it at that, Carol. Peyton, Fin24 journalist, appreciate you engaging us here on the National Pulse. And central to that is news that the chief executive of the Public Investment Corporation now, that's Patrick Dlamini, on precautionary suspension. Yet another sad story of leadership and leaders falling from grace and, in fact, undermining, without suggesting that he's guilty of anything, but just the institute. There's just far too many stories like that. But listen, let's get your reaction on that. We'll talk about the Inanda wall collapse in a moment.
In case you missed it.
Mazisi Kunene tells a story of Sopuza having warned Shaka, don't allow the newcomers that will be coming to your land. See, these newcomers that are coming, they look like pumpkins, they sound like us, but they kill for land and they're not good people. And despite that warning, when Shaka firstly met whites, his Ubuntu made him understand the first thing being that I am because we are. When there's more of us, we are better against everything else.
That was The Alternative Breakfast with Khomotso Mutsunyane and Ndumiso Ngobo. SAfm.
Why do
we have a police
When I took the
protection
initiative, therefore, to say, what about communicating with the then Minister of Bantu Education to say, can you explain, what are you trying to achieve? But he decides to send the police to come and arrest me.
South Africa carries the weight of history and the power of possibility. In every township, village, city, in every skyline, in every anthem, there is resilience. South Africa, diverse, powerful, enduring.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Well, what about the conversations that move us? What about the issues that move the National Pulse today? We'll get reaction on Brian Padyachi, the IDEC investigator, testifying today, later on, coming up after 5, right? But for now, you heard this yesterday, we touched on it, a building collapsed at the Ibohleni village in Inanda, right, north of Durban, leaving at least 10 church members of the Shembe Church injured. Several more were buried deep under rubble. So let's get up to date with that terrible story with the SABC News reporter, that's Kalamuza Zulu. Appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Greetings to you, Ashraf, and the listeners at home.
Thank you. What can you tell us today? I mean, maybe just give us an overview of what happened yesterday and what more we need to know today.
Okay, so what we do know at this stage, Ashraf, is that it was not actually a completed building. It was a building, it was a foundation, in fact, of a building for accommodation for the congregants. So, according to the information we got from the church leaders, that the incident happened around lunchtime yesterday, where this group of congregants were seated next to this particular wall that was under construction when it fell on top of them while they're having lunch. Obviously, they were then rushed into hospital, all 8 of them, and 4 of them were actually discharged from hospital yesterday. Now, the latest update is that there was one that is critically injured, which will be undergoing surgery today at the hospital.
Point, I mean, it was not a completed building. So how much, 2 parts to it. There's the human story, people being injured, right? Have you had a chance to speak to people and their family members maybe, and, maybe some of the people, part of the church itself, in terms of what their thoughts about what's happened?
We spoke to some of the members in the property because we were at this compound where there were like hundreds of churchgoers belonging to the Nazareth Baptist Church. Some of them that were speaking to us, they seemed to have been calm about the situation, actually, which is one of the things that we noted yesterday, that after that collapse, it was sort of everything that was happening within the compound proceeded. So the sentiments that we got today from some of the members that were in the compound today, that they even said, one lady even said, even asked what we were doing in the property. Then we told them that we are with the Minister of Public Works, and she asked, what are we here for? Then we said there was obviously that structural collapse, and said, what about it? It's collapsed. What are you guys here to do? Because it's collapsed, there's nothing can change about it. So it was just some of those sentiments we got from the congregants.
And part of that issue of the structural collapse, right, has been the issues of strengthening the regulations around the building industry. I think it's certainly an issue that the minister certainly has brought up. Did that come through today?
Yes, it came in the conversation that the minister had with the leaders of the church. He also mentioned that this incident obviously raises that importance of having working relations with stakeholders, particularly in rural areas where there are not many oversight when it comes to such buildings. So also mentioned that they will be having that conversation further with the congregants, because there's still a lot of building, particularly happening around the Shembe compound that we are at. So the minister did say that obviously they are working into addressing issues like that, where there's not much overseeing when it comes to building, particularly in rural areas. Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else you may want to tell us of importance here?
Okay, what I can share maybe from what the minister shared after a meeting with the leader of the church is that obviously a launch has been, an investigation has been launched into the incident. Obviously, he did say the Built Environment, the Council for Built Environment will be leading that investigation. But also, when asked about in terms of permissions from permissions and plans for the particular structure that collapsed, it did highlight that obviously the department at the moment does not have that information. They are still requesting it from the eThekwini municipality in terms of to find out if that particular building was approved and if there was a plan in place for that structure.
Okay, let's leave it at that. I appreciate you giving up your time here on the National Pulse, and that's Kalamusa Zulu, SABC reporter, covering the story of the Inanda retaining wall collapsed. Again, one of those many stories we hear. In this case here, 10 church members injured, several more buried under deep rubble. Thank goodness, no loss of life. Indeed.
X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Okay, what do you want to get off your chest? What for you moves the National Pulse today? Let's hear it. Well, there's immediate reaction on the PIC.
It would be best if the PIC stopped investing in these dodgy businesses, and it's just a money laundering, stealing concept that they are busy with.
It's just a money. Well, what's the whole basis of the PIC in terms of its role? And the name says it all: Public Investment Corporation. But you think it's gone wrong?
Hi, Ashraf. With regards to the referendum, I don't understand a referendum quite completely. But let's say, for instance, the way I understand it, say, for instance, we want to demand that the Madlanga Commission should roll out nationally and must be permanent. In other words, all police, in all regions, the police SAPs must be investigated, and Metro Police must be investigated in all regions, and then also in other government institutions, they must be investigated, and the Madlanga must be permanent. It must be permanently ongoing, and we need to have a referendum with regards to that. So that's a demand, actually.
I don't think you can have a referendum on should the Madlanga Commission be continued indefinitely, like permanent. I don't think that's the type of thing that warrants a referendum, because permanent means forever. You know that, right? So no, I don't think that's the case.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and to fellow SAFM listeners. Yes, South Africa does need a referendum. In the referendum, we change the constitution, especially where it says South Africa belongs to all who live in it. That does not make any sense. And also on the land issue, take the land owned by the state, and I think some of our problems will be solved. Thank you.
Take the land owned by the state, some of our problems will be solved. Take the land and give it to who, so that some of our problems will be solved. Here's another.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Pilani Kumalo in Boksburg in Gauteng. Yes, of course, we need a referendum to deal with, say, the issue of the question of death penalty. I think a lot of us in South Africa would like to have a death penalty because crime has gone too high, and criminals nowadays don't care because they know they've got their rights, just like innocent people, you see. So the criminality has gone up. It's skyrocketing right now because criminals do no longer fear what this law punishes them with. They no longer care. So we really need death penalty in this country to address murders, rapes, and grievous bodily harm.
You need look, that's been an oft-repeated question. Should we have a referendum on the death penalty? The problem is, I'm not saying no. Some may say there are certain issues that are enshrined in the Constitution. Part of that is the right to life. And in this case here, a death penalty referendum would be very emotional, and a referendum is winner takes all, and nobody would want to risk that. I mean, I wonder, maybe we should talk about it with a constitutional expert sometime down the line. 4:30, let's get the news headlines. Here's on the Alambana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, EFF MP Leanne Matthews says the report by Parliament's ad hoc committee should reflect that the conduct of Police Minister Senzo Mchunu, who has been placed on special leave, was irrational when he decided to disband the PKTT in 2024. Draft legislation to establish the judiciary as a single and totally independent arm of the state is expected to be handed to Parliament in January next year. And health officials in Gaza say at least 7 people have been killed in an Israeli strike on a police station in the northern town of Jabalia. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg Hose.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. We start in Centurion with a reminder of the crash of the Brockfontein interchange. It's a truck involved. Now, the N1 North ramp to the N14 West Krugersdorp Highway inside Brockfontein interchange is closed. So all of that traffic arriving has to go through the interchange, and that's causing a pushback through to Old Joburg Road. And then the N1 South onto the N14 Krugersdorp Highway at Brockfontein also queuing up as well. So a lot of pressure on those routes this afternoon. The N1 up to New Road is slow. The N1 South to William Mandela is under pressure. And a crash coming out of Joburg on the M2 near Rissick Street. So from Crown Interchange, that's all a bit slow. Southern parts of the province, the R59 north through Reading Interchange, a crash as you link through that tunnel onto the N12 eastbound carriageway. So R59 onto the N12, very slow as you negotiate that crash in as well. Pietermaritzburg, Ashburton, always worth checking in. You never know what sort of problems you get there. And today we've got a couple. There's a breakdown going northbound, I beg your pardon, northbound breakdown between Ashburton and Market Road. So that's heavy as you arrive out from Linfield Park. But on the southbound side, a crash at Ashburton, and that's heavy coming out of Pietermaritzburg. Queues at this stage from Market Road. That's a big backlog on your way through to Durban. Also a crash in on Durban's N2 north after Spaghetti Junction. That's just being cleared. There is a breakdown around Spaghetti Junction. N2 north may stay busy for a while. Southbound is quite slow as well through Nunda Road heading down in towards 4 Level. Truck congestion around the M7 and South Coast Road Junction in the Rossborough area. Cape Town's M5 slow today from Kuba, going to change right down to Racecourse Road in the Kenilworth area, and a crash almost at the bottom of the M3. It's the M3 between Constantia and the Tokai Road exit, so queuing pressure as you arrive into that scene. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Kapele.
Right, to me, there's a Springboks and there's a Springbok tickets. Which one are you going to talk about?
I'm talking about both, or let me talk about the tickets rather. I mean, SA Rugby has announced a full review of its Springbok ticket pricing strategy. This is after the 2026 season, following growing criticism that match tickets are too expensive for many fans. Now, Springbok ticket prices currently range from about 450 to 3,005, with some premium seats costing as much as 5,000 rands. SA Rugby recently reduced ticket prices for the Springbok test against England at Ellis Park after slow sales, cutting the cheapest tickets from 950 Rand to 450 Rand. And SA Rugby President Mark Alexandra says that the organisation is not trying to make excessive profits, arguing that income from test matches helps fund rugby across the country. Although SA Rugby generated more than 2 billion Rand in revenue, it says that it's still facing financial challenges, and the review is expected to examine whether ticket prices can be more affordable while ensuring the financial sustainability of South African rugby. So I think, Ashraf, it's more of a balancing difficulty from SA Rugby's side, because one side, the fans are complaining that the tickets are just a bit too expensive, but at the same time, hosting a test match is expensive. And from my understanding, I think Springbok players earn match fees of around 100K per match. So it's like, what do we do?
Look, I mean, I think you could, to be honest with you can be win-win-win across the board, meaning that you can't have empty stadiums. You can't have people not coming to a stadium only because they can't afford it. If they don't want to come because the team is lousy,
it's a different
that's
story.
another conversation. You don't want to be in that situation. You want to raise, but the fact is they raise big money from TV rights, from sponsorship.
Also.
They raise phenomenal monies, right? Ultimately, don't lose support of your grassroots.
True.
Find that balance, but have the prawn and cocktail brigade and charge them high prices for their sweets, but make sure the masses are there.
They're catered for.
Totally agreed.
Right?
That's the big problem in the World Cup. Any World Cup, including South Africa.
True.
By and large, it's the World Cup It's a World Cup of the. I'm saying World Cup,
Of the rich.
World Cup of the middle class.
Literally.
I mean, it is around the world.
I mean, at one stage, there was talk that, the Springbok brand is now international. So we shouldn't be surprised why the ticket prices are so expensive. But I think for me, it's just balancing between hosting test matches expensive. At the same time, players are earning like 100K per match. But at the same time, you need to think of the fans.
But what are they expecting with international? They want to expect 50,000 Americans to come and support the Springboks in South Africa?
Absolutely
that
not.
doesn't make sense. You can't lose. You want Mitchell's Plain, you want Khalashiwe, you want those people. You want Dawnfontein, Ellis Park people to be at the stadium.
And you saw with that match at Ellis Park, it was packed. But in the meantime, Springbok coach Rassie Erasmus has raised concerns over World Rugby's new communication rules for match officials. Under the updated system, head coaches can only meet referees before a match if both coaches agree to attend together, while post-match feedback is limited to 6 video clips visible to all coaches and officials. Erasmus says that the changes make it almost impossible to criticize a referee and believes that they may have contributed to Italy's coach public frustration after his side's loss to the All Blacks. Then moving on to golf, South Africa's Aldrich Potgieter has been named as the replacement for past champion Louis Oosthuizen in the 2026 Open field. That keeps it at 8 South Africans in the field after Potgieter failed in his bid to qualify via the newly introduced last chance qualifier yesterday. Potgieter needed a birdie on the last to force a playoff yesterday, but ultimately bogeyed the 18th after finding the sand with his approach for a level par round. He will no doubt be better for the experience of a competitive round around the open layout ahead of the event, which tees off on Thursday. In football, Tanzanian champions Simba SC have strengthened their squad by securing the signature of Gelezo Makwala from Sekhukhune United, beating better rivals Young Africans to the deal. Steve Barker's side, who narrowly missed out on the NBC Premier League title last season despite going unbeaten since December, have signed the 29-year-old forward on a 2-year contract. With that said, it's a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
I wonder, have you ever not gone to a game of rugby only because as a family of 4 typically the numbers just did not add up? You wanted to go, you loved the team, you loved the brand, you loved everything, and you said, I can't afford it.
I think that's the story for a lot of households.
Absolutely. Or what have you given up? And you sold your car to watch
beautiful
Springboks play
game
at
sport
Test.
documentary.
For me, Neto, really, in the club football where I've played a lot of my football to with the ladies, at times I would play as a striker.
From the 5th of July to the 23rd of August 2026.
Banyana performance is like Bafana's performance right now at the moment. So we believe in them and we're proud of them. What they did, they did wonders to the country.
Brought to you by the SAFM's award-winning drama department. Ala Bafana. This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
So your older car may not have a parking assist, okay? But, and there's a big but, OUTsurance Essential Car Insurance has got you covered. 43-year-old Kliniso pays only 510 rands a month for his 2012 Hyundai Sonata and gets third-party cover of up to 1 million rands. Ready to stop paying new car insurance premiums for your older car? Get OUTsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 rand. That's the qualifier, less than 150. SMS car to 43185. Car 43185. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's and C's, and further information available online.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Marco Marcilera's got all those numbers, and you want to talk local and global. But firstly, let's talk about Teresa.
Yes, Ashraf, Teresa, their PGM production was up 15%, but prices fell 11%. Chrome production down 2.5%, but prices up 5.5%. But midterm PGM prices fundamentals remain supportive, and chrome prices supported by strong customer demand, and their debt increased because of the continued investment of Karoo Platinum, but still have a positive net cash position of almost 125 million rands. Ashraf, market participants are weighing escalating tensions in the Middle East. That's against growing expectations that interest rates may remain higher for longer, following hawkish remarks from some central bankers last night. And the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz has been reinstated, and Washington has declared itself as the guardian of the Strait of Hormuz, proposing that 20% fee. And investors are now reassessing the potential impact of higher energy costs on global growth and interest rate outlook. The rand was steady at the beginning of the session as the dollar eased slightly, but remained locked near 30 months high as investors hit the sidelines. That was ahead of that critical U.S. inflation data and highly anticipated testimony from the Fed chair, and showed the June inflation from the U.S. was weaker than expected, and that reduced the bets that interest rates will be hiked in July, but the traders still expecting September rate hikes. Fed chair said that they don't have tolerance when it comes to persistently elevated inflation. The rand then strengthened at the back of those reduced U.S. interest rate hike bets and firmer commodity prices. And locally, we saw our May mining production decreasing by 5.4%. That's after going up by 8% in April, and worse than expected 1.5% rise. And bargain hunting and weaker than expected U.S. inflation helped the yellow metal to regain its shine, and gold was up 2% at 4,073. Platinum also up 2% at 1,640. Oil prices at 4 weeks high as the U.S.-Iran ceasefire collapsed, and we see Brent crude is up 2.6% at $85 a barrel. Global stocks are in the green at the back of trimmed near-term interest rate hikes expectations, with the JSE up 0.3% led by resources. Rand firmed 0.8% against the dollar, 16.33, 21.90 against the pound, and 18.70 against the euro.
Right, got all of that, Makwe. Thank you for that. Makwe Masilela will be back tomorrow, and Jimmy Muya in the hot seat takes over at 6 with an hour of the markets. Don't miss that.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, we have that feature called Winning, where we look at people who really are top of their game. That comes up pretty shortly. Looking forward to that. But to get us there's lots of people wanting to talk. In fact, let's get to the calls first, right? Mike in Middleburg, hi.
Hi, Ashraf.
Yeah,
thanks for
good
taking
talking to
my
you,
call.
man. Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Yes, Ashraf, in the wake of what is regarded as a landmark ruling by the Constitutional Court, last week with regard to asylum seekers, it is evident that certain sections of our supreme law need to be amended because they will continue to compromise the will of the people. As a result of this ruling, Ashraf, the likelihood is that undocumented migrants might turn around, and claim to be asylum seekers, knowing very well that documents will not be demanded from them, which means border jumpers, hardened criminals who are possibly involved in drug trafficking and in drug and human trafficking, will go away with murder. And honestly, Ashraf, I must be honest, I started to have misgivings, about the certain sections of our constitutions when judges, Constitutional Court, released a cold-blooded murderer, Janus Valush, who assassinated Chris Hani. Today, Ashraf, you check your information. Mark Chapman, who assassinated John Lennon, is still languishing in jail. And Dennis Loben, who assassinated Comrade Peter Tosh in 1987, is still languishing in jail in Jamaica. It is only our constitution that enabled a cold-blooded murderer.
So you're saying our constitution is too what? I mean, too soft, too what?
It is vulnerable. Certain sections must be revisited. I think we need to strengthen certain sections here and there. It cannot be correct that people who are here illegally, suddenly they can say, no, we are asylum seekers. And therefore, please don't ask us for any documentation because we're asylum seekers, you see, because that's what the ruling is all about.
Okay, you've made your point. Thanks for that, Mike in Middleburg, putting that on the agenda. In fact, are there aspects of our constitution that needs to be changed? That's one question. The other question, which I think does lead into the first question, is should we have a referendum in our country? And if so, a referendum on what? I wonder what you'll tell me.
The listeners, I'm listening from Greece because I'm so addicted to SAFM, and now I have just left my conference just to listen to you guys and interesting stuff that we are talking about. So I'm just shining you up here in Greece. Thank you.
Ah, that's a wonderful call. I mean, that's what we want. Like, who said you off to Greece, you must not listen to the show, right? And the beauty part of SAFM, it's streaming live. You can be wherever in the world. There is no excuses. I thought when you say, I'm in Greece, I'm addicted to, I thought you were going to say I'm addicted to Greece. Well, I'm glad you're addicted to SAFM. So keep on listening wherever you are, and best wishes with your conference. Lovely that you're engaged. Let's get others as well, wherever they are in the world and in our country. Big city, small city, Dorpy. I mean, tell us where you're from. I'd love to know always where you're listening from. It gives me a human story that I understand who you are, right? For all those people who want to change the constitution, all they need is 66% of parliament to agree with them, and they can change the constitution. You don't need a referendum, just 66. I think we know that. In fact, the ANC got 66 plus once, and they said there was nothing to change anyway, so there's no fear factor. But I mean, you can do both. You can you can change it if you get 66%, but you can have a referendum on many things. What would you have it on?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Pilani Kumalo in Boksburg in Gauteng. Yes, of course, we need a referendum to deal with, say, the issue of the question of death penalty. I think a lot of us in South Africa would like to have a death penalty because crime has gone too high. And criminals nowadays don't care because they know they've got their rights, just like innocent people, you see. So the criminality has gone up. It's skyrocketing right now because criminals do no longer fear what this law punishes them with. They no longer care. So we really need death penalty in this country to address murders, rapes, and grievous bodily harm.
Well, I don't know if it's skyrocketing. I think it has maintained an incredibly high trajectory for years and years. I mean, the latest numbers talks about, in fact, drops. So, but I'm saying dropping from a high base. But it has been 20, 25 years, I don't know, where the numbers have been severe and there's nothing significant. There's no significant dip in that. So points taken. And many people agree with you, by the way, in terms of the solution. Is that a solution? Brian in the Northern Cape. Let's get your thoughts, Brian. Hi.
Hi, Ashraf. How are you?
I'm good. Good to engage with you, Brian. Thanks for calling in.
Yes. So, Ashraf, my thoughts today is that we have a lovely country, a wealthy country, and all we need to do is to do the right things. And we all know what the right things are. It's just that we decide not to implement them. For example, we know that in the mining sector, which produced the most jobs in the country, but we do not beneficiate. So we have the raw material that leaves the country, and we then have a balance sheet when it comes to the mining industry. So we know the solution. Beneficiation is the solution. However, the minister in the mineral sector, the minerals, has that in a legislation, but that legislation is not enforced.
So you may wonder why. Yeah.
Sorry?
You may wonder why. You say it's not enforced. Why would we not encourage beneficiation when it benefits us?
Yes, the minister thinks that if you enforce the beneficiation clause, investors would run away, which is not true actually. He believes that you must entice them so that they can voluntarily implement beneficiation.
Okay.
We know that will not happen. You must enforce legislation. Otherwise, what is the point of having legislation if you cannot implement it, then you can't enforce it.
All right. Points taken from you, Brian.
So
Brian,
the
okay.
minister must,
Yeah.
yes.
Brian, I think you've made your point. I've got that very clearly. Need to move
Yeah.
on. Thanks for that. Putting it on the agenda. Beneficiation. Why don't we enforce the John in Cape Town? Go for it.
Hi, good day, sir.
Good day.
And good day, all the listeners.
Thank you.
I would support the referendum, especially when they talk about premeditated murders, right? Rape for minors and elderly people, and when it comes to corruption. Corruption is one of the things that make the whole place actually corrupt. And then the other thing, I think basically, and drug trafficking.
So all of that you're saying there should be what? Death penalty?
Death penalty for that.
Okay, that's what you're saying. Thank you for that, John, in Cape Town. Constitutionally, it's not possible right now. You can change the constitution. It's not possible right now. But you can have a referendum. The problem with having a referendum, it needs to be lobbied and canvassed, and somebody ultimately in Parliament is to make that call. I mean, the one significant referendum that was had was regarding South Africa's reforms put together by F.W. de Klerk. Should Parliament, white South Africa, should they go ahead with the reforms? Yes, no.
History is never silent.
The day Nelson gave evidence, it was so terrible to watch.
It lives in every voice preserved.
The idea of a democratic and free society.
In every story remembered. In every lesson passed on. Throughout Mandela Month, SAfm opens its archives to bring you the speeches,
Your Royal Highness, distinguished guests, comrades and friends.
interviews, and defining moments that continue to shape our future.
Now for winning stories on the National Pulse.
Certainly love to look at people who are winning in whichever spaces they play in. So here's a story. The South African Chefs Association have announced its junior team Masakane training squad for the 2026 Culinary World Cup in Luxembourg. So that's the good news. Now, having said that, they're in training right now, but one of the chefs, or junior chefs in this case here, on that culinary journey is going to talk to us right now. Let's find out exactly what the plan is with Makobo Bokele in Chabeleng. Well, you're a member of the junior team at Masakane Training Squad, and welcome to the show. Love to connect with you on the National Pulse.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
We're more excited that you're representing South Africa in Luxembourg soon.
Yes,
When is that big day?
it's in November.
I see.
We're flying off to Luxembourg in November 2026.
Tell me the journey. I mean, first of all, the expectation. When we talk about the Culinary World Cup, it's interesting. We're talking about the FIFA Football World Cup right now. Lots of fuss about that. What is the Culinary World Cup? Meaning, how is it shaped? How does one compete in that World Cup?
So the Culinary World Cup is basically, it's a space where chefs get to represent their trade, right? So chefs from different countries and from different places gather together, and they represent their country, their trade in their country on an international level. And the journey that you would need to take there to qualify to be there is you would need, obviously, to be a qualified chef, and you need some form of experience in fine dining and technical skills and you need to possess technical skills as a chef. So that is the journey. We're just representing our trade on a global level and representing our country and trying to put our country up there in terms of our trade and what we do.
So let's talk about technical skills. I mean, for someone who's not a cook, who's not a chef, I may not grasp what is technical skills when you talk about it. Explain that to me.
Technical skill. When we get into technical skills as chef, it's just all about understanding food, where it comes from, respecting ingredients, but also incorporating a level of gastronomy. Learning the science of food and how we can modernize food but still respecting different cultures and how people culturally or traditionally eat their food, but elevating it, right, by adding in scientific skills, adding in gastronomy, and just understanding, the depth and the science of food. So that's the technical side and the technical skills that you would need to possess, to really understand food on that level.
So what's been your journey like? I mean, maybe let me ask you, since you're part of the young brigade, I mean, I need to ask you, what is your age, and then what's been your journey like?
Okay, my journey is very interesting. I am 21 years old. I got into culinary school 3 years ago in 2023, straight out of matric. And I've always been very passionate about it. I think also the environment that I've been exposed to really got me immersed, into this career and into just being curious to learn more and more and more about food. So I trained at Chefs Training and Innovations Academy, CTIA, which is in Centurion, and I did my in-service training at Wood and Fire, and I believe that's where I got that background on gastronomy and strong technical cooking skills, and I think that's where my passion grew, and it was, molded to another level. And I think from there I've been job shadowing a lot of chefs, wanting to find out, how does this work? How do I do certain things? How do I put food on a plate that looks good but still tells a story when you eat it? So yes, I've been in the industry for 3 years now. In that time, I've been completely immersed in the craft, learning and working part-time alongside my studies, just to make sure that I get that knowledge and, that I refine my skill. So,
well, fabulous. I'm glad you underwent that journey, or undertook that journey. So let's then talk about this next journey, the journey to Luxembourg. Give us a sense of the level of, training and preparation for it. What do you do?
So currently, to train for our journey to Luxembourg, SA Chefs has organized some really amazing chefs for us. We're working with the likes of Chef Marcus, right, Chef Donaldson, and many other coaches, Chef Mahlomola, Tamahaye, and Chef Peter. They are really training us. We undergo days and weeks of training every single month, together as a group, trying to refine our plates, trying to refine what we're going to serve, and trying to create a story out of, the dishes that we're trying to make. So it's intensive, long hours that we have to undergo, and a lot of reading, a lot of studying, a lot of trying. It's a long, intensive training that we have undergone, but it's quite interesting. I'm learning a lot, working with these chefs. I'm learning a lot from my teammates as well. So it's been quite interesting.
Well, good. And how, two things as we end up. How many people are part of the team now, your team off to Luxembourg? And what for you would be a winning journey to Luxembourg?
So in Team Masakane, we are a team of 10. And we're a team of 10 contestants, but only 6 is going to compete. But, so it's quite interesting. And a success for us would be coming back home with a gold medal. Yeah, the goal for us is to come back with a gold medal, I think.
And I hope that you come back with that gold medal, not think it must just happen. But best wishes, seriously, best wishes. Makhobo Kellen Chabaleng, part of the Team Masakane training squad, off to Luxembourg for the 2026 Culinary World Cup. I must confess, I know nothing about the Culinary World Cup in terms of the practicalities. I'm not a chef myself, not at all. But can you imagine? I would like to learn. I'll be inspired by that. I think I would. Would you be inspired by that? Right, let's get to some quick WhatsApp comments as well. There's lots on the referendum issue.
Gore, Ashraf, we need the referendum on death penalty. We need the referendum on the issue that South Africa belongs to all who live in it. South Africa belongs to all South Africans. When we say all, it was more black and white, because black, white, Indian and colored were segregated. So when it said all, it was only all South Africans. You cannot have foreigners, illegal immigrants, having free education and free school. When you find illegal children, they must lead you to their parents, and then you arrest them with their parents and deport them. So referendum on death penalty, we cannot continue to feed somebody who killed 5 people, and then you say their life is more important. No. Referendum on who belongs to South Africa, referendum on death penalty. We cannot continue to save and service and feed criminals.
Okay. Let's leave it at that. It's time for the news at 5.
Thank you, Ashraf. Some MPs unhappy with draft ad hoc report and legislation for an independent judiciary. Good day to you. EFF MP Leanne Matthey says the report by Parliament's ad hoc committee should reflect that the conduct of Police Minister Sinzim Mkunu, who's been placed on special leave, was irrational when he decided to disband the Political Killings Task Team in 2024. The committee is compiling its draft report, which several MPs have said is too watered down. Matthey elaborates.
It must be clear that the directive was irrational, and that paragraph does not capture that the directive that the minister issued was irrational. It's also just very watered down.
The Matlanga Commission's questioned if the investigating directorate against corruption had sufficient grounds to probe allegations of fraud and corruption against Brigadier Dineo Mukwele. Mukwele, who previously worked at BMW before being appointed as a brigadier at Police Crime Intelligence, is standing trial alongside the Crime Intelligence head, Dumisani Kumalo, and other accused over her appointment. The lead investigator in the case, Brian Paliachi, is testifying before the Commission. During proceedings, Commission Chairperson Mbuyiseni Matlanga questioned if the allegations against Mukwele met the legal threshold for an investigation.
At this stage, I will say that's a quantum leap in logic, but I'm sure Ms. Sillo is still going to come to that. It's a quantum leap in logic because you know that many people get appointed in SAPS without, they cannot even salute, but they are appointed because of their expertise. I'm not necessarily saying Ms. Mukwele had that expertise, but that's what we've been told. And to just say because no experience within SAPS means nothing, and it's on that basis that I say that's quite some quantum leap in logic.
Draft legislation to establish the judiciary as a single and totally independent arm of the state is expected to be handed to Parliament next year. The new legislation will bring the magistrates and regional courts under the leadership of the Office of the Chief Justice. The Justice Minister, Mameloko Kubai, was speaking at the opening of the 2026 Judiciary Conference in Durban.
So like you have with parliaments are independent, they determine their rules, they determine their budget and all that. The executive as well running the country and all that. With the judiciary running the courts, that's what it ensures. And part of what we've been raising and what we continue is that at the heart of the single and independent judiciary has to be access to justice.
Meanwhile, Chief Justice Mandisa Maya, also speaking at the conference in Durban, says a comprehensive policy on sexual harassment has been drawn up for the judiciary.
The establishment of the interim gender desk is to ensure the immediate implementation and monitoring of the policy, while arrangements are being made for a more permanent, fully fledged gender unit. The location of the interim gender desk is at the Constitutional Court in Braamfontein, Johannesburg, under the direct supervision of the Chief Justice. This signals a vital shift in how the judiciary responds to these issues, not as isolated human resources concerns, but as matters of institutional integrity and judicial ethics.
Further afield now, health officials in Gaza say at least 7 people have been killed in an Israeli airstrike on a police station in the northern town of Jabalia. Witnesses told the BBC an Israeli drone fired missiles at a gathering point for police near a busy market. The Hamas-run terror ministry in Gaza says that one of those killed was the head of the local police station. Top story, EFF MP Leanne Matthey says the report by Parliament's ad hoc committee should reflect that the conduct of the police minister, Sinzim Mkunu, was irrational when he decided to disband the Political Killings Task Team. That's SAfm News. I'm Greg Huss.
In sports this hour, France and Spain take centre stage tonight. SA Rugby reviewing Springboks ticket prices after 2026 season, and Potgieter replaces Oosthuizen in open field. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
We start at Ekurhuleni side with a crash on the R21 North by 4 Trekker Road. Now, that queue is pretty heavy. It starts all the way back on the R24 eastbound at Barber Road. From there onto the R21 and all the way up to the crash scene. M1 North through Midrand, struggling today. It's going to take you a little bit of extra time to get through to Pretoria. There's a delay between the Buccleuch interchange and New Road. And then shortly thereafter, from about Olifantsfontein, it gets pretty slow all the way through to Brockfontein. There's a truck crash scene at the Brockfontein interchange ramp off the N1 onto the M14 Krugersdorp Highway. That's forcing all that traffic that would normally turn that way to go through the interchange. So that's why it's so busy. And then if you're on the N1 South, coming from Boerta Avenue down to Brockfontein to get the N14, there's a big backlog there because that's where that truck crash is. So N1 North and N1 South into Brockfontein, very heavily disrupted today. Staying in Pretoria, Eskia and Pathleli, quite slow up towards the Putco depot. Down to Joburg, N3 South, slow down towards Alex. That's a delay passing Limbro Park today. And the Mike 1 Park down through to Boyson is looking quite heavy. That crash scene still with us as well on the R59 North, ran through Reading interchange onto the N12 eastbound. Now, if you're driving out of Pietermaritzburg, you might want to just hold back a little bit on your way to Durban. A crash scene by Ashburton. It's an enormous backlog right back to the Pietermaritzburg bypass. Some delays going north as well today from Ashburton through to Market Road, but it's that Durban-bound carriageway that really is quite badly backed up. Roadworks on the M19, they continue at Reservoir Hills. In Nunda Road, another really busy one out towards the N2 highway if you're trying to get to Parlock or across the Newlands. And Cape Town, lots of traffic today on Marine Drive, Parton Island, all the way to Sunset Beach, and a crash on the M3 South before Tukai, pushing a queue back into Constantia. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
And I'm looking at a comment from Tim saying, Ashraf, thank you for that. What an inspiring interview with that young chef. Good luck, South Africa. Tim, KZN. Agreed with you. Just nice to speak to these winners who are champions or champion great causes. You know, I feel so strongly about those type of conversations, right? Naveen saying, hi, Ashraf, all politicians must sign off that only they must be subject to the death penalty should they be involved in any corruption whatsoever. Yes, I'm being facetious, but imagine how quick services will be given to the people from Naveen. No, in fact, Naveen, you know what will happen? Nobody will sign up to become a politician. And the problem is, if highly skilled people are not in politics, then who's going to make those decisions? Because we can't say we won't have parliament. We can't say that, even if you are angry with some politicians right now. So just think about that, right? My question, Ashraf, is who gives a work permit if a foreigner seeks for a job in the country? From Gordon Sharinda. It's a very topical conversation. Who would have issued a work permit? Department of Home Affairs. Normally, that's how you apply. But if you don't have one, can you still apply for one now for a work permit for, your employee, current employee without a work permit, or an employee potentially to work for you? Who do you apply? Well, I would think Home Affairs. I would think. The question is, there's been a discussion about who qualifies for a work permit or not. I wonder. I'd like to get your thoughts on that. Right, talking about that, what about the Madlanga Commission? We'll get an analysis of some of the key issues that happened today, right after this.
Wherever you are in the world, SAFM 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAFM Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAFM 104 to 107 as we bring you Commission Live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Catch the Mzansi's Beautiful Game Sport documentary.
Soweto really. In the club football, where I've played a lot of my football with Soweto ladies, at times I would play as a striker.
From the 5th of July to the 23rd of August 2026.
Banyana governments is like Bafana governments right now at the moment. So we believe in them and we're proud of them. What they did, they did wonders to the country.
Brought to you by the SAFM's award-winning drama department. Ala Bafana. This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, so there's been this drama earlier on today at the Madlanga Commission with the testimony of Colonel Brian Padiachi, who is the Senior Investigative Directorate Against Corruption investigator, right? And he denied allegations made against him by the KZN Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. In fact, he went so far as to say they were chummies, they were friends. Let's understand more about that with Andy Mashaile, security strategist. Andy, as always, good to engage you on the National Pulse.
Ashraf, my brother, and to your great listeners.
You're very kind. Thank you. First of all, I mean, you've been following the commission today, specifically around Colonel Brian Padiachi. What's your overall thoughts about what he said and what he didn't say?
Thank you, Ashraf, for the great question. One, Tate Padiachi was struggling to take the commission into confidence. And what do I mean by that? In his presentation, the questions that arose from his own statements, he could not respond to them. And that reading the reaction of Ntate Madlanga and Tate Khumalo and Mama Sesi Baloyi, their reaction said to me, as I'm analyzing the behavior and the process, said to me, Brian, we don't believe what you are telling us. Let me cite a single example. When they were asking him whether IDEC walks into a police station and take over active dockets that are being investigated, Ashraf, he really struggled to make me understand him. And Ntate Madlanga also went on to say, I did not follow you in terms of the process. And you listened when Mama Sesi Baloyi said, Colonel, I would want you to explain this in a way and manner that will make me understand whether active SAPS investigations can be taken over by IDEC. And they referred him to Section 27. Section 27 that speaks about a specified offense that would then be referred to IDEC. And in this instance, you realize that he himself said in doing docket analysis of Mr. Fedial Adams, there were many dockets speaking one thing, that Mr. Fedial Adams thought that he was dissatisfied with in terms of the investigation. One matter was being investigated by DPCI and other matters, according to him, and on the CAS system, case administration system, CAS, were closed according to him. But he further went on to say when they do an investigation, Ashraf, they update the CAS system. And the question that I asked myself, Ashraf, is if it is closed, if those dockets were closed on the CAS system, how then do you update them on the CAS system from your IDEC system? My mind says to me, if they are closed from the SAPS operating system, then they should be updated on your system. So all in all, he tried his level best to make the commission believe him, but I doubt if the commission believed him, particularly And the central and operating principle here was Section 27 that speaks about specified offenses, and there were no specific offenses. He tried to pin on corruption and manipulation that benefited Memokwili. And the questions that came from the commission dismantled that argument that he put up.
Now, I mean, I think linked to that is, how does he therefore come across and what are the implications thereof? Now, you're clearly saying, based upon what you've told us, that he didn't make a convincing case. So what then are the implications for someone like him?
Ashraf, the findings, your question is, what do you think the findings will be? The findings are going to be adverse. And let me cite another example. When he tried to bring the WhatsApp screenshot conversations between him and General Ntantla Mkhwanazi, and Tate Mazlanga said, Brian, I have gone through the 7 text messages and they are neutral. What is the point that you're trying to bring across? What is loaded into when you do statement analysis, that statement analysis, and the findings that or the conclusions that I would reach, if you wanted me to do them for you, Ashraf, I would say the chairperson's, the commission's chairperson actually thinks that those 7 WhatsApp messages are neutral, as he said, and therefore don't bring anything dramatic or don't say anything. They are neither hot nor cold. They're just lukewarm, and they would need to be spit out as a result of they carry no evidentiary value against General Ntantla Mkhwanazi's allegation.
And maybe just to end with the broader conversation has been about the overall merits of the Madlanga Commission. Now, we spoke about it, I think, a week or so, but anyway, right? But here's the thought that there has been, as you know, many people have been very critical of the Madlanga Commission. Like, what a waste of time, what a waste of money, nothing's going to happen. A lot of recommendations, and then, it's all going to be swept under the carpet. Now, as we talk, there's been resignation after resignation. There's been arrest after arrest. I mean, I want to go back now to Padiachi's point that does this prove once again that, in fact, don't underestimate what I would call the growing power of the Madlanga Commission and its impact in cleaning up South African society?
Ashraf, you are correct in summing up that way. A lot of people thought Madlanga Commission is like all other commissions that we have seen. Unfortunately, this has proved to be a very, very sharp and incisive commission that has moved from investigating to enforcement in terms of those that have been arrested. The referrals to the president and the establishment of the special investigations task team, and also the establishment of the organized crime unit headed by General Ntantla Mkhwanazi tells you that this commission, initially, a lot of people were saying it had a lot of naysayers. And today you and I are speaking to the converted. They are all converted into believing that Tate Mazlanga and the commission has what it takes in terms of delivering justice, in terms of outing those who are associated with the terms and reference of the
So,
commission.
I mean, to a degree, and let's end with this. You partially answered the question, but just so there's no ambiguity, in terms of, as you said, the Madlanga and the commission, what they've done, what's the one thing that they've done right that has seen this dramatic shift in perceptions of the workings of the commission and the outcomes?
After establishment of the prima facie evidence, the recommendation that said to the president, establish a special investigations task team that must make a follow-up, and all of those things have happened, hence the arrest of people like Mr. Brown Mokhotsi and the video footage that we have seen dismantling his case, the arrest of Ntate Mkhwanazi, the arrest of Mama Imogen Mashazi and Kim Behari and the rest, and also the people who are lying in the ward, in the sick bay, as a result of trying to avoid the hot seat. So these are things that tell you. I'll specifically single out Mr. Mike van Beek, who was said to have said that he has panic attacks and therefore would not be able to sit on that hot seat. So it tells you this commission has yielded value. There's been value for money for the 147 million from a cost benefit analysis. The cost is about 147 million and the benefits exceed what we have expected in the 12 months that it has said.
Points made. Appreciate your input as always, Andy Mashaile. Reflecting on the goings on of the Malanga Commission today and before and the future, specifically with reference to the testimony of Colonel Brian Badiachi. You may agree with Andy Mashaile, or you actually may say, I don't think his analysis is correct. Well, either way, it's up to you. I want your reaction. This is the National Pulse.
Cutting costs means more money for your business. Switch to Outsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's Marshall from Bow Electrical.
I was with my other insurance for many years and then I switched to Outsurance Business Insurance. It was a one quick call. They give me a great cover and a great price. Give them a call. You have nothing to lose. I wish I have switched sooner.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60,000. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
12 official languages, from isiZulu and isiXhosa, Setswana and Sesotho, Seswati and isiNdebele, Tshivenda, Sepedi, Xitsonga, to Afrikaans and English. Every voice carries part of the nation's story.
While today's youth does not directly experience the challenges faced by the youth of 1976, it remains our history and therefore relevant to us. History is not something that should be forgotten. It is something to learn from, so we don't repeat the same mistakes of the past.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
So it's Mandela Month, Mandela Week, I suppose Mandela Day coming up on the 18th, and there's a culmination in that with many people involved. In fact, I had the privilege of being at the Mandela Foundation over the weekend, as part of some emceeing and collaborations or that I was involved in with the Inlamar Foundation situation in terms of their scenarios. Now, we spoke about that before, but ultimately, you can't not get to the Mandela Foundation and not be inspired by that, right? So with me, let's talk about other things around the Mandela Plan and the brand this time around with Samantha Mashapa, dialogue and advocacy analyst at the Nelson Mandela Foundation. Samantha, much appreciate you connecting with us on the National Pulse.
Afternoon. It's lovely to be here with you this afternoon.
Perfect, right. So I made the point, about being inspired like not even last month, but like a few days ago when I was there with the Indulamiti scenarios, right? But central to that and having a quick chat with your CEO, by the way, just unplanned, right? Of course, there's big plans, and he was making the point about just even bigger plans, including global plans with a big thing happening tomorrow night. Perhaps let's start with that, right? I know it's not part of the brief, but there's something significant happening at midnight South African time tomorrow night, right?
Yes, we're really, really excited about it. So this is essentially a part of us trying to really engage with a larger international community and audience. So tomorrow we will be hosting a Nelson Mandela Global Leadership Forum. So this global platform is really essentially around, for courageous conversations on leadership, democracy and social cohesion. So it will be held in New York City with the mayor of New York, Zora Ndani, and it's really something that we feel it would be important to really just contribute to the larger conversation around what is needed around leadership, particularly around Mandela Month and the general lack, or I would say the decline in leadership of integrity and courage and morality.
Now, interesting, just to stay with that, that happens tomorrow, 6 p.m. New York time and midnight South African time. I know I did joke with your CEO to say, I hope there's no extra time in the World Cup semi-final because I'll be watching that. Well, I think it should be done. It should be done about 11:30 at the very latest. Anyway, right? So it's midnight. First of all, I mean, the choice of the New York mayor. Tell me why.
Yeah, I think that, there's a couple of things I think that come up when we think about the United States and leadership and what Mamdani, I think, represents for a lot of people, not just in the U.S., but also here at home and across the world, is that we see a leader, a young, courageous leader that has essentially been foregrounding his era with such great integrity and also just courage around trying to ensure that the people are centered around leadership again. And how do you create a space where people are able to really find expression and their human rights and getting back to that idea of what it would look like to live in a community or a society that's centered around social cohesion and not looking at difference as a threat, but looking at it as a way to enhance everyone else's, reality.
I look forward to that in the conversation, I think, with Ridi Tlabi, right? So is that open to the general public globally, and how can they connect?
Yes. So at the moment, it would be screened on our YouTube, on our social medias, and that will be then shared for obviously most of our South African people will be asleep, but it will still be available for them to engage with following the live that will be happening. And in New York, we are hoping for a lot of our partners and people who admire Madiba who will also be in attendance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now linked to that, and again, and it was at the launch a few months back, and he made the point about the need to be global, not just to have the annual Mandela Lecture in South Africa, but to have global reach. And this is obviously the first example of that, right? Which goes back then to the issue of the Mandela brand and legacy, because what came through then was that his legacy is not just a solution for South Africa. In fact, he presents or represents leadership for the entire world. Tell me about that.
Yeah. No, I think that the moment that we're in is the most opportune to really cultivate and really look back at the type of leader Madiba was, and not just the statesman, but also Rudi Shasha, the troublemaker. This is the same leader who was, the creator of MK, but was the same leader who, ushered in our democracy through negotiation. And I think that his way of understanding what each moment of our struggle required and needed from him is also exactly what I think we should be trying to understand for ourselves, that in a plethora of so many crises and devastating realities, what does this moment call for us? And really, it's not about necessarily looking at Madiba in just one state of the past, but it's about how do we look within ourselves as leaders in our own respect to try and move his legacy and what he stood for forward.
And I mean, therefore, just help us, whether you're talking to a young person or an older person listening in to the show today. Yes, you gave some examples earlier on, but what for you, speaking on behalf of, let's say, the foundation, the Mandela Foundation, what's the enduring legacy of the Mandela way that we can emulate in South Africa and in the world today?
Yeah, I think that's a very important question, but a difficult one as well. I think that the challenges that we're faced with are really, these are challenges that we haven't faced in such an accelerated and intense way. But I think that, his way he was able to constantly be committed to justice and unwavering and courageous. And I think for young people, what we need right now is to really, look at what we have and what capacity we have in our own communities. How can we change and use the tools that we have to change our communities. I think that it starts with where you are, with what you have, and trying to build coalitions and alliances with like-minded people and like-minded activists or community leaders who can also share the vision that you have for your society, for your community, and trying to see what are the ways those connections can be made to amplify a bigger impact. And I think that young people are already, at the helm of these initiatives. And, what really is required is how do we support them? How do we amplify the work that is already being done that is so important? And I think just that, being in a state of not despair, but really always finding a way to hold on to hope and finding a way to have that be a way to move forward.
Always holding on to hope and finding a way out of, I suppose, in the South African context, navigating the potholes. It can happen. Samantha Mashapa, much appreciate your time. I think it's a busy week for all of you at the foundation, I know that, and for all of South Africa coming up to July 18th and beyond. But certainly for me, yes, I will be one of them watching at midnight after that World Cup semi-final for that lecture to be, that conversation with the New York Mayor Mamdani to be delivered. Looking forward to that. Much appreciate you engaging us on the National Pulse. All right, let's get to the news headlines. It's 5:30.
Quick look at the headlines. Commissioner Sesi Baloy of the Matlanga Commission's questioned the basis on which IDAC launched a probe into senior crime intelligence officers over allegations they siphoned money from the Secret Service account. EFF MP Leanne Matthys says the report by Parliament's ad hoc committee should reflect that the conduct of the police minister, Senzo Mchunu, was irrational when he decided to disband the political killings task team. And China has expelled a top former official from the ruling Communist Party. More on that story and other news at the top of the hour.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Well, the run into Centurion's Brockfontein interchange stays heavy today. It's a truck crash just on the sort of M1, N14, the M1 coming out of Pretoria onto the M14 Krugersdorp Highway. That's where the crash is. So the M1 South is fairly heavy across all lanes, back to Botha Avenue in Centurion, and then northbound heading up through Midrand, through the Samran Road, Old Joburg Road, up to Brockfontein. Problems there as well because of that incident. Joburg's N3 South pretty heavy today from Limbro Park all the way down to Germiston, including a breakdown at Van Buren. Crash on the R21 out by the airport. It's northbound at 4 Trekker Road. That queue is heavy. It starts all the way back beyond Barber Road on the R24. So if you're going R24 to the airport, you're going to get caught in that as well as those wanting to go R24, R21. M1 south down to William Mandela is quite slow. And of course, the roadworks at Sunning Hill on Witkoppen at Akta, also causing delays on Witkoppen both ways, and Ravonia Road through the area as well. Durban today, the N3, both directions, outbound from Sherwood and from Pavilion towards Spaghetti Junction, quite slow. A lot of truck congestion again, particularly around the M7 and the South Coast Road Junction. We see a lot of trucks backlogging in that Rossborough area today. Roadworks on the M19 continue through Reservoir Hills. Inanda Road is heavy again today from Springfield out across the N2 if you're trying to get across to the Parlock area. And that crash that we had at Ashburton, that's basically done and dusted. The big backlogs coming out of Pietermaritzburg are easing pretty quickly. Cape Town today, Marine Drive out to Sunset Beach, a lot heavier than you might be expecting. Traffic literally sitting from Pardon Island right through to the second lights at Sunset Beach. Roadworks on the N7 North slowing traffic at the Noon, and a crash on the N3 South causing delays from Constantia to Kai. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
And a reminder, this winter the price to refill your gas heater may have gone up. Well, we know that, along with everything else. But switch to Outsurance and you could actually drop your car insurance premium. You could save big, like 58-year-old Loretta, who saves a whopping 479 Rand a month on her 2017 BMW 320. Don't pay more than you need to. Get a quote to switch and save with Outsurance today. SMS out 30754. You got it? 30754 and then out. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's available and information available online.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Kapele.
Sumi, I did say yesterday the World Cup's almost. I'm still saying World Cup. I don't know why.
Club World Cup.
The World Cup's almost finished and klar, but there's like 3 games left, and I'm including the 4th place, 3rd place as the 4. But I'm saying there's 3 significant games left. One of them is tonight.
And the stage is set for France and Spain to battle for a place in the final tonight. Now, France are aiming to reach a 3rd straight World Cup final, a feat achieved by a handful of nations, and standing in their way are reigning European champion Spain, who are looking to reach their 2nd World Cup final. Kickoff is at 9 p.m. and meanwhile, still staying with football, calls are growing within UEFA to back a candidate against Gianni Infantino in the next FIFA presidential election. Infantino confirmed in April that he's going to seek a 3rd term, hoping for an unopposed re-election. But several European federations are pushing for alternatives. Names discussed include PSG President Nasser Al-Khelaifi and CONCACAF Chief Victor Montagliani. Though none have officially or formally declared, UEFA President Alexander Seferin is expected to stay in his current role, and the push follows controversy over FIFA's handling of US strikers' red card when UEFA accused Infantino of crossing a red line, and nominations close on the 18th of November, with the election set for the same day in Rabat. In the meantime, Cape Town City have confirmed the departure of midfielder Miguel Tim following the expiry of his contract. The 34-year-old joined the Citizens from Orlando Pirates last season, helping them reach the promotional playoffs, though they fell short of Betway Premiership promotion. City thanked Tim for his commitment, adding him to a growing exit list that includes the likes of Sfiso Ngobeni, Jabulo Ngobo, and the likes of Keegan Dolly. Meanwhile, in terms of rugby, SA Rugby has announced a full review of its Springbok ticket pricing strategy. This is after the 2026 season, following growing criticisms that match tickets are too expensive for many fans. Springbok ticket prices currently range from about 450 Rand to 3,500, with some premium seats costing as much as 5,000 Rands. Now, SA Rugby recently reduced ticket prices for the Springboks test against England at Ellis Park after slow sales, cutting the cheapest tickets from 950 to 450, and the review is expected to examine whether ticket prices can be more affordable while ensuring the financial sustainability of South African rugby. In terms of golf, South Africa's Aldrich Potgieter has been named as the replacement for past champion Louis Oosthuizen in the 2026 Open field. That keeps it at 8 South Africans in the field after Potgieter failed in his bid to qualify via the newly introduced last chance qualifier yesterday. Potgieter needed a birdie in the last to force a playoff, but ultimately bogeyed the 18th after finding the sand with his approach for a level par round. With that said, it is a wrap from my side. I'll be back again tomorrow.
Okay, you're not off to the World Cup, are you?
No, unfortunately.
I saw some people travelling for the first game, and some people are travelling for the last game. Which would you have preferred, first game or last game?
Both.
Okay. But if you had a choice? First game Bafana versus semi-final and final.
I'll probably go South African.
Ideally, South Africa play in the final. That will solve it.
Yeah, no, that would be cool.
One day.
With that said, Modimo.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay, leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today and live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, I have to confess, Jimmy, I have no idea who the Purple Group is, but you got a story about that.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. I certainly do. The Purple Group is listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, and they are the parent company of a investment platform known as Easy Equities, a platform that is used by many South Africans in the country for their investments into the equity markets. They have gone shopping. They have recently confirmed that they've purchased an AI company called Telescope AI. We're going to speak to the Chief Executive Officer of the Purple Group, Charles Savage, around that decision and try and get a sense of what it is that drove them to look at that company from an acquisition point of view. We're also going to be taking a look at the manufacturing indaba that kicked off today. We're going to be trying to make sense of what is on the agenda, what is of importance, and we're going to revisit the conversation that we had a while ago with the team at the Vision Consortium around their acquisition or their finalization of their acquisition. We caught up with the Chief Executive Officer of the Vision Group Offshore, Rute Moya, about this particular deal a while ago. We're going to play the other side of that conversation that we never got to share with our listeners. And we also have a conversation as part of our Agri Tuesday. We're going to be dipping into the foot and mouth vaccine rollout and the track and trace elements of that. We're going to see if we can make sense of what that would mean for farmers in South Africa and for the agricultural sector. Before we get to that, a sense of some of the market movements that have been happening throughout the day. With all the tensions that have been unfolding, markets have gone back into a bit of a concerned state. The oil price is back towards the $85 a barrel level. So we never got to see the $60 a barrel level that I thought we would. But in my defense, I didn't know that the White House and the Oval Office were going to make the announcements that they made following my prediction around that. So we'll see how that continues to shape markets. On the dollar index side, the dollar index today had quite a bit of volatility. The market is concerned perhaps around what is unfolding with the Middle East. I saw a tweet by President Trump, or a post rather, Truth Social post, an X post, where President Trump confirmed that the United States, according to him, would be in control of the Strait of Hormuz. We know, of course, that the Middle East and Iran in particular might have a very different viewpoint around that, and that's been affecting some of the markets and some of the sentiment and how market participants have been reading the risk that sits in the market. Speaking of that, the rand against the US dollar, 16 rand 36 at the moment. Against the British pound, 21 rand 91. 1 euro would cost you 18 rand 72 cents. 1 Australian dollar, 11 rand 42. That's lost a bit of ground compared to where we've seen that trade. The price of a Bitcoin, $64,750 odd a coin, with the firmer rand that's around 1,058,000 rand. A look at the equity side of things. Yesterday was a bit of a red day. Today there seems to be a lot of green, a lot of bounce back in the equity markets. The Nikkei in Tokyo was up about 0.75%, but the biggest winner was Shanghai, up about 1.19%. European markets, the biggest winner there, the FTSE up about 0.15%. The Nasdaq in the US currently trading 1.02%, a little over 1% in the green. The S&P is up 0.5%. If we look at local markets, they benefited largely from a move in resource stocks. They were up 1.5%. Industrials fairly flat, down 4 basis points, and financials down 3 basis points. The all share up 0.4%. The top 40 up 0.5%. It's all green in the commodities. The gold price is $4,072 a fine ounce. I did say the Brent crude price was about around the $85 a barrel. That's not a green we want to see. That is probably the one commodity you want to see continuously moving in the red. Silver price almost at $60 at $58.80. Platinum $1,650 odd a fine ounce, and palladium $1,300. We're back above $1,300 a fine ounce on the palladium price. We'll be back with these and other market movements a little later on. I've got Chantal Marks of FNB Wealth and Investments joining me on markets. I want to get her thoughts on some of the up and down movements that we've been seeing and perhaps where she's making light of what might be considered value at this stage. But of course, that comes up after the 6 p.m. news. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
Right, thanks for that, Jimmy. Enjoy your show. Looking forward to that as per always.
Tech Talk on the National Pulse.
So interesting. I mean, one of the things we do now once a week is we focus on tech because technology is just so important, isn't it? Well, one of the issues around tech is the technology around govchat.org. Remember that first came to the fore around COVID-19, I think it is. How well has it done? What impact has it made? How has it changed things? With me is Professor Eldred Jordan, a South African technologist, global speaker and advancing talking around digital governance too. Prof. Jordan, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Ashraf, thanks for having me on your show. Let me first of all say that I'm a massive fan of your work and really great to spend time with you and the listeners as well.
Well, listen, you're very kind now that I know that because, often enough, and I must say this, we sometimes need the reassurance that we are able to impact broader society. And when you say what you say, then it's like, actually, don't forget why you're here. You're here to impact society. So much appreciated, right? So, okay, let's talk about GovChat. How does that impact society? Tell me.
So GovChat was co-created in, say, 2018. Many of you would know that it is a platform that got created out of Mixit many, many years ago. And the mandate of GovChat is literally to try to connect citizens better with their government at a national level, at a provincial level, and at a local government as well. Allowing citizens to access basic services, to get information from the South African government, but to also apply for very important services like social grants and social welfare. An incredible innovation that, as I said, got started out in 2018, co-created with the South African government, the departments like COGTA, the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, the department started it, launched it, and from a very important accessibility and inclusivity aspect. GovChat was not a mobile application that you could get on iOS or on Android purely because of the cost of data. We decided to build it using channels like WhatsApp. Important to know where your customers are or citizens are, and WhatsApp did really, really well. Processed in excess of 700 million messages over that COVID-19 period and did really, really well as the official civic engagement platform for the South African government.
So, ultimately, so it's a great connector, and you're quite right. WhatsApp is so ubiquitous, so it'll be foolhardy to just ignore that, right? Because, even our podcasts are shared via WhatsApp. But how has that changed society in terms of the efficiency of us dealing with government departments in terms of getting work done?
Look, I think the important aspect around ensuring that citizens are able to connect with government using one number across the various government services was a game changer. So you did not need a contact number for various municipalities or a government department or agency like Eskom. You could literally just add GovChat as a contact on WhatsApp, and you would have access to all of government services in your pocket. And it was integrated. During COVID-19, we found out how fragmented government was. The departments not talking to one another, and it was important that we really develop GovChat to address the interoperability challenges that we had. And so it became game changer because, as I said, you could connect with government across all three spheres of government, whether it was a local municipality, whether it was a government agency, and as we know, there are 700 agencies within the South, African government, whether it was a government department, you would be able to connect with them in real time. No need for a contact center. You would be able to contact them and get a response from them in real time.
So here's the last thing. Has that enhanced the quality of leadership amongst leaders in government, local, national, community, at different levels of service delivery? Has it enhanced their leadership, or in fact has their leadership suffered in spite of the enabler that GovChat should be?
Look, I think there are two use cases that I'd like to cite. If I look at the use cases where citizens try to connect with municipalities around service delivery issues like water, electricity issues, waste removal issues, if you look at those issues, we saw probably just over 16,000 reports around local government issues compared to citizens applying for SASSA grants and getting access to about 13 million grants. The participation between citizens approaching local government versus social services are chalk and cheese. And that is because a lot of our municipalities, the majority of our municipalities, even though they have access to these tools and the innovation, is not able to respond to citizens. But where we find citizens getting that response, like SASSA, we are seeing millions of interactions. And so, if I look at what National Treasury has done over the last few,
you got 10 seconds. One final point here.
Yeah, I think that it is important to hold government officials accountable, but it is not enough. We are needing strong leadership and political will in order that we serve our South African citizens better.
And let's get that, Professor Aldred Jordan. That's the big challenge. What happens next?
Catch Top Billing this Tuesday evening at 7 on S3 as designer Lizanne Vivier reimagines our wardrobes through creative styling. Metro FM's DJs Nomuzi Musli Mabena and Siabonga Scoop Ngwegazi are setting the trend. And the art of Utata Madiba is the hero of artist Louis Janssen van Vuren and author Hardy Olivier's country home. That's Top Billing this Tuesday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC 1.
Mandela is more than a chapter in our history.
And as I have always done,
He's a reminder of courage over fear,
I will do what I can within the discipline of the broad movement
dialogue over division,
for peace and democracy, to which I belong.
hope over despair. This Mandela Month, celebrate the values that unite us. Only on SAfm.
In case you missed it,
Discussing food loss and waste, let's ground this now by understanding what cultural practices can do in embracing and reducing food waste.
It's a societal challenge. Yes, you have to look at it throughout the value chain from farm to fork.
One kitchen at a time.
It spreads across the retail sector, the food value chain. I mean, from the storage facilities to transportation and all of that. Food is a symbol of love. In the African philosophy of Ubuntu, hence we say, Umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. As a community, we always share food.
Kelo Madondo, PhD candidate.
Quantum on SAfm.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Okay, let's get to your calls. Want to engage you, whether you've sent a WhatsApp, text message, or voice note. But first we go to KZN. Sabata, let's get your thoughts. Hi.
Yes, Ashraf.
Yeah.
For me, I'm not happy with both the judge and the NPA in this falling through of Matala's admission.
Yeah.
One, the NPA, I think they jumped the gun. they should have. Normally, I believe that such a deal is agreed upon in the chambers behind the scenes before it's brought to open court for endorsement. So I think they were quick to confirm everything to get before agreeing everything with the judge. And the judge himself also, I blame him because he took a hardline stand. Whereas in South Africa, there's a lot of cases before Ket Matlala that people got total impunity for doing serious cases. And Ket Matlala, there was a custodial sentence in his plea. So I think the judge was too tough. I'm talking like people like Bruce Mhlongo. He has been a state witness. I think he belongs in the Guinness World Book of Records for the time there's been a 204 witness with impunity. So why can't they do that to Ket Matlala for the better good?
All right.
That's my argument.
Okay, thanks for putting that one up on the agenda. I wonder whether we're going to get a response on that. There may still be time. Let's see. Good afternoon, Ashraf. Leanne Matei says, no shame